Chapter 1. The inner courtyard of the Gu family. A young man lounged comfortably in a chair, relishing the attentive service surrounding him. Several beautiful maidservants were at his side, kneading his shoulders, gently pounding his back, peeling grapes, and slicing fruits. The young man's appearance was unremarkable, slightly more handsome than the actor Louis Koo. The simulator was activated. As he gazed at the flickering numbers before him, the young man slowly rose from his seat, only to settle back down again. "All right, you may all leave." Stifling a yawn, Gu Zhan crossed his right leg over his left. Having traversed a month in this new realm, he finally awakened his golden finger, initially expecting a grand system, only to discover it was merely a simulator. Reflecting on the protagonist he had encountered in his mind's eye, who possessed such simulators, Gu Zhan pondered, finding this golden finger rather commendable. In this lifetime, his status was quite favorable. He was the only son of the wealthiest man in Kaiyuan City, merely 15 years old, destined to inherit all future enterprises. The progress bar had commenced on the very first day of his arrival, taking an entire month to reach completion. After scrutinizing the simulator's information, he grasped it instantly. Simulator.IT could be activated once a month without requiring additional resources. Once the cooldown period elapsed, he could initiate a simulation directly. Simulate.Gu Zhan reclined in his chair, shifting his posture, and continued to observe the ever-changing text before him. Simulation commenced on the first day. According to the information in his mind, he discovered that he was indeed a character within the simulator, yet it mattered little to him. He attempted to activate the simulator again, but failed. He gestured rudely at the heavens. Based on his mental knowledge, this world superficially resembled an ancient dynasty, yet was also rich in martial arts, with the dazzling and thrilling world of Jianghu within. The great Zhou kingdom. He resolved to cultivate martial prowess to strengthen himself, aspiring to become a young hero, living freely and unfettered. His father, Guan, learned of this and wholeheartedly supported him, immediately enlisting the foremost martial artist in Kaiyuan City, Zhao Yunfei, to personally instruct him. Zhao Yunfei, eager to forge a strong bond with him, generously imparted his knowledge. That on the second day, Zhao Yunfei elucidated the various realms of martial arts, which included body refinement, essence condensation, vital energy, innate, master, purple mansion, earth origin, heaven origin, and true martial. Zhao Yunfei was a peak body refinement warrior, capable of dominating all within the modest confines of Kaiyuan City. However, due to his mediocre talent, advancing age, and past injuries, he had reached his limits, with no further breakthroughs anticipated in his lifetime. Upon discovering the 9 major realms of martial arts, Gu Zhan's understanding of this world transformed entirely, fueling his determination to train diligently. His aptitude was commendable, allowing him to successfully refine his vital energy on the first day, stepping into the first level of body refinement. On the third day, he continued his martial training, as his father procured an abundance of resources for him, including various precious herbs to replenish his vitality, and even elixirs obtained from other cities. On the 10th day, you achieved another breakthrough, stepping into the second level of body tempering. Zhao Yunfei praised you as a genius and resolved to bestow upon you the legendary maple leaf sword technique, which has been passed down for 8 generations. The maple leaf sword technique comprises 5 levels. Upon reaching its zenith, one can unleash 5 strikes in a mere second, significantly enhancing one's prowess. On the 15th day, you ascended to the 3rd level of body tempering, mastering the 1st level of the maple leaf sword technique. The second month, you progressed to the 4th level of body tempering. As the 3rd month and the 5th month unfolded, you remained devoted to your martial arts practice, oblivious to the distractions of the outside world. In the 3rd year, you attained the 8th level of body tempering and mastered the 3rd level of the maple leaf sword technique. During that year, a formidable opponent emerged in the city, claiming to be the peak of body tempering and calling himself Duga Wolf. He established the Wild Wolf Gang, solidifying his power within Kaiyuan City through sheer strength. In the 4th year, despite your advancements, you did not achieve a breakthrough. The Wild Wolf Gang expanded its influence rapidly, severely impacting your family's business. In the 5th year, the Wild Wolf Gang grew increasingly audacious. Your father, Guan, allied with 2 other prominent families in Kaiyuan City and the city lord Bai Yun, deciding to take action against the gang. Under the cover of night, a fierce battle erupted as dozens of body-tempering warriors from Kaiyuan City besieged the headquarters of the Wild Wolf Gang. Duga Wolf faced Zhao Yunfei and other high-level body-tempering warriors single-handedly. Holding his ground, in the heat of battle, he unleashed his true power, revealing his mastery in the condensation realm, utterly overpowering the body-tempering warriors of Kaiyuan City. In the end, the warriors of Kaiyuan City capitulated, signing a series of unequal treaties that granted immense benefits to the Wild Wolf Gang. Upon learning of this, rather than acting impulsively, you revealed your strength to your father and Zhao Yunfei, seeking their support. Gu then spared no effort. While Zhao Yunfei frequently ventured out to various markets in search of precious herbs and internal cultivation techniques for your advancement. Observing the determined expressions of your father and master, you resolved to diligently practice martial arts and alter the course of events. In the 6th year, your family's business shrank by 90%. However, with the support of the Gu family, you broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of body tempering, mastering the 5th level of the maple leaf sword technique. Gazing towards the direction of the Wild Wolf Gang, a cold smile crept upon your lips. Once my cultivation reaches its peak, I shall make you pay dearly. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Dugu Wolf, betrayed by a traitor, discovered your existence and struck under the cover of night. The explosive force of his true energy bore down upon you, leaving you powerless to resist. Dugu Wolf gripped your neck tightly, and with a chilling crack, you felt as if you merely had a stiff neck. You perished. Ji Yuzhan was taken aback. The traitor. Cursed be the despicable turncoat. And that Dugu Wolf. How could he have appeared so opportunely, only to reveal his mastery in the condensation realm so effortlessly? With a sigh, Gu Zhan turned his attention back to the simulator. Evaluation. You worked diligently throughout your life, yet the emergence of the traitor rendered your efforts and those of the Gu family futile. You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. The pinnacle martial cultivation of the 9th level of body, tempering, no side effects. 2. The 5th level mastery of the maple leaf sword technique, no side effects. 3. The memories of your entire life with a chance of influencing your worldview. Choose 1. After a thorough contemplation, Gu Zhan decisively opted for the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement in martial arts cultivation. After all, with only one simulation per month, one must seize the opportunity wisely. Selection successful. Attain the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement in martial arts cultivation. A powerful force surged within him. Ji Yuzhan couldn't help but emit a sound of sheer ecstasy. This sensation was even more exhilarating than a lavish pampering. Moreover, his mind was flooded with 6 years' worth of cultivation memories. The first time he refined his vital energy, the final breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Every detail was vividly recalled. Under such circumstances, it would be astonishing if there were no side effects. Simulator, quite impressive, Gu Zhan remarked with satisfaction. Ding. A change in host cultivation level detected. The shield has been activated. Shield? Gu Zhan scrutinized the information closely. A line of small text appeared after the prompt. Shield. Adjustable attributes for external manifestation of talent, comprehension, cultivation level, realm, bloodline, and pressure, etc. Minimum value is 0. Maximum value is one's own limit. This ability was remarkable. It perfectly mitigated the potential repercussions of his rapid elevation and cultivation level. With a thought, Gu Zhan's aura fluctuated, and upon inspection, the power of the 9th layer of body refinement had completely vanished, replaced by that of an ordinary person. Being an ordinary person has its perks. One must truly savor it. However, the Wild Wolf Gang poses a problem. Ji Yuzhan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. To resolve the issue with the Wild Wolf Gang, one must possess the strength of the condensation realm. And to break through to that level, one must acquire an internal martial art. Technique. Body refinement merely hones the muscles and bones, representing the most fundamental realm of martial arts. Without an internal technique, he could not cultivate true energy, nor could he advance to the condensation realm. The Dugu Wolf will appear in 3 years, revealing his strength in the 5th year. Thus, I have 5 years to prepare. With a simulator in hand, the possibility of my demise at the hands of the Dugu Wolf is 0%. Gu Zhan chuckled softly. He was no fool. If he couldn't win, he would simply evade. Rising to his feet, he shook his head slightly. Though he now possessed the power of the 9th layer of body refinement, making him a prominent figure in Kaiyuan City. In these times, the first bird to emerge is often shot. Without absolute certainty, or if not left with any choice, he would not easily reveal his power. Sigh, I have outgrown the age of youthful fervor as a young man. I must continue to cultivate my foundation. Simulator cooldown time. 59 seconds down on the bed, Gu Zhan adjusted his position for comfort, preparing for the second simulation. During this past month, he had not been idle. Although he had not showcased his strength, he had expressed his desire to practice martial arts and successfully apprenticed himself to Zhao Yunfei. Additionally, he had acquired the maple leaf sword technique. Zhao Yunfei had watched him grow up and shared a close bond with him. With a plea, he had secured the opportunity. After a month of training, he had successfully broken through to the 1st layer. Subsequently, With the aid of my father, I ventured into the vicinity of Kaiyuan City. I even sent the Gu family's caravan farther afield to gather insights on martial arts. However, in the short term, it is likely that no results will be forthcoming. The cooling period concluded. Gu Zhanya tightly clutched the blanket, scratching his thigh. Brother, remain vigilant of traitors, he warned. Off you go. Gu Zhan smirked, hoping to harness the fortune of the Dragon King. The simulation commenced, and on the first day, you stretched your limbs, resolved to make significant progress. You leveraged the Gu family's resources to extensively seek out martial arts knowledge, aspiring to break through to a new realm. By the third month, you had achieved nothing, your cultivation stagnant. After a period of contemplation, you decided to change your course, setting your sights on the great cities. Just before your departure, you showcased your formidable prowess and innate talent to your father. Guin stroked his chin, enthusiastically patting his thigh. Indeed, my son, you are remarkable. Your father provided substantial support, gifting you with 30,000 taels of silver and purchasing 3 fine steeds. You were deeply moved that by the 15th day of the 5th month, 2 of the horses had perished from exhaustion, and you finally arrived at a grand city, Lingyun City. Here, you discovered a multitude of martial artists, with several at the 9th level of body tempering casually strolling the streets. You remarked body tempering is as common as dirt, even the peak practitioners are hardly esteemed. In the 6th month, you settled into the city, and after a period of reconnaissance, you decided to join one of the 3 prominent families of Lingyun City, the Zhao family. The 3 great families wield immense power, each possessing formidable experts to safeguard them. Naturally, they had access to martial arts knowledge. As long as you achieved sufficient merit, you would undoubtedly gain entry. The Zhao family offered the most apparent path for advancement. The Zhao family rejoiced at the prospect of welcoming a peak practitioner of body tempering, especially one of such esteemed background. Within the simulator, you felt no fear. You displayed your martial prowess and pledged your loyalty to the Zhao family, hoping to obtain a martial arts technique that would enable you to enter the realm of essence. Condensation. The Zhao family instructed you to await further news, temporarily assigning you to oversee a small city's mine. In the 8th month, the Zhao family's scrutiny of you concluded, and they were ecstatic to discover a 15-year-old peak practitioner of body tempering with such a clean background. The Zhao family dispatched individuals to Kaiyuan City, offering substantial support to the Gu family. Furthermore, the head of the Zhao family adopted you as a son. You were indifferent. Having multiple fathers was inconsequential, as long as your objectives were achieved. You understood clearly that the Zhao family support of the Gu family was contingent upon you, effectively placing the entire Gu family under their influence. This arrangement was a blatant exchange of interests, a promise of mutual benefit. In the 8th month, you received the esteemed essence condensation technique, the Demon Elephant Sutra, bestowed by your adoptive father, Zhao Haitang. This technique comprises 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 levels of essence condensation, and mastering it profoundly enhances strength, defense, and physique. Moreover, the energy cultivated through the Demon Elephant Sutra is unrivaled, placing you at the pinnacle among practitioners of the same realm. You expressed your gratitude to your adoptive father and commenced diligent practice. Your innate talent was commendable. By the end of the 1st year, you successfully entered the 1st level of essence condensation, thus fully integrating into the core of the Zhao family and garnering their utmost attention. In the 2nd year, you continued to be nurtured by the Zhao family. During this time, numerous disciples from the Gu family, a collateral branch of the Kaiyuan City, entered into unions with the Zhao family, thereby deepening your ties with them. By the 3rd year, you had attained the 2nd level of the Ningyuan realm and the 3rd level of the Maple Leaf Sword technique, while the formidable Dugu Wolf made his appearance. Upon your return to the Gu family with a retinue of followers, Dugu Wolf, upon hearing of your arrival, knelt in greeting, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance during your initial encounter. You soon realized that Dugu Wolf had only reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, and you requested an internal cultivation method from him. He presented you with a mediocre technique known as the Qingmu formula, which, aside from allowing a breakthrough to Ningyuan, primarily served to nourish the body utterly. Worthless in your eyes, in a fit of disdain, you dispatched Dugu Wolf with a single strike, leaving you in high spirits. Upon returning to the Zhao family, you resumed your training. By the 4th year, at the age of 19, your cultivation remained at the 2nd level of Ningyuan. Zhao Haitang decided to betroth his youngest daughter to you, inquiring about your thoughts on the matter. After a moment's contemplation, you acquiesced. This union would further solidify your connection to the Zhao family, granting you access to greater resources. In that same year, you wed Zhao Linger in a grand ceremony that set the entirety of Lingyun City abuzz with excitement. Your father, Guan, drank heartily, engaging in heartfelt conversations with Zhao Haitang that on your wedding night, as you lifted the bride's red veil, you beheld a girl who conformed perfectly to your aesthetic ideals. The day following your marriage, you resumed your responsibilities. 10 days into your marriage, you continued to fulfill your duties. However, a month later, you found yourself reluctant to shoulder the weight of responsibility any longer. Despite having reached the second level of Ningyuan, the burden became overwhelming. You took advantage of the resources provided by the Zhao family to further your cultivation. In the 5th year, you ascended to the 3rd level of Ningyuan and perfected the 5th level of the maple leaf sword technique. While sifting through the Zhao family's martial arts treasures, you discovered a new sword technique called the Pertains sword technique, which comprised 15 levels, allowing one to slay opponents of equal standing when mastered to its zenith. By the 7th year, you achieved the 4th level of Ningyuan and the 3rd level of the Pertains sword technique. That same year, your daughter was born. The Zhao family did not regard you merely as a son-in-law and did not insist that your daughter bear the Zhao surname. Your impression of the Zhao family improved significantly, and you named your daughter Guanyin, affectionately called Dodo. The Zhao and Gu families thrived in joyous celebration. By the 10th year, you broke through to the 5th level of Ningyuan and reached the 8th level of the Pertains sword technique, your strength now rivaling the upper echelon of Lingyun City, where even the most powerful city lord was but at the 6th level of Ningyuan in the 13th year. Having exhausted a considerable portion of the Zhao family's resources, you finally broke through to the 6th level of Ningyuan with the Pertains sword technique. Reaching the 11th level, eagerly, you rallied the Zhao family's experts to vanquish the city lord and the masters of the Zhou and Wang families, ultimately unifying Lingyun City. In the late hours of the night, a drunken Zhao Haidang engaged you in conversation for the entirety of the night. The following day, Zhao Haidang proclaimed that you were to be the head of the Zhao family, patting your back while expressing his lofty expectations for you. By the 15th year, although your personal cultivation had stalled, the Pertains sword technique had reached its 15th level, achieving perfection. In the 20th year, you ascended to the 7th level of Ningyuan and began training in a 3rd sword technique, the Fire Dance Whirlwind, which comprised 6 levels, enabling you to unleash 36 strikes in an instant when mastered to its highest realm. In that same year, your daughter, Guanyin, turned 13. You had grown stronger and more matured. In the 21st year, Zhao Feifei, a distant descendant of the Zhao family, annulled her engagement to Xiao Yang, the son of the lord of a small town 30 miles away. The Xiao family had previously boasted a master of the Ningyuan realm, namely Xiao Yang's father, which had prompted the Zhao family to establish the engagement. However, a decade ago, Xiao Yang's father met with an untimely demise, leading the Xiao family to a steep decline. Provoked by Zhao Feifei's words, Xiao Yang ascended to the 9th level of Ningyuan and, in a fit of rage, killed Zhao Feifei, then invaded the Zhao and Gu families, unleashing a brutal massacre. Xiao Yang's icy gaze fixed upon you with a single strike. He claimed the life of your daughter, Guanyin, and with another, he took that of your wife, Zhao Linger. You have mastered the breaking army sword technique to its utmost limits, yet still cannot escape the clutches of death. The disparity between the 7th and 9th levels is indeed profound. You were pierced through the throat by Xiao Yang's sword, and thus you met your demise. You are dead. Gu Zhan threw aside the blanket, his complexion a ghastly shade. The protagonist, indeed, the central figure of this tale of broken engagements. He struck the bed with his palm, his gaze flickering restlessly. According to the timeline, that Xiaolong had yet to be born. Damn it. I'm going to confront you. It was not he who called off the engagement. What does it matter to obliterate his entire family? Though merely a simulation, Gu Zhan was undeniably irked. After a few huffs of indignation, he finally turned his attention to the simulator. Evaluation. Throughout your life, you have indeed striven diligently, cherishing your wife and children in the warmth of home. They have always been your greatest love, yet alas, misfortune has struck, disrupting everything. You may choose one of the following rewards. First, the 7th level of the condensation realm martial arts cultivation, accompanied by the inner strength technique, the demonic elephant formula. Second, the 5th level of the maple leaf sword technique, devoid of any side effects. Third, the 15th level of the breaking army sword technique, also without side effects. Fourth, the memories of your entire life, which may significantly influence your worldview. Gazing at these 4 options, particularly the last, Gu Zhan fell into a contemplative silence. It is easily understood. After traversing worlds, he retained the memories of his arduous life prior, alongside the carefree recollections of his 15 years as Gu Zhan. The burdens of his previous existence rendered him unencumbered in his pursuit of pleasure, leading to a growing addiction. Should he choose the final option and acquire those 20-plus years of memories, it is likely his first act would be to eliminate Xiao Yang, extinguishing his entire family. Moreover, his feelings towards his yet-to-meet daughter, Zhao Linger, would undoubtedly be profoundly altered. I choose the first option. Without a shred of hesitation, Gu Zhan decisively selected the most formidable realm. In this world, strength is invariably the optimal solution. Damn it. 9 great realms. He had only reached the second. He must not be reckless until he is invincible. He then attained the 7th level of the condensation realm martial arts cultivation, and a more powerful force surged within him. Gu Zhan felt an exhilarating rush. Not only that, but his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. The core of the demonic elephant formula favored body cultivation, causing his body to expand as if inflated. A single bed could no longer accommodate him. Within his Dantian meridians, vast amounts of genuine energy circulated, revolving through numerous cycles. What ecstasy! Gu Zhan flexed his muscles, feeling an enhanced sense of security. Rising to his feet, he appeared as a formidable figure, a stark contrast to his previous state. Shielding device. With a sigh, Gu Zhan promptly activated the shielding device. In the next moment, his physique reverted, yet the formidable strength, defense, and constitution bestowed by the 7th level of the demonic elephant formula remained. Now, on the surface, I am merely an unremarkable scion of a wealthy family. Yet in truth, I am formidable. Sitting on the bed, Gu Zhan laughed heartily. Ah Xiang, Alan, Xiao Chui, come here and give this young master a back rub. The maidens waiting outside hurriedly entered. Lying on the bed, Gu Zhan continued to ponder. That fool, Digga Wolf, I could crush him with a single slap. The next 20 years are likely to be entirely secure. By then, I can take precautions against Xiao Yang, which poses no significant issue. However, the condensation realm is certainly not my ultimate desire. It is merely the 2nd level. For absolute invincibility and safety, I must possess an even greater power. With this thought, Gu Zhan smirked. Ah Xiang, exert some force. Young master, I am already giving it my all. You, unleash all your strength. Reserve the hidden energy in your back. As time progresses, let us simulate the engagement of Zhao Feifei being annulled after 21 years. With Xiao Yang being merely 16 at that time. 16 years prior, Xiao Yang was born, which brings us to 5 years hence. Xiao Yang's father passed away a decade ago, thus marking the 11th year of our simulation, when Xiao Yang was merely 6 years old. Continuing this timeline, we simulate 5 years back to Xiao Yang's birth. There lies ample time ahead, offering vast opportunities for maneuvering. On the following day, Gu Zhan instructed the members of the Gu family to cease their search for those proficient in internal martial arts. He refrained from gathering information regarding the Xiao family, as such actions could potentially unveil his own intentions. In this realm, seeking individuals skilled in internal arts is commonplace, akin to hunting for treasures. However, pursuing a master of the Yuan condensation stage raises eyebrows. It is prudent to clarify all matters pertaining to Xiao Yang in the next simulation. In the courtyard, Gu Zhan sipped his tea, lost in thought. Young Masterly has come to inquire if you shall visit the Drunken Spring Pavilion, announced a maid. The Drunken Spring Pavilion is the largest establishment of its kind in Kaiyuan City. Gu Zhan nodded. Let us go, and return this to Master Zhao. Stating that I have grown weary of martial practice, he handed over the maple leaf sword technique and added, articulate your words with finesse. After playfully patting the maid's cheek, Gu Zhan strode out of the small courtyard. In the tangible world, his sole desire was to live joyfully. Crafting himself into a perceived ineptitude seemed a commendable strategy. A worthless soul garners no respect, allowing him to remain inconspicuous, thus prolonging his developmental timeline indefinitely. Accompanied by 5 sycophants and 3 maids, Gu Zhan departed the Gu residence and soon spotted a young man awaiting him in a carriage. It was Li Ming, one of his subordinates from the Li family. The Li family, too, was affiliated with the Gu family, relying heavily on them for business connections. Eldest brother, come quickly. A newcomer at the Drunken Spring Pavilion possesses unparalleled talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It is said she can play the suona, the eru, and the flute with remarkable skill. Li Ming exclaimed with enthusiasm. Gu Zhan maintained his composure. Oh, today, I shall witness just how remarkable she truly is. The group boarded the carriage and set off toward the Drunken Spring Pavilion. On the way, the coachman suddenly shouted, "Whoa!" and abruptly halted the carriage. Indeed, one should not drive recklessly. Sitting up straight, Gu Zhan refrained from glancing at the blushing Ah Xiang, instead lifting the carriage curtain to observe. Old fool. Can't you see the road? Do you not recognize that this is a vehicle of the Gu family? Have you lost your sight? Should any harm befall our young master, you shall face dire consequences. The coachman, wielding a whip, cast a menacing glare at the elderly man who had fallen to the ground. As he spoke, he prepared to strike with force. The onlookers remained indifferent. Such occurrences were commonplace. After all, the Gu family was the wealthiest, the foremost clan, enjoying an intimate relationship with the lord of the city. In Kaiyuan City, they were akin to royalty, unchallenged by anyone. For over a decade, Guzhan had maintained a domineering demeanor in public, leading his subordinates to act brazenly, emboldened by their master's influence, committing numerous vile acts. Hold on, Guzhan interjected. Seizing the whip, he dismounted from the carriage and assisted the elderly man to his feet. Are you all right, sir? He inquired with genuine concern. The world was indeed tumultuous. Bullying the weak and fostering enmity was not his path. Instead, he resolved to become a benefactor, forging connections and striving to limit his safety and influence to a reasonable extent. Why, young Master Gu? I'm fine, the elderly man stammered, gazing at him with trepidation. Unsure of his intentions, the Gu family was hardly known for benevolence. Was there some sinister plot awaiting him? Guzhan discerned the man's fear and shook his head, offering a gentle smile. Someone, please escort this gentleman to the clinic and procure rice, flour, and diesel for his household. Let us go, he commanded, then reboard the carriage. One of his lackeys promptly led the elderly man away, uncertain of Guzhan's true motives, responding with utmost deference. The convoy gradually departed, while the crowd buzzed with speculation. Had young Master Gu truly transformed? Why this sudden display of kindness? Surely it was a conspiracy, undoubtedly a scheme. Well, young Master Gu is so handsome and gentle with the old man. I adore him. I see it merely as a ploy, a revolting charade. Within an inn on the second floor, two women adorned in white veils quietly observed the scene. Sister, this young Master Gu doesn't seem as wicked as the rumors suggest. On the contrary, he is quite handsome, the younger sister remarked, her eyes glistening with admiration for Guzhan. The elder sister chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at her sibling, and shook her head slightly. One can paint a tiger's skin but not its bones. Knowing someone's face does not reveal their heart. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We have more pressing matters at hand. The younger sister clasped her chest, giggling. The drunken spring pavilion offered little in the way of amusement. While the ladies were indeed beautiful, they held far less allure than Guzhan. After a brief time spent listening to a flutist, he took his leave. Upon returning home, a guard approached him unexpectedly. Young master, the head of the family is looking for you. His father is seeking him? Guzhan nodded slightly and followed him until they arrived at a quaint courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a pavilion, where Guin sat in a chair, holding a cup of tea, quietly gazing at the picturesque landscape before him. Father. Guzhan approached and offered a slight bow. Take a seat, Guin replied. Having inherited Guzhan's striking looks, Guin, now in his middle age, donned a resplendent golden robe, adorned with a crown, and sported a goatee, resembling a scholarly man of the world, albeit one with a rather sharp demeanor. Guzhan settled into his seat, and Guin poured him a cup of hot tea. I heard you have been practicing martial arts with Brother Zhao? Indeed. That is true. In just a month, how could things have changed so drastically? Brother Zhao mentioned to me a few days ago that you were quite keen on martial arts, even teaching you the ancestral maple leaf sword technique, passed down for 8 generations. Guin's expression darkened, hinting at a reprimand. Guzhan took a sip of tea and waved his hand dismissively. Father, I've come to realize that I am not cut out for martial arts. It has been a month, and I have made no progress. I have decided to learn from you instead and focus on managing the family business. Upon hearing this, Guin's furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed. This young man had been notably quieter over the past month, alleviating much of his father's troubles. You scoundrel, you are already 15 years old. You must be more composed in your actions and broad in your vision, Guin advised pointedly. Guzhan nodded earnestly, resembling a chick pecking at grain. I understand, father. All right. You may leave now. Your presence makes me uneasy. Guin waved his sleeve and pouted. Very well, off you go. With a cheerful smile, Guzhan departed. Feeling a sense of relief. One must admit, his father exuded quite an imposing presence. In the month that followed, under Guin's guidance, Guzhan began to take charge of a portion of the family business, attempting to manage and operate it. A month later, in the small courtyard at the edge of Kaiyuan City, Guzhan turned to the elderly man beside him and patted his shoulder. Old Fang, you have seen it for yourself. I truly lack the aptitude for business. From now on, this will be left to you. returning to inform my father. I suppose I shall continue to be a good-for-nothing. Perhaps he might consider having another child. Old Fong's expression grew increasingly peculiar, a bitter smile forming on his lips. This young master certainly has a unique way of speaking. Take care on your way out, he said. Goujon waved his hand and turned towards his room. Assiong. Brew me a pot of tea. Cooling time, 1 minute. Seated in the chair of his room, Goujon held the warm tea in his hands, feeling quite content. Over the past month, he had shown his father his lack of talent, proving himself unworthy of significant responsibilities. It seemed his father was preparing to give up on him. Shaking his head, he set down the teacup and glanced at the remaining 1 second of cooling time. My dear brother, this time I must uncover the truth about Xiao Yang and his opportunities. On the first day, you eagerly prepared yourself to engage in a profound discussion on dialectical philosophy with Assiong. The following day, bidding farewell to your father, you resolved to embark on a journey into the world. Although your father was apprehensive, upon witnessing your prowess, tears of joy nearly welled in his eyes as he said, My son, return home early. After parting ways with your father, you decided to revisit Lingyun City. Calculating the time, your beloved is now 10 years old. Dear, I have returned. Outside, observing this scene, Goujon furrowed his brow slightly before giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, Truly impressive. On the 5th day, you arrived at Lingyun City and stealthily beheld your adoptive father, Zhao Haidang, as well as your beloved, Zhao Linger, within the Zhao family estate. You gazed at Zhao Ling, a sly smile creeping across your face. In the depths of night, you stealthily infiltrated the Zhao residence, navigating your way through its shadows. Ultimately acquiring the fire dance whirlwind sword technique, you resolved to venture into a grander realm, harnessing a more formidable power to transcend your current limitations and ascend to the next level of existence. As you journeyed forth, you diligently practiced the fire dance whirlwind, your skills gradually enhancing. To your knowledge, you found yourself in an ordinary county town beneath a certain mansion in the Great Zhou. According to the lore of the game and novel, it was evident that the county town would host a greater number of formidable individuals, promising a more captivating experience. Thus, you resolved to venture to the county town of Changka. After traversing over 5,000 miles and vanquishing hundreds of bandits and robbers, you finally arrived at the long-awaited county town. The county town of Changka was indeed vast, comparable to the sum of several hundred Lingyun cities combined. Upon entering the city, you settled into an inn and began to gather information, seeking a path forward. The situation in the county town was quite intricate. Broadly divided among 3 factions, the 6 major gangs, the 5 prominent families, and the imperial court. As the 5th month unfolded, your cultivation showed no advancement due to a complete lack of resources. However, the fire dance whirlwind ascended to its 2nd tier. In the 5th month, under the cover of night, you visited one of the 5 prominent families, the Murong clan. After demonstrating your cultivation at the 7th level of the realm, you further expressed your unwavering loyalty, seeking to join the Murong family. The head of the Murong clan, Murong Yuhai, regarded you with a profound gaze, refraining from providing a definitive response, instead instructing you to await further news. In the 6th month, you continued to wait. In the 7th month, your patience persisted, while the fire dance whirlwind ascended to its 4th tier. By the 8th and 9th months, Murong Yuhai summoned you. At this juncture, he was well acquainted with your entire history, from your childhood deeds to your most intimate experiences. He expressed great satisfaction with you, at the tender age of 15, possessing the 7th level of, coupled with unparalleled talent and a composed disposition. Murong Yuhai presented you with a choice, to marry his daughter and become an irrevocable member of the Murong family, where he could grant you everything you desired. Without hesitation, you acquiesced, as this had long been anticipated. The Murong family was the last to establish themselves in the county town, and among the entire legitimate lineage, only Murong Inhai's daughter, Murong Haidang, remained. Furthermore, he himself faced health issues that rendered him incapable of procreation. Thus, your incorporation into the family was his most prudent choice. You garnered the unwavering support of the entire Murong family through your own appearance, temperament, and innate talents. In the 10th month, the wedding took place. The journey was long, and your father, Guan, was unable to attend. On your wedding night, you found yourself inebriated. Within the bridal chamber, you gazed upon your wife, whom you had never seen before, and gently lifted her veil. This moment evoked memories of your previous simulation featuring your wife, Linger. As the veil was raised, it revealed an unremarkable face. Murong Haidang was decidedly more ordinary than Zhao Linger. Your wife, Murong Haidang, possessed no martial arts talent and, at 16 years of age, was 1 year your senior. You clenched your fists and vowed to cherish Morong Haitang for the entirety of your life. You partook in a ceremonial cup of wine, laid together in bed, and commenced the propagation of your lineage. The Morong family welcomed a son-in-law, an event that incited hostility from other factions. After all, they had previously regarded the Morong family with disdain, considering them to possess only Morong Yunhai as their solitary pillar of strength. Various powerful factions began to undermine the Morong family's endeavors, significantly impacting their business and influence. Morong Yuhai reassured you not to worry and to focus on your cultivation. He provided you with abundant resources for your training, allowing you to consume numerous medicinal pills and partake in various herbal baths to strengthen your physique. By the end of the first year, you ascended to the 8th level of the condensation realm and reached the 6th layer of the fire dance whirlwind, enhancing your prowess. In the second year, you attained the peak of the 9th level of the condensation realm. Morong Yuhai entrusted you with a formidable martial art, the Black Cloud Pressing City Technique, which comprises 18 layers, with every 2 layers corresponding to a level of the condensation realm. The Black Cloud Pressing City Technique is a martial art of great offensive capability. Upon commencing its practice, you immediately felt the transformation of your inner energy and a surge in your strength. In the 4th year, you achieved a breakthrough, officially stepping into the 1st level of the condensation realm, with a protective aura surrounding you as the black cloud energy coursed within. You felt as though you could summon the very sun from the heavens. Morong Yuhai offered you further support while subtly reminding you to remain humble and avoid arrogance. Observing the evident signs of aging on his face, you respectfully bowed to him. This father-in-law had shown you unwavering support, akin to that of Guan and Zhao Haidang. Throughout these 4 years, Morong Yunhai endured immense pressure to sustain your cultivation. You vowed to carve a path for the Morong family in the world. The following day, your wife, Morong Haitang, announced her pregnancy, filling you with ecstatic joy, while Morong Yuhai expressed his heartfelt satisfaction. In the stillness of the night, you found your thoughts drifting back to your first child, Guningyan. You bestowed upon yourself a sharp reprimand, subsequently treating Morong Haitang with greater tenderness and care. In the 5th year, despite not having achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation, Morong Yuhai imparted to you a new martial art known as the Heavenly Finger, consisting of 3 tiers. Mastering its ultimate realm allows one to harness the essence of vigor to strike down foes from 30 meters away without a trace. When combined with your Black Cloud Vigor, its potency is further magnified. The realms are delineated as Body Tempering, Essence Condensation, Vigor, Innate, Master, Purple Mansion, Earth Origin, Heaven Origin, True Martial. In the same year, your wife, Morong Haitang, bore you a son, whom you named Morong Fengyan, resolved to nurture him with unwavering dedications, ensuring he inherits all that you possess. Morong Yunhai, in a state of inebriation, declared that he had not erred in his judgment, proclaiming that cultivating you was the wisest decision of his life. Also in the 5th year, news arrived from your subordinates that the head of the Xiao family, the foremost clan in Wutan City, had welcomed a son, naming him Xiao Yang. Within the simulator, rather than prematurely eliminating obstacles, you prepared to seize Xiao Yang's destiny. Having spent these years meticulously planning, you discreetly assigned additional personnel to keep watch. Morong Yuhai, perplexed, did not inquire further. In the 6th year, you continued your cultivation, diligently honing the Chaodian finger. By the 7th year, you achieved a breakthrough, stepping into the realm of the 2nd layer of Gongqi. That night, Morong Yuhai and you shared drinks until dawn. In the haze of intoxication, you gleaned that the recent situation in the city was rather precarious. The news of your breakthrough into the Gongqi realm has spread far and wide, particularly as you are merely 22 years of age. You have become a thorn in the side of many. In the 8th year, life continued as usual, yet you were consumed with your cultivation. Your son, Morong Fengyan, felt a profound sadness each day, yearning for more time with you, while the weight of pressure upon your shoulders forced you to smile through the pain. In the 9th year, you achieved yet another breakthrough, ascending to the 3rd level of Gongqi. That night, Morong Yuhai returned injured, vehemently cursing the county magistrate for his lack of integrity. The situation in the county town is quite delicate, characterized by the persistent hostility among 3 factions. However, unbeknownst to many, the Morong family was supported to rise by the county magistrate. And Morong Yuhai was once a member of the Imperial Black Cloud Guard in his early years. You have come to understand that the Great Zhou is poised to consolidate power, suppress dissent, and exert control over various cities. With each successful endeavor, substantial rewards are bestowed upon the court. To achieve these aims, the Great Zhou court has stirred tumult in numerous regions, engaging in acts of division and discord. The collaboration between the Murong family and the prefectural governor was initially fruitful, with the Murong family establishing a stronghold in the county town, thereby encroaching upon the living space of rival factions, with the governor covertly offering support. However, in recent years, such support has dwindled significantly. Rumors suggest that a new governor is to be appointed from above, which could profoundly affect the dynamics of the entire county town. After listening to his grievances, you find yourself somewhat apprehensive about the future. Morong Yuhai laughed heartily and reassured you. Do not worry. At most, life may become a bit more challenging. But we need not be concerned for our safety. The court will not abandon us. In the 10th year of contemplation, at the age of 25, your cultivation had seen no advancement, particularly in the art of the pointing to the heavens. Meanwhile, the situation in the county city grew increasingly intricate, with Murong Yuhai spending more time away. By the 11th, 13th, and 15th years, you finally experienced a breakthrough, stepping into the 4th level of astral chi and achieving the 3rd layer of pointing to the heavens. Your strength significantly enhanced. You felt confident in confronting formidable opponents at the 4th and even 5th levels of astral chi. In the 16th year, the county governor stepped down, and the following day, a new, youthful governor was appointed, merely 30 years of age, and your contemporary, bearing the surname Wang. A few days later, Governor Wang sought you out under the cover of night, presenting you with a choice: to join the Black Cloud Guard, aligning yourself with the court to assist him in governing the Chang'e County. After a night of deliberation with Murong Yunhai, you consented to the arrangement with the governor known as Wang Anchuan. Upon joining the Black Cloud Guard, you seamlessly integrated into the Wang family faction, currently holding the humble rank of a 2nd-tier member. Your heart swells with optimism for the future. In the 17th year, bolstered by the Wang family support, your cultivation continues to advance, filling you with hope. That same year, one of your subordinates informed you of the mysterious disappearance of those assigned to guard Xiaoyang. After a moment of contemplation, you resolve to invite Wang Anchuan to confront Xiaoyang together, considering that this is merely a simulation. You informed Wang Anchuan that you had your sights set on an individual who might present a significant opportunity, and you wished to investigate alongside him. Out of regard for your request, Wang Anchuan acquiesced. You brought people to Wutan City, where Xiao Xian has been deceased for 6 years, and the Xiao family has completely fallen into decline. After a thorough investigation, you ultimately uncovered traces in the woods outside the city and, during the night, discovered your missing subordinate, Wang Anchuan. Upon casting a glance at the lifeless body, his brow furrowed in concern as he remarked that this could be the handiwork of the Heavenly Gate, a formidable martial arts sect renowned in the realm. Reluctant to delve deeper, he realized it was already too late. An elderly man emerged from the woods, accompanied by a 12-year-old named Xiaoyang, moving stealthily, exuding an aura of malevolence. With a cold smirk, the elder pointed, and a dark thread shot forth from his hand. Wang Anchuan, in a state of despair, bellowed, "How is this possible? How could it be a master-level expert? You are bewildered. You have perished, and thus it is over. It has met its end." Guzhan's palm trembled slightly. One can only say, as expected of the protagonist, a fade of breaking off an engagement, yet still bearing the surname Xiao. Guzhan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. This implies that it would be after 17 years that Xiao Yang would have the opportunity to encounter the Heavenly Path sect and possess his own fortune. There is still ample time and numerous opportunities ahead. With a light chuckle, he turned his gaze back to the simulator. Evaluation. Throughout this life, you have never once relaxed. You remained ever vigilant. Yet, regrettably, your luck has not favored you. Why must you provoke the protagonist? You may select one of the following rewards. First, the martial prowess of the 4th realm of Qi, accompanied by the Black Cloud suppressing city technique. Second, the 6th layer of the fire dance whirlwind, without side effects. Third, the 3rd layer of the heavenly point, without side effects. Fourth, all the memories of your life, with a considerable probability of influencing your worldview. Guzhan, without the slightest hesitation, made his choice. First, he has now acquired the martial prowess of the 4th realm of Qi. A pure surge of power enveloped him as he recalled every detail of his breakthrough and the key steps of the Black Cloud suppressing city technique. Moments later, he fully acclimated to this newfound strength. He activated the inhibitor, adjusting his power to 0. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. However, it was regrettable that after achieving Qi, further empowerment would require substantial resources. Under his current circumstances, it might take a decade to break through to the 5th realm of Qi. In the realm of cultivation, resources are paramount to a practitioner's advancement. Exiting the room, Guzhan gazed up at the sun, his expression becoming increasingly profound. He reflected upon the 3 months he had spent in this world, realizing that his achievements were indeed remarkable. Feeling the formidable strength of the fourth realm of Qi and the offensive aura of the black cloud suppressing city technique within him, Guzhan calmly stated, "My progress to this point has been solely due to my relentless efforts. Tireless endeavors akin to life and death. Heavenly principles are robust. A gentleman must strive ceaselessly. The earth is bountiful. In 2.5 years, I shall be invincible across the realm." Walking in the courtyard, Guzhan picked up a sword and began to wield it gracefully. Currently, he possessed only one offensive martial art, the maple leaf sword technique. With his mastery of the fourth realm of Qi, his understanding of the technique deepened. Soon, after a single practice, he broke through to the 5th level, reaching the pinnacle of this sword technique. With heightened cultivation, his comprehension of martial arts became even more profound. The maple leaf sword technique was merely among the most rudimentary forms, thus easily mastered. After practicing for a while, Guzhan reclined under the sun outside the courtyard. He activated the simulation record. Gazing at the key figures that appeared in the previous simulation, he began to strategize once more. The information indicated that the court was quite determined in its efforts to reorganize the martial world and consolidate power. The days of the Great Zhou court were indeed challenging. In this era, powerful individuals across various regions had established their own dominions, rendering the influence of the government negligible. Take Kaiyuan City, for instance. It was entirely governed by the major factions of the Gu family, where numerous families exchanged interests and formed intricate alliances. Their influence far surpassed that of the government, and they could even operate above the law. Not to mention the areas dominated by large factions, such occurrences were becoming increasingly commonplace. Without the suppression of formidable experts, the government's chances of success were slim. Guzhan contemplated deeply, for this matter concerned the interests of all. There was also Wang Anquan of the Black Cloud Guard, and Xiao Yang's master, the venerable elder of the Heavenly One sect. While he might have encountered the Heavenly One sect in the simulator, he had never heard of it in reality. The foremost martial arts sect in the world. It sounded quite audacious indeed. He was still merely a novice in the realm of Qi and needed to deliberate further. The fact that Xiao Yang could attract the attention of the Heavenly One sect suggested many implications. Pondering these thoughts, Guzhan's brow furrowed repeatedly. At that moment, a young servant hurried over, saying, young Master Li has come again to invite you to the Drunken Spring Pavilion." Guzhan waved his hand dismissively. "Tell him I shall not go." The pleasures of the Drunken Spring Pavilion had become so commonplace that he could no longer be tempted. "Understood," the young servant replied as he hastened away. "Young master, are you planning to study diligently? You are not going to the Drunken Spring Pavilion anymore," Xiang remarked with surprise from the side. Guzhan paused. "How did you deduce that I intend to study hard? You neither enjoy managing business nor practicing martial arts, and you have frequented the Drunken Spring Pavilion less of late. Surely, you must be aiming to devote yourself to your studies and attain a degree?" Xiang asked curiously. Guzhan smiled faintly. "I have no interest in such pursuits." "Then what are you interested in?" Xiang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having followed Guzhan for 10 years, she found him somewhat unfamiliar for the first time. "I have an interest in reading," Guzhan laughed heartily. In the days that followed, he continued to languish at home, relishing life. Guan was utterly disappointed in him. It was said that he had already contemplated taking a concubine, which Guzhan wholeheartedly supported. He even discreetly compiled a list of beautiful women from Kaiyuan City to send to his father. "After all, they say like father, like son, the women I fancy. My father should also appreciate," he mused. Several days later, while lounging in the courtyard, Guzhan unexpectedly received a visitor. "Young master, there is an elder outside requesting an audience." "It is the same elder who was accidentally struck by a carriage last month," Xiao Zui said hesitantly. Given the young master's usual demeanor, she was unsure how he would respond to this elder. She felt a twinge of reluctance. "Oh," Guzhan recalled the old man. "Let him in. It was rare for one to visit without purpose. Could he be seeking to repay me by offering his granddaughter in marriage?" I, Guzhan, am not someone to be trifled with." A few minutes later, Xiao Zui returned with an elderly man dressed in gray, his aura waning. The old man pays his respects to the young master. The elder trembled as he bowed. Guzhan sprang to his feet. "No need for such formalities, old ding. You make me sound as if I were a revered Buddha." The elderly man was halted by him, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. "Old dang, do you have something to discuss?" After resuming his seat, Guzhan inquired with some confusion. He could instantly discern that the old man was on the verge of death. his vital essence feeble and his internal organs severely compromised. In this era, sustaining such injuries is no trivial matter. It was evident that these afflictions had not been present the previous month. However, it was also plausible that his weaker cultivation then had rendered them undetectable. Gujan inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden quest. Young Master Gu, I have come to express my gratitude. I fell gravely ill last month, and had it not been for your assistance, I would likely have perished in my bed, the old man said, clasping his hands in reverence. Gujan cast him a nonchalant glance, remarking, to assist others is the essence of joy. The maidservants nearby exchanged surprised glances. Such a demeanor was uncharacteristic of the young master. Ahem, I have committed many misdeeds in the past. My heart now seeks to perform good deeds and accumulate merit. Gujan explained with a smile. Cough, cough, cough. The elderly man's eyes narrowed. After a fit of coughing, he retrieved a tattered book from his bosom and presented it. I have heard that young Master Gu is in search of martial arts. I happen to possess a technique, though I have never been able to comprehend it. Today, I gift it to you. Gujan was taken aback. A martial arts technique? For himself? He gently accepted the book and, upon opening it, discovered indeed a martial art, Heavenly Demon Heart Extermination. The title was rather unconventional. Just as Gujan was about to inquire further, he realized that the old man had vanished without a trace. Young master, he just disappeared so suddenly. Ah Xiang exclaimed, her voice shrill, clearly frightened. Did we truly see an elderly man? Is this a ghost? Another maidservant asked, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Gujan furrowed his brow, gripping the book tightly as he sat down once more. You all, take note. I do not wish for today's events to be known to outsiders. Should anyone leak this information, I will ensure their entire family meets a grim fate. At Gujan's words, the maidservants nodded vigorously. Reflecting on the potency of the martial art, Gujan hesitated. Should he silence them to prevent any potential leaks? A surge of energy within him trembled momentarily before extinguishing. No, absolutely not. I received this technique as a result of saving the old man. If I were to eliminate Ah Xiang and the others, he would most likely seek vengeance against me. An individual capable of bestowing such a technique must have feigned his injuries, suppressing all negative emotions. Gujan gripped the book firmly. Ah Xiang, Xiaozue, Shelu, continue to support me. He languidly spoke, while several maidens, regaining their composure, continued to attend to him. Yet, the eerie and formidable aura exhibited by Gujan, along with those emotionless eyes, lingered in their minds. In the following days, Gujan orchestrated numerous arrangements. He summoned the families of Ah Xiang and her companions, assigning guards to watch over them day and night, thereby compelling them to maintain their secrecy. Simultaneously, he bestowed upon them many precious treasures. This method of combining both reprimand and reward appeared to yield favorable results thus far. In the dead of night, Gujan lit a candle and meticulously perused the text of the Heavenly Demon Heart Extermination path laid before him. This cultivation method was extraordinarily potent. It is well known that martial artists must learn corresponding techniques at each realm to continue their breakthroughs. The Heavenly Demon Heart Extermination path stands as one of the most elite martial arts, capable of propelling one to the true martial realm in a single breath. It consists of 9 chapters, each containing 9 levels, correlating with the progression from body tempering to true martial, in addition to the foundational cultivation principles. It encompasses 3 formidable martial arts: Heavenly Demon Finger, Illusory Demon Fist, and Instantaneous Shadow. Each discipline has its own levels: initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. Upon successful cultivation, the resultant power is immensely formidable. The Heavenly Demon Heart Extermination path exhibits no apparent weaknesses or side effects, aside from its somewhat peculiar name. All other aspects remain quite ordinary. Half an hour later, Gujan carefully tucked away the Heavenly Demon Heart Extermination path. Tomorrow marked the 4th simulation, and he hoped to resolve all issues then. Opening the window and gazing at the moon above, Gujan resolved firmly within himself. The next day, Gujan, invigorated, activated the simulator from his wooden bed. The simulation commenced. On the first day, you resolved to investigate the background of Old Deng thoroughly. For the Heavenly Demon Heart Extermination path was too enigmatic. Such a powerful technique could not be undertaken lightly. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. A mere token of kindness could not possibly warrant such a monumental return. There was no logic in it, absolutely none. You quickly realized that the old man may not have left. He could still be observing you. The old man must possess extraordinary strength. You have relinquished the notion of seeking the old man. You harbor a tinge of regret for having assisted the elderly gentleman, yet upon reflection, you realize that had you not offered your help, your own demise would have been hastened. Cursed be that day. I should never have ventured outside. You left a letter for Guan, expressing your capabilities and your intention to depart from Qian City. On the 5th day, you arrived at Lingyun City. Secretly searching within the 3 prominent families in the Lord's mansion, successfully discovering several remarkable martial arts techniques. Just before your departure, you cast one last glance at the enchanting Zhao Linger, bidding farewell to your beloved. By the 10th day, your fire dance whirlwind had ascended to the 6th level, marking an enhancement in your strength. On the 15th day, you perfected the cultivation of the other 3 martial arts, further augmenting your prowess. A month later, you successfully reached the city of Changhe County, where your cultivation stood at the 4th level of Qi, yet you found yourself grappling with your choices. After some time, you resolved to join the formidable Lin family, renowned for having 2 peak experts at the 9th level of Qi, possessing the greatest strength and resources. Ultimately, the Murong family proved somewhat weaker, misaligning with your path. On the 1st day of the 2nd month, you visited the head of the Lin family during daylight. And with your 4th level of Qi, you swiftly garnered the Lin family's attention. You have been warmly received, and the Lin family has appointed you as a guest elder, temporarily overseeing a portion of the local enterprises in the small town. You traveled with peace of mind. In the 3rd month, you continued to preside over your duties. In the 4th month, you maintained your position without a hint of complaint. By the 5th month, the head of the Lin family arrived, having investigated your identity just as the Zhao and Murong families had before them, recognizing your exceptional talent at just 15 years of age. With your mastery at the 4th level of Qi, they resolved to cultivate you diligently, albeit discreetly, to protect your identity. In the 6th month, you noticed an influx of visitors to the small town where you resided, including your father, Guan. You realized that your father had once again become a tool for you to demonstrate your loyalty. During this same month, Lin Shanghai, the head of the Lin family, took great joy in your lack of complaints. In response, he bestowed upon you a new Qi cultivation technique, akin to the Black Cloud Pressing City method, capable of elevating you to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi. To avoid revealing any flaws, you opted to practice this newly acquired technique, known as the sunlight reflecting armor. The Lin family, in the 6th month, provided you with an abundance of resources, surpassing those of the Murong family by more than tenfold, rivaling the support you received from the Wang family in later stages. By the 7th month, you experienced a breakthrough, leveraging the vast resources available to you to ascend to the 5th level of Qi. In the 8th and 9th months, you continued your diligent practice. By the 10th month, your efforts persisted. At the end of the 1st year, you achieved yet another breakthrough, reaching the 6th level of Qi. And the Lin family's regard for you had never been so profound. They not only supplied you with a wealth of resources, but also offered you numerous martial arts training opportunities. You chose a formidable technique, a unique skill that comprises merely 3 tiers, yet possesses formidable offensive capabilities. By the end of the 2nd year, you achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of Qi mastery at the tender age of 16. The Lin family tentatively inquired about your thoughts on marriage, promising you numerous advantages. Was it not merely a matter of a strategic union? You graciously accepted, and on the last day of the year, you wed Lin Min, the 3rd daughter of Lin Shanghai. Lin Min, being of the same age as you, also 16, was quite pleasing in appearance, and at such a youthful age. She exhibited remarkable grace, which delighted your rather lascivious inclinations. In the 3rd year, Lin Min found herself with child, and your emotions were a tempest of complexities. When she inquired about the name for the child, you smiled and proposed, "Let us call him Linchen." Upon hearing the news, Lin Shanghai erupted in laughter, proclaiming to the upper echelons of the Lin family how astute and invincible his choice had been. By the 4th year, leveraging the resources of the Lin family, you attained another breakthrough, reaching the 8th level of Qi mastery, and your son Lin Jun was born, eliciting a mischievous grin from you. The 5th year passed with everything remaining constant. In the 6th year, your child, now 3 years old, clung to you, yearning for your companionship and play. You patiently told him that father had limited time and, when possible, must also engage with his mother. The 7th year was consumed by relentless cultivation, an unceasing pursuit of advancement. Finally, in the 8th year, success graced you. You achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 9th level of Qi mastery. The Lin family's higher-ups erupted in jubilant celebration. Henceforth, with 3 masters of the 9th level of Qi residing within the Lin family, the entire Changhe County would be firmly under their dominion. Lin Changhai beheld a glimmer of hope. You are filled with a modest joy. Yet it is tempered by the realization that the pinnacle of your abilities, the ninth layer of the qi, is the limit of the county city. To transcend into the innate realm, one must rely on the profound skills inherent to that state, each of which is exceedingly precious. The Lin family, however, possesses none of these. In the stillness of the night, you retrieve the heavenly demon's heart-piercing path, hesitating over whether to embark on its cultivation. In this lifetime, not only do you aspire to ascend to greater heights, but you also seek to unravel the mysteries surrounding Xiaoyang. The forces underpinning the heavenly demon's heart-piercing path are formidable, and you are reluctant to squander this existence. In the 9th year, your training persisted as you sought out several martial arts to bolster your strength, including 3 styles of boxing and 3 forms of agility. By the 10th year, Lin Changhai sought you out, having devoted nearly all of the Lin family's resources to support your cultivation. Action was imperative. Without it, the family's holdings could not be sustained. In the 11th year, the Lin family's assets diminished by 1/3, leading to murmurs of discontent among the disciples, who perceived your hesitance. Lin Changhai quelled all dissent, asserting your leadership as paramount. For 12 years, you diligently practiced a martial art and perfected your agility, significantly enhancing your prowess. Yet, you still sensed that the moment was not ripe. In the 13th year, you mastered a second martial art and further refined your agility. By the 14th year, the Lin family's business had diminished by 2/3, struggling to stay afloat. It was then that you completed your final martial training and ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the formidable qi. You have made your move. On the 14th year, under the cover of night, you acted alone and led your team to vanquish the Viper Gang, the Azure Dragon Gang, and the Sea Whale Gang among the 6 formidable factions. Your strength is formidable. Even those of equal rank are no match for you in a single encounter. Seizing the moment, you launched a swift offensive, vanquishing the remaining factions of the 5 Poisons Gang, the Medicine King Gang, and the Iron Palm Gang overnight. In a single night, you subdued 6 major gangs and eliminated 4 formidable masters of the astral energy, thus achieving fame and becoming an indelible figure in the annals of the Lin family. You are truly formidable. The following day, the county magistrate allied with the Murong, Zhang, Yuan, and Xiao families. Yet you, leading the elites of the Lin family, launched a powerful offensive. With the innate powers withheld, you emerged invincible. On that very day, single-handedly, you vanquished all adversaries, resulting in the collapse of the 4 great clans, which subsequently merged into the Lin family. The county magistrate, compelled to submit for survival, became a subordinate force to the Lin family. From that day forth, the entire Changhai County, along with hundreds of cities beneath it, belonged to the Lin family. Lin Changhai, overwhelmed with joy, inscribed your name into the annals of the Lin family history, with you occupying 3 pages alone. 2 years later, the new county magistrate, Wang Anchuan, was set to arrive, yet you felt no trepidation. After unifying everything, a sly smile graced your lips as you resolved to take concubines. The first concubine was Murong Haitang from the Murong family, and the second was Zhao Lingo from the Zhao family of Lingyun City. No one knew the rationale behind your decisions, yet no one dared to oppose them. Guan was nearly beside himself with laughter as he retrieved the family genealogy to grant you an additional page. You wish for him to take good care of his health, for there will be many grandchildren to embrace in the future. You are truly formidable. Lin Changhai has proclaimed you as the head of the Lin family, entrusted with the governance of all affairs. You did not decline this honor, for you are the one whom the multitude reveres. You cannot help but draw parallels between Li Shimin and Li Yuan, as the circumstances are remarkably similar. You single-handedly seized control of the realm, yet Lin Changhai is evidently far more astute than Li Yuan. After assuming control of Changhai County, you began to recruit soldiers, imparting the art of Gang Qi and the essence of Yuan martial arts, thereby establishing your own faction. With an unprecedented aura of authority, events unfolded swiftly. By the 15th year, through your relentless efforts, both Zhao Linger and Murong Haitang found themselves with child. In that same year, you delved deeper into the intricacies of Xiaoyang. At this very moment, you can affirm that Xiaoyang remains an ordinary individual from a declining family. Yet he has not yet been discovered by the master of the heavenly path. You discover that Xiaoyang has a childhood neighbor from a similarly modest family, named Guyu Suner, with whom he shares a harmonious relationship. You have acquired the close friend of Guyu Suner, Guyu Mayer. In the 16th year, while you hesitated over whether to practice the heavenly demon heart-devouring path, you observed Xiaoyang's situation, simultaneously deploying thousands of subordinates throughout the entire city. In that same year, Changhe County had yet to appoint a new county magistrate, and Wang Anquan had not arrived, leaving you with a sense of perplexity, speculating that it might be the result of the butterfly effect. In the 17th year, your subordinates discovered a white-clad elder who had sought out Xiaoyang. You advised against hasty actions, suggesting instead to observe quietly. In the 18th year, the elder departed, leaving you unscathed by calamity. As the year drew to a close in the city of Wutan, where Xiaoyang resided, you found yourself in a study engulfed in uncertainty. Should you pursue the opportunities presented by Xiaoyang, or delve into the complexities of the Tianma Zhuxingdao? Both paths bore their own perils, and you wished to avoid squandering your chances. In the depths of night, clarity dawned upon you. You had made no true choice, had you? With your capabilities, attaining a higher level of innate true power in this lifetime seemed implausible. Gaining entry into the esteemed families of the capital was also beyond your reach. Your hands were stained, and earning their trust appeared as daunting as scaling the heavens. In the 18th year, you resolved to take action against Xiaoyang. You have yet to cultivate the demon slayer's heart-devouring path. Should you perish this time, you may still carry away the rewards of the armor light shining sun technique. However, if you were to bear the rewards of the demon slayer's heart-devouring path, and those behind it harbor ulterior motives, the risk of your demise remains ever present. You arrived alone at the home of Guyu Suner, forcefully abducting her and leaving behind a letter for Xiaoyang. In the dead of night, Xiaoyang arrived. In the small courtyard, surrounded by your loyal subordinates, the air was thick with both fierce and concentrated energy. Dressed in pristine white, Xiaoyang approached with unwavering resolve. "Release Suner," he declared firmly. With one hand grasping the neck of Guyu Suner, he cackled, "Xiaoyang, if you wish for her to survive, you must relinquish your fortune, the opportunity bestowed upon you by the heavenly Tao." Xiaoyang's expression shifted dramatically, bewildered as to how you could possess such knowledge. Guyu Suner cried out, "Brother Xiaoyang, do not submit. For my sake, you are worth so much more." Struggling, Xiaoyang clenched his fists tightly. "Have you come to a decision?" "My time is limited," you coldly remarked. Xiaoyang knelt upon the ground, nodding resolutely. "Release Suner, and I shall tell you." Guyu Suner had provided him with immense support. He could not bear to witness her demise. What significance did fortune hold compared to Suner? You smiled, indicating that success was imminent. Xiaoyang approached you, his gaze dark and serious, and said, "My opportunity." "No," Xiaoyang shouted, staring at you in disbelief. "Only now do you realize, at some unknown point in time, that Guyu Sun heir has already passed away." Your brow furrows deeply, and ultimately you discover a silver needle embedded in her neck. As you turned around, you caught sight of an elderly figure in the distance, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding vitality. It was none other than Xiaoyang's master, the venerable Grandmaster. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyang, in a fit of rage, he unleashed his power, ascending from the state of condensation to the realm of primal qi, and then further transcending into a new dimension, the innate energy, the very essence of a congenital martial artist. Only now do you realize that Xiaoyang did not employ any secret technique. This power has always resided within him, concealed from view. With a furious roar, Xiaoyang charged forward, delivering a devastating blow that shattered your heart. Your body was filled with an immense surge of energy, and with a resounding pop, you shattered into dozens of pieces. How outrageous. That old schemer. At that time, Xiaoyang was merely 13 years old. A congenital martial artist at the tender age of 13. What is this? What manner of operation is this? It implies that even during the simulated 5 years, there were already those who would set their sights on Xiaoyang. To take it a step further, during the 17th simulation, the Heavenly One sect granted Xiaoyang the power of the congenital realm. No, it's possible that it goes beyond just the congenital level. Furthermore, in order to prevent Xiaoyang from revealing his fortunes, the elder of the Heavenly One sect actually went so far as to kill Guyu Sun heir. How audacious. Truly, one cannot underestimate the foremost martial arts sect. Who could possibly contend with you? Gujan scoffed. It seems the plan needs some adjusting. With a sigh, he turned his gaze towards the rewards of this round. Evaluation. The protagonist remains formidable. Even with enhanced powers and further strategies, it is still insufficient. The protagonist is simply terrifying. Why would one provoke him? Simulation complete. You may choose from the following options. First, the pinnacle of the ninefold Qi realm in martial arts cultivation with the inherent sunlight armor technique. Second, the 6th layer of the fire dance whirlwind, without side effects. Third, the perfected iron stone fist, without side effects. Fourth, the perfected white sand palm, without side effects. Fifth, the sixth layer of the clear sky crane leg, without side effects. Sixth, the third layer of the heaven-breaking finger, without side effects. Seventh, the totality of your life's memories, with a significant probability of influencing your worldview. The rewards are threefold: realms, martial arts, and memories. Gujan has never been one to make foolish choices, unless he himself is foolish. First, he has now attained the pinnacle of the ninefold Qi martial arts cultivation, with the full power of the sunlight armor technique surging forth. Coupled with all the training memories in his mind, Gujan effortlessly assimilated everything and successfully switched techniques. The ninefold Qi pinnacle, feeling the explosive power within him. Gujan cracked his knuckles. He walked to his study, took a pen and paper, and began to formulate a new plan. This simulation had already reached its limits. Xiaoyang's fortune far surpassed his control. Regardless, in the next simulation, he must make a different choice. Either he perseveres to the end or steers clear of this protagonist and seeks development elsewhere. At this moment, he already harbored thoughts, contemplating as he retrieved the heart-devouring demonic path, casting a deep gaze upon it. Having been in this world for 5 months, it was nearing half a year. Gujan lay on the grass outside, basking in the sun with his rear end in the air, a withered blade of grass between his lips, his eyes vacant. At first glance, he resembled an incredibly handsome fool. On the surface, Gujan appeared to be feigning ignorance. In reality, he was reviewing the historical records of the 4 simulations, attempting to discern or discover something within. Young Master Li has arrived. A Xiang approached in a form-fitting gown, and as she came to a halt, Gujan caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Li Ming? Wasn't it said he wouldn't go to the drunken spring pavilion? Let him be. I do not wish to be disturbed from my reverie. Gujan buried his head in the ground, mumbling incoherently. To his surprise, a Xiang heard him. She cleared her throat and continued, Young Master Li is not inviting you to the drunken spring pavilion. He has something very important to discuss with you. He claims it is urgent. Gujan's head shot up from the ground. Urgent? Let him come. Though this boy Li Ming often tried to drag him into frivolous pursuits and possessed many of the shortcomings typical of wealthy young masters, he was still a decent lackey. What could possibly make him feel such urgency? Minutes later, Li Ming arrived, accompanied by the Gu family's servants and guards. Brother. As soon as he stopped, Li Ming collapsed at Gujan's feet, crying and blubbering. What is it? Calm down. Gujan shifted his leg, casting a disdainful glance at the mucus above. Li Ming was in tears, exclaiming, Brother, I. His voice trembled with agitation. Is something wrong at your home? Don't worry, with the Gu family backing you, everything will be fine. After all, the Li family was but a subsidiary of the Gu family, and the head of the Li family was merely one of his father's loyal subordinates. Any issues that could be resolved would be dealt with. It's not that, Li Ming said, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice choked with emotion. I have encountered the most daunting challenge of my life. He lifted his head, gazing at Gujan at a 45-degree angle, his eyes brimming with a complex swirl of emotions. For heaven's sake, just speak. I detest riddles. Gujan, in exasperation, sent him flying with a single slap and turned to sit on the chair behind him. Li Ming felt even more distressed. He crawled beside Gujan, tears streaming down his face, and declared, Brother, I have fallen in love. With that, he lowered his head, appearing utterly embarrassed. Since the age of 11, he had resolved to navigate through the flowers without getting entangled. His father supported this ambition. In his plans, after indulging himself, he would simply find a prominent young woman from Qiwan City to marry. Such alliances were the ultimate destiny for their kind, and he did not oppose it. But now, he had truly developed feelings. Gujan chuckled, You've fallen in love? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Hoping to inherit my peak cultivation of the ninefold essence? Based on his recollections, Li Ming had been too frivolous. If this were to be broadcast, every frame would be a complete mosaic. This lad was even more outrageous than Lu Xiaobu. Such a person, in love? Brother, it's genuine. The moment I first laid eyes on them, I vowed to marry no one but those two, Li Ming proclaimed with unwavering determination. Gujan paused, quickly regaining his composure. Li Ming, you seem quite dashing, yet you surprisingly fancy this sort of thing. The entertainment circle is truly chaotic, Li Ming affirmed, more resolute than ever. Brother, this time I am serious. I have never sensed such a serene and tranquil aura from anyone else, one that calms me instantly. He grasped Gujan's sleeve, pleading, Brother, lend me your discerning eye and assist me. All right then. This was indeed the true intent of this lad. Speak. Ahem, brother. I am currently short on pocket money and plan to host a poetry gathering in Kaijuan City. I intend to captivate them with my enchanting literary talent. However, a few courtesans have exorbitant fees, and I need your assistance. How much exactly? 5,000 taels. Gujan waved his hand dismissively. Sign and seal it, then get lost. This lad thought something serious had occurred. Seal? Seal what? Suddenly, Li Ming felt an ominous premonition. Do you take me for a benevolent benefactor? Lend you 5,000 taels. And I want back 6,000. Brother, our bond is as strong as that of siblings. Leave. Brother, at the appropriate time. I shall invite my two wives to enjoy the scenery with you and engage in literary pursuits together. This is my utmost sincerity. Go away, go away. I have no interest in games. I have grown up and aspire to explore the world. Gujan waved his hand, and two attendants escorted Li Ming to sign and seal the agreement, departing from the Gu family's courtyard with 5,000 taels. To him, this sum was indeed considerable. Li Ming, that lad, is truly an exemplary sycophant, and I find it necessary to offer my assistance. After all, Kaijuan City is but a small town. Not to mention the capital of the Great Zhou. Even in comparison to my second map, Lingyun City, it is exceedingly tiny. This world is vast, rich in resources and populous, yet due to the uneven distribution of resources, most experts reside in the larger cities. In a small town like Kaijuan City, reaching the 9th level of body refinement is akin to being a celestial being. For Gujan, it is merely the novice village of novice villages. 10 days later, Li Ming's poetry gathering was held as scheduled, inviting Gujan to attend. Gujan declined. His current focus is on the heavenly demon's heart extermination path. He has no inclination to indulge in poetry. Not even the captivating sister flowers can distract him. Recently, Guan has still been aloof, and according to the steward, her impression of him is quite poor. Nevertheless, his monthly allowance has never faltered. It appears that his father has not truly given up on him after all. Time continued to pass. New tidings arrived from Li Ming. The lad had failed, and the sister flowers held him in low regard. Even after Li Ming recited many profound and ornate verses filled with philosophy, he could not elicit even a smile from the fair maidens. After being rejected, Li Ming became despondent, remaining at home, deeply affected by the setback. Gujan, too, became a recluse in the courtyard, seldom stepping outside. Finally, after 20 days, he faced another simulation. Outside the familiar courtyard, Gujan picked up a pig trotter and took a gentle bite. A Xiang observed closely from the side. Everyone leave. I wish to be alone in silence. After wiping his hands, he instructed the surrounding maidservants and attendants to withdraw, then laid his head on the table and began the simulation. Gujan, oh Gujan, you have been slain by Xiao Yang 3 times. 3 times. Can you swallow this indignation? I certainly cannot. The simulation commenced. On the first day, you continued to savor another bite of pig trotter. Rolling up your sleeves and vowing to give Xiao Yang a taste of his own medicine, determined to thoroughly unravel the mysteries of the heavenly demon's heart extermination path. You grasped the celestial demon's heart-devouring path and commenced your cultivation without hesitation. The demon? Ha ha ha. I, Gujan, am the greatest demon of all. The innate realm serves as a transitional phase in martial arts, a bridge connecting the past and the future. Within your perception, it resembles a watershed. Before reaching innate, we are merely martial artists. After, I shall embark on the path of immortality. Cultivating in the innate realm requires minimal resources, encapsulated in a single word, enlightenment. On the following day, you persisted in your study of the celestial demon's heart-devouring path, focusing on the innate chapter. A month later, you penned a letter and departed from Kaijuan City, journeying to the distant Wutan City. This place is the ancestral home of Xiao Yang, and currently, the Xiao family reigns supreme in Wutan City. With a sinister chuckle, you resolved to begin anew and alter the fate of the protagonist. You established a residence in Wutan City and acquired a courtyard. By the 3rd month, you had employed several servants, clandestinely robbing bandits, and amassing considerable wealth. In the 5th month, you gained a new understanding of the path of heart extermination against demons. By the 6th month, you sensed that your previous comprehension had been misguided. In the 7th month, Xiao Xian, the head of the Xiao family, achieved a breakthrough in the condensation of essence, propelling the Xiao family to unprecedented heights. By the end of the 1st year, your grasp of the path of heart extermination against demons deepened, and you felt on the verge of entering the innate realm. During the same year, you forged a friendship with Xiao Xian and became acquainted with Gu Tian's father, Gu Tian, who left you trembling with apprehension. as you pondered whether it was merely a coincidence of names. In the second year, late at night, after discharging a firearm, you finally achieved a breakthrough. After a year of contemplation, you had transcended into the innate realm. Your countenance radiated with excitement and joy, as if life were imbued with an abundance of light. Following your ascension, your thoughts deepened, and with remarkable swiftness, you roamed throughout the entire Chang'e County in search of other innate true abilities. Regrettably, your efforts bore no fruit. In the second year, you discreetly initiated your plans, strategically positioning yourself in Chang'e County. With formidable strength, you subdued the county magistrate, the 5 prominent families, and the 6 major factions, ultimately seizing control of the entire region. Innate. Such prowess could only be cultivated in the capital city. After establishing your dominion over Chang'e County, you devoted yourself to training your subordinates while returning to Wutan City, where you continued to delve into martial arts. From time to time, you shared drinks and engaged in discussions on martial techniques with Gu Yuanjin and Xiao Xian. In the third year, you returned home to console the Gu family, providing them with abundant resources and assistance. Your grasp over Chang'e County deepened, yet your own cultivation made no significant progress. In the fourth year, Xiao Xian encountered the love of his life in Wutan City and resolved to marry her. Gu Yuanjin, seeking to be involved, inquired if she had any sisters. And you also expressed interest. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Xian discovered that indeed, his beloved had 2 close friends. Gu Yuanjin exchanged a knowing smile with you. That same year, Wutan City celebrated 3 weddings in succession, with Xiao Xian, Gu Yuanjin, and yourself all embarking on the journey of marriage, further strengthening the bonds among you. Your wife, Cheng Xiaoyan, hails from an ordinary, yet prominent family in Wutan City. You, possessing considerable wealth and charisma, encountered no objections from the Cheng family. That same year, your wives both found themselves expecting. 5 years later, when Xiao Xian's child was born, he pondered over the name. You gestured towards the beautiful house above and suggested, "This house is so exquisite. Why not name it Xiao Fang?" Xiao Xian responded with a playful punch, exclaiming, "Such a hasty name is hardly appropriate." You inquired with a serious tone, "What about Xiaoyang?" Xiao Xian stroked his chin in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the daughter of Guyu Tianjun was born, and she pondered over her name. You suggested the name Guyu Suner, which brought a smile to Guyu Tianjun's brow, exclaiming, "What a splendid name indeed." A few days later, Guyu Tianjun's cousin, Guyu Fang Yuan, welcomed the birth of a daughter and sought your counsel for a name. As he believed you possessed a remarkable talent for naming, you shook your head and said, "Let us name her Guyu Meier." Guyu Tianjun agreed. By the year's end, your son was also born, and Guyu Tianjun and Xiao Xian arrived together. You uttered a series of names, all of which were met with rejection. In their eyes, the right to name your son no longer belonged to you. Your son must be named by them. The 2 of them toiled for 2 days and nights. One contemplated a character, while Xiao Xian thought of the word Jin, symbolizing the suppression of all. Guyu Tian, on the other hand, innocently considered the word Ren, believing that one should approach life with a degree of steadiness. Your expression changed dramatically. This name, is it a homophonic pun? Is it meant to be humorous? You felt fear, a sense of trepidation. Tears threatened to spill forth as you beheld the expectant gazes of the 2. In a moment of surrender, you acquiesced. By the 6th year, your bond had deepened significantly. That same year, a delegation from the Zhao family of Lingyun City arrived, and the collateral descendant, Zhao Feifei, was betrothed to Xiao Yang in an arranged marriage. At the tender age of 1, Xiao Yang remained oblivious, merely exhibiting calmness as he soiled himself. By the 7th year, your cultivation stagnated, showing no signs of progress. In the 8th year, you sensed that you had hit a bottleneck, feeling utterly dumbfounded. How could a once promising prodigy like yourself encounter such an impediment? Cursed be the husky from your grandmother's house. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones were flourishing. In the 10th year, Guyu Tianjun left you a letter before vanishing without a trace. You are unaware that the forces of Chang'e County have been mobilized for investigation. Yet there remains no resolution. Guyu Tianjun, at the age of 31, is the head of the Guyu family in Wutan City. A master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, and yet, astonishingly, he is unable to uncover any information. You have relinquished your burdens, bringing Guyu Suner into your home, providing her with tender care, while also shielding the Guyu family from adversity. In the 11th year, Xiao Xian was unexpectedly struck by an illness, and within a mere 3 days, he found himself on the brink of death, gasping for breath. You exhausted every means at your disposal, yet found yourself utterly helpless, watching helplessly as this old friend departed from your life. Xiao Xian has passed away. At the tender age of 6, Xiaoyang wept, his eyes reddened with sorrow, while Gu Yu and Sun Er, along with Gu Jun, endeavored to console him. Your demeanor grew increasingly aloof. After bringing Xiaoyang to your home, your silence deepened. In the 12th year, with the 3 children now 7, you resolved to impart the art of martial cultivation to them. Beginning with the tempering of their bodies, you taught them step by step. Xiaoyang exhibited the greatest talent, followed by Gu Jinren, while Gu Yu Suner lacked martial aptitude and was frail in constitution. By the 13th year, you sensed a loosening of your own limitations. In the 14th year, you achieved a breakthrough. 12 years of insight ultimately allowed you to ascend to the 2nd level of innate mastery. Your lips twitch, yet you find this quite normal. In the 15th year, everything remains unchanged. In the 16th year, everything continues as before. In the 17th year, an unforeseen twist of fate arrives. At the age of 12, Xiaoyang encounters an elderly Taoist from the Heavenly Path sect, clad in white, who wishes to take him as a disciple. After 5 years of martial training, Xiaoyang has advanced to the 4th level of body tempering, showcasing remarkable talent. Regardless of the reasons behind it, you find yourself unable to refuse. You consented, and from that day forth, the venerable Taoist known as Chuanfin began to impart his teachings to Xiaoyang. You chose not to assign anyone to observe, opting instead to disregard all that transpired. In the 18th year, Chuanfin departed. The 19th year passed without incident, and the 20th year unfolded in the same manner. By the 21st year, Xiaoyang and his companions had reached the age of 16. At this juncture, Xiaoyang had already transcended the realm of condensation. Yet you were convinced that this achievement was not as straightforward as it appeared. Gu Jun's innate talent, while commendable, paled in comparison to Xiaoyang's, as his cultivation remained at the 8th level of body refinement. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his potential in life would be limited to the realm of condensation. In the same year, a collateral disciple from the Zhao family of Lingyun City extended an invitation to Xiaoyang for marriage. In this lifetime, thanks to your guardianship, the Xiao family had not weakened. Xiaoyang flourished, and the Xiao family had no intentions of annulling the engagement. Xiaoyang declined, expressing to you, Uncle Gu, my heart belongs solely to Suner. You nodded, signaling the Zhao family to withdraw. In the 22nd year, nothing of note transpired. By the 23rd year, the 17-year-old Gu Jinren had developed affections for Gu Yumeir, and after a moment of contemplation, you acquiesced to his desire for marriage. In the 24th year, Gu Jinren welcomed the birth of a grandson, whom you named Gu Ping'an, hoping for a life filled with peace and safety for him. In the 25th year, all 3 children had reached the age of 20. You smiled and inquired of Xiaoyang when he would wed sooner. Xiaoyang also smiled, but refrained from providing an answer. In the 26th year, Xiaoyang abruptly resolved to venture out into the world, taking Gu Yu Suner with him. You did not attempt to dissuade him. In the 27th year, nothing of significance occurred. By the 28th year, your grandson was 4 years old, bringing you joy through his playful antics, and you cherished these delightful moments. In the 29th year, one of your subordinates informed you of an auction taking place in the northern region of Chang'e County, where innate true abilities were to be auctioned. Your heart stirred, and with your elite subordinates, you mobilized entirely. Relying on your innate 2nd-level cultivation, you succeeded. This extraordinary innate skill is known as the golden goblet of fine wine technique, comprising 9 levels, capable of being cultivated to the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. It appears rather unremarkable, and its combat prowess is not particularly formidable. With meticulous care, you safeguard your collection, ensuring that all outsiders privy to your true prowess are silenced. You compel all your subordinates to sign non-disclosure agreements, thereby constraining their actions for the remainder of their lives. By the 30th year, at the age of 45, 16 years have elapsed since your last breakthrough, and you have ascended to the 3rd level of innate mastery. You have not altered your cultivation methods. You have persistently pursued the path of the heavenly demon extermination, eager to witness the ultimate outcome of your endeavors. In the 31st year, Gu Ping'an, at the tender age of 7, was full of mischief, bringing a smile to your face. In the 32nd year, the 35th, the 40th, and the 50th year, you reached the age of 65, experiencing a significant breakthrough in your cultivation, ascending to the 4th level of innate mastery. That same year, your father, Guan, passed away peacefully at the age of 80, leaving behind no regrets after 5 generations gathered under one roof. In the 60th year, at 75, you felt as though further progress was beyond your reach in this lifetime. By the 80th year, at 95, the essence of innate energy had greatly enhanced your physical condition, allowing you to live longer. However, that same year, your beloved wife, Cheng Xiaoyan, departed from this world, leaving you with a sense of sorrow and an overwhelming feeling of solitude. In the 90th year, at 105, your body began to decline, marked by deafness, slurred speech, persistent drowsiness, and painful joints that ached with the rain. In the 100th year, at 115, you acutely sensed that your time was drawing near. In March of that centenary year, as you reclined upon your bed, a visitor arrived. Your countless descendants assisted you to sit upon a chair. You widened your eyes, Uncle Gu. It is I, Xiaoyang. Standing beside the bed is a youth who appears to be around 18 or 19 years of age, grasping your hand with great fervor. Xiaoyang, he remains so youthful. You racked your brains and realized that Xiaoyang had departed from you for a remarkable 74 years. Truly, the protagonist is deserving of that title. Your emotions are profoundly intricate. Xiaoyang bestowed upon you a unique force, revitalizing your spirit considerably. Tears streamed down Xiaoyang's face as he exclaimed, Uncle Gu, I am so sorry for my tardiness. Had I departed the secret realm a moment sooner, I could have saved you. He lamented that your body had reached its ultimate limit, and your soul was also on the brink, with merely 7 days of life remaining. With a deep breath, you posed the question that had lingered in your heart for a lifetime. Yang, reveal to me your innate true skill. Uttering those words drained your every ounce of strength. Xiaoyang chuckled. To him, what was innate true skill? In his eyes, even a single hair of yours paled in comparison. Uncle Gu, I bestow upon you a new art, the most formidable technique in the entire world. Xiaoyang imparted to you an extensive practice known as the 9 transformations of supremacy, a method capable of leading one to the realm of true martial. You are too old. You cannot possibly remember. You smiled. For the present day, Xiaoyang has far exceeded your imagination. You and this individual are no longer inhabitants of the same realm. 74 years. Could this truly be the protagonist? In the subsequent days, Xiaoyang devoted himself to your care. On the 3rd day of life's countdown, another visitor arrived, a familiar face. He appeared even younger than Xiaoyang. With jet black hair and eyes as profound as the cosmic night sky, he let his hair flow freely as he sat before you. Yet, Xiaoyang stood right in front of you, and you could not perceive him. Bewildered, you listened as an old friend spoke. It was my fault to depart without farewell all those years ago, and I regret having caused you such worry. Guyu, with a sincere sense of shame, continued. I need you, my old friend. I require your soul, all that you are. I am sorry. With those final words, Guyu departed. You are bewildered. What is this operation? This is truly extraordinary. You were rendered speechless, succumbing to despair, as your worldview endured 13 tumultuous transformations. Xiaoyang discerned your distress and promptly intervened. He placed a handful of vibrant elixirs into your mouth, reviving you from the brink of oblivion. Uncle Gu, what has transpired? Xiaoyang inquired. You remained silent, simply gazing at the heavens as the final day of your life approached. In the courtyard of your home, yet another visitor arrived, a middle-aged man. His demeanor brimming with excitement as he approached you. Little one, he exclaimed, it seems your time has finally come. Allow me a glimpse. Indeed. After 98 years of cultivating the pure essence of celestial demonic energy, you are a fine specimen, one that will undoubtedly enhance my power. You recognize the other party. And to your astonishment, it was the very old man you had once helped up. Alas, you should not have assisted him. Other elderly men may only deceive you for your wealth, but this particular old man has the potential to manipulate you for 98 years. The heart-cutting path of the celestial demon, bring it forth. The old man let out a hearty laugh as he lunged towards you. Just then, Xiaoyang appeared. Seizing the old man's neck and casting him to the ground, then exhaled forcefully, reducing him to ashes. Uncle Gu, are you all right? Xiaoyang approached. I understand that you harbor numerous doubts. This shall be my final explanation for you. Uncle Gu, he is the current leader of the celestial demon sect in this world. And the essence of the sect lies within the celestial demon great method. The core of this great method is the true art of the celestial demon, surrounded by various auxiliary techniques. Indeed, the heart-cutting path of the celestial demon, which you have cultivated, is one of them. Xiaoyang sighed and continued. Those who practice the true art of the celestial demon possess absolute overwhelming power over any practitioners of auxiliary techniques, disregarding the disparity in their realms. They can effortlessly absorb the celestial demon energy from practitioners of auxiliary techniques to strengthen themselves. I understand now. It all makes sense, Uncle Gu comprehended fully. The heart-cutting path of the celestial demon is indeed fraught with issues. But what realm did he possess a century ago? With utmost effort, you inquired. And although Xiaoyang did not comprehend the meaning behind your words, he replied, with his mediocre talents, he is likely just a master. Reaching the pinnacle of true martial after a century? Truly a waste. Xiaoyang regarded him with disdain. With the last remnants of strength, you urged. Reveal to me the celestial demon technique. Xiaoyang, perplexed, mused that this might be your unwavering obsession. Thus, he proceeded to disclose the entirety of the celestial demon true skill along with the myriad of accompanying techniques that followed. In the waning moments of your existence. As the final day of your countdown approached, you succumbed to the passage of time, your eyes gently closing. Xiaoyang shed a few tears in your memory. While the other members of the Gu family feigned sorrow for but an instant before turning their attention to the pursuit of inheritance. With a disdainful snort, Xiaoyang interred you within the sanctuary of his own world. Your soul is fading away. The innocent Gu has arrived, seizing your essence. What secrets do you harbor? The system intervenes, obliterating all information. You have met your demise in the courtyard. Gu Zhan's lips twitched incessantly, reminiscent of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Gu Yu Tianjin. May the curse be upon your ancestors for 8 generations. Heavenly Demon Sect, may the curse be upon your ancestors for 35 generations. Damn it. This is only the 5th simulation, and I have encountered such a formidable opponent. Xiaoyang, though his realm is unknown, has managed to cultivate his own little world. Which speaks volumes. Gu Yu Tianjin, indeed worthy of the title of a mortal sovereign. Gu Zhan was thoroughly convinced. Had it not been for the intervention of the system, would this fellow have attempted to search my soul? What a farce. Is this not a martial arts world? Slapping the table, Gu Zhan suddenly lost his appetite for beef. This 5th simulation has profoundly shaken him. As he glanced at the rewards, the evaluation read, not an easy feat, not at all. You have finally reached the end of your life. Yet, it has granted you a glimpse into a different world. One must align with the protagonist. Opposing him is a certain path to death. You may select from the following options. First, the innate fourfold realm of martial arts with the inherent heavenly demon heart-slaying path. Second, the golden goblet clear wine technique without martial arts cultivation. Third, the 10th layer of the long rainbow sword technique with no side effects. Fourth, fifth, sixth. 1036. All the memories of your life with a substantial probability of influencing your worldview. Gazing at the multitude of rewards, Gu Zhan fell silent. In the simulator, the old man only found him upon his demise. In the short term, the heavenly demon heart-slaying path bears no risk. Yet, this is merely a supplementary technique, and he cannot guarantee that the old man would directly seek him out after he claims the reward. After all, this involves a breakthrough from the essence of energy directly into the innate realm. A further breakthrough would elevate him to the status of a master. Much like the old man, there remains a degree of risk. As for the remaining martial arts, apart from the golden goblet clear wine, which is a genuine innate technique, none truly appeal to him. Ultimately, there lies the option of the lifetime memories within the simulator. Gu Zhan remained pensive and conflicted. Upon selection, he could recall every detail of the simulation in meticulous clarity, likely obtaining the profound Technique 9 transformations of the supreme path bestowed upon him by Xiaoyang, along with the entirety of the heavenly demon great method. Furthermore, he could behold the final celestial sovereign, Xiaoyang. However, after such a choice, he might cease to be himself. A century's worth of memories, more than the sum of his 2 lifetimes. Gu Zhan is acutely aware that he is merely an ordinary individual with a flexible moral compass, having never taken a life, indulging in simple pleasures, truly mundane. Should he inherit all those memories, he would likely transform into the version of himself within the simulator. No, under no circumstances will I choose those memories. Opting for them would equate to the rebirth of his self 100 years hence. Would that self truly be him? With a light chuckle, Gu Zhan solidified his resolve. Moreover, the version of me within the simulator did not retain those 2 genuine techniques, and even if I chose them, I would likely not possess them. Having found a reason for himself, Gu Zhan decisively selected the second reward, the golden goblet clear wine technique. An unremarkable genuine innate technique. All contents of the golden goblet clear wine technique have been acquired. Upon selection, relevant information promptly appeared in Gu Zhan's mind. It consists of 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 minor realms within the innate domain. Once acquired, Gu Zhan immediately commenced his cultivation. The heavenly demon heart-slaying path was relegated to propping up a table leg, such a worthless thing. Whoever desires it may take it. I have no interest unless you present me with the complete heavenly demon great method. After defiantly gesturing at the heart-devouring demon, Gu Zhan devoted the subsequent month to his training, striving to transcend to the innate realm. The results, however, were far from satisfactory. Days passed without any progress. In the simulator, it took him an entire year to achieve this breakthrough, so it was unreasonable to expect instantaneous success in reality. Gujan remained rather philosophical about this. He balanced his cultivation with enjoying life, and his days became increasingly fulfilling. As another 20 days slipped by, Gujan had spent half a year in this world and was preparing for his sixth simulation. He felt a sense of anticipation. Having encountered Xiaoyang and Guyu, he resolved to refrain from provoking these two individuals for the time being. The innate realm primarily requires profound understanding. In this stage, most resources are of little use unless they enhance one's innate qualities. It seemed imperative to focus more on this aspect in the next simulation. A few more days passed with no significant events occurring in Kaiyuan City, as nothing remarkable had transpired during the first month of his simulation. The cooldown time for the simulator was 3 minutes. Xiang, come and have some pig trotters. 3 minutes was ample time for him to enjoy a meal. Xiang shyly approached. Her face flushed like a ripe peach. Gujan found it perplexing. What was there to be embarrassed about? He was merely dining, not devouring her. 3 minutes later, he polished off a substantial pig trotter, paired delightfully with a plate of garlic sauce. To his surprise, it was quite delectable. Wiping his fingers, he noted the lingering aroma of the pig trotter and shook his head, promptly activating the simulator. Bro, you know what to do. This time, I must soar. The simulation began. In this life, he resolved to exhaust every effort in seeking treasures that would enhance his innate qualities and comprehension, while simultaneously pursuing his cultivation. Reflecting on your past life, you resolve not to confine yourself to the singular landscape of typing few. The following day, you bid farewell to your father and depart from your hometown. As you diligently practice the art of the Golden Goblet's clear wine while traversing your journey, 6 months later, you depart from Taiping Prefecture. After enduring numerous trials, you arrive at the neighboring Hunyuan Prefecture, where you casually seek out a rural area to commence your cultivation. By the end of your first year, you successfully comprehend the innate principles and ascend to the first level of the innate realm, significantly enhancing your prowess. In the same year, you make your way to the capital of Hunyuan Prefecture, a place that stands as the second highest center of power, rivaled only by the imperial capital, sprawling and teeming with formidable experts. Upon entering the capital, you witness dozens of innate masters pass before you. In the county town, innate beings can suppress all and wield their authority, yet in the capital, they merely serve as the threshold to the dominion of the influential. In the first month of your second year, as you tirelessly traverse the realm, you finally unravel the intricate power dynamics within Hunyuan Prefecture. Within Hunyuan, there exist only 3 factions: the prefect of Hunyuan, the Bailey clan, and the Qingping sect. These 3 forces divide all resources within Hunyuan. With even the hundreds of subordinate county towns under their control, each faction's strongest member being a master of the highest caliber, akin to the level of the celestial demon sect's leader. After 3 days of deep contemplation, you ultimately decided to join the Qingping sect. The Qingping sect is a martial arts school with branches not only in the Hunyuan mansion, but also beyond its confines. Its well-connected network is advantageous for your investigative pursuits, and the internal promotion system is remarkably apparent. With your innate first-level cultivation, you could swiftly ascend to a core position. In the dead of night, you stealthily approached the headquarters of the Qingping sect and explained your circumstances to a gatekeeper, a peak 9th-level disciple of the Qi realm. Your admission as an innate cultivator was a matter of great significance to any faction within the Hunyuan mansion. You quickly garnered the attention of the Qingping sect and were granted an audience with the sect leader, Zhang Qing. In the council hall, you revealed your innate first-level aura, leaving everyone astonished. Sect leader Zhang Qing was elated, and the 3 elder masters gaped in disbelief. A 15-year-old innate cultivator was considered an extraordinary talent in their eyes. That very night, Zhang Qing made numerous promises to you and bestowed upon you a genuine innate technique before sending you on your way, appointing you as the sect leader of a branch in a certain prefectural city. What lay ahead was likely a protracted period of waiting, a routine to which you had grown accustomed. Within the branch, you practiced diligently while managing various minor affairs. Your temperament was commendable, and you distributed benefits fairly, never indulging in personal gain, which earned you the fondness of the branch elders. In the following year, you continued your cultivation within the branch. By the end of the second year, the Qingping sect concluded its extensive evaluations of you. Over the course of an entire year, they scrutinized your every action, even to the minutiae of your daily consumption of pig trotters. Zhang Qing, accompanied by the 3 elder masters, approached you with a proposition. Would you like to take him as your master and become the true disciple of the sect leader? You have promised, master. Please allow your disciple to pay their respects. Zhang Qing and several elders burst into hearty laughter, deciding to devote their full efforts to your cultivation. In the 3rd year, you were reassigned from the branch sect to a secluded mountain outside the Hunyuan mansion. Zhang Qing informed you that this place is the most vital core of the Hunyuan mansion. Here lies a primal essence mine, renowned for its abundant production of innate essence. Consuming this innate essence daily can significantly accelerate one's cultivation speed in the innate realm. You were left speechless. Realizing that you were still too young, there truly exists such a method. In your 3rd year, Zhang Qing entrusted you with a new innate skill, known as the 9 transformations of the celestial mystery. This is a formidable offensive technique, and once mastered, its power is immense, akin to the Black Cloud Siege technique. You decisively altered your cultivation method, embarking on the practice of the 9 transformations of true essence. In the same year, you commenced the intake of primordial essence for your cultivation. Upon consuming a primordial essence, an extraordinary sensation enveloped you, and the bottleneck that had constrained you for an entire year began to loosen. In the 4th year, your cultivation transcended its previous limits, allowing you to step into the realm of innate 2nd stage, a pace significantly swifter than in your past life. In the 5th year, as you calculated the time of Xiao Yang's birth, you shook your head, deciding to forego any interaction with the protagonist. By the 6th year, at the age of 21, you continued your diligent practice. In the 7th year, you successfully ascended to the innate 3rd stage, prompting your master, Zhang Qing, to laugh heartily. Resembling a madman in his unrestrained joy, you have garnered additional support. In your 8th year, at the age of 23, your master has arranged a marriage for you with the youngest daughter of the Qin family, the head of the Jin Guang estate, who is currently 15 years old. Your master, with heartfelt sincerity, expressed that the innate essence or of the Hunyuan sect is scarce and cannot fully sustain you. However, with the assistance of the Qin family, you are certain to ascend to even greater heights. With a gentle smile, you said, "Come on, bring it all." In the 9th year, you wed, and your bride in this lifetime was named Qin Rui, a petite golden-haired fairy standing at merely 1.48 meters. Your heart felt as though it might melt. How could there exist such exquisite beauty in this world? It is somewhat regrettable, dear child, how diminutive you are. In the future, it may lead to hardships in finding sustenance. With the unwavering support of the Qingping sect, the innate essence you consume daily has increased significantly, thus accelerating your cultivation remarkably. In the 10th year, your child was born. This time, thanks to the Qingping sect's presence, you chose not to bestow the surname Qin upon your offspring, but instead, you named her Gu Tianjiao, affectionately known as Mimi. You hold a deep affection for the child, spending your leisure moments in playful companionship with her, which incites a hint of jealousy in your wife, yet it poses no significant issue. In the 11th year, you achieved another breakthrough, ascending to the 4th level of innate mastery. That same year, thoughts of the soon-to-die Xiao Xian crossed your mind, yet you remained indifferent. The 12th year passed without incident, as did the 13th. In the 14th year, you broke through yet again, progressing to the 6th level of innate mastery. During this lifetime, your dedication to martial arts was minimal, constrained by the scarcity of time. Nevertheless, armed with the formidable power of the 9 transformations of Tianxin, you are confident in your invincibility among peers. Your master also encourages you to devote yourself fully to your cultivation, assuring you that your intervention will not be required in the near future. In the 18th year, you reached the 7th level of innate mastery. By the 25th year, you ascended to the 8th level, and in the 35th year, you attained the 9th level of innate mastery. With unwavering ambition and utmost dedication, you stand poised to enter the realm of mastery. Just at that moment, your esteemed mentor, Zhang Qing, arrives, his face alight with excitement as he gazes at you. "My dear disciple," he exclaims, "congratulations on reaching the 9th level of the innate realm. Something seems amiss. The aura emanating from my master feels somewhat different." Zhang Qing grasped your neck with a firm hand. "With the 9th level of the celestial transformation, refining you is sufficient to elevate me to the 2nd realm of mastery." How cunning, once again engaged in deception. You cannot fathom that the master has indeed been plotting against himself, meticulously for 33 years. What remarkable patience he possesses. My dear apprentice, surely you do not wish for your father and wife to meet their demise at my hands? Comply with my wishes, and I shall ensure a favorable outcome for them. Master Zhang Qing continues to exert his coercive influence. You nodded in a daze, and then, suddenly, surged with indignation. Damn it, who can endure this? I cannot. Zhang Qing struck you with a force that sent you flying. Much like the heart-piercing techniques of the heavenly demons, the heavenly transformation 9 changes was also an auxiliary skill. In the presence of your master, who had cultivated the primary technique, you found yourself utterly subdued. Zhang Qing imprisoned you in the dungeons of the Qingping sect. Intending to extract your blood daily for alchemical purposes, you glared at him fiercely, vowing to resist unto death. Unless he granted you a single request, you would fight with all your might. Zhang Qing nodded and inquired about your request. Allow me to see my family one last time. Surprised, Zhang Qing acquiesced. The following day, you successfully reunited with your wife, father, and your married daughter, along with your grandson and others. Beneath the sprawling branches of a grand tree in your yard, you sat in silence, diligently circulating your vital energy throughout the night. On the third day, Zhang Qing escorted you to a hidden chamber, where the process of drawing blood commenced. With a thunderous impact, he shattered your arm, exclaiming, "Wretched disciple! When did you alter your cultivation method?" Indeed, you had devoted an entire day and night, with the aid of a suppressor, to transform the power of the heavenly profound 9 transformations into another authentic technique. This new technique, known as the 10,000 rivers and mountains skill, was a serendipitous discovery, an innate energy adept at speed, successfully cultivated through your relentless efforts at any cost. Ultimately, you managed to convert your mastery to the 7th level of innate energy. Enraged, Zhang Qing unleashed another strike, obliterating your head. You are deceased. Gu Zhan clicked his tongue in disbelief. An old man, truly inconceivable. For 33 years, solely to transcend a single realm. Is this what constitutes a master, a formidable individual? Gu Zhan perceived the world as afflicted. Yet, fortunately, he too bore his own afflictions. As the saying goes, one illness begets another. Who fears whom? Evaluation. Your early life was remarkably smooth, but regrettably, you have been schemed against, meeting an utterly thorough demise. Why not align yourself with the protagonist? Gu Zhan found himself at a loss for words. Align with the protagonist? After providing him sustenance for so many years, he only returned after more than 70 years. And Gu Zhan harbored serious doubts. Were it not for his impending death, Xiaoyang might not have returned at all. You may choose one of the following rewards. First, the innate martial prowess of the 7-fold realm, accompanied by the unparalleled skill of the myriad waters and mountains. Second, martial arts devoid of any adverse effects. Third, the entirety of your memories from this lifetime, which may significantly influence your worldview. Gu Zhan extended a solitary finger, and the simulator convincingly made its selection. The innate martial prowess of the 7-fold realm has been acquired, and a surge of formidable power enveloped him, unnoticed by anyone due to the effects of the cloaking device. The pinnacle of the 7-fold innate realm. You have grown stronger. The starting point for the next simulation has risen significantly. Gu Zhan is exceedingly satisfied. A man ought to possess such strength. Ah Xiang, come here. I desire pig's trotters. Gu Zhan's temper flares slightly. What is the essence of life? Is existence merely for the sake of desires and pleasure? Perhaps not. These are merely trivial indulgences, devoid of significance. It is a sheer waste of time and life. Human existence is finite, yet the pursuit of enlightenment is infinite. We should devote our limited lives to the boundless journey of cultivation. Indeed, this is the true endeavor of a man. After savoring the pig's trotters, Gu Zhan's thoughts became remarkably clear. Casting a glance at Ah Xiang, who was tidying her clothes, he scoffed. Immersed in such trivialities daily, it dulls the mind and severely impacts me. Rising to his feet, he resolutely declared, from this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. What he professes, even Jesus could not deter. However, it must be noted that he rarely partakes in drink. From the beginning, there has only been one pursuit that truly captivates him. Joyful days are fleeting. Suddenly, Guan and his entourage sought him out. You little brat, I am your father. While others may abandon you, I shall not. Guan snorted disdainfully and continued, I possess some assets in the city of you, 30 miles hence. In 3 days, you shall journey there for training. Spare me your excuses, I will not listen. After leaving behind his domineering words, Guan departed. Ah, I truly wish to avoid exertion. Is it reasonable for my father to force me to stand tall? Gu Zhan's mood darkens, yet he cannot disregard his father's words. Nor does he wish to expose his reasons for cultivation. Very well, let it be. The farther I go, the less my father can dictate my enjoyment of life. In any case, there exists an industry over there, and he possesses ample means. Upon contemplating this, Gu Zhan felt considerably more at ease. The following day, He took the initiative to leave Qiwan City with Xiong and a few others. Guan felt greatly comforted upon learning this, and he provided Gujan with an additional 30,000 taels as startup capital, allowing him to indulge fully in his endeavors. 2 days later, Gujan and his companions arrived in Yu City, where they were met by a middle-aged steward, the head of the entire Gu family's enterprises in the city. The Gu family owned 3 inns, a restaurant, and 2 pawnshops in Yu City. A portion of the profits was annually distributed among the local family forces, gang factions, and the city lord's authority. In return, the Gu family's business faced no hindrances or interference here, which was precisely why Guan felt reassured about his son's arrival. Upon reaching Yu City, Gujan felt even more relaxed. He entrusted all matters to the steward surnamed Wang and spent his days savoring life at home, basking in happiness and freedom. Steward Wang was equally pleased, having served in Yu City for over a decade. He had no desire to be usurped by the young master immediately. Both parties thrived under this arrangement, striving to maintain the status quo. 10 days later, in a courtyard at the northeast corner of Yu City, Gujan was engrossed in painting, with a dog seated across from him. The canine had taken shape on the canvas. After a moment of contemplation, he began to add color. Though I am a realist painter, I am still somewhat biased. My subjects are all perfect. Upon completing the final detail, Gujan let out a sigh of relief. Painting had become a new passion for him, particularly the portrayal of dogs. Next, Gujan gestured with his brush. Soon, another white dog was brought to him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. And just as he was about to begin, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. "Young master, there has been an incident." Turning around, he saw his ever-faithful guard, old Zhang. At 45 years of age, and possessing the strength of the 5th stage of body refinement, he was considered a minor expert. "What has happened?" Gujan inquired. Old Zhang lowered his head, daring not to glance at the white dog, let alone meet Gujan's gaze. "Young master, 2 of Steward Wang's subordinates have been found dead in the mass grave outside the city. In addition to them, another subordinate is missing. These men have been the backbone of the Gu family's operations in Yu City for years." "Oh," Gujan responded, taken aback. An attack on them was tantamount to an attack on the Gu family. Where had this audacious assailant come from? Have the authorities been notified? "Yes. The old captain in the city is currently handling the matter." Gujan nodded, instructing, "Ensure that everyone in the Gu family lends their full cooperation." Intriguing, indeed. 5 days have passed, and the case has been resolved. In the reception hall, Gujan, clad in a black robe and adorned with a ceremonial cap, reclines nonchalantly in his chair, cradling an unusually shaped teacup. Opposite him sits a young constable, his expression grave as he gazes intently at Gu. "Young Master Gu." The situation is as follows. In a bid to preserve his interests, Manager Wang conspired with his nephew to eliminate 3 others. The particulars have been thoroughly investigated. The young man presents a thick stack of papers. Manager Wang, Gujan muses, stroking his chin, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This young man possesses unexpected capabilities. Well then, the matter has been laid bare. I shall not impose further upon you, young Master Gu. I take my leave. The young constable rises to bow. "See him out," Gujan instructs, lowering his leg and directing his gaze towards the distant guard, Lao Zhang. Ascertain the entire situation. His energy is quite limited, and he has little desire to delve into these details. Lao Zhang approaches, swiftly perusing the documents. Minutes later, he places the final sheet down. "Young master, Manager Wang seeks to maintain control over the business, preventing your involvement. However, the 3 victims believed you, as the heir to the Gu family's enterprises, should be engaged and informed about the business." The rift between the parties widened, prompting Manager Wang to seize the opportunity to eliminate them. The reasons, processes, and outcomes are all accounted for. Gujan waves his hand dismissively. "It appears I have brought about their demise. Had I directly taken over the business, Manager Wang would have had no justification to act. He regards Wang as an insignificant ant, easily crushed beneath a mere finger in the presence of the Gu family. Lao Zhang support the ascendance of the younger generation among those 3 to seize control of the business. As for Manager Wang, eliminate him and all his subordinates, leave no one alive." Gujan yawns, acknowledging that the events have already transpired and must be addressed expeditiously. "Understood." Lao Zhang, experienced in such matters, finds no difficulty in complying. Yet a flicker of doubt crosses his mind as he inquires, "Young master, there are 35 direct subordinates of Manager Wang. Shall they all be dealt with?" Gujan smirks coldly. "Hasn't the authority been granted to us officially?" Eliminate them all, along with their families. Leave no one unscathed. I wish to convey that those who treat me well may prosper, while those with ill intentions shall meet their end. Lao Zhen quickly bows his head, unable to meet Gu's gaze. Young master, you are quite formidable. The aura he exudes resonates with the vigor of the master in his youth. Excitement stirs within him. The family has a worthy successor. Enough, enough. Go and execute the task. Gu Zhan set down his cup and turned to leave. A few days later, news of the Gu family's ruthless actions, claiming the lives of nearly 100 individuals in a single night, spread swiftly. The various factions in Yu City remained unfazed. Moreover, even the authorities intervened, suppressing the news and wholeheartedly cooperating with the Gu family to wrap up the aftermath. All parties demonstrated their respect, diligently spreading tales of Gu Zhan's benevolence and support for his subordinates. This significantly elevated the public's admiration for the Gu family. What a philanthropist! Young Master Gu truly embodies the spirit of a great benefactor. With only 3 days remaining until the 7th simulation, in the courtyard, Gu Zhan gazed at old Zhang, somewhat astonished. Did my father truly orchestrate this? The two subordinates, named Emerald and Pearl, were both tempered body warriors. Indeed, young master. The master is quite pleased with your actions in Yu City. This is a special reward for you, old Zhang replied with a beaming smile. Not bad, not bad. My father knows how to handle matters, Gu Zhan chuckled in response. 3 days later, Gu Zhan sat alone in the courtyard, a cup of yellow wine resting on the table. From this day forth, there was a chance to quit drinking. He raised the cup and drank deeply. Pa. After just a sip, he spat it out. Wine? How can it be so unpalatable? Quitting drinking, perhaps in the next life. Bro, the Qingping sect is no trifling matter. We must remain vigilant. This time, hold your ground. Taking a deep breath, Gu Zhan immediately commenced the simulation. The simulation began. The next day, you left a letter and departed from Yu City. The depths of the capital city were perilous. You reflected on your past failures and recognized that your innate talent might have been a significant factor. At the tender age of 15, possessing such extraordinary gifts was overwhelmingly formidable. In this lifetime, you resolved to adopt a more cautious approach, refraining from revealing your true self. You wandered through the entire city, seeking opportunities, for to swiftly ascend, one must possess innate essence, which is of paramount importance. In the first year, you reaped no rewards. By the 3rd year, you had traversed the whole city, accumulating a wealth of experience. In the 4th year, instead of venturing to the neighboring Hanyuan mansion, you chose to explore the distant Chuanjin mansion. The 5th year brought no gains. In the 6th year, you found yourself with naught. By the 7th year, a sense of time wasted enveloped you. The 8th year saw no advancement in your cultivation. In the 9th year, you departed from Chuanjin mansion and journeyed to the more remote Luohua mansion. By the 10th year, at the age of 25, your progress remained stagnant. In the 11th year, thoughts of seeking a wife to conclude your remaining days crossed your mind. However, in the 12th year, a revelation awaited you in Luohua mansion. In a small town named Quangfing, you uncovered a martial artist of innate threefold prowess who concealed their true power, seemingly engaged in some endeavor. In the 13th year, you meticulously investigated and discreetly trailed them, ultimately discovering the innate essence deep within the mountains, 30 miles outside the town. That martial artist had indeed utilized it to achieve a breakthrough. Throughout the 14th year, you devoted a full year to exploration, confirming that the individual had no affiliations, merely fortuitously acquiring the innate essence. Seizing the opportunity, you acted swiftly, effortlessly subduing them. You ruthlessly interrogated, ultimately confirming your suspicion that this lad is merely fortunate. You have acquired the innate skill known as the autumn water technique, which pales in comparison to the golden goblet of fine wine. In the 15th year, you have perfectly mastered the innate essence, assuming control over the rival's influence, and commenced your mining endeavors. This innate essence mine belongs solely to you, and the amassed resources far exceed those of the Qingping sect. With the support of the Qin family, your cultivation speed has accelerated remarkably. By the 18th year, you have achieved a breakthrough, stepping into the 8th level of innate mastery. In the 20th year, you have perfected 3 martial arts at the innate level, significantly enhancing your strength. During that year, you contemplated the notion of marriage, a longing stirring within your heart. In the 21st year, you relinquished that thought and continued your diligent practice. By the 25th year, your cultivation has progressed considerably. In the 28th year, you officially broke through, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of innate mastery. Beyond this lies the realm of the Grand Master. You then unveiled the heavenly demon's heart-cleansing path, for it is the only technique in your possession capable of leading you to the Grandmaster level. In the 30th year, you amassed a considerable amount of innate essence, preparing to seek a trading opportunity in hopes of acquiring a Grandmaster technique. By the 35th year, you had excavated the entire innate essence mine and eliminated all miners privy to this knowledge to prevent any leakage of information. In the 37th year, you trained in 7 martial arts, each reaching its peak, rendering you even more formidable. By the 40th year, you uncovered news about Grandmaster techniques at an auction in a provincial city. That same year, you participated in the auction hosted by the prestigious Falling Flower sect, the foremost power in Falling Flower Prefecture, and resolved to take a bold gamble. After an exhilarating auction, you successfully acquired a Grandmaster technique, the fourfold method of the Radiant Sun, which consists of 9 levels, capable of leading to the pinnacle of Grandmaster mastery. This technique is unremarkable, requiring no resources, but only time. The first level of the fourfold method of the Radiant Sun requires 10 years, the second level 20 years, the third 40 years, the fourth 80 years, the fifth 160 years, the sixth 320 years, the seventh 640 years, the 8th 1,280 years, and the 9th 2,560 years. Given the limited lifespan of a warrior, even the Grandmaster's maximum lifespan is merely 200 years. Most ordinary Grandmasters can only cultivate up to the 4th level, as further practice would cost them their lives, which is the origin of the technique's name. After providing the location of the innate essence mine to your adversary, you fled under the cover of night. A year later, you found yourself in the distant Spring Breeze Prefecture, resolved to spend the remainder of your days there. In the 41st year, you commenced your training in the fourfold method of the Radiant Sun. Throughout your life, you have relinquished the notion of marriage and parenthood, dedicating yourself solely to the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. In your 51st year, you triumphantly ascended to the first tier of the Master Realm. By your 71st year, you achieved a breakthrough to the second tier of the Master Realm. Now, at the age of 86, you continue your journey. You have ceased your training, only to suddenly recall a matter concerning your father at this very moment. With a single strike, you shattered the village before you, leaving an unknown number of souls perished in your wake. Taking a deep breath, you recited the reincarnation mantra repeatedly as you made your way back to your hometown. A month later, you returned to Taiping Prefecture, Chang'e County, Kaiyuan City. After being away for half a lifetime, you returned as an elderly man, unrecognized by all. A child at the edge of the village, clutching a windmill, curiously inquired, "Elder, where do you come from?" "Having departed in my youth, I have returned in my old age, yet my accent has remained unchanged, though my hair has turned gray. The children, upon seeing me, do not recognize me and ask with innocent laughter where the traveler hails from. I come from a distant land," you replied, affectionately ruffling the child's hair with a smile. 70 years have passed, and the Gu family has long since vanished. Upon meticulous inquiry, it was discovered that over 60 years ago, the sudden emergence of the Wild Wolf Gang led to its obliteration. Presently, the entirety of Kaiyuan City is under the dominion of the Wild Wolf Gang. More than 60 years ago, during that era, you were still in pursuit of primordial essence or seeking your own fortuitous destiny. You shed tears of regret as you arrived at the Wild Wolf Gang. The once solitary wolf has perished, having never transcended the innate realm even in death. Now, it is his son, aged 63 and at the 3rd stage of essence condensation, who inherits the mantle of the Wild Wolf Gang. With a single strike, you shattered the entire Wolf Gang, resulting in the demise of hundreds. Subsequently, you obliterated their various branches, claiming the lives of thousands overnight. You grasped a handful of yellow earth from your hometown and departed from Kaiyuan City. You find yourself uncertain of your destination. You no longer possess a home. You are filled with profound regret. Is the pursuit of power truly more significant than family? Gazing at the starry sky above, thoughts of Xiao Yang and Guyu Tianjin fled your mind, eliciting a smile. Indeed, to me, strength holds immense importance. Unbeknownst to you, you have arrived in Wutan City. You have established your abode here, continuing your practice of the fourfold path of the Radiant Sun. In the 111th year, you have once again achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 3rd tier of mastery. The next level demands 80 years. Consider the passage of time. If your lifespan is indeed 200 years, it may not suffice. After all, you are already 126 years old. You gazed at the reflection of your aged self in the mirror, chuckling to yourself repeatedly. You no longer engage in rigorous training, but instead continue to wander the realm, seeking opportunities to acquire the martial techniques of other masters or perhaps encounter other fortuitous events. In the 113th year, you arrive at the Hunyuan Prefecture and enter the capital city. As a master of the third realm, you exert your perception to gain a deeper understanding of the power dynamics within the Hunyuan Prefecture. The forces at play include the Qingping sect, the Bailey clan, and the Governor's mansion. Among these three factions, the most formidable opponent is merely a master of the third realm, equal to your own standing. In the dead of night, you make your way to the main headquarters of the Qingping sect, where you discover the sect leader, Zhang Qing, in his secluded chamber. He has not perished, and his cultivation has ascended to the second realm of mastery, indicating that he has made significant progress over the decades. With a formidable strike, you shattered the confines of the secluded chamber, delivering another blow that gravely injured Zhang Qing. A bloodbath ensued within the Qingping sect, sending shockwaves through the Hunyuan mansion, leaving them bewildered as to your identity and the origins of your vendetta against the Qingping sect. At the prefectural governor's residence, the masters of the Bailey clan merely observed from the sidelines. The masters of the Qingping sect exerted their full strength, yet you stood resilient against numerous adversaries, though the strain began to show. However, you remained unperturbed, for soon, as you had anticipated, the Bailey clan seized the opportunity to strike, leading to a swift conclusion of the battle, resulting in a dismal defeat for the Qingping sect. You carried the gravely injured Zhang Qing away from the Hunyuan mansion and arrived at a quaint little village outside the city. Zhang Qing gazed at you with a look of bewilderment and said, "My friend, I do not believe we have ever crossed paths before." You coldly inquired, "Surrender the complete set of the heavenly profound 9 transformations. This is your ultimate goal. Although the fourfold essence of the sky can be utilized, it is excessively time-consuming. How could one possibly nurture disciples and absorb their cultivation in a manner as effortless as this?" You revealed a smile reminiscent of dark sorcery, as Zhang Qingming defiantly proclaimed, "This is my secret. You may kill me." You smiled and then, with a swift motion, shattered his thigh, calf, left hand, and right hand. You relentlessly tormented Zhang Qing until he was barely recognizable. Ultimately, he could no longer endure it. "I beg of you, grant me a swift end," he pleaded. Zhang Qing then divulged the secrets of the celestial transformations and the profound truth behind the celestial art. You are exceedingly satisfied, having crushed his skull beneath your foot. Upon your return to the Hunyuan mansion, your formidable power instilled both fear and respect within the Bailey family and the prefectural government. You clarified to both parties your intentions, to take the belongings of the Qingping sect and depart, harboring no desire for enmity. After 3 days of meticulous searching, you discovered the concealed Tianxian true art, the 9 transformations of Tianxian, which significantly diverged from what Zhang Qing had described. With your extensive experiences, insights, and profound understanding, you have discerned the true essence of martial arts, distinguishing it from the sinister and deceptive practices of the demon-subduing heart method. After 114 years, you departed from the Hunyuan mansion and ventured to a nearby realm, Tianping Prefecture, where you sought refuge in a quaint village, beginning your seclusion. By the 116th year, you successfully transitioned to a new cultivation method, embracing the celestial profound true art. In the 117th year, you commenced the search for prodigies, preparing to nurture both flora and talent to fortify your own strength. In the 118th year, within the village, you encountered a gifted child who met the physical requirements for the 9 transformations of the celestial profound. "Young one, what is your name?" you inquired. The child gazed at you with curiosity and, with a cheerful smile, replied, "Everyone calls me Little Sprout." Bang! At the instant you heard that name, you were taken aback, feeling as though you had met your demise. Guzhan calmly set down his cup of wine. "I remain composed, but what in the world? Little Sprout? Are you jesting with me?" The implications of this name are immense. After much effort, he finally found a disciple, yet the situation remains so terrifying. Moreover, how did he meet his demise? Guzhan found himself utterly perplexed. "Xiaoyang, the celestial lord, and now there appears another little one? Am I to be toyed with until my end?" Guzhan scoffed coldly, before turning his attention to the rewards of this occasion. Evaluation. In this life, you devoted yourself entirely to cultivation, neglecting your family and parents. You are filled with boundless regret, yet unwavering determination. Ultimately, you met your end, though it was hasty. It is truly not your fault. You may choose from the following options. First, the 3 realms of mastery in martial arts, equipped with the heavenly profound true skill and the 9 transformations of the heavenly profound, Second, without any side effects. Third, all the memories of your life, with a significant probability of influencing your worldview. Gujan let out a sigh of relief. First, the shield remained activated. In an instant, he possessed the power of the 3 realms of mastery, along with the heavenly profound true skill and its corresponding 9 transformations. The mastery realm, a lifespan of 200 years. A potent force coalesced within him, bringing Gujan immense satisfaction. Such a level of power could effortlessly establish a dominant faction in the capital, wielding considerable authority. Moreover, there was the 9 transformations of the heavenly profound. Gujan meticulously reviewed this true skill and its accompanying techniques. The heavenly profound true skill, under normal circumstances, could enhance one's cultivation with sufficient resources and the right aptitude, yielding results far superior to the 4th level of the radiant sun technique, with a significantly quicker training speed. Beyond this, the paramount aspect was indeed the 9 transformations of the heavenly profound. This derivative technique, in conjunction with the heavenly profound true skill, would generate corresponding heavenly profound chi within the practitioner, which, once extracted, could expedite the cultivation process. Of course, for even greater efficiency, blood refinement and alchemy would also prove advantageous. Essentially, the peak of the innate 9th layer's heavenly profound chi could facilitate one advancement for those below the 3 realms of mastery. The specific effects were directly proportional to the concentration of the heavenly profound power and the duration of cultivation. The sole limitation was that not everyone could practice the 9 transformations of the heavenly profound. Only those with a specific constitution could. This constitution could be detected through the heavenly profound true skill. The thought of having someone assist him in cultivation was delightful. With this in mind, Gujan found himself eagerly anticipating the next simulation. He then opened the simulation records, scrolling all the way to the end. 118 years later, he would meet the little one. The simulator did not specify his birth date, only that he would be 10 years old. Thus, for the 108 years preceding, he would not be threatened by the other party. No, the causal ramifications were too significant. He must avoid that village, that city, that county, and that prefecture. With this thought, Gujan felt considerably more at ease. He carefully sensed the power of the mastery realm. He felt even more exhilarated. In the simulation, he toiled tirelessly, seeking opportunities and pursuing power by any means necessary. In the real world, he indulged in endless enjoyment, living joyfully and freely. In summary, delightful. Compared to the arduous path of cultivation, Gujan preferred to be a sloth, drifting through life in blissful oblivion. If he were to truly choose a memory, he would undoubtedly cease to relish such indulgence. TSK, TSK, TSK. In a moment of contemplation, Gujan reached out to grasp a necklace held by Jade, its surface smooth and glistening. Young master, both Jade and Pearl halted in their tracks. Gujan furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Jade, there seems to be something amiss with your feet. Pearl, you too. Have you not noticed any discomfort in your legs these past few days?" The two exchanged puzzled glances. With a sigh, Gujan remarked, "I have encountered such occurrences frequently. In this situation, there exists but one remedy." Their lovely eyes flickered with curiosity. The 7th simulation had concluded. Having spent 7 months in this world, Gujan had thoroughly acclimated to his surroundings, relishing the experience. After all, who would not adapt to such fortunate circumstances? As the 8th month unfolded, tranquility prevailed both in Kaiyuan City and Yu City. The Gu family's business flourished steadily, untouched by external forces, until mid-month. "Young master, in 3 days, the master shall arrive to surprise you," Old Zhang, the guard, said with a cheerful smile. A surprise? Gujan mused, unable to fathom what his father could possibly bestow upon him aside from women. Wealth? He had no need for it. Property? What he possessed was already sufficient. His father certainly had a knack for theatrics. 2 days later, Old Zhang rushed in, panic-stricken. "Young master, dire news. The master has gone missing." Gujan's expression darkened as he sprang from his chair, an uncontainable pressure radiating from him, causing a Xiong and Old Zhang to instinctively kneel. "Speak slowly," Gujan commanded. Regaining control of his aura, gasping for breath, Old Zhang composed himself. "Young master, tomorrow marks your birthday. The master intended to come and celebrate with you, but he has inexplicably vanished en route. It has been 3 hours since we last heard any news. At the pace of the carriage, he should have arrived yesterday." "Is that so?" Gujan's brow knitted in concern. Had someone targeted the Gu family? Why had the simulator failed to detect this? It was possible his absence had contributed to the oversight, for each time he simulated, he he departed the Gu residence for new landscapes. Mobilize all available forces to search. Dispatch messages to the factions in Kaiyuan and Yu City, enlisting their assistance. Gu Zhan instructed promptly. Understood. Observing his calm demeanor, old Zhang felt a wave of reassurance. In crucial moments, the young master could indeed rise to the occasion. Days passed. In Yu City, at the Gu family's estate, a black arrow suddenly soared from the distance. As Gu Zhan sorted through the information, he sensed the energy surge and deftly caught the arrow. A quick glance revealed a letter affixed to it. Intriguing. I must uncover who is behind this. With a cold scoff, he vanished in a blur, leaving only a shadow in his wake. Bang! In a mere 3 seconds, a shadow was seized and forcefully thrown into the courtyard of the Gu family. The true essence surged, unveiling the shadow's mask, revealing an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Gu Zhan coldly regarded him. Who are you? The black-clad man, suffocated under his masterful aura, felt his heartbeat quicken in the face of life and death. He hurriedly replied. We are from the Bai family. Speak. I demand to know the entire sequence of events. The black-clad man swallowed hard, trembling as he recounted. For days ago, we received news that your father, having spent a considerable fortune, engaged a tutor, a 9th-level body refinement master, and an elder specializing in business. Your father intends to fully cultivate you to better inherit the Gu family enterprise. The various forces in Kaiyuan City and Yu City felt threatened, and thus, it was the Bai family that took the lead in orchestrating this operation. His mind buzzed. Could this truly be Gu Zhan? The Gu Zhan who was perpetually indulged in pleasures? The intelligence must be flawed. The disparity in power was insurmountable. He wouldn't even have the chance to strike. Was this the surprise? Gu Zhan's lips twitched. For my 16th birthday, you arranged 3 teachers for me? What a genuine surprise indeed. Where is my father now? The black-clad man pointed eastward. He is being held captive by the Bai family. Gu Zhan understood. He straightened his posture. The black-clad man collapsed instantly. Subsequently engulfed by a torrent of true essence, his flesh and bones dissolving in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. This marked Gu Zhan's first act of killing. Yet, he felt no remorse. At that moment, only fury surged within him. How could someone plot against his father, who had treated him so well? A life of relative peace disrupted by constant scheming. How infuriating. In a flicker, he arrived at the grand estate of the Bai family in less than 2 seconds. The Bai family stood as one of the foremost powers in Yu City, housing a 9th-level body refinement guardian and hundreds of martial artists, making them formidable. As he drew near, Gu Zhan sensed his father's aura and charged forward without hesitation. Before taking action, he deliberately disguised himself, donning a black mask, adjusting his stature, and altering his voice. Revealing his true identity would be unwise. Although he was filled with rage and dissatisfaction, he retained a modicum of sense, opting instead for a more cunning guise. The Bai family dungeon awaited. Boom. The true essence surged violently, instantly annihilating dozens of guards, leaving not a single trace behind. Gu Zhan leaped several times and arrived at the dungeon, where he beheld his father, who had been subjected to relentless torment. Clad in a tattered white tunic stained with blood, his body was marred by numerous wounds, and he lay in a horrifying state of unconsciousness, reminiscent of ancient prisoners subjected to brutal interrogations. By heaven, Gu Zhan was genuinely furious. His countenance darkened, and with a single strike, he shattered the entire dungeon. Cradling his father, he emerged, ready for a complete massacre. A powerful surge of true essence flowed forth, manifesting into colossal white hands spanning several meters, which swiftly reduced the Bai family estate to rubble. Without hesitation, Gu Zhan then charged towards other families, gang forces, and the city lord's residence. It was unsurprising. Anyone within those walls was met with a swift and merciless end, regardless of their status. Within less than 10 minutes, over a dozen ruins dotted the city, with casualties exceeding 10,000. And this was merely the beginning. Upon returning to the Gu family estate, Gu Zhan entrusted Gu into old Zhang. Take good care of him. I shall be off to eliminate a few more individuals. Old Zhang was left utterly bewildered. Despite the unfamiliar voice, the distinct height, and the mask, this was undeniably the young master. The attire was far too familiar, still bearing the remnants of a Xiong and the others. It was almost impossible to remain unnoticed. Senior, a thought crossed his mind. Old Zhang called for help to tend to Gu, and while he halted Gu Zhan. What is it? Gu Zhan, arms crossed, affected a demeanor of a senior expert. If you seek to silence witnesses, I can guide you. These factions extend beyond Yu City, with arrangements in Kaiyuan City as well. Also, you might want to change your attire. Gu Zhan paused, then quickly regained his composure. He dropped the pretense. Old Zhang. Discretion is paramount. With that, he enveloped old Zhang in true qi, lifting him into the air. What other remnants remain in Yu City? Suspended in the air. Gazing at the ruins scattered throughout the city, old Zhang gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a feat achievable only by humanity. Young master, over there. The Kaiyuan Inn is also under the Bai family's control. Everyone there is associated with them. Guzhan nodded and struck downwards with a palm. A gigantic hand descended from the heavens, obliterating the three-story Kaiyuan Inn. Hundreds were caught in the chaos, some dead, others gravely wounded. Below the realm of masters, survival was akin to climbing the heavens. Old Zhang observed, swallowing hard. The young master's thirst for blood was astonishingly immense, utterly devoid of reason. Where else? Guzhan continued to inquire, determined to clear all obstacles around him in one fell swoop, ensuring his complete safety. Over there, at a tavern outside the city. Lao Zhang sighed, pointing out the properties of various other families one by one. Guzhan nodded and delivered a decisive slap. Within a quarter of an hour, nearly 50 ruins emerged within a 30-mile radius of the city. Lao Zhang hastily ordered the Gu family members to appease the populace, organize the data, and simultaneously take control of the assets of other families. Next came Qiwan City, a place with which Lao Zhang was even more familiar. Leveraging Guzhan's formidable strength and speed, the entire process took less than 30 minutes. In Qiwan City, every power aside from the Gu family was obliterated, including those families that had formed alliances through marriage with the Gu family. Since they had acted against his father and himself, their continued existence was evidently unnecessary. On this point, Guzhan was more resolute than anyone else. Upon their return to Yu City, Lao Zhang found himself weak-kneed, unable to stand at all. Gazing at Guzhan's nonchalant departing figure, he struggled to reconcile all this with the young man he once knew. A seemingly useless young master had suddenly transformed into an unparalleled master. His eyes were nearly blinded by the astonishment. Yet this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the young master's heart had turned icy. He exhibited not a trace of emotion, nor a hint of humanity, leaving Lao Zhang perplexed. In the face of life, the young master displayed no reverence whatsoever, akin to squashing an ant or snapping a blade of grass. In less than an hour, tens of thousands perished in Yu City and Kaiyuan City at the young master's hands. His overwhelming power ensured not a single drop of blood was witnessed. The vast ocean of true essence annihilated everything in its path, reminiscent of a natural disaster. Lao Zhang could no longer bear to look at the young master. "Oh, my lord, your formidable son." After a brief moment of shock, he hastily gathered his strength to take over the family powers in Kaiyuan City and Yu City, seizing all their assets. Following this battle, these two cities now unequivocally belonged to the Gu family, their total gains surpassing 100-fold. In a chamber, Guzhan stood beneath a landscape painting, listening to the physician's diagnosis. "Young master, the injuries are merely superficial. I will prescribe some medicine for daily use, along with my specially formulated ointment, and you shall be fully recovered within a month," the physician stated with conviction. Guzhan nodded appreciatively. "I am most grateful, Physician Wang." Xiang, who had been prepared for this moment, approached and handed him a red envelope. "You are too polite, young master," she replied courteously. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Physician Wang hurriedly departed. "You all may leave now," Guzhan gestured, settling back into the chair by Gu En's window. Bang! The wooden door was firmly shut. Guzhan furrowed his brow, having noticed this as well. His heart felt remarkably detached, devoid of any sentiment towards human life. Particularly, the kind of slaughter that annihilated vast structures with a mere sweep of the hand felt to him more like a game. Everyone was merely an NPC. The lives he extinguished were nothing but fragments of data. "I am quite abnormal," Guzhan sighed. Deep down, he understood that this was not a consequence of the simulator. It seemed to be his very nature. "I am inherently a heartless individual," he murmured while caressing the incense burner on his left. "It matters little. I do not care." A day later, Guan awoke, astonished to find himself back home. Old Zhang explained that it was the intervention of one of the young masters who had swept through all adversaries and eliminated every threat, ultimately saving him. Since the young master wished to keep this a secret, Old Zhang saw no reason to reveal the truth, leaving everything to that non-existent master. Guan pondered this, feeling compelled to express his gratitude to that formidable figure. However, the old master had already departed, which was somewhat regrettable. Guan took a sip of medicinal soup and sighed deeply. Upon receiving the news, Guzhan immediately paid a visit. The father and son engaged in a lengthy conversation. Guan no longer insisted that Guzhan pursue studies, martial arts, or business. After all, With such a powerful mentor, what was the point of further learning? He gently patted Gu Zhan on the shoulder, saying, "Child, you bear a striking resemblance to your mother." His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Gu Zhan was taken aback. Mother? The memories this body held regarding his mother were limited to a single phrase. She died in childbirth. Could it be that I have a quest to find my mother? ISNT that typically reserved for protagonists? Yet, this had never appeared in the simulator. It seemed the difficulty of triggering it was quite high. Of course, the most likely scenario was that nothing existed at all. In the deep of night, Gu Zhan sat cross-legged at the bedside, repeatedly reflecting on Gu En's words from earlier that day. The content was insignificant. What mattered was his father's demeanor. He was plagued by a peculiar sensation, as though he had been seen through. Surely not. His father was merely an ordinary man, skilled only in business and winning people's favor. Yet, one could never be too certain. Gu Zhan found himself at a loss. At the same time, Gu En rose and lit a candle, placing it on the bedside. He sat at the edge of the bed, sighing heavily. Qing Shui, the child has grown. Trembling, Gu En removed a pendant from around his neck. It was a triangular jade talisman. I can feel it. He is utterly transformed. His heart, as cold as yours once was, is devoid of emotion. Everything is but a fade. He resembles you too closely. Qing Shui, rest assured. I shall safeguard him with unwavering resolve, employing every means at my disposal. Given that the child possesses such remarkable abilities and opportunities, I shall never surrender. Gu En clenched the jade pendant with fervor. At the tender age of 15, he encountered a celestial being, igniting a whirlwind of emotions. In a twist of fate, he won the affection of a heavenly spirit, resulting in the birth of a child amidst the mundane world. Through countless trials and tribulations, I shall not waver. For I have nurtured him through the years. In the northern realm of Lingyu, my son shall soar, severing the ties of antiquity, with none left to challenge him. The following day heralded Gu Zhan's 16th birthday, an occasion that took him by surprise, as he had been blissfully unaware of its approach. On that day, Gu Zhan reveled in delight. Yet, such moments of joy are fleeting. He indulged himself throughout the day, finally succumbing to a comforting slumber. The next morning, Gu Zhan awoke to the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, warm and inviting. Gazing at a painting of a noble woman adorning the wall, he yawned. A sardonic smile gracing his knife-like features. What more could one desire in life? Xiang and her companions arrived, attending to Gu Zhan as he bathed and dressed, followed by a hearty breakfast. After the meal, Gu Zhan found solace in the beauty of nature outside the courtyard. Old Zhang approached once more. Young master, I have discovered a few more who slipped through the net. How shall we proceed? Old Zhang inquired cautiously. Gu Zhan waved his hand dismissively. Isn't my father awake now? Leave it to him. He is the head of the family. Old Zhang chuckled. The master instructed that you make the final decision. For it was your master who initiated this. In that case, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one. Gu Zhan replied with a smile. Old Zhang hesitated. Young master. Among them are several children under 10 years of age and a few elderly individuals. Gu Zhan laughed. If we do not kill them now, shall we keep them for the new year? Allow them the opportunity to seek revenge? Old Zhang understood and turned to leave, contemplating how much the young master resembled his father in his youth. In the ensuing days, the Gu family gradually seized control of Kaiyuan and Yucheng, absorbing the enterprises of all rival factions. The Gu family expanded their ranks, significantly enhancing their power. However, both Gu En and Gu Zhan remained largely indifferent to these developments. Meanwhile, for reasons unknown, Gu Zhan began to make public appearances, funding the establishment of numerous shelters for beggars, disaster victims, and the homeless. Furthermore, he founded free schools in 2 cities, allowing any child willing to learn the chance to attend. Gradually, Gu Zhan's reputation as a benefactor spread far and wide. The common folk in both cities admired him greatly. As for the misdeeds he once committed in Kaiyuan, they were forgotten, and none dared to remember them. Cooldown time for the simulator, 32 seconds. In a small courtyard in Yucheng, Gu Zhan was prepared. As he concluded the simulation recording, he tapped the table and proclaimed, Brother, is mastery our dream? Absolutely not. We shall grow stronger and create brilliance anew. What fallen geniuses, the 9 transmutations immortal sovereign. And the sovereigns of epics, merely stepping stones for us. He spoke with a hint of trepidation. The simulation commenced. On the first day, brimming with ambition and confidence, you penned a letter before departing from the city of wanderers, resolved to ascend to greater heights in this lifetime. On the second day, you acted swiftly, arriving at Lingyun City, where you sought out the Zhao family. With your formidable strength, You instill awe in all, aiding the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Haitang, in unifying Lingyun City, leaving the members of the Zhao clan perplexed. You smiled faintly, merely allowing the Zhao family to take care of the Gu family in Kaiyuan City. Zhao Haitang knelt and vowed, as long as the Zhao family exists, the Gu family shall encounter no troubles. You disregarded his words, turned your gaze towards Zhao Ling, and gently caressed her little head. You wander through the entire Taiping prefecture, in search of individuals capable of mastering the profound art of Tianxin Jiubian. In the third month, you discover a talent in a small town within the Taiping prefecture, a certain Qin Ming, whose name bears a slight resemblance to that of a forensic expert, though you remain unconcerned by this similarity. You imparted the celestial transformation of the 9 changes to Qin Ming, and together you embarked on a journey across the vast world. In the 5th month, you arrived at the Hunyuan mansion. In the dead of night, you arrived at the capital city, taking advantage of the absence of several masters from the Qingping sect. After a brief search, you successfully located 2 disciples of Zhang Qing, one at the 3rd level of the celestial transformation, and the other at the 5th. A sly grin spread across your face as you absorbed all the celestial qi within them, resulting in a modest yet significant enhancement of your cultivation. Though you did not achieve a breakthrough. After a moment's hesitation, you promptly packed them away and continued your travels with the 2 companions alongside Qin Ming. By the end of the 1st year, the 4 of you arrived at the nearby Chuanjin mansion, where you persisted in your quest for prodigies. In the middle of the 2nd year, you discovered another talent, a 6-year-old named Zheng Yuan. In the 3rd year, you brought your 4 disciples to the Falling Flower Mansion in Windstorm City. You discover that the primordial ore is yet to be claimed, filling you with immense exhilaration. You have established a new faction near the city of Gale, known as Dragon Slayer City, where you recruit soldiers and bolster your strength. In the same year, you take Qin Ming and Zheng Yuan as your true disciples, bestowing upon them abundant resources to aid their cultivation. Zhang Qing's 2 disciples are imprisoned in your dungeon, compelled to practice the heavenly transformation 9 changes daily. Utilizing the innate essence of the mineral outside the city of Gales, you spared no effort in nurturing 2 exceptional disciples. By the 4th year, with your unwavering support, both ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of condensation, despite their tender ages. You are acutely aware that such rapid advancement is detrimental to their physical well-being and longevity. Nonetheless, your eagerness for early rewards eclipses these concerns. In the 5th year, Qin Ming, aged 8, and Zheng Yuan, aged 9, both reached the realm of Qi, prompting you to further augment their resources. The inhabitants of Dragon-Slaying City expressed profound envy towards your 2 disciples, for none among them enjoyed such favorable conditions. In addition to nurturing your disciples' cultivation, you relentlessly ventured forth in search of new talents, as well as additional opportunities and resources. By the 6th year, both disciples simultaneously broke through to the peak of the 9th layer of Qi, prompting you to begin providing them with innate essence minerals. By the year's end, both ascended into the realm of innate beings. You are filled with excitement. In the 7th year, your cultivation remains unchanged, while your 2 disciples continue to grow increasingly formidable. By the 8th year, circumstances begin to improve gradually. You manage to exert your influence over Dragon-Slaying City, placing it beneath your domain. And you also become a member of the illustrious Falling Blossom sect, thus securing the utmost protection. As the 9th year draws to a close, you discover another disciple suitable for the cultivation of the heavenly transformation 9 changes. His name is Li Huai, and he is 11 years old this year. In the 10th year, news of your acceptance of a 3rd true disciple spreads. By the 12th year, both of your disciples experience another breakthrough. Ascending to the 5th level of the innate realm, you venture to the back mountain, only to find that the innate essence ore is dwindling, sufficient at best to elevate your 3 disciples to the 9th level of the innate realm. It is evident that a breakthrough to the master level is unattainable. Yet you remain indifferent. After all, to transcend to the master level necessitates a change in cultivation technique. And the heavenly transformation 9 changes can only sustain their practice up to the 9th level of the innate realm. You lack subsequent auxiliary techniques. It was for this very reason that Zhang Qing waited for you to reach the 9th level before making his move. You continue to elucidate for them, enabling them to gain a deeper understanding of the path of innate realms, thus accelerating their cultivation pace. In the 13th year, the 15th year, and the 21st year, your 2 disciples achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of innate realms. They were filled with excitement, gazing at you with eager anticipation, yearning for your praise. This year, the eldest is 25, the second is 26, and the third, at 23, has also entered the 8th level of innate realms. You urged them to persist in their cultivation, admonishing them not to become complacent. That very evening, you stealthily entered their chamber, wielding your profound essence to sever their path to mastery. Thus, they are destined to remain forever at the pinnacle of the innate ninth level, unable to ascend to the realm of masters in this lifetime. Unbeknownst to them, as you departed the room, tears welled in the corners of your eyes. Were they the tears of a crocodile? You are not a cold-blooded butcher. After 2 decades of companionship, you have developed profound feelings for them. Yet, in pursuit of greater strength, you harbor no regrets. My resolve to cut ties is unwavering. In the 22nd year, you transcended. Having cultivated your abilities for 20 years, you roamed far and wide to seize resources, ultimately reaching the 4th level of mastery. Your power is surged. In the 23rd year, your comrade Li Huai also ascended to the pinnacle of innate 9th level, yet you severed his path to mastery in the dead of night. That same year, your innate essence was depleted. By the 25th year, at the age of 29, Qin Ming and 30, Zheng Yuan both recognized the limitations of their talents, resigning themselves to the realization that their journey might conclude here. You summoned 3 disciples, urging them not to relinquish their efforts. You proclaimed that with perseverance, even an iron pestle could be ground into a needle, and that as long as they continued their practice, results would inevitably follow. The 3 disciples nodded solemnly, resolutely continuing their training in the heavenly transformation 9 changes. As you watched them depart, a sense of unwavering determination filled you, devoid of any regret. In the 26th year, Qin Ming encountered a lady in dragon-slaying city and sought to marry her, requesting you to officiate the ceremony. You smiled, reminiscing about the marriage, how nostalgic it feels. In this year, Qin Ming established his own family, while the second, Zheng Yuan, also found someone special the very next day and wed her on the same day. The third, Li Huai, devoted himself fervently to his cultivation, resolving to dedicate his entire life to the pursuit of strength. In the 27th year, your 2 disciples were born. They displayed considerable talent, yet were ill-suited for the path of the heavenly transformation. By the 30th year, you advised your 3 disciples to diligently pursue their training before departing from the Falling Blossom Mansion and returning to the Taiping Mansion in Kaiyuan City. 30 years have passed, and old Father Guan has aged. This time, under the protection of the Zhao family, Kaiyuan City enjoys tranquility, free from the disturbances of the wild wolf gang. You inquired whether your father wished to depart with you, yet he declined. You inquired about your mother from your father, but he remained silent, uttering not a word. In the end, he merely presented you with the triangular jade pendant that hung upon your chest. You scrutinized with care, yet to no avail. In the 31st year, you departed from Kaiyuan City and wandered through Taiping Prefecture. A visit to the county city revealed that the governor had now become Wang Anquan. Yet the landscape of the realm remained unchanged. Although the court harbored ambitions to seize power, it was too late. The major forces had already taken root and gradually flourished over the years. The Great Zhou Court was merely a fade. You have returned to the dragon-slaying city. That night, Li Huai sought you out, his expression somewhat peculiar. He remained silent, merely lost in contemplation, as he had uncovered something unexpected. You sensed that the 33-year-old disciple suddenly choked on his words. Master, I ventured into the dungeon. I understand now. It turns out that Li Huai has discovered the 2 disciples of Zhongqing. I apologize to you all, but I must act in this manner. With unwavering resolve, Li Huai knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, for 22 years, Master has nurtured me, transforming me from a mere street urchin into a formidable warrior of the 9th heaven. Even within the entire city, I hold considerable stature. Bowing his head in reverence, he continued, My life belongs to you, Master. Whatever you desire, I shall follow without hesitation. Yet, I feel a sense of grievance. Why must you shroud the truth from me? You could have spoken plainly. Otherwise, I would not have harbored such aspirations for the martial path. You have remained silent all along. You had long anticipated the arrival of this day, yet never contemplated how to respond once it truly arrived. Tears welled in the corners of your eyes as you wept once more, realizing that your resolve was not as steadfast as you had believed. With both hands, you gently cupped your disciple's face and softly uttered, It is my fault. Li Huai gazed at you in a daze, his voice unwavering. Rest assured, Master, I shall continue to keep this secret for you. From Li Huai's eyes, you discerned a spectrum of colors unlike any other. Once Li Huai departed, it felt as though nothing had transpired. Your lives continued unchanged. In the 35th year, upon his return from his travels, Li Huai brought back 2 8-year-old children. Master, behold, they too are suited for the cultivation of the celestial transformation of 9 changes. You cannot fathom the extent to which Li Huai has accomplished this. Disciple, I am grateful to you. You choke back tears, pondering how there could exist such an exceptional disciple in this world. In the unseen corners of your heart, Li Huai's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. In the 40th year, and then the 50th, when your father passed away, you personally orchestrated his funeral, your heart heavy with sorrow as you gazed at the triangular jade pendant in your hand. Rendered speechless by grief, who was your mother, and why did your father take his secrets to the grave? In the 60th year, and then the 70th. Utilizing the profound techniques of Tianxin and countless resources, you achieved yet another breakthrough, ascending to the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm. In the 80th year, you found yourself in the dungeon, absorbing the essence of Zhang Qing's 2 disciples. Their cultivation of Tianxin energy over the past 80 years significantly enhanced your own abilities, allowing you to reach the 6th level of Grandmaster. In the 90th year, and then the 100th year, at the age of 116. You faced the impending demise of your 3 disciples, their lifespans nearing their end. Qin Ming was 103, Zheng Yuan 104, and Li Huai 102. Originally, they could have lived for another decade or so, but due to your earlier indiscriminate bestowal of resources, they found themselves at this juncture. Months later, as the 3 neared death, you visited them one by one in the stillness of the night. You smiled, and the 3 mischievous boys exclaimed, "Master, you have finally arrived." The aged voice of Li Huai resonated. As you gaze upon the wrinkled skin of your 3rd disciple and then glance at your own middle-aged form, a wave of discomfort washes over you. "Master, let us begin. Living has become quite burdensome," spoke the 2nd disciple, Zheng Yuan, who, in his advanced years, finds himself tormented daily by ailments, a sensation that weighs heavily on his heart. "Do you all comprehend this?" Your voice trembles as 2 tears cascade down your cheeks. Qin Ming chuckles, Zheng Yuan joins in the laughter, and Li Huai is almost beside himself with mirth. "Look, Master still cares for us," Li Huai exclaims with exuberance, reminiscing about his century-long life and that fateful day at the beggar's temple when Master sent flying a dozen bullies with a mere swipe of his hand. "What future lies in being a beggar? Come with me. From this day forth, you shall never be bullied again." He recalls Master's confident tone and youthful visage. "Master, I cannot endure any longer." Li Huai struggles as his body gradually relaxes. "Master, if there is a next life, I would still choose to be your disciple." Li Huai's condition deteriorates, his breath growing feeble. You kneel beside your disciple's bed, gripping his hand tightly. "In the next life, I shall surely treat you all with kindness." You turned your head to the adjacent wall and exclaimed vehemently, "Did you hear that? Are you truly listening to me?" With a deep exhale, you absorbed the celestial energy cultivated by Li Huai over a century. Your cultivation has officially transcended, entering the 7th realm of mastery. As you sensed the transformation within your body, a smile of contentment graced Li Huai's face. He closed his eyes forever, having lived his life without regret. You grasped your wrist with fervor, yearning for tranquility, yet finding it elusive. Qin Ming's voice resonated. "Master, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Our very purpose of existence is to assist you, is it not? You have liberated us from suffering and bestowed upon us a fresh life. What a splendid exchange it is. To follow you in this lifetime is a privilege I do not regret." Qin Ming spoke earnestly. As you approached, it dawned upon you that this was indeed their collective sentiment. You feel a profound sense of relief within, yet simultaneously harbor an intense loathing for yourself. A hypocrite who demands virtue while indulging in vice. Qin Ming closed his eyes and said, "Master, proceed. Allow me to fulfill my own worth." You grasped the hand of your eldest disciple, absorbing the celestial energy within him, your cultivation rising steadily, yet you do not break through. Qin Ming has passed away. In the end, it is Zhang Yuan who clings to a breath, wishing to bid you farewell. "Master, do not grieve. Move forward, always move forward." Zhang Yuan extends his right hand, and from his sleeve, a small wooden carving slips out. It is a miniature representation of you. Zhang Yuan has exhausted all his strength, his pupils shifting incessantly. "Disciple, go forth with peace." You have absorbed a century's worth of celestial energy from Zheng Yuan, achieving yet another breakthrough in your cultivation. Now stepping into the 8th level of mastery, with the 9th level within reach. You have laid to rest 3 of your disciples, treating their families with the utmost care. Simultaneously, you have diminished your interactions with the other 2 disciples, as you wish to avoid the sorrow of bidding farewell once more. Your heart gradually turns cold. In the 110th year, you persist in your cultivation in dragon-slaying city. In the 130th year, you continue your practice, And in the same year, the two disciples brought back by Li Huai approached the end of their lives. You approached them with an impassive demeanor, absorbing the ethereal energy that resided within them. You have transcended, officially entering the realm of the 9th level of mastery. For 140 years, you have continued your cultivation, safeguarding all that is within the dragon-slaying city. 150 years have passed, and still you persevere. 170 years, and still you remain steadfast. By the 175th year, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of mastery, standing just a step away from the next realm, the Purple Mansion. Yet, to transcend into the Purple Mansion, one requires the corresponding techniques. Alas, you possess only the celestial demon heart cleansing path, which is tantamount to having nothing at all. You are 191 years old this year. You are fatigued. You merely wish to spend your twilight years in solitude within the city of dragon slaying in the 184th year. As your life reaches its conclusion, you have passed away in the serene courtyard of the city. Gujan's expression appeared somewhat numb. Is there truly such an exceptional disciple in this world? Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes as he contemplated Qin Ming, Zheng Yuan, and Li Huai, each of them remarkable in their own right. Rest assured, I shall make every effort to compensate them, Gujan stated with unwavering conviction. Evaluation. Throughout your life, devoid of a wife or daughter, you have been accompanied by 3 outstanding disciples. You have not indulged in a single moment of leisure. Instead, you have tirelessly devoted yourself to arduous cultivation. Departing this world at the end of your natural life, how many would consider this to be the realization of their dreams? You may choose from the following options. First, the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, possessing the innate heavenly profound true skill. Second, all the memories of your life, which may significantly influence your worldview. In the first scenario, a more formidable power blossomed within Gujan. Under the influence of the shield, it went unnoticed by anyone. Gujan clenched his fists, feeling the true essence circulating within him, brimming with confidence. Next time, my starting point shall be elevated. The realm beyond Grandmaster is the Purple Mansion. He must discover the corresponding techniques to cultivate. Gujan smiled, retrieving the heavenly demon heart-purging path, which he had previously used to prop up a table leg. Dear Master, I shall rely on you next time. During the 5th simulation, Xiaoyang mentioned that this master was likely at the Grandmaster level. Given a few months, the probability of his breakthrough to Purple Mansion is quite low. This, in turn, grants him considerable operational latitude. If he could extract the Heavenly Demon Great Method from the Master and subsequently modify the Heavenly Demon True Skill, transitioning from Purple Mansion to True Martial would pose no concerns. The path ahead would be much smoother. Contemplating this, Gujan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. In 8 months, he ascended from an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Grandmaster. Gujan advanced step by step, each stride solid and steady. He laughed heartily. This, indeed, is the mark of a true prodigy. On the surface, I may appear to be an ordinary wealthy heir, possessing a modest fortune, eager to assist others and promote charitable deeds, yet beneath lies the potential of a formidable master, and in reality, ha ha ha. As he chuckled, Gujan felt an itch on his back. Night fell. Gujan was in his study, perusing the heavenly demon heart-purging path, hoping to find something within the Purple Mansion section. The pages flipped incessantly, producing a creaking sound. A cool breeze wafted through, causing the flickering light of the nearby red candle to dance. Suddenly, Gujan raised his gaze to the distance. There, in the servants' courtyard, an uninvited guest had appeared. With a slight furrow in his brow, he tucked away the heavenly demon heart-purging path and, without hesitation, took action. His true essence enveloped a radius of 300 meters, swiftly capturing the sneaky individual and bringing them into the study. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the intruder was pinned against the wall, struggling vigorously. How interesting. There truly exists someone so reckless as to seek trouble with the Gu family. Gujan scoffed coldly, regarding the intruder. A young man, seemingly around 15 or 16. Yet at the peak of the body refinement stage, Gujan hesitated for a moment, retracting his true essence. This individual exuded an unsettling aura. Who are you? Gujan inquired nonchalantly while seated, crossing his legs. The young man, astonished, gazed at him in disbelief. After a few moments of silence, he hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, You must be the young master of the Gu family. I am Yi Chun, the younger brother of Sister Emerald Pearl. Yi Chun. Gujan instantaneously comprehended the source of this unsettling feeling. That name, how imperial it sounded. If he were indeed a relative of the Emerald Pearl, why not come forth openly to pay a visit? Yichen felt a pang of guilt. His two elder sisters had treated him with great kindness, and he felt unworthy of them. Soon, he would depart from Taiping Prefecture, perhaps even from the great Zhou Kingdom. All he desired was to steal a glance at them from the shadows. Now that he had encountered young Master Gu, he felt utterly relieved. With your protection, his sisters would face no worries in this life. Guzhan pondered deeply. So that was the case. A sense of unease washed over him. Surely, this fellow would not bring him any trouble. After all, those surrounding the protagonist, especially family, faced a significantly heightened risk of injury or death. Particularly with a name like Yichen, it carried an unmistakable sense of impending danger. I apologize for the intrusion. This is a pill I have recently concocted. It can extend one's life by 30 years. Please accept it, young Master Gu. As he spoke, Yichen presented a palm-sized wooden box. A pill that could extend life by 30 years. Guzhan's apprehension grew. To his knowledge, such longevity elixirs were exceedingly precious, even a necessity for true martial masters. For a youth so young to have crafted it, it only underscored his talent and potential. Undoubtedly, he was the quintessential protagonist. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Guzhan accepted the pill. If you wish, I can arrange for you to meet them tomorrow. Yichen shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Gu. My time is limited, and I do not wish to cause my sisters further worry. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of greenish blood, his complexion paling further. Guzhan unleashed his true essence, carefully discerning the situation, only to discover that this young man had been poisoned. And with a particularly nefarious toxin at that. Though he did not know its name, its lethality was sufficient to easily slay a master, let alone someone as weak as Yichen. Cough, cough. Yichen's face contorted, and he promptly lost consciousness. Guzhan sighed. Was the protagonist offering himself up willingly? Should he accept or decline? Gazing at Yichen's handsome face on the ground, Guzhan felt a surge of conflict. Ultimately, with a cold smirk, he extended his sinister right hand. The following day, at noon, Yichen gradually awoke, only to find himself lying on an opulent bed, surrounded by exquisite decorations of considerable value. Awake? Then drink this medicine promptly. A voice rich with magnetism rang out. Yichen raised his gaze, only to be met by the sight of Guzhan, the young master of the Gu family, clad in a long black robe adorned with a white crane emblem. He held a steaming bowl of medicinal soup, his expression filled with concern as he looked at Yichen. Yet, at that moment, Guzhan appeared somewhat off. His complexion was pale, resembling one who had been thoroughly drained by a seductress. He looked utterly exhausted. Young Master Gu, you. As Yichen was about to speak, he realized that the toxins within him had vanished. The affliction that had plagued him for over a decade had simply dissipated. Guzhan extended the medicinal concoction into his hands and leisurely remarked, though the poison in your body is difficult to treat, it poses no challenge for me. At this juncture, his complexion grew even paler. Bang! Yichen set the medicine aside and knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times towards Guzhan. Thank you, young Master Gu, for saving my life. His expression was one of deep gratitude. Throughout his life, aside from his master, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. The effort to heal him must have come at a considerable cost to young Master Gu. Observing his frail visage, it was evident that he had endured great hardship the previous night. It's a trivial matter. You are the brother of Jinzhu and Fei Chui, which makes you my brother as well. I, Guzhan, have dedicated my life to benevolence and virtue. How could I stand idly by? Guzhan waved his hand and helped him to his feet. Yichen, please drink the medicine and take care of your health. You will be able to surprise your 2 sisters soon enough. As he spoke, he infused Yichen's body with his true essence, providing him with considerable comfort. Yichen felt even more moved. In that moment, Guzhan held an exalted position in his heart. This brought back memories of his father from his childhood. He had endured countless hardships, and over the years, few had shown him such kindness. Stepping out of the room, Guzhan let out a sigh. Raising the protagonist's favorability was the only thing he could do at this point. There was no other choice. In several simulations, it had become clear that opposing the protagonist would lead to his inevitable demise. Conversely, showing kindness would yield reciprocity from the protagonist. In the 5th simulation, even his descendants had ceased to care for him, with only Xiao Yang shedding a tear for him. In most novels, protagonists are depicted as being loyal, grateful, and virtuous. Wouldn't you agree, immortal sovereign? Guzhan scoffed slightly. After caring for his daughter and her kin for so many years, he would ultimately have to claim his soul. Was the refinement to be instantaneous? Upon returning to his own quarters, Guzhan immediately began to cultivate the Tian Shin true art, focusing on his recovery. To purge Yichen's toxins, he had sustained his body with his master-level true essence throughout the night. It was impossible not to feel fatigued. Had he not reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of masterhood, it would have been quite challenging to heal Yichen. Could this also be his fortune? Was he destined to be Yichen's blood bag? Guzhan suddenly pondered. Regardless, when dealing with a being like the protagonist, as long as one exercises caution and avoids errors, the difficulty should not be insurmountable. 2 days later, Yichen and Guzhan had both recovered. When Yichen met with the Emerald Pearl, the three were filled with astonishment. It was then that Guzhan realized they were not true siblings, but had become acquainted 5 years prior, sharing many experiences and overcoming numerous challenges together. Gazing at Yichen's youthful visage, Guzhan smiled with satisfaction. Yet, a thought struck him. Yichen was 16 this year, and so was he. How could the protagonist be so feeble? The so-called child of destiny? There was no comparison to my own extraordinary prowess. Half a month later, at the entrance of the Gu family estate, clad in white and carrying a bundle, Yichen solemnly bowed to Guzhan, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Brother Gu, for saving my life. I shall forever remember your assistance over these past 2 weeks. Guzhan patted his shoulder, smoothing out the creases in his clothing, and spoke gently, Little Chin, we are all friends and family. There is no need for such formality. Now, take care on your journey, and be cautious. Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Gu, and my 2 sisters, take care. With that, he resolutely departed from the city. Though the poison within him had dissipated, his yearning for martial arts remained undiminished. This time, he was determined to find his master and learn his martial techniques. Recalling the immense power his master had demonstrated 3 years ago, shattering mountains with a single palm strike, Yichen felt a surge of ambition. The debt of gratitude he owed to Brother Gu was monumental. He could never forget such kindness. As he set out, Guzhan had prepared 3 changes of clothes, a sword, a dagger, and 100,000 taels of gold for him. It was indeed a moment of great fortune. How could there be such benevolent individuals in this world? Yichen was overwhelmed with emotion. In the study, Guzhan meticulously reviewed the simulations from the past 8 iterations. The name Yichen had never surfaced. However, that did not imply he had never existed. After all, in the simulations, his focus had solely been on his father, while the others had not garnered much attention. Perhaps the Emerald Pearl had already been taken away long ago. Indeed, with Yichen now in the picture, my future seems much more promising. To speak unflatteringly, even if he were to perish, should Yichen grow strong, he might just be able to rescue him from the river of time. Guzhan pondered uncertainly. In the following days, he patiently awaited the cool-down period of the simulator while discussing innovative economic strategies with the Emerald Pearl, aiming to foster harmonious development among the 3 parties and create a glorious future together. After all, being the protagonist's sister, she must exert herself in economic matters. Their father had long returned to Kaiyuan City and was currently preoccupied with business affairs. The Gu family's expansion had been so vast that they were short-staffed, necessitating his personal involvement. Finally, after several days, Guzhan retrieved the heavenly demon heart-crushing technique and declared, Brother, this time, we must achieve the Purple Mansion. Perseverance is our guiding principle. We must not slacken our efforts. Moreover, although you have already attained the status of a Grandmaster, it is advisable for Xiao Yang to refrain from acting recklessly. The simulation commences. On the first day, you left a letter and proceeded directly to the Taiping Prefecture. By the 8th day, you exerted yourself to the utmost and finally arrived. On the 8th day, with a formidable display of power, you suppressed all the masters within the city, ultimately achieving a decisive unification of the entire prefecture. On the 9th day, you established a new faction in Taiping Prefecture, named Dragon-Slaying City. By the 2nd month, Dragon-Slaying City had consolidated all factions within Taiping Prefecture, with your influence extending to every major and minor city. In the 3rd month, you devoted yourself to seeking information regarding the future leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the 4th month, there were no results. In the 5th month, still no results. In the 6th month, news remained elusive. In the 7th month, despite the lack of information, you diligently practiced numerous formidable martial arts, significantly enhancing your strength. In the 8th month, a young man sought you out in the core hall of Dragon-Slaying City, smirking as he inquired, Are you the one searching for me? You furrow your brow, questioning if this is truly the leader, for he appears not as an elderly figure, but rather in a perplexing state. The leader strikes at you, embodying the essence of a formidable practitioner of the dark arts. Though his tactics are base, yet he pales in comparison to your prowess. His cultivation is notably feeble, merely at the third tier of the master realm, leaving you astounded at his audacity to confront you. You place your foot upon his head, applying a forceful pressure. Mastery at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. How could you possibly possess such strength? The leader is taken aback, for it is known that those who exceed the 4th tier of mastery have long since ventured to the capital. In the realm of the city, it is nearly unheard of for someone to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier, save for those who practice unique cultivation techniques, as resources are exceedingly scarce. For instance, in the neighboring Hunyuan mansion, the most formidable practitioner is merely at the 3rd tier, while your unified Taiping mansion boasts a peak strength of only the 2nd tier. You laughed, and the immense power crushed the master. Speak the great demon art. The master responded with a cold smile. So this is what you desire. A delusion born of folly. You smiled as well. If you choose not to speak, I possess myriad ways to coax your words forth. You begin to torment him, employing every means at your disposal, yet the master remains utterly unmoved. For him, pain is the most trivial form of suffering. In the 9th month, the master still utters not a single word, and you find your patience waning, preparing to take his life. The master is bewildered. He does not fear pain, but rather, he fears death. You find yourself bewildered. Is this not sheer folly? The master ultimately revealed the celestial demon technique, which aligns with what Xiao Yang once articulated. Within the celestial demon technique, there exists a primary skill known as the true art of the celestial demon, accompanied by 8 subsidiary techniques: the heart-exterminating path of the celestial demon, the cause and effect path of the celestial demon, the heartless path of the celestial demon, the killer's path of the celestial demon, the mad path of the celestial demon, the emotionless path of the celestial demon, the city-toppling path of the celestial demon, and the sinister path of the celestial demon. In the 10th month, you meticulously scrutinized each character and every procedure of the techniques, and under the threat of death, you coerced the master into compliance. Once you were assured of the absence of errors, you extinguished the master's life. Regrettably, the master could only identify you as the sole individual capable of practicing the subsidiary techniques. Otherwise, you might have exploited the situation to your advantage. This individual is not yet the master. He is merely a disciple of the celestial demon sect, a rival in the pursuit of future leadership. In addition to the celestial demon technique, you also acquired a skill in disguise, mastering it instantaneously. By the 12th month, you delegated all matters to your subordinates and commenced the search for suitable targets to disseminate the techniques. You recalled the disciples from your previous life and resolved to make amends in this one. By the end of the 1st year, you successfully located 4-year-old Qin Ming, 5-year-old Zheng Yuan, and 3-year-old Li Huai, bringing them to the dragon-slaying city. This time, you unified the capital, and the innate essence mines were abundant, allowing you to assist your disciples generously. However, despite having found them, you discovered that they were ill-suited for the cultivation of the celestial demon great method. You remain undeterred, persistently seeking suitable talents. In the 2nd year, you decisively unified the neighboring realms of Hunyuan, Xuanzhen, and Luohua. Gazing upon the nascent Tianping, you hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately, with resolute determination, you asserted your dominance and unified it as well. After conquering the 5 realms, you paused. Attaining the 9th level of mastery is already the pinnacle of your capabilities. Further actions would undoubtedly draw the attention of the capital, inciting targeted scrutiny. You have traversed through 5 prefectures and countless cities in search of prodigies. Delegating all affairs to your subordinates, you have returned to Wutan City. You concealed your identity and emerged as a newly affluent force in the city of Wutan, once again forging connections with Guyu Tianzhen and Shaoxian. The 3 of you share similar interests and have much in common. Otherwise, the 5th simulation would not have forged such a strong friendship. By the end of the 2nd year, Zhanlong City has discovered a prodigy for you, named Chu Tian, who is 10 years old this year. You are overjoyed and take him as your personal disciple, the future heir of Zhanlong City. You imparted the celestial demon exorcism path to him, dedicating your utmost efforts to assist in his cultivation. In this lifetime, you did not take Qin Ming, Zheng Yuan, and Li Huai as disciples. Instead, you chose to nurture them compensatorily, rendering their status uniquely special. Simultaneously, they resolved to exert themselves diligently in order to repay your kindness. By the 3rd year, Chu Tian had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the astral energy realm, with the resources of 5 entire prefectural cities at his disposal. Advancement was an inevitable outcome. He confidently traversed 3 major realms within a single year, fostering an even deeper gratitude towards you. In the 4th year, Chu Tian broke through to the innate realm, Reaching the 4th level, you generously supplied him with boundless innate essence, accelerating his cultivation further. That same year, Xiaoxian encountered his beloved, deciding to remain by her side eternally. Gu Tianjin exchanged a knowing smile with you, inquiring whether you had any sisters. The same pattern unfolded, leading to a similar conclusion. In that year, Xiaoxian, Gu Tianjin, and you all entered into matrimony, with your wife being Cheng Xiaoyan. You endeavored to cultivate affection for this gentle and gracious woman, yet found it difficult to summon any genuine interest. That year, all of your wives became pregnant. By the 5th year, the children were born in succession. You remained the self-proclaimed master of naming, as Xiao Yang, Guyu Suner, and Guyu Mayer were welcomed into the world. History seemed destined to repeat itself, as your children were once again forcibly stripped of their naming rights by these two individuals, ultimately being named Gu Jinren. You gaze at Gu Jinren's small head, a sense of perplexity enveloping your thoughts. Is this the will of fate? In the 6th year, emissaries from the Zhao family arrived to arrange a betrothal. You chose not to intervene, preferring to allow events to unfold naturally. By the 7th year, your disciple, Chu Tian, had reached the age of 15 and achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, officially stepping into the realm of the masters, becoming the most gifted individual in the entirety of Zhanlong City. In the same year, one of your subordinates returned with another disciple, a prodigy capable of practicing the heavenly demon great method. This child, merely 10 years old and 5 years younger than Chu Tian, is named Yu Ji. You bestowed upon him the path of the celestial demon, publicly declaring him your second disciple and the future grand elder of the dragon-slaying city. The right-hand man of Chu Tian. Chu Tian remained indifferent, merely engrossed in his cultivation. Yi Ji appeared quite discontent with his fate, secretly vowing to himself, I am the strongest. I shall undoubtedly become the lord of the dragon-slaying city. You devoted yourself wholeheartedly to nurturing Yeji, placing your hopes upon him, while his feelings towards you grew ever more intricate. In the 8th year, everything remained unchanged. In the 10th year, Gu Tianjin left you a letter before vanishing unexpectedly. You pondered whether, throughout these years, the celestial sovereign had awakened. In the 11th year, you dispatched individuals to closely monitor Xiaoxian. Numerous experts lurked in the shadows, and an unforeseen incident occurred. Xiaoxian fell victim to poisoning once again. And you found yourself unable to uncover the truth, igniting your fury. In your wrath, you brought Xiaoyang and Guyu Suner back to your home, nurturing them with utmost care. In this lifetime, you felt more confident and treated Xiaoyan with greater kindness. The 3 little ones delighted in listening to your tales, a myriad of stories. In the 12th year, you became a mentor to the 3 children, commencing their martial arts training. The 13th year passed without incident. The 14th year brought no changes. The 15th year was the same. In the 16th year, Chu Tian broke through to the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, and Yeji officially achieved the same breakthrough. At 24, Chu Tian had matured significantly, taking charge of the affairs of Zhanlong City, becoming your most trusted subordinate. In the 17th year, Yeji introduced you to his 3rd disciple, a 10-year-old named Wang Tong, who was precisely 10 years younger than him and 15 years younger than Chu Tian. You imparted to him the profound principles of the celestial demon causality path, harboring great expectations for his future. In the same year, a formidable figure from the Celestial One sect arrived, the esteemed master known as the Spring Equinox, who earnestly beseeched you, asserting that Xiao Yang, with his exceptional talent, was the most suitable candidate to be his direct disciple, hoping you would consent to instruct him. You acquiesced, having conducted an exhaustive investigation into the formidable force that is the heavenly gate over the years. It is not one to be trifled with. In the 18th year, the vernal equinox arrived, yet it departed without carrying away a single cloud. The 20th year passed uneventfully. In the 21st year, the Zhao family proposed a union, which Xiao Yang declined, for his affections still lay with Guyu Suner. You advised the Zhao family to withdraw, granting Xiao Yang his freedom. In the 23rd year, destiny played its hand. Despite your non-intervention, your son Gu Jinren found himself enamored with Guyu Mayer, and the two were wed. By the 24th year, you welcomed a grandson, aptly named Gu Ping'an. In the 26th year, at the same juncture, Xiaoyang ventured into the world, departing with Suner, while you remained silent throughout the night. Utilizing the formidable power of Zhanlong City, you bestowed numerous conveniences upon the 5 major prefectures while simultaneously presenting them with challenges, thereby fostering their rapid growth. In the 30th year, Chu Tian achieved a breakthrough, officially entering the Purple Mansion realm. That same year, Yi Ji also advanced, attaining the Purple Mansion, while the youngest disciple, Wang Tong, stepped into the realm of the Grand Master, brewing his own aspirations for further breakthroughs. In the 30th year, Chu Tian resolved to venture into the capital city in search of better opportunities. After a period of contemplation, you acquiesced. Recognizing that the assistance from the prefectures had reached its limits, the Purple Mansion realm demanded greater resources. Yu Ji departed alongside him. Wang Teng ascended to the position of Lord of Zhanlong City, continuing to exert control over the 5 prefectures, ensuring your dominion remained intact. By the 39th year, Wang Teng successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Rather than departing, he chose to remain by your side, dedicating himself to your service. In your heart, there exists an absence of feeling. Throughout this life, your disciples have engaged in minimal interaction with you. You do not wish to invest too much emotion, perceiving them merely as instruments. Yet, the human heart is as fragile as tofu, and often, unbeknownst to you, you have performed many benevolent acts towards them. In the 40th year, at the age of 56, your innate talent is somewhat inferior to that of your 3 disciples. After 4 decades of arduous cultivation, you finally break through and step into the realm of the Purple Mansion, as you experience the newly opened Purple Mansion within. And the significant strengthening of your physical body and true essence, along with the extension of your lifespan to 300 years, a sense of contentment washes over you. Regardless of the circumstances, you feel that you have sufficiently reaped the rewards of this life. Time, and your perception, begins to advance in leaps. In the 50th year, you bestowed upon your father the longevity elixir that Yichen had given you, ensuring that he did not succumb to death that year. Your father smiled, handing you a triangular jade pendant, and chose not to utter another word. You perceive the power of the Purple Mansion, yet nothing reveals itself to you. Ultimately, you can only hang the jade pendant around your neck, wearing it close to your heart. In the 60th year, Wang Ting ascended to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion, his strength far surpassing yours. Nevertheless, he remains by your side, harboring no thoughts of departure. In the 80th year, your father, Guan, has passed away. Without the longevity elixir, he could not survive even a single day. Your life continues, albeit somewhat monotonous and dreary. As for Chu Tian, the night machine has been gone for a full 70 years. 70 years without a whisper of news has left you feeling somewhat disheartened, yet you find it rather to be expected. The Great Zhou's capital, the city itself, is not akin to the political or economic centers of ancient times. Rather, it is an expansive area that encompasses hundreds of great cities. The most formidable within its confines are the peak of the Earth Origin realm, and the territory of the entire capital surpasses that of the Great Zhou Kingdom outside its borders. One cannot help but find this quite peculiar. With a deep sigh, you turned to Wang Ting and said, "My dear disciple, I am weary. Let us retreat into seclusion." Wang Ting replied with a smile, "As you wish, master." Having departed from Dragon-slaying City, you casually ventured into a nearby village. Time continued its relentless march. In the 130th year, Wang Ting felt a surge of anger. "Master, I must go to the capital and bring them back. It has been a whole century since they left, and not a single word has reached us. This is utterly outrageous." You restrained the 3rd brother, asserting that each individual has their own destiny, and you bore no resentment towards them. In the 150th year, within the secluded village, the elders passed away in successive waves, while you and Wang Teng continued to lead a life of quiet seclusion. By the 200th year, after enduring a century, you ascended to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion, while Wang Teng had already reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. You were basking in the sun in your garden, where a patch of vibrant green grass grows beside the fence gate, exuding an enticing fragrance that you find delightful. Suddenly, a figure plummets from the sky, landing forcefully before you. Your expression shifts, for the individual seems somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, you realize it is your elder disciple, Chu Tian. After 170 years, you can no longer discern the depths of his cultivation. Moreover, there is no trace of the celestial demon extermination method upon him. Instead, he, like you, practices the celestial demon great art. It has been 170 years. My junior brother, how have you fared in your cultivation? Chu Tian does not meet your gaze, but rather looks towards Wang Teng, his eyes gleaming with avarice. As thoughts raced through his mind, his expression shifted dramatically before he finally rose to his feet, positioning himself in front of Chu Tian. Little 3, flee at once. His martial prowess inherently counters yours. You stand no chance against him. Wang Teng's face darkened. After 170 years, senior brother, is this how you treat our master? How could you act this way towards me? Little 3, have you not yet discerned his true nature? The techniques he imparted to us were not without ulterior motives. Our cultivation merely serves as nourishment for his own growth. Just like this. Chu Tian erupted in laughter. Seizing Wang Ting and channeling the heavenly demon art, beginning to absorb the demonic energy from within him. Master, do not be afraid. Once I eliminate little 3, you shall be next. Chu Tian's visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, the demonic aura surging around him. Chu Tian, what of Night Machine? You inquired. Little 2? Naturally. I have devoured him. Chu Tian sneered. He still harbors hopes of diligently cultivating to return the demonic energy to you. How utterly laughable. Gujan, were it not for my serendipitous induction into the heavenly demon sect, I would have remained oblivious throughout my life. Today, your demise is imminent. In a moment of despair, 3 figures rushed forth. Do not harm the master. It was Qin Ming, Zheng Yuan, and Li Huai, who had transcended to the realm of masters after 190 years. Yet, against Chu Tian, they were evidently no match. With a thunderous laugh, Chu Tian effortlessly dispatched the 3, a torrent of demonic energy surging skyward as he severed their heads. Li Huai's head rolled to your feet, igniting a seething fury within you, causing your body to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! Chu Tian crushed Wang Tung with a single grasp, absorbing 183 years of his celestial demonic energy, thus elevating his power to a new zenith as he broke through to the Earth origin realm. With a single punch, he unleashed a dense wave of demonic true essence that sent you hurtling through the air, crashing violently against a distant hillside. You coughed up blood, your body grievously injured, teetering on the brink of consciousness. You are but a trifling figure beneath the 3 realms of the Purple Mansion. How could you possibly be his adversary? Chu Tian approached, his golden robe shimmering brilliantly under the sun, his eyes filled with a dense, dark magical aura. Master, after plotting against us for so many years, I implore you, meet your demise. Chu Tian laughed maniacally as he seized your throat, and you struggled with all your might. Bang! 2 beams of light descended, a powerful presence overwhelming the scene, causing Chu Tian's expression to shift as he was forcefully subdued by this aura. Uncle Gu, are you all right? It was Xiao Yang, who arrived with Gu Yu sooner, bending down with a concerned expression. Brother Xiao, please save Uncle Gu. Xiao Yang sighed. Sooner. Uncle Gu's meridians are shattered, and his soul is gravely wounded. I am powerless to assist. How could this be? Brother Xiao, you have ascended to the immortal emperor. How can you not save him? Gu Yu sooner collapsed beside you, weeping bitterly. Xiao sighed, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, another ray of light descended from the heavens. Xiao Yang became alert, his expression shifting rapidly. Yi Chen, what brings you here, away from your obscured realm? Yi Chen was one of Xiao Yang's rivals, and their enmity was palpable. Yi Chen did not acknowledge him, but instead approached you directly. Brother Gu, he said, clad in a black robe, his brow furrowed as he sighed incessantly. Xiao Yang, Brother Gu has been schemed against. His soul is irreparably damaged. Even with our combined efforts, we cannot heal him, nor can we facilitate his reincarnation. Xiao Yang was taken aback, realizing that Yi Chen shared such a connection with Uncle Gu. More importantly, Uncle Gu's soul was indeed compromised. Yi Chen's brows knitted in concern. Just moments ago, someone was here. Who was it? Who did this? Yi Chen's expression darkened, a powerful force pressing down upon the surroundings as he coldly surveyed the area. Whoever you may be, I, Yi Chen, shall ensure your demise. To dare conspire against Brother Gu, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, from the primordial to the ancient, I will hunt you down. Xiao Yang, too, grasped the situation. The one who harmed your soul was brazenly operating beneath their very noses. Such audacity was intolerable. Cough, cough. You coughed up blood, nearing death, yet your will remained unyielding. Uncle Gu, Xiao Yang, and Gu Yusuner helped you up. Brother Gu, do not worry. I shall take care of your descendants, and I will protect your legacy. Yi Chen's eyes brimmed with tears, recalling the care you had bestowed upon him 2 centuries prior. Uncle Gu, do you have any final wishes? Xiao Yang inquired. You extend your hand, pointing towards the still-living Chu Tian nearby. Heaven, celestial demon, great. You can barely articulate your thoughts. Xiao Yang and Yi Chen exchanged a glance, fully comprehending your intentions. Yi Chen seized Chu Tian with determination, forcibly altering the cultivation technique within him to the celestial demon heart extermination path. The essence of the celestial demon surged into your being, propelling your cultivation to ascend rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, you reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the Earth origin. You have perished, yet you met your demise with a smile. Xiao Yang and Yi Chen truly deserving of their roles as protagonists, embody the essence of the fated children of fortune, exhibiting an uncanny ability to navigate circumstances with grace. After your demise, a fierce contest ensued between the two, yet ultimately it was Xiaoyang who took you away and laid you to rest in his realm of flames. Yi Chun took several of your descendants, vowing to devote himself entirely to their cultivation. Though you have departed from this world, your spirit endures. You chuckled, without a moment's hesitation, certain that it was that fellow who had intervened. Did you guess it was me? A familiar voice echoed. It was Guyu Tianjin. With his raven hair and dark eyes, bearing a stern expression, still donning that overly pretentious demeanor. How intriguing. I shall see for myself who you truly are. Guyu Tianjin smiled, then forcefully grasped your neck. Splutter. You have transformed into countless fragments of soul, devoured in one swift motion by the ancient lunar entity. As the system intervenes, erasing all information, you are utterly defeated. Gazing at the lines of text before him, Gu Zhan felt profound satisfaction with these two protagonists. They were truly remarkable. Although his eldest disciple, Chu Tian, possessed a somewhat reckless disposition, believing in the notion that his fate lay solely in his own hands. The conclusion ultimately proved to be favorable. He had absorbed the essence of celestial demons for centuries and ascended to the realm of the earth origin. No, that cannot be right. I must be a fool. I could have directly requested their cultivation. Sooner mentioned that Xiaoyang had already become an immortal emperor. At such a level, even a mere strand of hair could elevate me through several significant realms. What a wasted opportunity. Gu Zhan lamented, regretting his lack of foresight. Engaging with the protagonists seemed a promising path, the only drawback being that they appeared quite late in the story. Were it not for my imminent demise, they surely would not have materialized. Moreover, Xiaoyang referred to this place as the Flame Realm. What is the meaning of this? Gu Zhan felt somewhat bewildered. He scrolled through the progress bar, reflecting on the lives lost due to his actions. Wang Ting, Yi Ji, Qin Ming, Zheng Yuan, and Li Huai. He sighed once more. They were all good souls. Rest assured, from this day forth, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall not starve. Finally, he glanced at the description concerning Chu Tian. Quite ordinary, indeed. It seemed to be a cycle of reincarnation. After all, he had treated Zhang Qing in a similar manner, even draining his two disciples to the point of exhaustion for sustainable development. While he could comprehend this, it left him with an unsatisfactory feeling. Little Chu Tian, in the next life, I shall ensure you face the consequences. I recall Xiaoyang mentioning that the leader took a century to break through to true martial. A genuine wastrel. By this reckoning, it took me and Chu Tian 200 years to attain the Earth origin. We are even less capable. Gu Zhan sighed again. He then turned his attention to the final evaluation. Evaluation. Your life has been relatively fortunate. Befriending the protagonist was a commendable strategy. However, the lives of the protagonists are rife with uncertainty. In your quest for self-improvement, you have schemed against many, only to ultimately suffer the repercussions. You may choose one of the following rewards. Firstly, the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm in martial arts, accompanied by the heavenly demon Great Method. Secondly, all memories of your life, with a substantial probability of affecting your worldview. The heavenly demon Great Method. It has finally arrived. Gu Zhan laughed heartily. First. Buzzing. A surge of new power flooded into his body, and Gu Zhan's cultivation rapidly ascended. With the aid of the suppressor, he silently stepped into the Earth origin realm. All of his energy transformed into the true essence of the demon path, and his aura became increasingly sinister. His appearance, nourished by the technique, grew more handsome. He had previously only been comparable to Gu Tianle, but now he had completely surpassed him, possessing a charm that rivaled 1 in 10,000 readers. This simulation lasted for 200 years, the longest Gu Zhan had ever experienced. If all went well, the next duration would be even longer. The lifespan of a master is 200 years. The lifespan of a purple mansion cultivator is 300. And that of the Earth origin realm is 500. 500 years is ample time for him to cultivate more disciples and enhance his own cultivation. According to the simulation, the strongest in the Great Zhou is merely at the peak of the Earth origin realm, leaving considerable room for maneuver. After 9 simulations, his map remained firmly within the Great Zhou territory, indicating that it might be necessary to venture into higher realms. There are also the Flame Realm of Xiaoyang and the Sky-covering Realm of Yi Chun, both shrouded in mystery. Gu Zhan stroked his chin, lost in thought. The day after the simulation ended, as dawn broke, Gu Zhan was greeted by the sounds of gongs and drums, with a bustling scene outside. Ah Xiang and the others had seemingly vanished, leaving him wondering about their whereabouts. Rubbing his eyes, Gu Zhan, with darkened circled beneath them, rose from his bed. The courtyard was lively, with dozens of servants hanging curtains, pasting auspicious characters, and setting up lanterns. Xiang, what is all this about? Xiang, dressed in festive red attire, responded with a smile. Young master, the 15th of this month is New Year's Day. Everyone is celebrating. New Year's? Gu Zhan recalled the term from his memories. Indeed, it was New Year's, the most vibrant festival of the year. Legend has it that long ago, evil demons invaded the world, and human warriors fought valiantly, ultimately overcoming the malevolent forces at great cost. This day was thus designated as New Year's Day. This tradition is observed in both the Great Zhou and other nations. TSK. Gu Zhan, feeling lethargic, allowed Xiang and the others to assist him in brushing his teeth and washing his face. After dressing and having breakfast, he settled beside the artificial hill in the courtyard, gazing at the canvas before him, then at the jadeite, continuing his sketching. After several minutes, he habitually added some artistic embellishments to the jadeite. This was true artistry, Gu Zhan remarked with satisfaction. Jadeite. Frame it up and hang it on the wall of my room. The jadeite, now dressed, wore a rosy blush, filled with shyness. Young master, this is not appropriate. Gazing at the portrait of herself, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Youth, you are still far too young. This is art. Jade, do not perceive this masterpiece through your tainted eyes and corrupted heart. This is raw, unadulterated art. Gu Zhan found himself somewhat disheartened. After following him for such an extended period, how could these individuals still harbor such antiquated notions? Alas, it is his failing. Ultimately, Jade chose to take the painting with her. Gu Zhan was contemplating commissioning a group portrait for everyone when Pearl suddenly approached. Young master, the Lord has sent someone to inquire whether you intend to celebrate the New Year in Yuqing or Kaiyuan City. This posed a dilemma. He decided on Kaiyuan City. After all, as a son, how could he allow his father to make a long journey on his behalf? Understood. Days later, Gu Zhan arrived at the Gu family estate in Kaiyuan City, accompanied by all the maidservants. Only one day remained until the New Year. Gu Zhan felt no emotional turbulence, merely treating this as an ordinary day. However, Guan was brimming with excitement. In the hall, he passionately recounted the greatness of the human race. Years ago, the impervious emperor devoted himself entirely, sacrificing his very life to evolve a new technique, which ultimately vanquished the evil forces. Regardless of how many years pass, we, the human race, must remember this hero. The impervious emperor? Gu Zhan suddenly felt bewildered. His understanding of this matter was woefully inadequate. He genuinely did not know about it. Yes, the impervious emperor, the supreme existence of our human race. Without his sacrifices, there would be no present for humanity. Guan's expression grew solemn. Son, you must forever remember this name. No matter the time, one must not forget their roots. Do not emulate the traitor Go San from years past. Who is Go San? Gu Zhan was taken aback. This name seemed rather extraordinary. Guan glanced at him and continued. Go San was a traitor to humanity. It was he who conspired with the evil forces, subjecting humanity to countless calamities. Goodness gracious! Gu Zhan found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the nature of this world. How utterly insane! The two engaged in conversation about the history of humanity for over 2 hours, and Gu Zhan listened intently. He was thoroughly convinced that this might indeed be true. The invasion of the evil forces occurred 30,000 years ago, when humanity united against them. Guan even knew certain intricate details. One must acknowledge that the historical legacy of this world is remarkably preserved. In the afternoon, 2 guests arrived at the Gu household. Guan was enjoying tea with Gu Zhan when the head of the guards, Zhao Yunfei, personally announced, "My lord, there are 2 individuals with the surname Gu, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, claiming to be your blood relatives." Reflecting on the appearance of those 2 individuals, Zhao Yunfei pondered deeply. They did indeed bear a striking resemblance to the Lord. Guan's expression shifted suddenly. Son, come, let us go to welcome them. Gu Zhan was left even more perplexed. Blood relatives? The 2 individuals stepped out of the hall and made their way to the entrance, where 2 middle-aged men stood waiting. One was clad in white, his countenance resolute, while the other donned yellow, exuding a dignified aura. Both appeared formidable. Guan gazed at the 2, his expression shifting repeatedly. Elder brother, second brother, he murmured, bowing his head in respect before turning to Gu Zhan and stating, "This is your uncle Gu Yizhou, and your second uncle Gu Yichuan." Gu Zhan promptly returned the gesture, saying, "Greetings, uncle and second uncle. Ah, this is your little nephew, Guijo remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. He bears a striking resemblance to me in my youth, quite handsome indeed. Alas, he lacks the bloodline of the Gu family. His future is bound to be arduous. Guijo shook his head as he observed Gujan, before retrieving a jade pendant from his robe and presenting it to him. Nephew, this is a token of our first meeting, a mere trinket, yet wearing it for an extended period may bolster your constitution. No sooner had he finished speaking than Uncle Guichuan extended a small box as well. Another trinket, do accept it. Gujan was momentarily taken aback. Guin smiled and encouraged. Since they are your uncles, you should accept their gifts. Thank you, uncle and second uncle, Gujan replied respectfully, bowing once more as he accepted the jade pendant and the small box. The moment the jade pendant touched his hand, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and he could distinctly sense a surge of vitality emanating from it, gradually altering his physical condition. Gujan was astounded. His uncle was indeed remarkable. Whether it was the jade pendant or the man himself, he could not fathom their depths, for he was aware of his uncle's prowess at the Earth origin realm. The small box, too, appeared extraordinary at first glance. Brother, you are truly generous. I recall that this jade pendant was given to you by our great-grandfather. Guin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. They are merely trifles, Guijo waved dismissively. Come, let us proceed inside. The group then entered the Gu family estate. Within the hall, dozens of maids and servants hurried to serve them tea, wine, and an assortment of snacks. Guijo took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by Guichuan and Guin, while Gujan occupied a corner, munching on treats while observing the scene. His father's status was undoubtedly significant. Brother, second brother. It has been 16 years since we last met, Guin remarked after a few cups of tea. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired further. Guijo chuckled softly. Third brother, you remain as restless as ever. A shadow of concern crossed his brow as he continued. It has been 16 years. Father has missed you. There is no need to create discord with him over a woman. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Gujan. Guin's expression darkened. The teacup in his hand shattered under his grip, slicing his palm and causing blood to spill forth. Witnessing his father's fury for the first time, Gujan rushed forward, urging those nearby to fetch medicine, and he tenderly attended to his father's wound. Brother, second brother, this matter will forever linger in my heart, Guin said, his head bowed, his demeanor unervingly calm. Guijo sighed deeply. Third brother, you are ultimately your father's son. As the favored child of my father, who had a late blessing with your birth, he holds you in far greater esteem than he does for me or your second brother. For the past 16 years, he has never forgotten you. Guijo's expression was intricate. Their father had suffered severe injuries in recent years, and his days were numbered. If possible, he hoped you could return to see him one last time. Guichuan also urged, Third brother, father cannot let go of you. He often regrets the events of the past. Guin gazed coldly at them. Regret now? Eldest brother, second brother, I have matters to attend to. Feel free to discuss among yourselves. With that, he rose and departed, his demeanor frigid, reminiscent of a petulant girl. Gujan was consumed by curiosity, his mind weaving an elaborate tale of 300,000 words. He yearned to inquire of his uncles, but hesitated. These two were rather formidable. Ah, the unpredictability of life. Guijo sighed deeply. Little nephew, if you have the chance, perhaps you could persuade your father. Let bygones be bygones. With that, Guijo, clad in white, transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Guichuan patted Gujan's shoulder, saying nothing, before also dissipating in delight. Gujan's mouth hung agape. He had heard that only upon reaching the heavenly origin could one fly through the void, and only upon achieving true martial could one further alter their physical state to traverse his light. Did this imply that his uncles were true martial experts? The pinnacle of martial arts in this world? Did he possess such a formidable background? A multitude of questions surged within Gujan. After much contemplation, he found himself in his father's courtyard. Guin sat in a chair, staring vacantly at the distant pond, lost in thought. Father, regardless of the circumstances, I support any decision you make, Gujan asserted as he settled beside him. Guin smiled. Good son, my dear eldest. This sentiment suddenly shifted the atmosphere. So, father, could you elaborate on the events of the past? Guin picked up the triangular jade pendant at his chest and gazed deeply at it. Let the past remain in the past. With that, he removed the pendant and handed it to him. This is the only thing your mother left you in my sole remembrance. I have worn it for 16 years. From now on, it shall be entrusted to you. Guin rose, carrying a cup of now cold tea towards the distant pond, his figure somewhat forlorn and stooped. I detest enigmatic individuals. Gu Zhan firmly grasped the jade pendant in his hand and gently adorned it upon his chest. The pendant, translucent and radiant, bore the faint etching of a flower, a hexagonal, snowflake-like design. In the study, Gu Zhan retrieved a small box gifted by his second uncle. With care, he unfolded it to reveal a ring finger. Beside it, a line of small text read, "A true weapon can be bound upon shedding blood." Intriguing indeed. The cautious individual that he was, he refrained from binding it immediately, instead choosing to stow it away with great care. In reality, he could not simply activate it. It seemed wiser to utilize it within the confines of the simulator. His parents were likely not mere ordinary figures. During the next simulation, he would seize the opportunity to uncover the truth. His uncle, Gu Yizhou, and second uncles, Gu Yichuan. After all, they were formidable warriors of true martial strength, and a casual inquiry should yield information about them. Gu Zhan felt a surge of excitement. This must be a hidden quest. He was determined to unravel the mysteries surrounding his parents. If all went as expected, his father had not returned home during the previous simulations. Moreover, during the initial simulations, he had spent some time in the Gu family. Why had he never encountered his uncles? Especially during the first simulation, when he had remained in Kaiyuan City and had heard no mention of them. Countless speculations swirled in Gu Zhan's mind. The next day arrived. Heralding the new year, Kaiyuan City was particularly vibrant, with every household igniting firecrackers and relishing delectable treats. The Gu family hosted numerous events that evening, including poetry gatherings, inviting the townsfolk to partake. Gu Zhan stepped forth, distributing ample supplies to the elderly over 60, thereby solidifying his reputation as a benevolent figure. On the first day of the new year, throngs of people flocked to the Gu residence to extend their greetings, nearly wearing down the threshold. Gu Zhan found himself compelled to engage with the visitors, diligently fostering goodwill. Over the ensuing days, the festive atmosphere only intensified, enveloping all of Kaiyuan City in jubilance. That night, an overwhelming aura spread throughout Kaiyuan City, causing Gu Zhan's heart to race, his entire being poised on the edge of peril. The power of a peak Earth origin stage was ever ready. What was happening? He donned his garments and exited his chamber. Suddenly, a more formidable presence surged toward him, overwhelming his senses, and he knelt in submission. The maidens within the room were equally affected, each one gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Consumed by rage, Gu Zhan prepared to unleash the might of his peak Earth origin stage. Boom. Lu Yushi. It truly is you. The Lu family cannot contain their impatience. A familiar voice resonated, and as Gu Zhan looked again, a white silhouette materialized in the air. It was his uncle, Gu Yizhou. Damn it. In the sky, another figure soared upward. Gu Yizhou, indeed, you still care for Guin. Ha ha ha. Today, the death of one will suffice to cripple the Gu family. Lu Yushi wore an expression of delight, for this time, Gu Yizhou was undoubtedly destined for demise. As he spoke, two formidable warriors from the true martial realm approached from behind, forming a triangular formation that coldly scrutinized Gu Yizhou. 3 true martial experts? They certainly hold me in high regard. With a flick of his right hand, a long sword gradually materialized, and a fervent battle intent radiated from his eyes. Lu Yushi, the outcome is not as certain as you believe. Boom. A series of violent explosions reverberated through the air. On the ground, Gu Zhan could discern nothing, only vaguely sensing a tumult of bodies colliding. Bang! Another explosion echoed. Just then, a dark silhouette plummeted from the sky, landing before Gu Zhan. Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to find an arm, charred and blackened as if burned. Gu Yizhou. I never anticipated you would reach the pinnacle of the true martial 9th layer. Lu Yushi in the sky was utterly astonished. Did you think we came to visit the third brother out of mere hospitality? We are here to lure the snake from its lair. To eradicate your Lu family in one fell swoop. Gu Yizhou spoke coldly. Eradicate in one fell swoop? Lu Yushi suddenly recalled something, disregarding everything else as he frantically retreated. Lu Yushi, do not escape. Even if you flee now, it would be futile. This time, my Gu family has mobilized 5 true martial warriors and 300 heavenly yuan. Gu Yizhou laughed heartily, an even greater power surging through him. Another cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. Gu Zhan rose from the ground, his expression dark and foreboding. By this point, he was painfully aware of the situation. The visit from his uncles to persuade his father was merely a ruse. The true intention was to provoke the Lu family into action. The plan to annihilate the Lu family was all too real, a commonplace strategy. Yet the cost of this maneuver fell upon him, his father, and the entirety of Kaiyuan City. As the battle raged on, Xiang, Emerald, and Pearl suffered grievous injuries. And countless citizens of Kaiwan City were harmed by the oppressive aura of the true martial experts. Even he, at the first layer of the Earth Yuan, could barely withstand the pressure, collapsing to his knees. In this moment, his fury surged. Within the hands of the Gu and Lu families, he and his father were nothing but pawns. That feeling was truly infuriating. Amid his contemplation, the battle in the air concluded. Gu Izhou descended, dragging a lifeless body with him, landing directly before Gu Zhan. "Little nephew, you are quite impressive, far surpassing your father." He observed keenly that Gu Zhan remained unscathed under their oppressive force. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. For 16 years, the third brother had not been idle. "While we may have erred in this matter, you must believe that my Gu family has always cared for you." With his right hand resting on Gu Zhan's shoulder, Gu Izhou questioned, You possess no cultivation? How is that even possible?" Under his imposing presence, there was no trace of injury, revealing a lack of cultivation. He then directed his gaze toward the jade pendant adorning Gu Zhan's chest, murmuring, "So it is." In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. From this day forth, the Gu family shall dominate the mortal realm. He extended a palm-sized token inscribed with the character Gu. "Carry this with you. And all powers within the mortal realm shall accord our Gu family the respect it deserves. Dazhou, Chaqing, Wei, and Chu, all will comply." Having spoken, Gu Izhou seized the unconscious Gu and from a distance, stating, "Your father has sustained severe injuries. I shall take him back to the Gu family for treatment. You are welcome to accompany us if you wish." Gu Zhan remained silent, offering no reply. Gu Izhou discerned his intent. "The headquarters of the Gu family lies in Bui. We have been awaiting your arrival." With a flicker of brilliance, he departed, dragging Lu Yushi's lifeless body away. Gu Zhan's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed upon the aftermath of their battle in Kaiwan City, his expression darkening. In mere seconds, the death toll within the city exceeded 10,000. On this auspicious day of the new year, such a tragic loss of life was unfathomable. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands left injured. "The Gu family, I have taken note." Gu Zhan resolutely grasped the token. He then retreated to a room to tend to Xiang and the others' wounds. 10 days passed. Under Gu Zhan's guidance, Kaiwan City began to recover. Yet the atmosphere remained frigid. Everyone was engulfed in sorrow. Gu Zhan exerted every effort, ultimately saving only Xiang, Xiao Chui, and the precious emeralds. All other maidservants perished. The captain of the guards, Zhao Yunfei, also fell, while old Zhang survived but lost an arm. In silence, Gu Zhan led the survivors away from Kaiwan City. Stepping into the Wandering City, utilizing the resources of the Wandering City, he devoted himself to the restoration of Kaiwan City. After entrusting all matters to old Zhang, Gu Zhan seated himself beside the rockery, contemplating. Indeed, experience is the most profound means of self-formation. The events of that fateful night had significantly altered his emotions and thoughts. "Power, I require a strength far greater, one capable of resolving all formidable challenges." With a splash, Gu Zhan leaped into a nearby pond. A swarm of small fish approached, nibbling at him with open mouths. In a sizzling burst, demonic essence surged forth, instantly shattering the fish into countless fragments. Blood dyed the pond red, staining Gu Zhan as well. Simulator cooldown time, 3 seconds. This time, Gu Zhan uttered not a word. He activated the simulator directly. On the first day of the simulation, with the token given by Gu Izhou and the true soldiers provided by Gu Ichuan, he departed the Wandering City. You advised the pearls and jade to inform her that should Yuchen return, he is to seek you out. Following the guidance of the previous simulation, you located Chu Tian in Taiping Prefecture and subsequently discovered Yuji within a span of 3 months. As for Wang Ting, he has yet to be born. Considering the timeline, he will not arrive for another 12 years. Accompanied by the 8-year-old Chu Tian and the 3-year-old Yuji, you returned to Taiping Mansion. With formidable power, you unified the entire prefectural city and established Zhanlong City. In the 3rd month, you successively brought under your control Hun Yuan Mansion, Tianping Mansion, Quanzhen Mansion, and Luohua Mansion. In the 4th month, you continued your expansion, capturing 6 additional prefectural cities. By the 5th month, you had seized control of 20 prefectural cities surrounding the capital, your influence growing so formidable that it attracted the attention of the powerful figures within the capital. In the 6th month, while you were engaged in cultivating your skills, a formidable Tian Yuan master descended from the heavens, inquiring about your identity and intentions. His demeanor exceedingly contemptuous, perceiving you merely as a dog. You brandished the Gu family token, causing the formidable Tian Yuan expert to kneel in supplication, fervently striking his own face in a desperate plea for your forgiveness. You have solidified your understanding of the Gu family's formidable strength, and a smile graces your lips. Henceforth, how about you serve me? The formidable Tianyuan expert acquiesced, stating, "It is my honor to become your subordinate." He is Ji Chang'an, the preeminent powerhouse of the great Zhou royal family, a first-level Tianyuan expert, and the mightiest figure throughout the entire Great Zhou. Initially, he intended to venture out for a breath of fresh air, only to encounter you, bearing the Gu family's Yanlong token. Leveraging the influence of the Gu family, you deftly seized control of 121 prefectural cities within the Great Zhou, as well as 300 cities within the capital. You fervently sought out prodigies capable of mastering the celestial demon heart extermination path, imparting to them the sacred teachings. By the 8th month, you had successfully identified 5 such talents and had bestowed upon each the corresponding techniques. In the 9th month, as you were deep in contemplation, you were startled by the arrival of an individual in the training chamber. Cloaked in a dark robe, he concealed himself within the shadows. You were unable to penetrate the depths of his cultivation, yet you can sense his formidable strength. Tentatively, you inquire about his intentions. As the eldest disciple of the 3rd generation of the Gu family, Gu Zhan, would you be interested in joining my heavenly demon sect? The heavenly demon sect? What advantages does it offer me? You gaze at him with fervent anticipation. I am the current leader of the heavenly demon sect, and I can provide you with countless resources to enhance your power, enabling you to ascend to the realm of Tianyuan in a remarkably short time. Furthermore, having already cultivated the true art of the heavenly demon, the power within you is comprised of demonic essence. Should you choose to join the heavenly demon sect, you would become the next leader of the sect. You smiled and inquired, "What must I sacrifice?" The leader of the demon sect let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You need not sacrifice anything. This is a gift bestowed upon you. I am merely curious to witness how the disciples of the Gu family will respond once you ascend to the position of the demon sect leader." Presently, the Gu family has vanquished the Lu family, establishing dominance over the realm with 9 formidable, true martial experts, positioning themselves as the new vanguard of righteousness. I find this quite intriguing. As the eldest 3rd-generation disciple of the Gu family, your rise to the role of demon sect leader is indeed a most fascinating affair. With a furrowed brow, you ponder the peculiar behavior of this individual. After a moment of contemplation, you acquiesce to his request. The leader of the heavenly demon sect, Zhou Wuxin, is overjoyed and promptly presents you with 300 cultivators who have mastered the auxiliary techniques of the heavenly demon great art. You absorb the energy meticulously, elevating your cultivation to the pinnacle of the earth origin realm. Those from whom you drew the demonic essence were undeniably beyond the grasp of life. The transition from the earth origin to the heaven origin realm necessitates surmounting a formidable barrier. Even the most formidable demonic arts must navigate this challenge. Regardless of the abundance of demonic energy, this obstacle remains inescapable. In pursuit of transcending this barrier and orchestrating future endeavors, you returned to the Taiping prefecture and subsequently arrived at Wutan City. As you prepared to depart, Zhou Wuxin remarked, "From this moment forth, the entire demonic sect shall serve you, but only upon your breakthrough to the true martial realm shall you ascend to the position of sect leader." You nod in agreement. Indifferent to the matter at hand, you have located Qin Ming, Zheng Yuan, and Li Huai, bestowing upon them formidable techniques and abundant resources, thus continuing to rectify the debts owed to them. As you reflect upon your limitations, you encounter Gu Yufeng Yuan and Xiao Xian. In the 3rd year, you marry once more, and your wife is with child. By the 4th year, Xiao Yang and the others are born. In the 9th year, Gu Yufeng Yuan departs. This time, you mobilize the entirety of the Great Zhou and the forces of the heavenly demon sect to investigate, yet you uncover nothing. In the 10th year, you successfully break through your constraints, entering the celestial origin realm, where one enjoys a lifespan of 700 years and the ability to soar through the skies, empowering you significantly and granting you a profound sense of security. In the same year, however, Xiao Xian succumbs to poison once again. You harness the power of the Great Zhou and the heavenly demon sect, yet ultimately failed to uncover the source of the toxin. You treat Xiaoyang, Gu Yusener, Gu Yumeyer, and Gu Zhenren with greater care. In the 11th year, you found Zhou Wuxin, who had been waiting for quite some time. The materials for the heavenly demon art have been completely expended, and you must cultivate anew. Rest assured, I have already undertaken this task. Zhou Wuxin continued. One point I must remind you of is that the heavenly demon art can only expedite your ascent to the 9th layer of the celestial origin. As for the final breakthrough to true martial, that requires your own comprehension. True martial is the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate destination for our kind. I wish you success. You have taken command of the entire celestial demon sect, unleashing its power across 4 nations in a fervent quest to discover and nurture prodigies. In this relentless pursuit, the sect has committed numerous heinous acts, resulting in the demise of countless individuals, yet you remain indifferent to their fates. With the resources at your disposal, you continued your arduous training. In the 12th year, you discovered the newly born Wang Tung and devoted yourself entirely to his cultivation. By the 15th year, you remained steadfast in your rigorous practice. In the 16th year, a disciple from the heavenly path, known as the Equinox, approached you with great reverence to inquire about Xiaoyang. You gestured dismissively and consented to allow him to mentor Xiaoyang. The Equinox was overjoyed and secretly provided substantial support to the celestial demon sect, even going so far as to procure 5 disciples for the cultivation of the celestial demon grand art. Is this truly the foremost martial arts sect in the world? You scoffed with disdain. In the 17th year, the vernal equinox departed. In the 20th year, the Zhao family proposed, and you declined. In the 22nd year, your son Gu Jinren wed Gu Meyer. In the 25th year, Xiaoyang departed with Gu Yusuner. You harnessed the full might of the heavenly demon sect and the power of the great Zhou to shield him, enriching his journey through the martial world and fostering their rapid growth. In the 29th year, Chu Tian, during the night, ascended to the Purple Mansion realm and ventured to the capital for training. This time, you were indifferent to the outcome. By the 30th year, at the age of 46, with the support of the heavenly demon sect, you broke through and entered the 2nd layer of the celestial origin realm. Despite your mediocre talents, Zhou Wuxin did not abandon you. In the 40th year, you lost all traces of Xiaoyang. He and Gu Yusuner had vanished, leaving no signs in Northern Wei, Great Zhou, Chu State, or the Evergreen Kingdom. You sighed, contemplating that perhaps this was Xiaoyang's fortuity. For 40 long years, you had received no news of Yichun. He had never returned, and the emerald pearls had aged. Both of them possessed inferior martial talents. And despite your efforts to gather numerous heavenly treasures for Xiang and Xiao Chui, it merely prolonged their existence for a short while. Throughout these 4 decades, the Gu family had never reached out to you, a fact you regarded with indifference. In the 45th year, you experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the 3rd level of Tian Yuan. By the 50th year, calculating the passage of time, it seemed that your father was also nearing the end of his life. After much hesitation, you ultimately resolved to journey to Northern Wei to see him one last time. You soared into the sky, heading northward. 15 days later, you successfully entered the Northern Wei, holding the Flame Dragon Order as you stepped into the Gu family. This marked your inaugural visit to the Gu family. And along the way, you encountered many formidable Tianyuan experts, each surpassing your own strength. Moreover, you realized that the powers of numerous Tianyuan beings were particularly effective against you. The heavenly demon great art has its flaws. In your heart, there lies a sense of speculation. At the Gu family, you encounter the esteemed patriarch Gu Yichuan, the venerable elder Gu Yizhou, and your father, Guan. After 50 years, Guan still appears to be in his prime. His cultivation has ascended to the realm of earth origin, ensuring that he will live for many more years to come. In the depths of night, the Gu family hosts a grand banquet, warmly welcoming your presence. After many years of separation from your father and consuming copious amounts of wine, you find it impossible to become intoxicated. As the night deepens, Gu Yichuan approaches you with a glass in hand. Nephew, it was my suggestion that led you to take risks back then, and for that, I offer my apologies. He drains his glass in one gulp, and you feel an unusual tranquility. After 50 years, you have come to terms with the events of the past. Second uncle, there's no need for such formality. I have long since let it go. You reply with a smile, raising your own glass in a toast. Gu Yizhou burst into a hearty laugh, gazing at you with a mischievous glint. You rascal, after 50 years, what suddenly brings you to clarity, compelling you to come to Beiwei? Did Zhou Wuxin truly permit your arrival? With a flourish, Gu Yizhou unsheathes his sword, pressing it against your neck. You wretched boy, light and darkness cannot coexist. Since you have joined the heavenly demon sect and practiced their nefarious arts, you should have anticipated this day. Gu Yichuan claps his hands, summoning hundreds of true essence warriors from the Gu clan, while in the distance, 7 formidable true martial experts emerge. How disgraceful it is for the esteemed Gu family to lay hands on a mere child under 100 years of age. Where is your dignity? Zhou Wuxin arrives, clad in azure robes, his hair speckled with gray, exuding an imposing aura. Beside him are 11 true martial masters. Upon closer inspection, You realize they are all formidable practitioners of the demonic path. You cast your gaze once more upon the elder Guin. What are you staring at? Are you not aware of the art of disguise? Guin removed the mask of human skin from his face, revealing an aged visage. His aura unmistakably that of a true warrior. He is not your father, but rather a stranger. You find yourself perplexed as 5 formidable figures emerge from the shadows, each a master of the righteous path. Among them stands Zhou Wuxin, a powerful expert from the heavenly Dao sect. With such cunning thoughts, who could possibly remain oblivious? Do you naively believe that by selecting a disciple from the Gu family, we would allow the heavenly demon sect to escape unscathed? Gu Yichuan scoffs, declaring today, "We of the righteous path shall eradicate every last one of you wicked demons. None shall remain. From this day forth, my Gu family shall unify the 4 kingdoms and establish a supreme sacred ground." An overwhelming force surges towards you, leaving you no means of evasion. Bang! A colossal scar marred your chest, a testament to your grievous injury. Yet, this was merely a consequence of the aftermath of battle. Although you have ascended to the 3rd layer of the celestial origin, you remain but an insignificant ant. You were struck by their formidable power, violently thrown to the ground. Teetering on the brink of death, you felt the icy grip of mortality closing in. Suddenly, a cacophony of discordant sounds erupted, and a wave of warmth enveloped you as a figure approached. Clad in dark attire, with ebony hair and obsidian eyes, he wielded a long sword. "Fear not, old friend," he reassured, "for as long as I stand, none shall dare to take your life." It was Guyu Tianjun. To your astonishment, he was aiding you. With a sardonic smile, Guyu Tianjun unleashed a strike, a colossal wave of sword energy sweeping away all in its path. Neither the righteous nor the malevolent could withstand his effortless assault. His might had transcended the realms of true martial prowess. In mere moments, the champions of both the righteous and the sinister lay defeated upon the ground. Guyu Tianjun lifted you to your feet, remarking, "Old friend, it is the first time I have seen you in such disarray." You smiled, and Guyu, with his innocent demeanor, also smiled. He extended his hand, striving to mend your wounds with his own strength. Yet, it proved futile. Your injuries were too severe to be healed in such a brief span. You have relinquished all your power and cultivation. The sole remnant that remains is the 700 years of life granted after transcending the celestial realm. You supported your body and approached Gu Yichuan, asking, "Where is my father?" You inquired as Gu Yichuan lay on the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood. "Your father. He lacks the blood of the Gu clan and shall never cultivate throughout his life. Even with the finest treasures of heaven and earth to restore him, he would not return to life. He had been back in the Gu family for less than 3 years when he perished." Gu Yichuan spoke the unvarnished truth. 3 years. You find it impossible to accept all of this. Why? Why did you choose to exploit us in the first place? You cannot comprehend it. Gu Yichuan was lost in recollection. Back in those days, someone informed me that you were rumored to have taken on a mentor, having slain many in a small town of the Great Zhou. My father's greatest wish was to vanquish the Liu family, in pursuit of fulfilling his legacy. I came to this realization. Indeed, now I understand that the calamity of that new year was primarily my own doing. You feel a sense of guilt and discomfort. You wish to inquire about matters concerning your mother, yet before the words escape your lips, you succumb to unconsciousness. At the end of the 50th year, Guyu Tianjun escorted you back to Wutan City. He gazed at you, shaking his head. "As for your mother, it is likely that only your grandfather and father were privy to that knowledge. However, they are no longer with us. I am truly sorry, dear friend. I find myself unable to assist you with this obsession of yours." You smiled. "Guyu, simply surviving brings me immense satisfaction. Old friend, I have matters to attend to that compel me to depart from this world. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again." Guyu, in her innocence, departed, and you led an ordinary life in Wutan City. In the 52nd year, your disciple, Chu Tian, left you. Yi Ji and Wang Teng sought you out, and at your behest, the 3 of you journeyed to a small village where you intended to spend your remaining days. Yi Ji and Wang Teng quietly accompanied you. In the 60th year, nothing transpired. In the 80th year, nothing transpired. In the 99th year, you welcomed a visitor. "Uncle Gu, how have you come to this?" Xiao Yang gazed in astonishment at you, lying in bed, while Gu Yu and Sun Er were equally pained. "Xiao Gu, please think of a solution." Xiao Yang, with a grave expression, expended countless resources to concoct a pill for you. Upon consuming it, your injuries healed, and you regained your cultivation at the 3rd level of Tian Yuan. Seeing your improvement, Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and Gu Yu Sun Er was exceedingly joyful. "Uncle Gu, There seems to be an issue with your cultivation method. While the celestial demon technique can rapidly enhance strength, it also carries numerous drawbacks. Not only is it suppressed by the positive and intense true arts, but the celestial demon true essence is also unwelcome in this realm. You nodded. Having comprehended these matters over the past 50 years, Uncle Gu, I present to you a new cultivation technique. From this day forth, let this true art be your path. With that, Xiaoyang bestowed upon you the supreme 9 transformations. As you gazed upon Xiaoyang's youthful visage, a wave of emotion washed over you. Uncle Gu, the accomplishments I enjoy today are largely due to your guidance in my formative years and the numerous trials you orchestrated for my growth. Without them, I would still be an ignorant child. Truly, the protagonist is a child who knows how to express gratitude and repay kindness. You feel considerably more at ease within yourself. You inquired of him about the events of that year. What, indeed, did the Heavenly One sect teach you? Xiaoyang fell into reminiscence and sighed, saying, They merely sought to exploit the fortune that resided within me. Alas, they ultimately reaped the consequences of their own malevolence, and instead, I absorbed the entirety of the Heavenly One sect's fortune. I comprehend now. Indeed, it is as such. The heavens have opened a door. And it is no wonder that this is the righteous sect. Xiaoyang, Guyu and Sun Er accompanied you for 7 days, and after those 7 days, they departed from this world directly. You sought strength from him, only to be met with refusal. The gifts bestowed by others inevitably come with drawbacks. And they are limited in their potency. They are far inferior to the strength cultivated through one's own endeavors. When you inquired about his mother, Xiaoyang shook his head. He too could not discern the depth of the triangular jade pendant. You commenced your earnest cultivation of the supreme 9 transformations, a practice that continually refines your physical constitution and innate talents. With each breakthrough, you were granted the opportunity to alter your essence. In the 107th year, your subordinates conveyed tidings of a small village within the Tianping prefecture, where a boy had recently been born. Tragically, his father met his demise at the jaws of a tiger on the eve of the boy's arrival, while his mother perished during the arduous labor of childbirth. The villagers collectively nurtured him, affectionately referring to him as the little one. After much hesitation, you resolved to provide substantial assistance to the village, significantly improving the quality of life for the little one. In the 117th year, the little one suddenly vanished, as if having evaporated from existence. You have summoned all the guardians of the little one, lost in contemplation. After a century and a half, you have completed your transformation of cultivation methods, advancing the 9 transformations of Supreme Tao to the 3rd phase. Although you remain at the 3rd level of the celestial origin, your overall prowess has significantly enhanced, and your innate talent and comprehension have grown even stronger. In the 210th year, you break through to the 4th phase, stepping into the 4th level of the celestial origin. By the 290th year, you achieve the 5th phase, ascending to the 5th level of the celestial origin. On a certain morning in the 300th year, you awaken from a deep slumber, only to find the entire world shrouded in darkness. The sun has vanished. Shadows flicker, and a familiar figure appears before you. It is Xiaoyang. Uncle Gu, from here on, allow me to handle everything, Xiaoyang says with a wry smile, gazing up at the engulfing darkness. What on earth has happened? You inquire, perplexed. The demons from beyond the heavens, they have returned, he replies. The mention of these demons stirs memories of the tales your father told 3 centuries ago. This time, the demons from beyond are even more formidable. The Xianzhen realm above has been thoroughly corrupted and is now spreading towards the 3,000 minor worlds beneath it. As he speaks, another figure emerges from the shadows, a young man with flowing hair, clad in a long robe. Yichen, what brings you here? Xiaoyang asks, his brow furrowed, aware of their previous conflicts. Ignoring him, Yichen approaches you directly. Brother Gu, this situation is perilous. You can take refuge in my heavenly shield realm. Xiaoyang bristles with anger. Yichen, do you consider me invisible? Uncle Gu has my protection. Emperor Yi, Emperor Yin, and Master Han, enough with the trivialities. The Wutian Emperor has already departed. Another young man interjects with a serious expression. Uncle Gu, I shall go first. Xiaoyang, upon hearing this, acts without hesitation. Take care. Brother Gu, Yichen follows closely behind. I have come as well. A languid voice resonates from the distance. In a daze, you catch sight of an unremarkable figure, who seems to sense your gaze and offers you a subtle smile. Who are you? You inquire, regaining your focus. The young man clad in black nods at you. Greetings, Elder. I am known as the martial ancestor by all. With the invasion of the demons from beyond, we are duty-bound to respond. Rest assured, Elder. If they wish to annihilate this world, they must first step over our corpses. The martial ancestor bows to you, and in an instant, his figure vanishes. You find yourself standing still, momentarily entranced alongside several disciples. Emperor Yin Shaoyang, Emperor Yi, martial ancestor, heavenly venerable Han, and the supreme Emperor Wutian. These names resonate with an unmistakable familiarity. Suddenly, a shroud of darkness envelopes you, and a violent wave of pain courses through your entire being, rendering you devoid of consciousness. In your haze, a figure emerges amidst the boundless void. Bare-handed and drenched in blood, he engages in fierce combat against formidable demonic beasts, his body marred by grotesque scars. His stature is imposing, and despite the immense pressure bearing down upon him, he remains motionless, his expression inscrutable, as he dispatches one beast after another. A mesmerizing aura radiates from him, illuminating the darkness with a multitude of dazzling lights that birth countless stars. In that moment, you receive a fragment of the Supreme Emperor Wutian's boundless consciousness, enhancing your innate abilities, elevating your wisdom, prolonging your lifespan, and bestowing upon you the legendary Supreme Bone. Your corporeal form is in the throes of destruction. Your soul is on the brink of destruction when a figure suddenly materializes, seizing your essence. It is Gu Tianjin, whose delicate features shift subtly as he gently rubs his fingers together. The friend of the fragmented soul, Gu Zhan, he muses. What makes your soul so delectable, so intriguing? The dark hair cascading behind Gu Tianjin quivers slightly as he ponders. An inexplicable sensation whispers to me that by consuming your soul, I shall become immensely powerful. Were it in the past, I would have unhesitatingly indulged in my desire for strength. But now, I defy fate. His countenance grows increasingly frigid as he clutches your soul, suspended in the shadows. Observing the figures engaged in battle against otherworldly malevolence, a sinister smile curls upon his lips, becoming ever more peculiar and exquisite. If the heavens truly dictate fate, then I shall sever her once more. My destiny is not governed by celestial whims. Fate is merely a vanquished foe beneath my hand. With a fierce grin, he shatters your soul, declaring, the resonance of destiny is returned to you. You have perished. Each simulation causes Gu Zhan's heart to undergo continuous transformation. This time, it is even more extraordinary. First, select a reward. He swallowed hard, gazing at the text at the bottom of the simulator. Evaluation. Throughout your life, you pursued power and joined the demonic path, only to be ensnared by its machinations. You have relentlessly sought answers. Yet the so-called answers remain as elusive as the moon reflected on water or flowers mirrored in glass. At the final juncture of life, you are met with the annihilation of the world. You may select one reward from the following options. Firstly, the martial prowess of the fifth heaven origin realm, which inherently possesses the supreme 9 transformations. Secondly, the martial arts of the 1004th. The memories of your life are likely to significantly influence your worldview. Upon seeing these rewards, Gu Zhan felt discontent. What about my supreme bone? Was it not bestowed upon me by the unfathomable emperor? Damn system, have you taken a kickback? That is the supreme bone. What of my rebirth, my divine hand, and the power of reincarnation? Regrettably, no matter how displeased he was, the system remained unresponsive, functioning merely as a predetermined program devoid of any intelligence. Choose one, it prompted. Gu Zhan exhaled. If there is none, so be it. The consequences are too immense. He is but a minor character, and if he cannot withstand these repercussions, he is doomed. He had acquired the martial prowess of the fifth heaven origin realm, and the power of the supreme 9 transformations surged within him. Gu Zhan felt exhilarated as he experienced the breakthroughs of each realm in his memories, and the enhancement of his physical endowments and understanding. His joy intensified. In this lifetime, every realm was achieved through steadfast effort, step by step. Had the heavens not given birth to Gu Zhan, the sword path would remain eternally shrouded in darkness. To simulate invincibility, why would he need to rely on another's bone? With the power of the heaven origin realm firmly in his grasp, Gu Zhan brimmed with vigor, feeling as though he could sweep across the world in battle for 3 days and nights. Yet, in the next moment, he felt discontent again. The machinations of his uncles had caused him significant losses. The Gu family, I shall remember. Reflecting on it now, his second uncle appeared harmless and spoke little. But as the head of the Gu family, he was quite cunning. This entire scheme was orchestrated by him. Within 3 years, he must bring his father back. 3 years, thankfully. I still have ample time. Gu Zhan sighed with relief. In merely 10 simulations, he had progressed from an ordinary person to the fifth heaven origin realm. A promising future awaited. Moreover, In this simulation, he encountered figures such as Xiao Yang, the Flame Emperor, Yi Chun, the Celestial Emperor, and that seemingly unremarkable Han Tianzuan, who likely belongs to the Lin family, as well as the Unfathomable Emperor. Although he had never seen the Unfathomable Emperor's visage, merely reading about him stirred his blood. Within 3 years, he must return with his father. After 300 years, when the external malevolent forces descend, will they have succeeded? The celestial sovereign certainly displayed admirable poise. Gu Zhan marveled. He actually did not devour him. This, indeed, is the celestial sovereign of his recollections. Upon thoroughly reviewing the simulation records, he regretted not utilizing that genuine weapon in this simulation. It seemed he had not encountered it later on either. Furthermore, there was one more thing. Xianzhen Realm. After repeating this name, Gu Zhan felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Yang and the others referred to this world as the mortal realm, while the higher realm was known as the Xianzhen Realm. Thus, it can be surmised that during the simulation of 40 years, Xiao Yang's disappearance may indeed be linked to this mysterious realm of Xuanzhen. Yi Chun likely shares a similar fate. Gu Zhan, stroking his chin, pondered over several other protagonists, Han Tianzuan, Wu Zhu, and thought it wise to seek their acquaintance if the opportunity arose. Moreover, this experience has unveiled a promising revelation. As long as my assistance to the Wu Tian Emperor remains benevolent and devoid of any sinister schemes, there should be no repercussions. Furthermore, it is conceivable that I might engage with him closely. The ultimate supreme bone may very well be a reward from the Wu Tian Emperor for my support. Gu Zhan's thoughts meandered, formulating plans for the next simulation. In the forthcoming endeavor, he intends to accomplish even more. Lastly, regarding Xiao Yang, after 99 years of simulation, he undoubtedly ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor. Nevertheless, he remains unable to discern any distinction in the jade pendant. As he grasped the triangular jade pendant before him, Gu Zhan became increasingly entranced. His father's identity was rather unremarkable. The only challenge lay with his mother, and he hoped for a smoother experience. Gu Zhan sighed, his brow still furrowed. Following the calamity of the new year, he underwent significant transformation. He had almost entirely ceased consuming pigs' trotters and lost interest in economic development. Most of his time was now devoted to studying the 9 transformations of Supreme Tao in his secluded courtyard. Regrettably, despite his aptitude having been enhanced 5-fold, it was evident that he had not reached a prodigious level. No matter how much he studied, it merely amounted to self-imposed limitations, yielding no results. Days passed by, and with the unwavering support of the U City, Qian City was completely rebuilt. Gu Zhan also compensated many who had suffered during the incident. The common folk remained unaware of the events that transpired that day, believing it to be a natural disaster. In their eyes, Gu Zhan's actions resembled those of a divine being, akin to a living bodhisattva. After the new year, every household began to venerate his statue, which must be said was exceedingly abstract. As time flowed on, everything gradually improved, and the future appeared promising. Cooling time for the simulator. One day. On this particular day, while engrossed in a book to comprehend the battle from 30,000 years ago, Gu Zhan unexpectedly received a letter. The letter materialized out of thin air, imbued with an overwhelming force that, under his perception at the 5th level of Tian Yuan, remained inscrutable. What is this? Gu Zhan calmly regarded the letter before him, ultimately discovering a small, golden glowing character Gu on the reverse side. A missive from the Gu family. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Zhan decided to open it. Dear nephew, the Lu family has been annihilated. In the mortal realm, the Gu family shall be esteemed above all. You are the 3rd-generation disciple of the Gu family. Though young, your status is exalted. We await you in Bei Wei at your convenience. Your grandfather is eager to meet you. Upon opening the letter, the voice of Gu Yichuan suddenly resonated. Gu Zhan furrowed his brow deeply. It is from my uncle. He exhibited a hint of disdain. In reality, his uncle had once schemed against him and his father, employing a divide-and-conquer strategy that led to the downfall of the Lu family. In the simulator, he exploited his emotional ties to his father to lay a trap, intending to annihilate all demonic factions. Frankly, Gu Zhan harbored little fondness for his uncles. However, the Gu family also possessed numerous avenues for exploitation. The reason the Gu family plotted against him in the simulator was due to his affiliation with the Tianma sect. Leveraging the Gu family's dominion over the world, which they likely comprehended long before Zhou Wuxin had any contact with him. Standing in the courtyard, Gu Zhan pondered deeply. It was impossible to approach the Gu family. The risks were far too great. Although the shield had prevented Gu Yizhou from discerning the full extent of his power, it had nonetheless allowed him to vaguely sense something amiss. The master behind him also bore many vulnerabilities. With the might of the Gu family, they could easily uncover the truth. For the time being, the Gu family was off limits. At the very least, he needed to wait until he had established a rapport with the immortal sovereign. He would never forget. After simulating for 50 years, it was the immortal sovereign who intervened and saved him during his utter despair. It was a pity, however, that the later iterations of the immortal sovereign grew increasingly distant, eventually becoming the revered figure he had come to know. Without further examination of the letter, Guzhan turned and returned to his chamber. The following day, simulator cooldown time, 30 seconds. Upon reflection, unless he faced a life-threatening crisis, it was unlikely that Xiao Yang or Yi Chen would come to his rescue. During the 50-year simulation, they were probably still in their infancy. By the time of the 99-year simulation, though Xiao Yang had appeared, his presence was limited to a mere 7 days. When he encountered peril later on, their duration of existence would extend significantly. After meticulously revisiting the details of the 10 simulations, Guzhan decisively initiated the 11th simulation. Simulation commenced. On the first day, after some contemplation, you resolved to replicate the previous simulation's process with simplicity. On the first day, you entered the capital alone and engaged in battle with Ji Chang'an, the most formidable member of the great Zhou royal family, effortlessly overpowering him. You once again produced the Yanlong order of the Gu family, successfully subduing Ji Chang'an, thus becoming the unseen master behind the great Zhou kingdom. On the third day, Ji Chang'an sought out several of your disciples, personally nurturing them and orchestrating a life of abundance and ample resources for their cultivation in the latter half of their lives. On the fourth day, you harnessed the power of the great Zhou kingdom to gather various intelligence regarding Han Tianzuan, Wuzhu, and Yichen across the 4 nations. On the fifth day, you entrusted all matters to Ji Chang'an and journeyed to Wutan City. By the 10th day, you seized the opportune moment to forge connections with Xiao Xian and Gu Yuetian. You engage in delightful conversations, and in their eyes, you are truly a confidant among confidants. They hold you in the highest regard. You clandestinely provided them with abundant assistance, leading to a transformation in their lives and cultivation that was nothing short of revolutionary. By the 3rd year, they were wed, and in the 4th, they welcomed a child. During this time, you were acutely aware that your father had likely passed away. Clenching your fist with resolve, you still neglected your family. In the 9th year, Gu Yufengyuan mysteriously vanished without a trace, and you speculated that they may have ventured into another realm, perhaps the Xinjiang realm. By the 10th year, Xiao Xian inevitably fell victim to poison, and you laid him to rest. On the night following the funeral, a torrential downpour ensued as you sat before Xiao Xian's grave, lost in thought, gazing at the tombstone. Brother Xiao, once again I have failed, but rest assured, one day I shall uncover the truth. In that same year, you took on disciples Xiao Yang, Suner, and Gu Zhenren, dedicating yourself to their meticulous instruction. One late night, you summoned Xiao Yang to your chamber. Uncle Gu, Xiao Yang inquired with a hint of curiosity. Little Yang, my strength is limited, and there is little I can offer you, you said, gently ruffling Xiao Yang's hair. Unable to suppress a sigh, you imparted the supreme 9 transformations to him, hoping to expedite his growth and render his life more seamless. Xiao Yang gazed at you with confusion, still too young to comprehend your words. You urged him to diligently cultivate and safeguard himself. As Xiao Yang departed, a sense of relief washed over you. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped you, leaving you bewildered by this sensation. In the 12th year, you discovered the newly born Wang Teng and entrusted him to Ji Chang'an for nurturing. By the 16th year, the heavenly Tao sect approached to accept disciples, treating you with utmost reverence. You have promised, and this is the opportunity that belongs to Xiao Yang. In the 17th year, during the vernal equinox, late at night, Xiao Yang approached your bedside, quietly gazing at your slumbering form. Uncle Gu, I am at a loss for how to repay you. He earnestly bowed 3 times in reverence. Under the guidance of the vernal equinox, Xiao Yang matured significantly, experiencing a profound transformation in his understanding of the world. He swiftly comprehended the significance of the supreme 9 transformations. His feelings for you deepened further. In the 20th year, he proposed, only to be met with refusal. In the same year, empowered by his enhanced talents and insights, he achieved a breakthrough, stepping into the 6th level of the celestial origin. In the 22nd year, Gu Zhenren wed Gu Meier. By the 25th year, Xiao Yang set forth with Gu Suner, embarking on adventures in the martial world. You continue to safeguard them, albeit this time your power is confined solely to the Great Zhou, with minimal deployments in the remaining 4 nations. In the 30th year, Ji Chang'an informs you that he has discovered a 10-year-old child named Han Feng in a small village of the Great Zhou. You arrived at a place known as Daniyu Village, where you witnessed a youth named Han Feng, who was rather ordinary and even somewhat unattractive. Although you could not recall his appearance from the previous simulation, you were certain that this was indeed the future Han Tianzuan. Han Feng gazed at you in bewilderment, sniffling with great effort, and you chuckled at the sight. Orphaned and alone, Han Feng had no one to rely upon. After thoughtful consideration, you decided to adopt him, providing him with abundant resources for his cultivation, as well as the supreme 9 transformations path and absolute freedom. Han Feng's joy was palpable, as if he were living a celestial life. In the 35th year, Han Feng bid you farewell, choosing to venture into the world. With a smile, you advised him to stay safe, assuring him that he would always be welcome back. By the 40th year, you perused the comprehensive information gathered by Ji Chang'an. This time, lacking the power of the heavenly demon sect, your network of information was exceedingly limited. You had lost track of Xiao Yang's whereabouts in the 30th year and of Yi Qin's in the 3rd year, with their final known locations leading them to the kingdom of Chaqing, the easternmost nation on the continent. In the same year, you achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of Tian Yuan and the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations path. Your entire being underwent a profound purification, leading to the elevation of your soul. By the 50th year, your mastery over the Great Zhou had deepened, and you had nurtured numerous powerful beings of the earth element. Yet, you still found them lacking in strength. You continue to conceal your true self, operating from the shadows. In the 60th year, your appearance remains unchanged, eternally youthful and vibrant. In the 70th year, you transcend, stepping into the 8th layer of the celestial origin, and your soul experiences yet another elevation. The final 3 transformations of the Supreme Tao of 9 turns offer a profound enhancement to your physical being, surpassing the earlier transformations. In the 80th year, nothing of note occurs. In the 90th year, again, nothing transpires. In the 100th year, you achieve a breakthrough. Officially entering the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial origin, you stand just one step away from the ultimate Jinwu, uncertain of when you will take that step, yet filled with anticipation. In the 107th year, you arrive in the Great Zhou, in a small village within the Tianping prefecture. You rescued a villager who ventured into the mountains for hunting, and also extended your aid to a woman in labor facing dire difficulties. At 6 in the morning, you encountered the future emperor of the abyss. He was diminutive and filthy, bearing no resemblance to the majestic ruler he would one day become. He nibbled on his finger, resembling a small, helpless puppy. From the very first glance, you found yourself enamored with the little one. Your benevolence extended towards the humble village and the Sher family, enhancing their lives significantly. In the subsequent years, you observed the little one closely and imparted the profound teachings of the 9-fold supreme path to him, urging him to remember. The little one resembled any ordinary child, devoid of the celestial brilliance expected of a future sovereign. Thus, you treated him as a typical boy, engaging in playful camaraderie. And your days were spent in a state of blissful leisure. In the 117th year, at the tender age of 10, the little one vanished without a trace. Rather than embarking on a search, you chose to reside in a random village within the Great Zhou, embracing a life of seclusion. By the 120th year, a visitor arrived at your secluded village, a middle-aged man whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to your own. Father, what were you truly thinking? The visitor, Gu Jinren, glared at you with palpable anger. Throughout my life, your attention towards me has been nearly non-existent, as you busied yourself with other matters. I may be indifferent, but Mother cannot endure this any longer. She is suffering. For years, I have often seen her weeping alone. You must provide me with an explanation today. You were taken aback. Indeed, it has happened several times. In your eyes, your wife Qing Xiaoyan and your son Gu Jinren have always been perceived as mere tools, and your demeanor towards them is rather peculiar. You suddenly come to a realization and apologize to your son. I am truly sorry. Come, let us return home. Gu Zhen, unable to comprehend your thought process, nonetheless finds solace in the notion of family reunification and thus cares little for the confusion. You return to the city of Wutan, engaging in an all-night discourse with your wife regarding the potential challenges that may arise in economic development. Your wife, of the same age as you, has amassed a significant wealth of resources in this lifetime, elevating her mastery to the realm of a grandmaster. With the aid of various precious herbs and elixirs that enhance beauty and vitality, she remains in the prime of her allure. In the year 135, you departed from Wutan with your wife, disregarding your son's pleas, resolutely choosing to embark on a journey of togetherness. By the year 154, Cheng Xiaoyan was nearing the end of her life. Such is the fate of warriors forged through the accumulation of resources. All achievements are but castles in the air. And her lifespan had reached its limit. You bestowed upon your wife the longevity elixir that Yichen had gifted you, granting her an additional 30 years of life. Subsequently, you returned to Wutan City with her, relishing the joys of family surrounded by your children and grandchildren. However, in the 184th year, Cheng Xiaoyan departed from your life, followed by your son Gu Zhenren, whose innate abilities were limited. His survival until now had been a remarkable feat gazing upon your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and further descendants. You found your emotional connection to them fading. With a heavy sigh, you retreated once more into solitude. You arrived at a quaint village in the southern part of the Great Zhou, where you planted 2 loquat trees in the courtyard. One tree symbolizes your wife, while the other represents your son. After 2 centuries, the loquat trees you planted have grown to a magnificent height of 10 meters, lush and brimming with vitality. You sat beneath the 2 loquat trees throughout the night, and on the following day, you transcended, officially entering the realm of Zhenwu. You have finally ascended to the ultimate realm of martial arts, the true martial. With a lifespan of 1,000 years, you traverse the world in a radiant form. Your strength significantly enhanced. Confidence pervades your being. The final challenge of the Supreme 9 transformations also resides within true martial. Similar to the heavenly origin, this realm encompasses 9 transformations. With each breakthrough, your innate qualities and comprehension are elevated. You are indifferent to cultivation, desiring only to savor life and live in tranquility. In the 220th year, you transcended to the true martial 2nd level. In the same year, you received a letter from the Gu family. The messenger, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, exuded an imposing presence. It was your esteemed uncle, Gu Yizhou. Nephew, 3 days hence, the Gu family has resolved to declare war against the demonic path. As a member of the Gu family, I hope you will lend your assistance. You sense the formidable power of the true martial eightfold within your uncle, an extraordinary force indeed. Over these past 2 centuries, had it not been for the protection of the Gu family, you would not have enjoyed such a tranquil existence for so many years. Listening to your uncle's words, you fell into silence. Tell me about my mother, and I shall take action. Throughout the years, with the aid of Ji Chang'an, you actively sought answers, only to find that all information was shrouded in secrecy. It seemed that the only path to the truth lay with your father and grandfather. Yet they had both passed away, leaving you with little hope in your uncle. Very well, Gu Yizhou replied without hesitation. You hesitated for a moment, wondering if anyone in the Gu family still remembered the events of that year. Had Gu Yufeng Yuan lied during the last simulation? The matters of that time could be described as both simple and intricate. With unwavering focus, you yearn to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Gu Yizhou strikes. Though you are also of the true martial realm, your reaction comes just a moment too late. Gu Yizhou's fist shatters your protective true qi, and he seizes the jade pendant from your chest. Indeed, you have quietly cultivated to the true martial level over the years. Gu Yizhou regards you with cold indifference. Devoid of any familial affection, is this trinket what aided you? The Gu family is destined to unify the world. Yet it is lamentable that the heavenly demon sect has produced a genius who has ascended to the peak of true martial in less than 2 centuries. For now, I must harness your strength. Gu Yizhou clutches the jade pendant and grips your neck tightly. Blood surges through your veins, and you cannot help but spit forth crimson liquid, which seeps into the pendant, emanating a brilliant white light. Gu Yizhou's expression brightens. Wind and rain, no vessel. He recites an incantation loudly. Boom. A formidable force erupts from the pendant, resulting in Gu Yizhou's immediate demise. In the next moment, a spectral figure emerges from the jade pendant, gradually solidifying into a woman clad in white. With a heart untrue, even if you possess my bloodline and my incantation, what can it achieve? The woman in white effortlessly crushes Gu Yizhou's lifeless body. You dare to scheme against me? The price you will pay far exceeds your imagination. The woman smiles softly, then raises a finger, releasing a beam of light. In an instant, the distant north is beset by cataclysmic upheaval as countless natural disasters unfold. Amidst this calamity, even the strongest of true martial practitioners cannot evade their fate. They can only watch as death approaches, rendered powerless and reduced to mere mortals under the weight of such overwhelming forces. You swallowed hard. This direction seemed to lead to the headquarters of the Gu family. Could it be that this individual has annihilated the Gu family? The woman in white effortlessly eradicated 130,000 members of the Gu clan and 30 million affiliated forces before finally turning her gaze toward you. She bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar. For a moment, she appeared taken aback. You are indeed the offspring left behind by the original body. After 236 years, you have yet to reach even the pinnacle of the mortal realm? The woman in white furrowed her brows in contemplation. Ah, I see now. Your true blood has been sealed. With the knowledge that this was the action of the original body, she decided not to intervene further. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically, and an aura of chilling coldness enveloped her. If she had previously exhibited hints of anger and curiosity, now she was as unyielding as ice, leaving you unable to discern anything further. You are engulfed in an endless abyss of terror. My child, my only offspring in this world, my greatest concern. The woman clad in white weeps softly at the corners of her eyes, gently wiping away the tears, yet her exquisite visage remains devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I know well, mercy is not an option. The woman in white gazes upon you, extending a finger. I, Su Qingxue, shall leave no vulnerabilities for the adversary, nor for the will of heaven. A formidable power, far beyond your comprehension, surges forth. Your demise is imminent. Boom. At this critical juncture, familiar faces emerge. Who are you? Release Uncle Gu. Xiao Yang's brow furrows, an overwhelming aura of purple flames enveloping him. Let go at once, or I shall kill you. Yu Chen's gaze is icy, radiating an aura of murderous intent, golden light emanating from him, reflecting the faces of many. I will not allow anyone to harm my master. If you wish to lay a hand on him, you must first step over my corpse. Han Feng removes his black robe, revealing an unremarkable face in his right hand. He clutches a magical artifact, his demeanor resolute. Oh, to encounter so many Dao seeds at once is indeed unexpected. The woman in white expresses her surprise, raising her hand to calculate. Ah, I see. Is it because this world is on the brink of destruction? Each ethnicity, nation, and world unleashes tremendous power and reveals countless talents and heroes when faced with annihilation. Indeed, this is the main theme of the cycle of existence. The woman in white chuckles, then shakes her head at the three. If given another millennium, I fear I would perish at your hands. But now, you three Dao seeds, perish. With a smile, an even greater power surged within her. Xiaoyang, Yu Chen, and Han Feng exchanged glances and struck in unison. Previously adversaries, they now united in their pursuit to save you. Boom. You cannot discern their combat, nor can you comprehend their movements. You were cast to the ground by the woman in white, blood spilling from your lips as you quietly gazed at the intertwining, radiant figures above. A sharp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of something being cleaved in two. Turning your head, you were met with the sight of Xiaoyang, his head lying beside you, his eyes unwaveringly resolute. No, not like this. Tears streamed down your face, but there is no need for such sorrow, truly no need. Why must one perish for your sake? Mother, please, cease the blows. Yu Chen, Han Feng, do not strike any longer. You would never wish for anyone to perish because of you. Amidst the fierce battle, no one heeds your presence. Boom. Another figure crashes to the ground beside you, landing with a resounding thud, bloodied and battered. It is Han Feng. His breath is faint, his body gravely wounded, in a state of disarray far beyond your own. Master. Survive, survive. Han Feng utters with his last ounce of strength, and then he succumbs to death. Your tears have run dry. You fell silent. With a swift motion, Yu Chen was struck down to the ground by Su Qingxue, crashing heavily upon the earth, his body marred by numerous wounds. Yet, he maintained an unwavering gaze, exclaiming, "Do not even think of touching my brother Gu." He lay upon you, fervently insisting, "Yu Chen, flee. I do not genuinely care for you. I have been exploiting you. I am aware that you are all the protagonists in this tale. I have been scheming against you, persistently plotting your downfall." You cried out in despair, lamenting that these individuals perished for your sake. How utterly foolish. Yu Chen chuckled, his blood staining your form. Brother Gu, given your words, how could you possibly be a villain? If you have indeed plotted against us, how can it be considered a true scheme when one gives selflessly without expectation of recompense? As he spoke, he drew his last breath. Su Qingxue flicked her garments and approached you with a smile. This was a premeditated arrangement, instilling gratitude in the three Dao seeds towards you. What a clever lad, reminiscent of my own past ambitions. Her expression, once unchanging for eons, now bore the mark of admiration. Alas, this avatar possesses merely 1/1000th of my true strength. Otherwise, I could effortlessly vanquish these three Dao seeds. She laughed with unrestrained audacity. Su Qingxue lifted Yu Chen's lifeless body, scrutinizing you intently. Much like the man he once was, you two possess a visage that captivates the soul. With a smile, Su Qingxue bid farewell. Until we meet again, my son. She extended her delicate hand, grasping your neck with a gentle yet deliberate pressure. as if savoring the torment she inflicted upon you. You gazed at her with a shadowed expression. This mother is undeniably beautiful and formidable. Yet your desire to harm her has reached an unprecedented intensity. You have never felt such an overwhelming urge to take a life. Su Qingxue gradually exerted her strength. The sensation of suffocation surging forth relentlessly, causing your face to flush crimson. Could even a formidable warrior fall victim to asphyxiation? Enough. A calm voice resonated. And Su Qingxue smiled. You have finally arrived. In the next moment, her figure flickered as she launched a frenzied attack towards a shadowy figure. Amidst the myriad of lights and shadows, one could discern an incredibly resolute face. He stood with his back to you, engaging in a relentless battle with Su Qingxue. Buzz. 35 seconds later, Su Qingxue plummeted from the sky, crashing forcefully right before you. She smiled. She had perished. A figure descended from above, swiftly lifting you up. Grandfather Gu. He gazed at you with a smile. It was he, the Emperor Wu Tian. You find yourself rendered speechless, burdened by profound sorrow. Forgive me. It is all my fault, you utter from the depths of your heart. No, it is not your fault, he replies. It is fate. It is destiny. Supporting you as you take a seat. He gestures towards the darkness that has suddenly engulfed the sky. This realm has long been besieged by malevolent forces from beyond the stars. I have calculated numerous times and fought countless battles, yet each endeavor has ended in failure. This world could have endured for another 80 years, but with Su Qingxue's interference, I was compelled to cease my struggle against those fiends. Now they have completely overrun the Xianjin realm, and our fate is sealed. The 3,000 minor worlds are on the brink of annihilation. Even without Su Qingxue, our demise would have been inevitable. A smile graces his lips, but I shall never relinquish hope. My very purpose for existence is to vanquish these malevolent beings, to conquer all adversities. As long as I draw breath, I shall persevere. He gazes at you, his eyes growing increasingly profound, akin to a black hole, reminiscent of the cosmos itself, embodying the essence of creation. Now, do you comprehend my abilities? You inquire. He furrows his brow momentarily before it smooths out again. I cannot foresee. With a disruptor in place, it becomes exceedingly difficult for him to gauge your fate. You smiled. I can alter everything. I require your strength, a more formidable power. Although I do not comprehend the source of your confidence, I choose to place my trust in you. He rested his right hand upon your shoulder, and an immense force surged within you. Grandfather Gu, my strength is waning. I have suffered great losses in my battle against Su Qingxue. Grandfather Gu, this mortal realm is on the brink of destruction. Allow me to fight one last time. With a hearty laugh, he charged toward the heavens above. Boom. You beheld a blazing radiance, invincible in battle, standing unwavering and resolute. Your cultivation has transcended, ascending to the realms of true martial 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels. A shroud of darkness envelopes you, and you sense the looming threat of death. You have transcended, stepping into the pinnacle of martial arts within the mortal realm, achieving the zenith of the true martial ninefold realm. The supreme path of the 9 transformations has been perfected, and you have unlocked the 9 transformation sacred body. You have accessed the true blood of the Su clan. Boom. An endless expanse of darkness descends, and you meet your demise. Your soul remains. As a familiar silhouette emerges before you, he gazes upon your essence, his brow furrowed, his demeanor exceedingly peculiar. Gu Zhan, what is your true power? Gu Fengyuan inquires. His curiosity piqued as he studies your soul. I cannot fathom your being. Not even the void can encompass you. Is this a manifestation of destiny? Gu Fengyuan runs his fingers through his dark hair, his expression unexpectedly grim. Is what I perceive truly what I perceive, and not merely a vision imposed upon me by fate? If this is indeed the machination of destiny, then should I consume Gu Zhan's soul? I would undoubtedly fall into its trap. No, I refuse to be a pawn of fate. Gu Fengyuan releases his grasp, casting a cold gaze into the encroaching darkness. External forces ultimately do not belong to oneself. Perish. With that, Gu Fengyuan shatters your soul. You have passed into the great beyond, leaving behind the confines of this room. Gu Zhan's heart raced with mounting intensity. The magnitude of this simulation overwhelmed him, far surpassing his wildest imaginings. Whether it be the ultimate pinnacle of the true martial ninefold, the presence of his mother, Su Qingxue, or the untimely demise of the 3 protagonists, the relentless battles left him in a state of profound astonishment. First, I shall claim my reward. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, he cast his gaze towards the bottom of the simulator. Evaluation. Throughout your life, you have been blessed with a wife and children, surrounded by grandchildren. and have reached the final stage of your cultivation. Yet, many have perished because of you, individuals you held dear, even in the final moments of your existence. You pondered whether your actions were just, questioning the worth of your calculated schemes. You may choose one from the following rewards. First, the pinnacle of the true martial ninefold realm, accompanied by the supreme Tao of 9 transformations. Second, martial arts. Third, the ninefold sacred body, without side effects. 3001, the true blood of the Su family, without side effects. 3002, all the memories of your life, with a significant probability of influencing your worldview. After a brief glance, Guzhan decisively opted for the first choice. It was no surprise. It was precisely because he had elevated the supreme Tao of 9 transformations to its final step that he unlocked the ninefold sacred body in the true blood of the Su family. He had attained the pinnacle of the true martial ninefold realm. The ninefold sacred body had been unlocked, as well as the true blood of the Su family. Guzhan felt exhilarated. The immense, overwhelming power lay firmly in his grasp. The true martial ninefold, the zenith of martial arts in the mortal realm. Furthermore, a series of fragments of information flooded his mind, all concerning the ninefold sacred body and the true blood of the Su family. The ninefold sacred body. A physique cultivated through the practice of the supreme Tao of 9 transformations, upon awakening, grants formidable talents and comprehension. There are 9 layers, each capable of awakening a portion of abilities. At present, he was at the first layer of the sacred body, possessing the ability of enhanced attack. Any strike originating from him would amplify its might. Even without martial arts, he could crush all true martial powerhouses solely through sheer strength. This was the profound confidence bestowed upon him by the ninefold sacred body. The true blood of the Su family, as mentioned by Su Qingxue in the simulator, is the power of bloodline. He is the child born of Su Qingxue's true form, endowed with this bloodline power from birth, albeit sealed by Su Qingxue. The true blood can only be awakened by the descendants of the true king. It enhances physique, augments talent, and fortifies the soul. Even luck would be amplified to a certain extent. Currently, the enhancements brought to Guzhan still pertain to talent, comprehension, and soul, overlapping somewhat with the ninefold sacred body, thereby further strengthening his innate capabilities. As he experienced the myriad enhancements bestowed upon him by these 2 physiques, Guzhan felt both anguish and joy. With the true martial ninefold pinnacle, combined with the ninefold sacred body and the true blood of the Su family, my might in the mortal realm is unparalleled. Guzhan grasped the jade pendant that hung around his neck, reflecting on the incantation spoken by Guizhou. Following Guizhou's method, as long as he soaked the jade pendant with his blood and recited the incantation, he could summon Su Qingxue. No, that is not right. Guizhou was uncertain about what would happen in that scenario. He seemed to be at his wit's end. Opening the simulation record, Guzhan scrutinized it carefully. The genius of the heavenly demon sect, who reached the pinnacle of the true martial ninefold at the age of 100. He immediately recalled the old man who had once imparted the heavenly demon heart extermination doubt to him. It must be this individual. This genius exerted considerable pressure on the Gu family, compelling him to summon Su Qingxue. Was the summoning method relayed by his father? Guzhan harbored suspicions in his heart. Suppressing the immediate urge to storm the Gu family, he restrained this impulse. A visit to the Gu family was inevitable, but not at this moment. The recent simulation had profoundly impacted him, necessitating a period of consolidation. 3 seconds later, Guzhan had solidified his resolve. He stepped forward, transforming into a beam of white light, vanishing from the city of Yu. Half a day later, having traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, he successfully arrived at the capital of the Great Zhou. An overwhelming force swept across the scene. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, nothing could escape his perception. Who dares? Who has the audacity to wreak havoc in my Great Zhou? From a distant corner, a figure suddenly emerged, coldly gazing at Guzhan in the air, gathering a substantial amount of true essence, ready to strike at any moment. Boom. The pressure of the true martial realm was unleashed, condensing into a singular point. The man's expression changed drastically, and the next moment, he plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. Spare me. Ji Chang'an knelt on the ground, frantically pleading for mercy. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his hair disheveled, a pitiful sight. As merely a first-level true essence practitioner, he was no match for Guzhan's overwhelming aura. In the air, Guzhan beckoned with his hand, drawing Ji Chang'an to his side, rendering him powerless and levitating in the air. From this day forth, the Great Zhou shall be under my control. Without hesitation, Ji Chang'an bowed in midair. I pay my respects, my lord. The territory of the Great Zhou was limited, its resources meager. Previously, the most formidable presence appeared to be at the peak of the Earth origin realm, while in reality, the strongest was merely the royal Jichangans, a first-level celestial origin practitioner. Given such a vast disparity in strength, he naturally would not resist. Go forth, royal family. Mobilize all experts to subdue every faction within the Great Zhou, Gu Zhan commanded. As you wish. Jichang'an wiped the blood from his lips and promptly set to work. 5 days later, in the inner palace of the royal center of the Great Zhou capital, Jichang'an returned, kneeling on the ground, respectfully saluting Gu Zhan, who was engrossed in reading. My lord, I have taken action. Most factions have joined our cause, but only the Celestial One sect and the Celestial Demon cult remain. He expressed his helplessness, knowing that these factions harbored true martial experts, not just one or two, whom he could not afford to offend. The Celestial One sect and the Celestial Demon cult. Gu Zhan set aside the book in his hand and coldly remarked, let us proceed. Over the past 5 days, he had practiced 312 martial arts, and with the innate aptitude of the 9 transformations holy body and the accumulation of the Su family's true blood, he could reach the pinnacle of most techniques with just a glance. With over 300 martial arts mastered, his strength had grown even more formidable, subtly exuding an aura of invincibility. Understood. Jichang'an felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions before settling into a demeanor of greater respect. This young man was indeed remarkable. In the grand capital of the Great Zhou, within the illustrious Tianyi city, the Taoist sect's largest branch convened 3 elders, who were engaged in mocking laughter. What a pity for Jichang'an. Has he gone mad? To audaciously propose that we join the royal family? A mere Tianyuan, what audacity he possesses. Any one of our true disciples could easily eliminate him without a trace. Such delusions, the 3 scoffed. The elder at the forefront furrowed his brow, cautioning his companions, elders 2 and 3, we must remain vigilant. It has been arduous for Jichang'an to finally break through to Tianyuan. His eagerness to solidify his power suggests that something significant is afoot. The elder beside him shook his head dismissively. Eldest brother, there is no need for concern. Even if something were to arise, the heavenly demon sect will shoulder the burden for us. I have heard that they are quite displeased with Jichang'an's recent actions and are concocting a plan to teach him a lesson. The Grand Elder still harbored some trepidation. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of surprise. I can't shake the feeling his words trailed off as a torrent of energy descended from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of Tianyi City. Boom. An immense force bore down. The expressions of the 3 Tianyuan elders altered dramatically. They barely had time to react before being suppressed by this overwhelming palm. With a muffled sound, they transformed into 3 clouds of blood mist. In the sky, Gu Zhan gazed down at the ruins of Tianyi City, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jichang'an, go and gather the martial arts techniques and cultivation resources from below. Meanwhile, the response from the heavenly demon sect was swift. Upon Gu Zhan's arrival at their stronghold, the elite of their branch had already assembled, 3 Tianyuan experts and dozens of Diyuan warriors, each eager and brimming with demonic energy. Hovering above, Gu Zhan's expression brightened as he recognized a familiar face. Within the city's grand hall, a young man followed closely behind an elder, his demeanor respectful, presenting himself as a devoted attendant. The aura radiating from him unmistakably indicated mastery of the Grandmaster realm. Old fellow, you're quite spry. This was none other than the man who had once provided him with the heavenly demon's heart-cutting path, the future leader of the heavenly demon sect, the prodigious First Day. Though his appearance had changed, the essence was unmistakably potent, making it difficult for Gu Zhan not to recognize him. Die, all of you. With a cold smirk, he brought his palm crashing down. Who dares? The Grand Elder of the branch, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Tianyuan, demanded an answer, his expression shifting dramatically. After that, silence reigned. This was the strike of a true martial peak. The overwhelming force obliterated the entire city, transforming vast expanses of architecture into ruins. Countless lives were extinguished. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How interesting. It seems there are still some survivors. Faintly, he perceived the sound of a heartbeat. Though weak, it was indeed present. It must be noted that under the enhancement of the 9 Revolution's sacred body's first layer, his every move rendered him invincible among those of the same realm, let alone when faced with a minor adversary like Tianyuan. With a swift motion, he reached out. Dense true essence converged around him, ultimately extracting a bloodied young man clad in tattered garments. This was not the future leader of the heavenly demon sect, but a stranger he had never encountered before. What is the situation? Guzhan fixated on the young man's handsome visage, momentarily hesitant. This individual exuded a distinctly different aura. Reminiscent of his initial encounter with Yuchen, his first real-life meeting with a protagonist. Spare me, spare me. The young man struggled to open his eyes, yet felt the weight of another's gaze upon him. He spoke, laboriously articulating, "State your name?" "Chu Tian." The young man replied. After uttering those 3 syllables, his complexion grew even paler. "Chu Tian," Guzhan chuckled. Had he borne another name, perhaps he would have met a different fate. He crushed the young man with a single strike. How audacious to share a name with his rebellious disciple. Such insolence warranted death. Boom. As Chu Tian fell, the previously clear sky darkened, gathering ominous clouds, followed by a streak of black lightning descending from above. Guzhan deftly sidestepped the impending strike. Was he truly a protagonist? Glancing down at the shattered remains of a large tree, Guzhan pondered. In the 11 prior simulations, he had never heard of this individual, likely not a formidable opponent. If death was his fate, so be it. Ji Chang'an, go and gather resources, Guzhan commanded, waving his hand as he resumed dealing with the remaining powerful factions. News of the obliteration of the Heavenly Sect and the Tian-I sect spread rapidly. By the time Guzhan arrived at the 3rd city, the populace had already fled, leaving behind a trove of resources they could not carry away. Cunning as a rabbit, Guzhan grinned wickedly as he soared towards the imperial palace. A day later, Ji Chang'an reported, "My lord, all factions within the Great Zhou are now under our control. None dare defy us," he proclaimed confidently. Complete dominion over the Great Zhou had always been the highest aspiration of their royal lineage. Previously, due to the interference of the Tian-I sect and the Heavenly Demon sect, their Great Zhou had been reduced to a mere shadow, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. But now, all was well. Though a puppet, Ji Chang'an remained quite useful to Guzhan, who believed that both he and the Ji family would flourish further. What of the Tian-I sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, and the Gu family? They may take their leave. Well done, Guzhan remarked, casually discarding a martial art manual. He felt compelled to praise the child for his commendable deeds. It was essential to nurture confidence. Now, seek out various martial arts for me, preferably those above the master level. In the span of a single day, he acquired a wealth of martial arts knowledge, including the teachings of the Heavenly Demon sect and the Heavenly Dao school, thereby augmenting his prowess significantly. However, Guzhan could distinctly sense that this was not his ultimate limit. "I await your command," Ji Chang'an signaled and promptly departed. "Do not speak." Being a sycophant is indeed delightful. Within the palace, Guzhan gazed towards the north, east, and west, remaining silent. Although the pinnacle of true martial is the ultimate limit of martial arts in this realm, and the 9 transformations sacred body is undeniably formidable, he has yet to unify the world and harbor thoughts of absolute control. This endeavor is destined to be undertaken, but not at this moment. A world capable of nurturing 6 protagonists is undoubtedly complex. Until he possesses absolute certainty, he is not prepared to take action. At the very least, he wishes to simulate the scenario beforehand. Otherwise, he cannot find peace of mind. "Father, hold on for a while longer." A wave of concern crossed Guzhan's brow. At the same time, within the Gu family, in the sanctum constructed with countless resources, Gu Yichuan stood outside the grand hall. Glancing back at the gravely injured and unconscious Guan, his brow furrowed. "Eldest brother, is the 3rd brother still unable to awaken?" Gu Yizhou nodded, his expression somber. "I did not anticipate that after all these years, the 3rd brother would make no progress in martial arts. Merely the pressure of true martial is enough to inflict severe injury upon him. Now, devoid of the Gu family bloodline, his physique is inferior even to that of an ordinary person, rendering the possibility of recovery exceedingly slim." Upon reaching this point, both fell into silence. Years ago, in an attempt to save a woman, the 3rd brother had actually transplanted his bloodline into her, transforming himself from a genius into a waste. Ultimately, he was expelled from the Gu family by their father, never to be in contact again. "Eldest brother, please exert your efforts, and do your utmost to awaken the 3rd brother. Regardless, that jade pendant is a treasure. The 3rd brother must know the means to unlock it. To keep an ordinary person unscathed under the pressure of several true martial experts is certainly worth our intervention." Gu Yizhou nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, no matter the cost, I will ensure the 3rd brother speaks." Coincidentally, after the destruction of the Liu family, they had acquired a secret technique that could accomplish this task. However, the cost would not bode well for the 3rd brother. Yet, it mattered not. For the sake of the family, for the ambition to dominate the mortal realm and establish an unparalleled sanctum, all sacrifices are worthwhile. Buzzing. Suddenly, both received a transmission of true essence simultaneously. Oh, the great Zhou has been forcibly unified by a mysterious, true martial expert? Gu Yichuan's expression shifted dramatically. My nephew is still in the great Zhou. The jade pendant he possesses must not be compromised. Eldest brother, you should go at once. Gu Yizhou nodded. His cultivation was at the 8th level of true martial. And when he unleashed his hidden cards, he could contend with the pinnacle of true martial. His combat capability ranked first within the Gu family, and indeed in the entire realm. It was most fitting for him to handle such matters. Second brother, I shall depart. With a flick of his garment, Gu Yizhou vanished in an instant. Though the great Zhou is a barren land with scarce resources, it is not a realm that can be taken lightly. No one shall infringe upon the interests of the Gu family. Gu Yizhou chuckled softly, enveloped by the night. Gu Zhan remained engrossed in his cultivation. Over the past days, he had mastered nearly 1,000 martial arts, significantly enhancing his overall strength. The only thing he now lacked was combat experience. Previous battles had either resulted in overwhelming victories or insurmountable defeats, affording him little opportunity to hone his skills and techniques. In the great show, who dared to engage in combat? A commanding voice suddenly resonated, disrupting Gu Zhan's meditation. He halted the flow of his true essence. Momentarily surprised, it was Gu Yizhou. What could he want? Sending heads? Donning a black cloak to alter his appearance. Gu Zhan transformed into a streak of black light and surged forth. Gu Yizhou, with a sword slung across his back, soared effortlessly, his gaze sweeping across the entire capital. No one dared to meet his eyes, nor to utter a word or even breathe audibly. In a corner, Ji Chong and S expression shifted continually. This battle would be pivotal. If the master emerged victorious, he and the Ji family could seize the opportunity to rise, becoming the master's right and left arms. If the master were to lose, they could simply change allegiances. As the strongest of the Ji family, he was compelled to consider the entire clan. His personal interests were of least concern. Who did I expect? Just the old hound of the Gu family. Gu Zhan charged towards Gu Yizhou, a cold smirk curling his lips as he transformed into a black comet. Is it you? To think you can conquer the great Zhou, how deluded. Gu Yizhou narrowed his eyes. He could sense the formidable power emanating from his opponent. The pinnacle of true martial 9th realm. But what of it? Had he not slain many at the same level? Clenching the sword behind him, Gu Yizhou chuckled. I hope you prove to be somewhat entertaining. Otherwise, another soul shall fall beneath my blade. The intent of the sword coalesced into a singular point. In a brilliant flash, it transformed into a grotesque beam of sword light hurtling towards Gu Zhan. In the air, the protective true essence surrounding Gu Yizhou shattered instantaneously. His form was cleaved in twain without any obstruction, no pause. The foremost of the Gu family was nothing more than this. Gu Zhan shook his head, a tinge of disappointment in his eyes. Weak. Too weak. With a swift motion, he grasped Gu Yizhou's fragmented body, reducing it to countless shards, obliterating it repeatedly. He was a man of double standards. He could plot against others, but none could scheme against him. Anyone who dared to conspire against him would face death, complete and utter annihilation. Ji Chong and Gu Zhan intoned solemnly. In the corner, Ji Chong and soared forth. Your subordinate is here. Gu Zhan extended his hand. Seizing his uncle Gu Yizhou's sword, go to the Beiwei Gu family and inform them that in 1 month, I shall personally intervene to reclaim my disciple's father. Ji Chong gripped the true weapon in his hands, his emotions soaring. Ji Chong obeying orders. Such dominance. Such overwhelming authority. The Ji family was truly on the verge of rising. In the realm of the mundane, there exists a formidable figure, whose silence is but a prelude to an astonishing revelation. From this moment forth, the name of Gu Yizhou will resonate throughout the entire world, becoming known to all. After all, the Gu family's Gu Yizhou is an unparalleled force, though he may not yet stand at the pinnacle of the true martial 9th layer. His extensive combat experience allows him to dominate all adversaries. Even the leaders of the heavenly Tao sect and the demon cult find themselves outmatched by him. He is hailed by all powerful beings as the foremost in the world. Yet this champion has faced an utterly unexpected defeat. Gu Zhan has returned to his original form, seizing the opportunity to gauge the strength of the Gu family in the realm of mortals. With over 20 days until the next simulation, meticulous preparation is imperative. It has been 3 days since Gu Zhan vanquished Gu Yizhou, yet the Gu family remains blissfully unaware. On this fateful day, Ji Chong'an arrived at the Gu family. Sword in hand, Gu Yichuan, he called out, his voice resonating through the air, propelled by his true essence. reaching every corner of the Gu estate. My lord has declared that 1 month hence, he will take action to reclaim the father of his disciple. Prepare yourselves, Gu family. After delivering his imposing proclamation, he offered a slight smile and cast forth his true weapon. With a swift motion, a figure emerged to catch it. It was the sword of his elder brother, Gu Ichuan. Clad in a blue robe, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the unflinching Ji Chang'an, his heart heavy with unease. Disciple? Father? Is he referring to Gu Zhan, the master of the true martial? Absurdity, sheer absurdity. Ji Chang'an had already departed, never once casting a glance in his direction. Clenching his fists, Gu Ichuan shattered his elder brother's sword in a fit of rage. Gu Zhan, he is your uncle. That night, he inflicted no significant harm upon you. We even provided compensation in advance. The absurdity of it all gnawed at him. Was it truly for the sake of those deceased commoners that he would slay his own uncle? Gu Ichuan found himself bewildered. How could such a person exist in this world? Though he had plotted against the Gu family, his intentions were for the greater good of the family as a whole. After annihilating the Liu family, the Gu family ascended to greatness, striking fear into the hearts of the heavenly Dao sect and the demon cult. Their victory was synonymous with the triumph of Gu Zhan and his progeny. Could there be some other motive? Where had they wronged him? Gu Ichuan's mind raced. Reflecting on the situation, searching for a possible resolution. His master could eliminate his elder brother, could also eliminate him, could eliminate all true martial practitioners. At present, he saw only 2 possible solutions, either rousing his father from his deep meditation or extracting the method to wield the jade pendant from Guan. Yet, the jade pendant was not within his grasp. Father, dear father, you cannot hold this against me, can you? For the sake of the Gu family's interests, your son can only express his apologies. Father Gu Changyuan, a remarkable figure of his generation, stands as a pinnacle of the true martial realm. Yet, even the illustrious true martial is but human, bound by the limitations of mortality. At the advanced age of nearly 990 years, he is left with no choice but to rely on seclusion to prolong his life for a few more years. Should he truly engage in battle, his demise would be inevitable. Alas, it seems there is no alternative. Time passes swiftly. In merely half a month, the next simulation shall commence. Gu Zhan has mastered over 5,000 forms of martial arts, excelling in swordplay, fist techniques, blade methods, leg maneuvers, and spear tactics alike. This time, he possesses a profound confidence in his abilities, feeling assured of his capacity to dominate this world. As long as chaotic forces do not intervene, he remains invincible. The next step is to transcend the true martial realm. But how does one achieve such a breakthrough? After all, the pinnacle of this world is the 9th level of true martial. He is uncertain of the next stage. In recent days, he has diligently gathered information, ultimately concluding that this realm is a closed mortal world. Throughout its tens of thousands of years of history, there has been no ascension to the heavens, no rending of the void, nor any wondrous paradises. It seems that reliance on the protagonist is essential. Gu Zhan chuckled. In previous simulations, he had merely trained within the mortal realm, serving as a background figure. This time, he must find a way to accompany the protagonists, particularly Xiao Yang and Yi Chun. They undoubtedly possess the means to escape this world. Otherwise, the immense power that follows would remain inexplicable. The time for the 12th simulation draws ever closer. Gu Zhan has made extensive preparations in advance. Everything in the Great Zhou is under his control. Qin Ming, Zheng Yuan, Li Huai, and Yi Ji have all been located, entrusted to Ji Chang'an for proper care, along with substantial resources. He refrained from seeking Wang Tong, fearing that he might inadvertently jeopardize the boy's existence. Denyo village remains under his watchful eye, constantly monitoring Han Feng's emergence. He has also found the village where the little one resides, though he observes from the shadows without intervening. Currently, Yichen wanders in the northern regions of Great Zhou, his cultivation around the level of Qi, making satisfactory progress. Gu Zhan has arranged numerous trials for him, significantly enriching his experiences. On this day, after extensive psychological preparation, Gu Zhan, concealing his identity, arrived in the city of Wutan, located in the Changhe County of Taiping Prefecture within Great Zhou. In a tavern, he leaned against the window, savoring a fine yellow wine. Brother, what joy is there in drinking alone? Come, let us share. 2 young men unreservedly took seats before him. When it comes to drinking, it must be together. That is what makes it lively. The man in white laughed heartily. I am Xiao Xian of the Xiao family. The other man, clad in black, nodded in acknowledgement. I am Gu Yufengyuan. My friend, do not mind Zhao's nature. He is simply like this. Today, all the food and drink are on me. Compared to Xiao Xian, He exuded a far greater sense of composure. This was Gu Zhan's first encounter with these two friends in reality. He clasped his hands in greeting, introducing himself. I am Gu Zhan, having just relocated my family to this place. I hope to rely on your kindness in the future. Not a problem. From this day forth. Should anyone dare to bully you, invoke my name. Xiaoxian, slightly inebriated, declared with brazen confidence in the entirety of Wutan City. Who would dare to disregard the Xiao family's reputation? For reasons unknown, he found Gu Zhan increasingly likable. As if an unexplainable intuition whispered that they were destined to become friends. Remarkably good friends at that. Cheers. Gu Zhan raised his cup and downed its contents in one go. Feeling quite pleased. Xiaoyang, it appears your Uncle Gu has truly made his entrance. At the same time, he scrutinized the gentle, smiling figure of the immortal beside him, handsome indeed, already possessing half of his own charisma. Youthful, yet still in need of a little refinement, Gu Zhan chuckled heartily. Cool-down time for the simulator, 3 seconds. Wutan City. Gu Zhan sat in his study, inscribing a large character for kill on a sheet of white paper. The simulation commenced. On the first day, you arrived in Wutan City, stepping into the Northern Way all alone. As you survey your surroundings, you continuously assess that. In terms of both resources and the number of skilled individuals, Northern Way surpasses Great Zhou by a considerable margin. After wandering aimlessly, you found not a single capable fighter. As night fell, you arrived at the Gu family estate. You quickly sensed your father's presence, and with a single step, transformed into light. Arriving at the core area of the Gu family's sacred grounds, Gu Yichuan discovered you, standing before an elderly man with a vigilant expression. You sit upon a meditation cushion, gazing at the still unconscious Guan, your expression far from pleasant. You are the master of Gu Zhan? Gu Yichuan inquires, as formidable figures continuously emerge around them. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 8 true martial warriors of the Gu family have arrived. In addition, there are 4 other formidable true martial experts from different factions. I am merely myself, you reply, turning to face Gu Yichuan, who stands there in bewilderment. You. How can this be possible? He gazes at you in disbelief. You are merely 16 years old, yet at the pinnacle of the 9th realm of true martial? This cannot be. His voice, filled with anguish, echoes as he questions, is this truly my grandson? Behind Gu Yichuan, an old man with a white beard pushes him aside, observing you with keen interest. Young one, you ought to address me as grandfather. You perceive a sense of kindness emanating from the elderly man. In addition, there exists a rather unique fondness. His demeanor towards you diverges significantly from that of Gu Yizhou, Gu Yichuan, and the entire Gu family. Grandfather, you begin. I intend to take my father away, and then I shall eliminate them. You pointed at Gu Yichuan, gesturing towards everyone beside him with a resounding exclamation. You have taken action, and no one can impede you. Your formidable power sweeps away all obstacles. Gu Yichuan, the entire Gu family is elite, along with the 4 external aides, perished in an instant, and yet you have scarcely unleashed even a fraction of your true strength. A sense of regret enveloped him. These individuals were truly feeble. Tears glistened in the old man's eyes as he let out a heavy sigh, uttering, grandson, from this day forth. The stewardship of our family rests upon your shoulders. Confronted by such remarkable descendants, he harbored no intentions of taking action. Yet, witnessing the demise of his son and nephew at your hands filled him with profound sorrow. Grandfather, what truly transpired back then? You inquired, grasping the jade pendant in your hand, posing a question that had lingered in your heart for many years. Gu Changyuan gazed at the jade pendant, lost in reverie. In those days, your father, at the tender age of 15, was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, already a master in his own right. He ventured into the world, championing justice and righteousness. It was during this time that your father encountered your mother, Su Qinxue, an exceptionally beautiful yet ordinary woman, gravely wounded and near death. Your father fell deeply in love at first sight, and in his quest to heal Su Qinxue, he traveled far and wide, exploring numerous remedies. Ultimately, he unearthed a secret technique within the ancient tomes of our Gu family. Gu Changyuan settled beside Gu In and continued. You may yet be unaware that our Gu family is far from ordinary. 30,000 years ago, during the invasion of the malevolent beings from beyond the heavens, our family had not yet ascended to prominence. However, one of our ancestors shattered the void, ascending into another realm. You are filled with immense joy. Is the ascension indeed true? Gu Changyuan continued. 3 centuries hence, a descendant of that ancestor unexpectedly discovered a formidable power coursing through their veins. capable of significantly enhancing their aptitude for cultivation, comprehension, and even what is referred to as fortune. With the strength of this lineage, the Gu family began to rise, dominating the mortal realm. Through various trials and tribulations, we have evolved to our present state, our bloodline exceptionally potent. Its primary function lies in healing. Once the bloodline is transferred, it can remedy most injuries across the world. Your father utilized a secret technique to transfer the bloodline, ultimately healing Su Qingxue, with whom he bore you. At that time, I was consumed by resentment and expelled your father from our home. Moreover, I dispatched formidable assassins to eliminate Su Qingxue. I would not permit the Gu family bloodline to be sullied by outsiders. Under the relentless pursuit of the Gu family, your parents suffered grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, in a critical moment, your mother unexpectedly awakened her powers, vanquishing a true martial artist from the Gu family. Along with hundreds of celestial and earthly origins, Gu Chongyuan unveiled the truth. You never anticipated that events would unfold in such a dramatic fashion. How utterly clitch. The Gu family's lineage, could it be that this is indeed the true bloodline? Does the Gu family also possess what is referred to as the genuine royal bloodline? You recalled the true blood of the Su family coursing through your veins, realizing that your father had transferred the bloodline, resulting in your own disconnection from the Gu family's lineage. The bloodline he transferred was likely consumed by Su Qingxue. Upon uncovering the truth, you sighed deeply and turned to Gu Chongyuan, saying, "Grandfather, I require that secret technique." You spoke with unwavering resolve, then turned your gaze towards your father. Everything was self-evident. Gu Chongyuan smiled and said, "Here." It seemed he had been prepared for this all along. In an instant, you mastered the secret technique of bloodline transfer. Bang! Gu Chongyuan collapsed, having taken his own life. He was aware of your intentions and departed this world without regret. Your emotions are somewhat complex, yet predominantly resolute, unwaveringly steadfast as ever. With an unprecedented firmness, harnessing formidable strength, you swiftly took control of the Gu family and subsequently summoned two disciples from the third generation of the Gu lineage, Gu Yichuan and Gu Yizhou, who are your contemporaries. Without uttering a word, one person's bloodline was directly transferred into Guin's body. A mysterious sound resonated, awakening Guin. The regenerative ability of the Gu family bloodline proved to be remarkably potent, thus restoring his father's health. You cast your gaze upon the last individual. "Hand it over," you exclaimed, swiftly extending your hand to transfer his essence into yourself. You have unlocked the true essence of Gujia. Your qualifications, insight, and fortune have been elevated. Your sacred body has stepped into the dual heavens, and you have unlocked the ability, incarnation. You can manifest an incarnation that matches your strength, and upon absorbing this incarnation, you will acquire all the memories of the incarnation during the period from its release to its absorption. You were overjoyed, never anticipating that you would truly unlock the genuine bloodline of the Gu family. With 2 strands of true blood, coupled with the 9 transformations holy body, you felt an undeniable surge in your strength, an exhilarating sense of empowerment. The following day, you unleashed a massacre, obliterating the majority of warriors from the Gu Yizhou and Gu Yichuan lineages, while elevating many loyal members of your collateral bloodline to positions of power. You have left behind numerous descendants, prepared to serve as resurrection stones and blood packs. On the 3rd day, you dispatched an avatar to the kingdom of Chu. By the 3rd day, you had seized control over all forces and resources of Northern Wei. On the same day, you also commanded all powers and resources of the kingdom of Chu. By the 4th day, you and your avatar acted in unison, leading to the voluntary submission of the last remaining Longqing kingdom. In this simulated 4-day span, you adeptly established dominion over the realm, subduing all at the pinnacle of true martial prowess. You have become the myth of this era. On the 5th day, you entrusted all matters to your avatar and returned to the grand city of Wutan and the Great Zhou. You began to gather information regarding the ancestor of the Gu family, preparing to emulate their path. On the 5th day of your ascension, Guin sought you out, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed that he was indeed your son. However, he also felt a profound sorrow for the loss of countless lives within the Gu clan. Despite his pain, he ultimately found clarity and resolved to dedicate himself to diligent cultivation, ensuring he would not hinder your progress. You gently patted your father's shoulder, reassuring him that from this day forth, he need only revel in life, for everything shall be taken care of by you. Guin smiled broadly. On the 10th day, you unearthed all the information regarding the ascended powerhouse of the Gu family, Gu Han's Hang, having reached the pinnacle of the true martial 9th level at the age of 35. Ascended in broad daylight within the rainy clouds forest of the Evergreen Kingdom, You meticulously noted the name of this forest and commanded your avatar to handle all matters on your behalf before venturing into the verdant expanse of the Evergreen Kingdom. This forest bore no remarkable distinction from others, yet after a thorough exploration, you resolved to settle here, continuing your pursuit of awareness. On the 15th day, you successfully sensed a peculiar aura, as if something were beckoning you forth. With a focused intent, you unleashed a powerful punch, creating a dark rift in the fabric of space. Without the slightest hesitation, you stepped into the void. You have ascended. After an indeterminate passage of time, you find yourself in a brand new world, enveloped by a vast forest. Yet, the air is infused with a peculiar energy, which your 9 revolutions sacred body instinctively absorbs, fortifying your physique. As you emerge from the forest, you survey the world around you. If all goes as expected, this is indeed the enigmatic realm of Shaoxian, a place of profound truths left unspoken. Upon arriving in a quaint town, you discover a bustling population and an impressive scale that rivals that of in the mortal realm. While there are many skilled individuals present, it is not a place where true martial experts abound, nor is it a realm where the heavenly origin is treated with disdain. Throughout your journey, you have encountered only 2 true martial practitioners. You have settled in a quaint town, exploring a wealth of information. By the end of the first month, you come to understand that this is the eastern domain within the Xianjin realm, a small town in a nation known as Taizong. In this town, the most formidable individuals are merely at the true martial level, while the most powerful within the Taizong nation are those who have attained the celestial martial rank. You are unaware of the realm of celestial martial arts, yet it is undoubtedly more formidable than true martial arts. On the first day of the second month, you transcended, with the 9-turn sacred body continuously absorbing the energy from the atmosphere, enabling you to successfully advance to the first level of celestial martial arts. Your strength has experienced a tremendous enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, you chose not to take any further action. Instead, you settled in the small town, allowing the 9-turn sacred body to cultivate autonomously. You could scarcely have anticipated that even in the absence of so-called techniques, one could transcend realms. Truly, you embody the 9 transformations holy body. In the 3rd month, you ascended to the 2nd level of Tianwu, harnessing your awareness of your own physique to forcibly create a unique technique dedicated to cultivation within the Tianwu realm. At this level, the process is remarkably straightforward, absorbing energy to fortify your body and replenish your internal true essence. In the 4th month, you advance to the 4th level of Tianwu. By the 5th month, you refined your technique, thereby enhancing your cultivation efficiency. In the 6th month, you attained the 6th level of Tianwu, and by the 8th month, you reached the 7th level of Tianwu. After revising the cultivation technique once more, by the end of the 1st year, you achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of heavenly martial arts. At this stage, although the 9 transformation sacred body continued to absorb energy, the specifics of the process eluded your comprehension. In the 2nd year, for 3 consecutive months, you found yourself at a standstill, making no progress in your cultivation, as the energy absorbed by the 9 transformation sacred body inexplicably vanished, leaving you in uncertainty regarding its whereabouts. During the 2nd year, you decided to take action. Leveraging your formidable strength, you seized control of the royal family of Taizong Kingdom, acquiring from them a tome of profound cultivation methodology known as the mystical record of the primordial spirit. You have finally comprehended that the realm succeeding true martial is celestial martial. This level primarily focuses on foundational cultivation, nurturing the physique, and preparing for the next step. Following celestial martial is the primordial spirit stage, wherein one absorbs the celestial energies of the external world to shape the primordial spirit. Upon reaching this stage, the true essence within will transform into primordial power, significantly enhancing one's strength. You have mastered the art of the primordial mysteries. You have discovered that the celestial energy you have absorbed in recent days is concealed within a specific acupoint in your body. You operate the mystical record of the primordial spirit, consolidating your essence and achieving a momentous breakthrough, stepping into the first layer of the primordial spirit. Your essence has transformed into primal energy, rendering you more formidable. Your soul transcends the physical realm, wandering freely throughout the entirety of Taizong. The enhancement of the 9 transformation holy body, coupled with the true blood of the Su and Gu families, enables your cultivation to surpass that of ordinary mortals. By the 3rd year, you ascend to the 5th level of the soul realm. In the same year, a celestial master arrives in Taizong, establishing a grand formation in the capital to gather disciples. You dispatched individuals to investigate and discovered that the other party hails from a celestial sect known as the Biyun Gate, a formidable force renowned throughout the eastern region. After much internal conflict, you ultimately resolved to join. To transcend to a more formidable realm, one must acquire the techniques hidden behind the primordial spirit. Your options are rather limited. In the capital of the Taitsong Kingdom, you participated in the Biyun sect's disciple recruitment conference. Under the cloaking barrier, the immortal master failed to perceive anything remarkable about you until he placed his hand upon your wrist. By the heavens, the immortal master was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After several moments of regaining his composure, he inquired, "Young one, would you be willing to join my Biyun sect?" "I am willing." You replied without hesitation. "Excellent. You possess the ninefold holy body and are but 19 years of age, a prodigy that emerges once in a millennium. Joining my Biyun sect will bring you innumerable benefits." As the elder stroked his beard, feigning nonchalance, his mind was ablaze with excitement. "At last, I have found a worthy disciple. A treasure, indeed, this is my great treasure." That very day, the elder abruptly concluded the recruitment conference. With a sharp whistle, a colossal serpent adorned with wings soared from the distance, lifting you both into the sky as it flew away. The serpent moved with astonishing speed, and you could not discern its cultivation level, leaving you somewhat exhilarated. Seizing the opportunity, you inquired of the elder about the realms of cultivation. The elder candidly explained that within the Xianjin realm, the levels of cultivation are numerous, progressing from the weakest to the strongest as follows: heavenly martial, primordial spirit, golden body, divine fire, divine concealment, divine bridge, divine void, cave heaven, spirit transformation, immortal king, immortal emperor, and immortal sovereign. You are bewildered. There are 12 realms. 3 more than the mortal realm. Could it be that Xiao Yang and his companions ultimately become formidable beings of the great emperor realm? Esteemed elder, are you familiar with the true kings? You find yourself intrigued by the true blood of the Su family and the Gu family, of which you have not heard. Could it possibly be a form among the immortal kings? The elder speculates, further stating that the Xianjin realm is vast and boundless, encompassing all manner of bloodlines, kings, emperors, and sovereigns. He advises you to cultivate a tranquil mind and refrain from aspiring too high too quickly. With a sigh, you inquired about the geographical distribution of this world. The elder informed you that the Xuanjin realm is divided into 5 major regions: the Eastern Domain, the Western Domain, the Southern Domain, the Northern Domain, and the most formidable, the Central Domain. The Biyun sect resides in the Eastern Domain, boasting immense power and a multitude of disciples. Among them, the mightiest is the Supreme Elder, a formidable celestial king, who has presided over the Biyun sect for 30,000 years. As you listened to his words, a sense of hope filled your heart. Indeed, it should be hope. 2 days later, you arrived at the Biyun Gate, situated between 2 majestic mountains, shrouded in mist. Occasionally, figures soared through the air on their swords, exuding an air of elegance. The elderly man guided you onward, traversing countless grand halls, pavilions, and towers, until you finally reached a cave deep within the rear mountains. "Master, look, I have found myself a remarkable disciple," the old man exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. A figure emerged, casting a glance in your direction, causing your heart to race and sweat to pour down your brow, as though you might perish at any moment. Before you stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple Taoist robe. He approached you, placing his hand upon your shoulder. The master appeared taken aback. Beside him, the old man continued to laugh uproariously. "Aren't I impressive? Such a fine disciple, rivaling those of the sacred lands." The master swiftly struck the old man aside, exclaiming, "Li Chenzhou, you know your own capabilities. Taking him as your disciple? Perhaps in the next life." With a genial smile, the master turned to you, saying, "Greetings, young one. I am Jiang Yuxing, the current master of Biyun Gate, aged 13,000 years, with cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th level of transformation spirit. From this day forth, I shall be your mentor. What do you think? The pinnacle of the 9th level of transformation spirit?" Just as you were about to respond, a figure descended from the heavens. It was a young man clad in black, who cast a glance your way before effortlessly sending the sect leader flying with a single slap. "Young one," he declared, "it is evident that I am the strongest. Surely, you have heard of Li Qingzhou. I am none other than Qin Zhouge, the esteemed elder of the Biyun sect. At just over 40,000 years, I still have 9,000 years left to live." Qin Zhouge placed a hand on your shoulder and stepped closer, saying, "From this day forth, you shall take me as your master. I'm a direct disciple of the highest order, equal in status to the sect leader." Here the Biyun sect. I rank above all but one. How splendid that would be. If you are contemplative, it appears that the nine-turned sacred body remains a coveted treasure. With the unwavering support of a celestial king, one is certain to grow even more formidable. You have attained enlightenment, and I, your disciple, pay my respects to you, master. With utmost reverence, I perform my bow. Excellent, excellent. Qin Jiogong laughed heartily, and faintly, you discerned phrases such as the sacred body of the second heaven, the bloodline of two true kings, and the pride of the heavens, traversing the world. With a mere raise of your eyebrow, master recognized the true royal bloodline within you. The following day, Qin Jiogong officially declared you as his third true disciple, leaving countless disciples of the Biyun sect in utter astonishment, oblivious to any details regarding you. For Qin Jiogong had long since sealed all information concerning you at the highest level. By dusk the next day, you found yourself the recipient of numerous gifts and resources bestowed upon you by Qin Jiogong, as well as generous offerings from your two senior sisters and the esteemed elders of the Biyun sect. That very day, leveraging these resources, you ascended to the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the primordial spirit. Qin Jiogong was taken aback, promptly presenting you with an entirely new cultivation method named the Heavenly Transformation Ninefold Technique, which corresponded to all realms from heavenly martial to spirit transformation, aiding you in your journey towards the peak of the ninth layer of spirit transformation. By the end of the third year, you had broken through to the golden body realm, a stage primarily focused on condensing the golden body, rendering it indestructible and ensuring your immortality. In the fourth year, with the abundant resources provided by the Biyun sect, you made a significant leap, entering the divine fire realm. This realm was chiefly concerned with manifesting divine fire, which could be harnessed for both offense and defense, but most critically for the forging of the physical body and the primordial spirit. Only by achieving a certain level of refinement could one transcend into the next realm. By the end of the fourth year, through relentless practice day and night, you reached the pinnacle of the ninth layer of divine fire. At the onset of the fifth year, you experienced a breakthrough, officially stepping into the divine concealment realm. By the end of the fifth year, you had continuously advanced, achieving the peak of the ninth layer of divine concealment. Qin Jiogong was overjoyed, proclaiming you a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. He gifted you a precious orb to assist you in your next breakthrough into the divine bridge realm. The divine bridge realm primarily involves constructing the two bridges of heaven and earth, further enhancing your mastery over the forces of the cosmos. These two bridges connect the heavens and the earth, allowing for a deeper comprehension of the universe. Throughout these years, you immersed yourself in extensive reading, acquiring vast knowledge and intelligence. For instance, the true kings are those who have transcended the limits of the Xianjin realm, stepping into higher worlds. Throughout history, over millions of years, no more than 10 individuals have successfully transcended the Xianjin realm. The mortal realm is vastly distant from the Xianjin realm, and most cultivators find themselves unable to enter the mortal realm throughout their lives, primarily due to the absence of the forces of heaven and earth, which are essential for cultivating power. In the absence of extraordinary artifacts, cultivators can only ascend and cannot descend. Should one truly enter the mortal realm, it is possible to forcibly open spatial rifts through their perceptions to re-enter the Xianjin realm. Rest assured, with this, you can fully return to the sixth year wielding such power. Your cultivation pace has significantly slowed, and over the course of an entire year, you have only attained the third level of the divine bridge. However, the nine transformation sacred body has made a breakthrough, reaching the third level of the sacred body. You have unlocked a newfound ability, doubling your attacks. Any strike you unleash manifests an identical assault that synchronously targets your foe. In the seventh year, you ascended to the fifth tier of the divine bridge. One day, while you were immersed in your cultivation, the sky suddenly darkened. You sense an imminent peril, not of extraterrestrial malevolence, nor of ancient celestial realms, but who could it be? You clasped the jade pendant against your chest, bewildered. Disciple, flee quickly. The voice of Qin Jiogong resounded as he transformed into a towering figure, wielding a colossal sword, his cold gaze fixed upon a shadow across from him. Xingjun, do you intend to annihilate everything? A voice echoed back, followed by a hearty laugh. Qin Jiogong, if there is blame, let it be upon you for taking such an exceptional disciple. Two bloodlines of the true king, a sacred body of the second tier, and within a mere 4 years, he has breached the divine bridge. Such a prodigy cannot be spared. Should you decide to kill him now, my Qingyan sect will withdraw. What say you? Qin Jiogong's eyes blazed with fury. You must be dreaming. I, Qin Jiogong, shall not forsake any disciple. He cast a cold glance at Qin Yun. then pinched you between two fingers, exerting a slight force. With a sharp crack, you were crushed by overwhelming primal energy, your body and essence obliterated. Ha ha, Qin. You are ruthless. Let us depart. Qin Yin laughed heartily and made his exit, leaving Qin Zhogong enveloped in silence. Stop. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, followed by two figures descending from the sky, one male and one female. You think to leave after slaying my descendants? Do you perceive me, Guhanshang, as merely an insect from the lower realm? The young man clad in black sneered coldly, and with a final sweep of his sword, he cleaved the entire Xianzhen realm in twain, resulting in an explosion that claimed the lives of dozens of immortal emperors and innumerable souls. Guhanshang turned to the side, addressing Su Qingxue. Do you wish to engage once more? Su Qingxue's expression remained impassive. In our last encounter, I was deceived into falling to the mortal realm, where you fathered a child with my descendant. Guhanshang, your schemes run deep. Guhanshang laughed. Ha ha ha. Since you are aware of my methods, you should kneel before me, for to behold me is to behold the divine. Su Qingxue regarded him with icy disdain. Though I may not be your equal, I am resolute in my intent to slay you. Regardless of the cost, you shall perish. As Su Qingxue ignited her bloodline and soul, the sword in her hand gleamed with unparalleled brilliance. Guhanshang, his smile fading, met her gaze with the strike. You shall fall into a slumber for 100,000 years, 9 of which you will be lost to yourself. Su Qingxue raised her sword. To wound you is sufficient. Buzz. The searing light of her sword swept across all. Your soul is engulfed in flames. You are acutely aware of suffering, experiencing a torment that transcends the bounds of humanity. You are unable to discern the methods of Su Qingxue and Guhanshang. All around you is engulfed in darkness. Enough. Suddenly, a voice, commanding and imperious, pierces the gloom. This matter must come to an end. You are momentarily taken aback. The voice bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a familiar individual. Your soul has been thoroughly scorched, and you have perished. In the study, Guzhan stared in astonishment. 7 years. It has only been 7 years, and yet it has come to such an abrupt end. Moreover, the myriad of repercussions following your demise is staggering. Guhanshang severed the connection to the Xianzhen realm with a single sword strike. Then, Su Qingxue appeared, engaging in a fierce battle with Guhanshang. Furthermore, it was revealed that Su Qingxue's descent into the mortal realm was orchestrated by none other than Guhanshang. Had enmity existed between them all along? Guzhan found it incomprehensible to unravel the relationships among these elders. It was chaotic, exceedingly chaotic. Most importantly, who was that familiar voice at the end? One that evoked a sense of recognition. TSK, TSK, TSK. This time, the duration was too brief. In the 7th year, none of the protagonists had matured. It mattered little, for even if they had grown, it would have been of no consequence. Guzhan pondered another question. The true kings, they are beings transcending the Xianzhen realm. Gu Chanyuan mentioned that the Gu family's bloodline underwent a transformation 300 years after Guhanshang's ascension, which implies that Guhanshang transcended the Xianzhen realm in merely 300 years. Guzhan curled his lips, his worldview once again shaken. Reflecting on Su Qingxue's words during the last simulation, it seemed that in the eyes of these true kings, the so-called otherworldly demons might not be significant at all. What a pity, what a pity. Qin Zhoga treated me quite well, yet under the pressure from Qingyan sect, he ultimately abandoned me. Such is the inevitability of fate. Rewards. Rewards. He slapped the table and then turned his gaze toward the simulation rewards. Evaluation. Though your life was brief, it was vibrant. You witnessed many sights previously unseen. You may well be deemed a youthful prodigy. Though you have perished, you harbor no regrets. Depart now. You may choose one reward from the following options. First, the 5-fold realm of the divine bridge, which inherently includes the 9-fold art of celestial transformation. Second, the profound method. 71st, the true blood of the Gu clan. 72nd, the triple heaven of the sacred body. And 73rd, all the memories of your lifetime, which may significantly impact your worldview. There is no need for hesitation. The true blood of the Gu clan can be replicated, while the triple heaven of the sacred body is likely unlocked as one advances in cultivation. First, he has acquired the 5-fold realm of the divine bridge and has successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the sacred body. The relevant cultivation experience has descended upon him, which he has perfectly absorbed. Moments later, Guzhan opened his eyes with a satisfied expression. His power has increased immensely. Compared to the true martial realm, he is magnitude stronger, by hundreds, even thousands of times. At this moment, a mere breath from him could obliterate the entire mortal realm. After all, this is the divine bridge realm of the Xinjiang world, a full 6 major realms beyond the true martial realm. The disparity is truly staggering. Guzhan examined himself closely. In the divine bridge realm, his strength is formidable, and his perception has expanded to encompass the entire mortal realm. In the Great Zhou, the state of Chu, Northern Wei, and Chaqing, no movement, however slight, could escape his notice. With his boundless perceptive ability and powerful cognitive processing, he can monitor the entire world. He must first visit the Gu clan. The true blood of the Gu clan still holds some utility, at the very least. It ensures that Gu Hanshang will seek vengeance after his demise. Furthermore, the triple heaven of the sacred body can also be attained through the aid of the true blood. However, in the simulation, he first utilized the true blood to break through to the second heaven, subsequently advancing to the third heaven through cultivation. For now, he possesses only the ability to double his attack power. Acquiring the avatar remains essential. As he stretched his limbs, Guzhan suddenly recalled something. Upon absorbing the avatar, he would gain all memories associated with it. In that case, how is this different from the final reward in the simulation? Upon further reflection, a person's experiences are the primary means by which one's fundamental thinking is altered. The more one experiences, the more their character, habits, and various aspects will be influenced. Guzhan furrowed his brow, troubled by this dilemma. Yet, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. Previously, he had been weak, with insufficient mental fortitude. If he had chosen memories back then, he would undoubtedly have been affected. But now, he is far from the ordinary individual he once was. As long as he remains sufficiently powerful, the so-called memories will merely serve as a cinematic influence, at most affecting his mood, but never fundamentally altering his essence. With a long sigh of relief, Guzhan took a step forward, traversing hundreds of thousands of miles, sweeping towards Northern Wei. Based on the last simulation, he is invincible in the mortal realm. Since no one is here to impede us, let us achieve complete unity in this place. It presents an opportune moment for him to strategize and bring all plans to fruition. In the sacred grounds of the Gu family during the Northern Wei dynasty, Gu Yichuan sat beside Guan, clutching the sword meticulously restored by his elder brother, his expression as solemn as ever. Brother, you have departed so abruptly. The world's foremost expert has met his end in such a hasty manner. How tragic, how lamentable. Turning to gaze at the unconscious third brother, Gu Yichuan could not help but reflect. Have I erred? No, I have certainly made no mistake. Utilizing the third brother and his son to provoke the Liu family into action, capitalizing on their moment of vulnerability to obliterate them. What an exquisite opportunity. Even if given a second chance, I would not let it slip away. He tightened his grip on the sword, his resolve growing ever firmer. Since trouble has arisen, I shall bear all consequences. In that moment, he sensed an inexplicable presence and could not help but rise. If our paths diverge, then perish. A voice suddenly resonated beside him. The next instant, Gu Yichuan was enveloped in darkness, consciousness fading. Guzhan utterly destroyed him and turned to sit beside his father. Father, I must say, your predicament is indeed unfortunate. The encounter with mother, the birth of a child, all of it was merely a scheme orchestrated by Gu Hanshang. Guan and Guzhan are but products and sacrifices of their conflict. But fear not, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you. From this day forth, you shall live in comfort. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly, summoning 3 figures with a swift motion. How could you? Gu Chongyuan's mouth hung open, unable to articulate further. He was already aware of the recent events and had prepared thoroughly, yet something felt amiss. Grandfather, please. Share the secret method of transferring the bloodline. Guzhan regarded the aged visage of his counterpart, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. Gu Chongyuan's expression shifted multiple times. It seems you were stronger than I had anticipated, having traveled far, indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Gu family. His lips trembled, and ultimately, he produced an unfamiliar piece of beast hide, inscribed with a series of characters. Guzhan grasped the knowledge instantaneously. Grandfather, do you wish to meet my father? He inquired abruptly. Gu Chongyuan fell silent, turning away, his posture becoming increasingly stooped. There is no need. He likely does not wish to see me. My past actions were indeed excessive. I have regretted it before, but in this world, regret is the most futile of sentiments. I am nearing the end of my days. Gu Chongyuan turned back with a smile. He was far too old. The true marshal has a lifespan of merely 1,000 years, and he had already surpassed 990. In his youth, he had engaged in endless battles, slaying countless foes, sustaining hidden injuries. Guzhan suddenly recalled his father's visage from the past. Father, Surely you long to meet your own father as well. Grandfather, please stay with us for another 30 years. Gu Zhan smiled, extending his hand to flick the longevity pill that Yichen had given him into Gu Chongyuan's mouth. As the medicinal effect took hold, Gu Chongyuan erupted with vibrant vitality, his body straightening and his health significantly improving, a sensation of pure exhilaration coursing through him. Meanwhile, Gu Zhan had already transferred the bloodline of the Gu family from the other two to his father and himself. His sacred body had transcended to the third level, yet it retained its familiar essence. The third level of the sacred body manifested an incarnation, in stark contrast to the simulation. Father, son, Guan also awakened, gazing in bewilderment at the elderly man and the youth before him. Little one, Gu Chongyuan looked at the pallid face of Guan, tears streaming down his cheeks. I am so sorry. Throughout his life, he had taken many lives and saved countless others, enduring an array of experiences. Yet it was only in the face of death that he realized the depth of his attachment to the child born over 9 centuries ago. Was the bloodline of the Gu family truly so significant? As a father, his only wish now was for everyone's safety. Gu Zhan waved his hand, saying, You two should have a good talk. I shall go and take care of some matters. The descendants of Gu Yichuan and Gu Yizhou could not be left alive. Their direct lineage must be eradicated. Despite having attained overwhelming power, he remained a person of meticulous temperament. If he had schemed against them, he must be prepared to bear all consequences. Gu Zhan departed. Gu Chongyuan and Gu Wen did not attempt to retain him, nor did they utter any further words. It mirrored the scenes within the simulator, yet this time, the pace was even swifter. Within a single day, Gu Zhan had subdued the royal families of 3 nations and all major forces. In essence, his decree was simple. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. To avoid death, one must obey and serve him. Yet, it was evident that this control was merely superficial. In truth, the loyalty of those under him was non-existent. They were compelled to submit solely by his authority. As he divided his essence to subdue the mortal realm, Gu Zhan took a moment to observe his father and grandfather, who had also adjusted to their circumstances. Gu Wen resolved to diligently cultivate his skills, aspiring to ascend to a higher realm. Meanwhile, his grandfather sought refuge in a small town, intending to spend the final 3 decades of his life in tranquility. Gu Zhan refrained from disclosing the matter concerning his father, Gu Han's hanged, deeming it utterly unnecessary. Although he had only inhabited this world for a year, he could sense the profound affection his father harbored for Su Qingxue. To put it bluntly, it was akin to the devotion of a lovesick fool. The realm of the divine bridge primarily involves the construction of the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, striving for a more profound mastery over the forces of the universe and the comprehension of its essence. At present, he had successfully established the heavenly bridge. As for the earthly bridge, without sufficient cosmic energy, he was rendered incapable of any progress, relegated to mere simulations or preparations in the Xuanzhen realm. With his current level of cultivation, he could effortlessly enter the Xuanzhen realm at the mere flicker of a thought. Upon returning to the mortal realm, he unraveled the issues plaguing the Chaqing kingdom. The reason for their ability to ascend lay in the weakened spatial barriers of the cloud and rainforest. Provided one possessed adequate strength, they could forcibly breach the spatial confines and step into the realm of Xuanzhen. The supreme elder of the Biyun sect was a being of the celestial king level, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. Thus, one could only imagine the might of the Qingyan sect, likely at least that of a celestial emperor. In Wutan City, Gu Zhan pondered while drinking with Xiao Xian. Within the simulator, he had been engrossed in his training, neglecting to familiarize himself with the distribution of power in the Eastern domain. With scan information, he felt somewhat apprehensive about his next strategic move. Following the divine bridge, his cultivation speed had noticeably slowed. Lacking higher quality resources would only exacerbate this decline. Should he join the Qingyan sect directly next? Gu Zhan hesitated. After all, achieving the divine bridge at the tender age of 16 was, to some extent, extraordinary. Furthermore, with his 9 transformations sacred body and the bloodlines of both families, he had formidable assets at his disposal. If all else failed, he could simply follow the protagonist. As long as he was in their company, he might not feast on the meat but could at least savor the broth. Yet, following the protagonist was fraught with danger. Gu Zhan's expression shifted repeatedly. Gu brother, has something happened at home? You don't seem well, Xiao Xian inquired, perplexed, as he raised his cup. It's nothing. Just a black dog at home that gave birth to 3 white puppies, Gu Zhan replied, clinking his glass with Xiao Xian and drinking deeply. Beside them, Gu Yuetian burst into laughter. How amusing. I've heard that the genes of black dogs are quite strong. and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't produce white puppies. This is indeed a marvel. I must see this dog of yours, Gu brother. Gu Zhan's demeanor shifted uneasily as he glanced at Gu Yuetian. Why do I feel as though you're mocking me? Ha ha ha, Gu brother, you're overthinking it, Gu Yuetian reassured him, refilling his glass. Let the music play on. And the dance continue. The dancers across the way have changed yet again, beginning to sway their waists, while musicians nearby continue to play. In the distance, a young lady solemnly plays the flute, plucks the strings of a zither, draws the bow across a two-stringed instrument, and blows into a swana. The Zhao and Guyu families are prominent clans within the city of Wutan. As genuine second-generation heirs, both Shaoxian and Guyu Tianjin lead lives that are remarkably unpretentious, and one cannot help but say they're utterly enchanting. After seizing control of the world, Gu Zhan, adhering to his prior plans, secretly sought out the existence of the protagonist while delving into the mysteries concealed within this realm, including the cataclysmic battle that transpired 30,000 years ago. Concurrently, he instructed the various families to open their granaries and perform numerous charitable deeds across the four nations, using others' funds in his name. In a short span, Gu Zhan's reputation as a great benefactor spread throughout the world, earning him universal praise and applause. Brother Gu, this great benefactor shares your name. In the Guyu family, Gu Yufang Yuan took out a newspaper, his expression somewhat peculiar. The newspaper was a recent creation by Gu Zhan, incurring substantial costs. The quality of the paper was a minor concern compared to the urgency of information dissemination. The deliveries were executed by true martial experts, who traveled at the speed of light to ensure the latest headlines reached everyone within a day. It was extravagant, exceedingly so. Haha, no one is as benevolent as you, Gu Zhan remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Guyu Tianjin also chuckled that Lord Gu is indeed quite legendary. He remained silent until he surprises all. Within just 3 days, the establishment of the newspaper became known to all corners of the world. It is the great benefactor Gu. We are saved. Gu Zhan had always been acutely aware of his standing in this world. On the surface, he was a wealthy philanthropist, yet behind the scenes, he wielded control over everything. He sought both a good reputation and the benefits that lay hidden in the shadows. Of course, at his current stature, such benefits were of little consequence. Let us drink. Returning to his senses, Gu Zhan resumed his role as a bon vivant. Time drifted slowly by. Yifan continued to roam the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, his strength having significantly improved after enduring the trials set by Gu Zhan, and he was on the verge of breaking through to a new realm. Hanfeng, Wu, and Xiaoyang had yet to be born. The martial ancestor Gu Zhan was devoid of any contemplations regarding this. Nonetheless, he never relinquished hope, continuing to dispatch subordinates to gather pertinent information. In Wutan City, Gu Zhan sat comfortably in a chair, relishing the massages from a Xiong and Xiao Chui. His demeanor was relaxed and utterly content. Young master, someone seeks you. Old Zhang, missing a hand, approached. Who is it? Old Zhang's expression was somewhat odd. He claims to be your good brother, something like Li Ming. Gu Zhan recalled the young man from Qiyuan City. The battle during the new year had inflicted heavy casualties in Qiyuan City, yet he had overlooked this lad. Bring him here, Gu Zhan murmured, contemplating whether to summon a few formidable true martial artists for a massage. However, the true martial practitioners of this age were often elderly, appearing rather incongruous. Perhaps it was best to forego that idea. Big brother, it's me. Before he could catch sight of the person, Gu Zhan recognized that familiar sycophantic voice. Upon looking up, he indeed saw Li Ming. It had been several months since they last met. The lad's appearance had not changed much, save for his dark-circled eyes, indicative of late-night cultivation. What's wrong? Upon seeing Gu Zhan, Li Ming immediately blurted out, Big brother, I am in dire straits. Someone is trying to kill me. He clung to Gu Zhan's leg, tears and snot flowing freely. After much contemplation, he realized that only his elder brother could save him now. He attempted to wipe his nose on Gu Zhan's clothing, but to his surprise, he could not manage it, which left him astonished. However, despair soon overwhelmed him, and he began to weep once more. Who wants to kill you? Gu Zhan asked languidly. I am a figure of divine might. Do you, a mere mortal, dare to sully me? Go eat dirt. Big brother, his name is. Before Li Ming could finish, he lunged forward, a knife materializing in his hand, aimed viciously at Gu Zhan. Impudence. Young master, be careful. Lao Zhang instinctively drew his sword, only to quickly sheath it again. The young master seemed to possess greater strength. Oh? Gu Zhan finally regarded him with full attention. A mountain-like pressure surged forth. Li Ming plummeted from mid-air, crashing to the ground. The dagger in his hand flew away, severed by Gu Zhan's gaze. Interesting. It's even been poisoned? Gu Zhan pondered carefully. He seemed to have no enmity with this fellow. Why did Li Ming wish to kill him? Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. You are not an ordinary person? How is that possible? How can this be? I'm doomed. System, I want to report this. You tricked me. System? Gu Zhan distinctly heard those two words. He felt a wave of distress wash over him. This fellow possessed a system? Was he also a transmigrator? An immense turmoil erupted within him, leaving him at a loss on how to deal with Li Ming. Systems were typically linked to protagonists. This lad, rather unremarkable, whose greatest pastime was watching flute performances, how could he possibly possess such a wondrous system? Surely this can't be true. Casting a glance at the deeply troubled Li Ming, Gu Zhan resolved to continue the charade. System? Who is this system? Did it instruct you to come and kill me? Upon hearing his voice, Li Ming emerged from despair, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Brother, I was compelled. The system forced me into this. If I didn't comply, it would have killed me. We have shared 15 years of brotherly loyalty. How could I harm you? I am merely a victim. Tears streamed down Li Ming's face, his performance remarkably convincing. Had Gu Zhan not understood the nature of the system, he might have been deceived. Intriguing. Li Ming was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any refining capabilities. Even given a millennium, he could not inflict a single hair's worth of harm upon Gu Zhan. The poisoned dagger was no different. It couldn't even tickle. This lad was excessively confident, launching an attack without proper investigation. I believe you are innocent. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zhan sighed. Brother, you must understand that life is not always smooth sailing. At times, regardless of how arduous or intricate our circumstances may be, we must make swift decisions. This was a reminder to himself, particularly pertinent to the present situation. The system compelled Li Ming to attack himself. The truth was readily apparent. A shadow emerged from behind him, bearing an identical form. The shadow extended a hand, grasping Li Ming's head from a distance. Brother, what are you doing? Did you not forgive me? Li Ming sensed something amiss and began to struggle. Please, brother. We are kin. I love you. Li Ming wept even more profusely, yet it proved futile. In mere seconds, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Gu Zhan turned to his avatar, which shook its head. No peculiarities detected. His memories contained no information regarding the system. This was intriguing. It reminded Gu Zhan of his own experience within the simulator. Just as he was about to be soul-searched by Gu Yuetian, the system intervened, erasing all information and suppressing his consciousness, ensuring he would remain in eternal slumber. After a moment's reflection, Gu Zhan decided against acting hastily. It would be prudent to first test the waters within the simulator. Avatar, something seems awry. The avatar suddenly exclaimed, its expression peculiar. The avatar's lips quivered. We were originally capable of perceiving the entirety of the mortal realm, yet just moments ago, an influx of extraordinary energy from the Great Zhou, Northern Wei, Chongqing, and the Chu kingdoms obstructed my perception. Now, I can only observe within a 1,000-mile radius. Gu Zhan was taken aback. He subsequently released his perception, confirming the truth. Indeed, a multitude of bizarre energies had simultaneously manifested across the four nations, interfering with his senses. I can no longer see Yi Chen's location. Previously, Yi Chen had been engaged in combat against bandits at the borders of the Great Zhou, practically beneath his very eyes. Yet now, he had lost all information regarding him. Intriguing. Could it be that a protagonist is about to be born again? Gu Zhan pondered, stroking his chin in a moment of unexpected insight. You can touch your own chin, you know. When you do that, it makes me feel like a dog, he remarked. The figure clad in black curled his lip in response. If you truly have an idea, you could set me as a female. I wouldn't mind. Gu Zhan was taken aback. Playing with oneself? You truly are a genius. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The key issue lies within the obscured regions of the four nations. Gu Zhan rapped his fingers on the table. Number 1, in that case. You shall establish an organization dedicated to observing and recording those in the mortal realm who are suspected to be protagonists. Gather all information about them. We must exercise caution. The avatar nodded. Very well, but when did I become number 1? Oh, are you suggesting you wish to be number 0? Gu Zhan chuckled, suddenly intrigued. Number 1's expression was playful as he gently lifted Gu Zhan's chin. Get lost. Gu Zhan retorted, speechless. Playing with oneself? How is that any different from shooting a plane? Before long, a day passed, and the organization was established. Number 1 took matters into his own hands, spending half a day searching the four nations, only to find no trace of Yi Chen, not even a single strand of hair. Damn it, Gu Zhan sighed. retracting all surveillance on Yichun. Has this world intervened? The avatar narrowed his eyes. Perhaps the world does not wish to let you exploit any loopholes. Without information on the protagonist, you cannot follow along to indulge and take advantage, can you? Go to hell. Gujan sighed once more. No worries, I still have my trump card. Cooldown time for the simulator, 5 seconds. The 13th simulation begins. Let us proceed. You seized Li Ming firmly in your grasp, and after a moment of hesitation, you extinguished his life, eliminating a false protagonist. Your fortune has now been elevated by 1. You were momentarily taken aback. It appears that eliminating the protagonist can indeed enhance one's fortune. Such an action seems to be rather commonplace. After traversing the mortal realm with your avatar and yielding no results, you fractured the fabric of space the following day and arrived in the realm of Xianzhen. With the presence of a cloaking device, none detected your existence. Gazing at the device, you resolved to embody an unremarkable genius this time. Ascending from the modest territory of Taizong Nation, you absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth while diligently cultivating your skills. 2 days later, you successfully gained control over the royal family of Taizong Nation, effortlessly mastering the governance of this realm. By the 5th day, you departed from Taizong Nation, journeying eastward, continuously seeking intelligence and gathering information. By the end of the 1st month, you arrived in a larger nation within the eastern domain, where the mightiest beings were at the divine bridge realm, aligning with your own cultivation level. You navigate through various formidable factions, incessantly acquiring intelligence, gaining insight into the eastern domain, and comprehending the entirety of the Xuanzhen realm. You have discerned that the Biyun sect is merely an ordinary first-rate sect, overshadowed by the mightier Qingyun sect. Above the Qingyun sect lies the formidable Tianhua sacred land, which exerts dominion over the entire eastern region. Within the Tianhua sacred land, the most powerful beings are the immortal emperors, whose strength is renowned throughout the entire Xianzhen realm. You hesitated, you wrestled with your thoughts, contemplating time and again. And then you smiled. It's merely a simulation. What is there to fear? You resolutely soared towards the sacred land of heavenly fire. 2 months have passed, and you remain en route. For 3 months, you journeyed along the path, when you encountered a formidable beast of the wild, equally matched in the realm of divine bridges. Through your unparalleled prowess, doubling your offensive capabilities, you effortlessly triumphed over your adversary. The beast, gripped by fear of demise, thus acknowledged you as its master. The majestic eagle soared with you at an exhilarating speed. By the 4th month, you finally arrived at the sacred land of heavenly fire. You gracefully entered the sacred mountain gate of the heavenly fire with the white-headed eagle nestled within you. You have manifested the 9 transformation sacred body and displayed the cultivation of the divine bridge realm. Soon, an immensely colossal figure appears before you, towering tens of thousands of zhang, with 8 great suns revolving behind him, enveloped in a powerful and enigmatic aura. Little one, what is your intention? You gaze upon this enigmatic powerhouse, feeling akin to an ant in his presence. Clearing your throat, you declare, I have heard that the holy land of heavenly fire is in search of prodigies, and thus I have come to seek your guidance. Seeking a mentor. The man chuckles softly, and suddenly a figure materializes before you. Clad in a resplendent golden robe, his golden hair cascading like a waterfall, he possesses striking features, exuding an aura that renders you utterly unsettled. At the tender age of 16, with the divine bridge of the 9th transformation of the sacred body and 2 strands of true royal blood coursing through him, he is indeed a talent of extraordinary caliber. Strangely, I find myself unable to foresee any events pertaining to you. The golden-robed man continues to smile. How intriguing, truly fascinating. There are matters in this world that even we, the celestial emperors, cannot predict. Anomaly? Mutation? He squints, and then places a hand upon your shoulder, saying, very well. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the holy land of heavenly fire. I am Xin Yuan, and you shall be my first direct disciple in 50 millennia. Furthermore, from this moment onward, you shall stand as the sole holy son of our esteemed holy land. You exhaled in relief. Indeed, you had captured the attention of an immortal emperor. Not only that, but you had also become their sole disciple, the one and only holy son. In a daze, you beheld countless cultivation resources beckoning to you, and you let out a joyous snort. By the 4th month, the news of the holy son of the heavenly fire sacred land spread throughout the world, and you had become renowned. Yet, no one knew your true identity. You have been assigned to the deepest recesses of the sacred land, where the forces of heaven and earth are exceptionally potent. Moreover, A myriad of precious celestial materials and earthly treasures abound, alongside countless delicacies. The nine-turned sacred body stands as the third most esteemed sacred body in the world. I happen to possess certain materials that can facilitate several enhancements to your sacred physique. The Xian Yuan Immortal Emperor approached, producing various elixirs. Their radiant essence akin to luminous fruits and milky teas. This is the Xian Yuan Emperor's art, which I crafted a century ago. It shall guide you on your path to ascend to the realm of the Immortal Emperor. He also bestowed upon you a new cultivation technique. You are immersed in the joy of being surrounded by such abundant resources. You commenced your cultivation, utilizing the resources available to enhance your sacred body. By the 6th month, you had outlined the form of the earthly bridge, and your cultivation prowess grew significantly. In the 7th month, you ascended to the 6th level of the divine bridge. By the 8th month, you transcended to the 7th level of the divine bridge. At the end of the 1st year, you reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine bridge. In the same year, you consumed a substantial amount of resources, resulting in your sacred body breaking through to the 4th level. You have unlocked a new ability, the Holy Seal. Once marked with the Holy Seal, the damage you inflict upon your target is amplified tenfold. In the 2nd year, the Celestial Emperor Xian Yuan bestowed upon you a brief diversion to impart his wisdom. By mid-year, you successfully transcended and entered the 1st level of the Void Realm. The primary cultivation method within this realm involves comprehending the void and grasping the essence of space. Within this tier, teleportation is merely the foundational skill. Cultivators can also directly create spaces for storage. To expedite your cultivation progress, the Celestial Emperor Xian Yuan transported you to a secret realm of the void, abundant with an overwhelming aura of spatial energy. Your cultivation has experienced a meteoric rise. In the 3rd year, you transcended to the 2nd level of divine void. By the 5th year, you ascended to the 3rd level of divine void. In the 7th year, the Xian Yuan Celestial Emperor intensified your training, bestowing upon you an abundance of elixirs and a copious supply of Celestial Emperor's blood, leaving you with an unsettling sensation within your body. In the 8th year, you reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of divine void. The next step involves entering the celestial realm, primarily to harness the power of the controlled space to forge a new world, creating an ethereal paradise. However, in that same year, the Xian Yuan Celestial Emperor abruptly ceased to provide you with any further cultivation resources. He approached you, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable greed. You were not surprised. Long before the other party eagerly sought to assist you in enhancing your cultivation, you discerned numerous discrepancies. This individual, much like the former Zhang Qing, appears to be calculating your trajectory, whether it be your practice of the Xian Yuan Emperor's art or the 4th layer of the sacred body. Over the years, you have contemplated altering your method of cultivation, yet everything remains under the dominion of the Xian Yuan Celestial Emperor, leaving you with no opportunity to do so. The Xian Yuan Celestial Emperor smiles gently at you, and with a shift of space, you find yourself in his miniature realm. Quite commendable. After 8 years of cultivation, you have reached the pinnacle of the divine void and are on the verge of entering the cave heaven realm. The Xian Yuan Celestial Emperor is exceedingly pleased with you. He commences the refinement of your sacred body. The 4th layer of the 9 transformations of the sacred body is indeed commendable. Furthermore, once your Xian Yuan Emperor's art merges into my realm, it shall enhance my strength to a modest degree. You let out a sigh and asked, "Do you not fear death? Are you aware of who stands above you? Do you comprehend the cost of your actions?" The Celestial Emperor Xian Yuan shook his head and replied, "Although I cannot discern your background even now, it matters not. Since I have already taken action, I shall not regret it. What of the cost? No matter how great it may be? Hehehe. You extend a hand and inquire, before I meet my end, I wish to pose a question. Speak." Comes the reply. "If I were to worship at another sacred site, would the outcome differ?" The Xian Yuan Celestial Emperor chuckles. "Individuals like you are highly sought after. To any Celestial Emperor, you are the finest sustenance. By consuming you, our strength would undoubtedly be enhanced. I believe no one would decline such an opportunity. In the Xianjin realm, power remains paramount. I only trust in the strength I wield." You find yourself in a state of utter helplessness, as it appears that the plight of geniuses in this world is indeed dire. As you disable the shield, you expel a mouthful of blood, the crimson fluid staining the jade pendant upon your chest without leaving a trace. No vessel amidst the storm. You spoke, and the Xian Yuan Immortal Emperor was momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly regained his composure. "What are you doing?" he inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. As an ominous premonition washed over him, merely to take your life, you took a step back, and a figure suddenly emerged. It was Su Qingxue, a celestial emperor. Xin Yuan. The celestial emperor smiled and said, "If this is your reliance, then you may as well perish. After all, you are merely an emperor, just at the same level as the rest of us." Su Qingxue gazed at him, her eyes shifting as she raised her sword, declaring, "Insignificant insect, behold my true form." With that, she closed her eyes. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura erupted throughout the Xin Yuan realm. As Su Qingxue opened her eyes, she cleaved Xin Yuan, the celestial emperor, in two with a single strike. Impossible. A transcended true king cannot descend upon the Xianzhen realm. The celestial emperor lay dead, and the Xin Yuan realm began to collapse. Yu and Su Qingxue arrived at the sacred realm of the outside world, where the news of Xian Yuan's Xian emperor's demise spread throughout the entire Xianzhen realm. All the celestial emperors gathered, their faces filled with horror as they gazed upon Yu and Su Qingxue. You do not wish to meet your demise. Gazing upon the breathtaking visage of Su Qingxue, a woman who surpasses all others, you let out a hollow laugh, "Mom." Suddenly, Su Qingxue beams with a smile that is both enchanting and captivating, leaving you bewildered. "Oh, mother, how incredibly beautiful you are." "Mother, are you a celestial being?" "Oh, how I long for you. These years have been a solitary struggle, and my existence has been fraught with hardship." "Mother." You found yourself kneeling at the feet of Su Qingxue, tears streaming down your face as you recalled the past, reminiscent of Li Ming in those earlier days. Su Qingxue chuckled. "Oh, my dear child, you are indeed one of a kind." She helped you to your feet, leaving you astounded. Could it be that this time, your mother had spared you? "You troublesome little rascal, I have truly made you suffer. We pay our respects to the true king." A multitude of celestial emperors approached, kneeling in reverence. Su Qingxue's laughter rang like silver bells. "Ha ha, how delightful, truly delightful. My son, you have surprised me indeed." She patted your shoulder. "Now that we have met, you should feel no regret in your heart." You let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, mother, may I make one request before you depart this world? Do you wish to struggle a little longer, my dear son?" Su Qingxue asked with a smile, as she brandished her sword, obliterating the entire Xianzhen realm. Countless souls perished, and the 3,000 lesser worlds beneath the Xianzhen realm were similarly annihilated. "Oh, the shadow of the otherworldly demons?" Su Qingxue's interest was piqued, and with another swing of her sword, she dispatched all the otherworldly fiends. You gazed upon the world dissolving into nothingness, swallowing hard. "Mother, with this sword, how many protagonists have you vanquished, and how much fortune have you amassed? Dearest mother, might you allow me to ascend to the realm of the immortals before my demise?" With an expression of eager anticipation, you apologize, stating that you lack the means to instantly elevate someone to the status of an immortal emperor, king, or sovereign. However, if one is willing, you could transform them into a puppet. Su Qingxue shook her head. You also shook your head, thinking it best to avoid being controlled by others. "Could you grant me a cultivation technique that allows me to reach the realm of the celestial emperor without any adverse effects?" "This is my fervent desire." Su Qingxue nodded. "I can indeed fulfill this request." With a graceful gesture, she bestowed upon you a technique known as the record of heavenly sorrow. "Well, my son, it is time for you to embark on your journey." She tenderly caressed your head. "Mother, I will miss you." As you spoke, a thought lingered in your mind. "One day, I shall crush the cherished memory of my father. Monsters, all of them are wretched monsters." In an instant, your physical form shattered, your primordial spirit disintegrated, leaving you with naught but a solitary soul. Upon your demise, a radiant specter descended. It is he, your forebear, Gu Hanshang. "Who dares to spill the blood of my descendants?" Clad in garments of ebony, Gu Hanshang exuded an imposing presence. Upon catching sight of Su Qingxue, he paused momentarily. Then a smile unfurled upon his lips. "Ah, it is you. Have you slain your own progeny?" "Indeed, quite wicked. I find it delightful." Gu Hanshang erupted into maniacal laughter, his sword resting upon Su Qingxue's shoulder. "Shall we engage in another battle?" Su Qingxue elevated her sword in response. "No need for banter. Since you have chosen to reveal yourself today, let us indeed confront one another." She began to ignite herself, consuming all her strength. Her sword grew increasingly frigid, her heart ever colder. "Madwoman," Gu Hanshang remarked, his brow furrowing. Boom. You beheld Su Qingxue's sword as it was drawn. An entire realm of ice and snow coalesced behind her. Within this world, countless beings surged towards Gu Hanshang. You have felt the countless powers of laws and rules. Enough. A familiar voice resounded. Familiar, too familiar. Who is it? Who could it be? You scratch your head in confusion, unable to comprehend. You suddenly comprehend. How could it possibly be you? You wear an expression of utter astonishment, your spirit shattered. You have perished. Gujan strikes the table with a resounding blow. For heaven's sake, speak up. You behave like an enigma. Who can possibly contend with you? This is the second time. Who on earth is this individual? Why does he evoke a sense of familiarity? Yichen? Celestial Sovereign? The likelihood of it being the Celestial Sovereign is the highest. In several simulations, the Celestial Sovereign's prowess vastly surpassed that of Su Qingxue, utterly overwhelming those protagonists. Yet, the timeline appears somewhat amiss. At this juncture, the Celestial Sovereign should still be in Wutan City. Next time, I shall certainly uncover your identity. Gujan, at a loss for words, then seizes Li Ming. Let us vanquish a false protagonist for some excitement. With a sweeping gesture, Li Ming is reduced to countless fragments, obliterated by a single punch, leaving nothing behind. The false protagonist has been annihilated. Your fortune has ascended. Evaluation. You have spent the majority of your life in diligent cultivation. Your existence has been rather monotonous. Moreover, you have been subjected to schemes against you. Your innate talents are exceedingly formidable, and thus, few dare to nurture your development. You may choose one of the following rewards. Firstly, the pinnacle of the divine void realm, accompanied by the Xian Yuan Emperor's art. Secondly, the fourth heaven of the sacred body. Thirdly, the record of heavenly sorrow. And lastly, all the memories of your life, albeit with a possibility of influencing your worldview. The cultivation cannot be chosen. It would merely serve as a garment for another. However, it is not entirely without merit, as he could utilize a shield to subtly alter his cultivation method. Yet, as soon as he begins to gather techniques, his strength would undoubtedly be exposed, incurring the risk of discovery. The sacred body is not an option. Thus, the final choices lie between the memories and the record of heavenly sorrow. Should he opt for the memories? Gujan found himself in a quandary, aware of the slight possibility of a worldview alteration. With memories, he would possess the record of heavenly sorrow, and not only that, he could envision the appearances of the immortal emperor, Su Qingxue, and Guhan's Hang, along with Su Qingxue's final sword strike. Moreover, there lingered a question in his heart about that shadow. He was confident that upon hearing the voice, he would undoubtedly recognize who it was. The memories are not an option. After a period of contemplation, Gujan relinquished the thought. The strength of these individuals surpassed his own, especially the last few, including Guhan's Hang, should he truly choose the memories. He harbored grave doubts about the influence it would impose upon him. I choose option 1. Ultimately, Gujan discarded the record of heavenly sorrow. His mother, after all, was not to be trusted. She was too peculiar. Were he the protagonist, he would have unhesitatingly chosen the cultivation technique. Alas, it was merely his mother. The most prudent choice remained strength. As for the cultivation technique, he could entirely redirect his focus to the Tianyin ninefold art, rather than meandering through various paths. It was better to commit to a single course. He has now attained the pinnacle of the divine void realm. A surge of new power enveloped him, and Gujan felt exhilarated. The divine void realm is but a step towards creating a world. At this moment, he finally comprehended how Xiao Yang and the others had formed their small worlds. To his astonishment, it turned out that each person possessed one. He continued to delve into the powers he now wielded. Extending his hand, a space suddenly manifested within him, roughly 50 cubic units, shrouded in darkness. A self-created storage space. Truly a testament to the techniques of the Xianjin realm. Gujan tossed a heap of clothing into the space and retrieved them in succession, reveling in the joy of it. The ability to create a storage space is merely one of the capabilities of the divine void realm. Upon reaching the next level, the cave heaven realm, a practitioner could wholly manifest a world, a vibrant realm adorned with sun, moon, and stars. At such a time, even living beings could be accommodated within. Gujan felt a surge of anticipation. Once he calmed his emotions, he immediately endeavored to redirect his cultivation method, substituting the Xian Yuan Emperor's art with the Tianyin ninefold art. After testing the waters, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, modifying the cultivation technique would only require a year to complete. A year, compared to the arduous journey of recultivation, is indeed a worthwhile investment. Neither my mother nor my ancestors can be relied upon. It is far better to nurture a protagonist from the ground up, one whom I have watched grow, instilling a sense of trust and utility. Although the protagonist may not surpass my mother in the short term, they remain a valuable asset. In the forthcoming simulation, I am resolute not to join those grand sects. Instead, I shall seek a humble locale, patiently awaiting the protagonist's rise. Guzhan made his determination clear. At present, he has reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of divine void. His lifespan has significantly increased, granting him a total of 15,000 years for growth. However, in reality, he may live at most 300 years. After 3 centuries, the malevolent forces from beyond will breach the Xianjin realm, leading to the demise of the 3,000 worlds beneath it. Steady, and above all, remain steadfast, Guzhan repeatedly reminded himself. In the days that followed, he eschewed cultivation, instead delving deeper into the annals of history to understand the malevolent forces from 30,000 years prior. Through his diligent efforts, he finally unraveled the history of that battle. 30,000 years ago, a feeble individual in the mortal realm, in pursuit of greater power, communicated with the malevolent beings from other worlds, sacrificing over 50 members of his own family. With each sacrifice, this wretched soul ascended from the condensation realm to the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Tasting the fruits of power, he continued his grim offerings, exchanging the lives of more beings for strength, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. By the time the mortal realm's warriors took notice, he had sacrificed millions, elevating himself to the apex of the mortal realm, the 9th layer of true martial. In the once lush Yunyu forest of the eternal Green Kingdom, he shattered the rift and ascended to the Xianjin realm. His power was unparalleled, and none could stand in his way. A century later, when all believed the matter concluded, a spatial rift emerged, unleashing a horde of malevolent beings from beyond. They, drawing upon the bloodlines and souls of millions, successfully pinpointed this location, ready to consume the mortal realm entirely. In that dire moment, the strong of the mortal realm united as one, exerting their utmost against the malevolent forces. Yet, their adversaries were too formidable. Humanity paid a steep price, but could not prevail. Just as the mortal realm teetered on the brink of annihilation, a being who referred to himself as Wu appeared from thin air, turning the tide and driving all malevolent entities back, instilling fear that kept them from daring to step forward. The one who had sacrificed humanity was none other than Go-san. The Emperor of No Heavens had emerged 30,000 years prior. Guzhan murmured to himself, continuing to sift through historical records. After Wu vanquished all the malevolent beings, he vanished suddenly, never to be seen again. The human race, having been left in disarray, took an extensive period to rebuild their martial system, which had been decimated by the malevolent forces. It was during Wu's battle with these malevolent entities that Gu Hanshang departed this world. It is highly probable that Gu Hanshang discerned something from Go-san, prompting his ascension a century later. Guzhan pondered deeply. 30,000 years ago, there was only Wu. There was no Xiao Yang, no Yi Chun. Wu was the most extraordinary. It resembled a program, an innate mechanism for the world to protect itself when it faced peril. Is the essence of your existence, Wu Tiandi, rooted in this? Setting aside the last tome in his possession, Guzhan chuckled softly. One day, I shall meet you. At that moment, I must request an autograph and a photograph. The sudden appearance of Li Ming dampened Guzhan's spirits considerably, leaving him feeling as though he had consumed something distasteful. After all, over the past year, he had encountered numerous protagonists, both those he had met and those he had not, and they all exemplified classic archetypes, typically accompanied by an elder mentor or some magical artifacts as their golden fingers. The concept of a system was entirely novel to him. Such a thing was exceedingly unpredictable. If it were merely Li Ming, it might be bearable, but that was evidently implausible. Within the realms beyond his perception, there surely existed other protagonists in the making. Judging by Li Ming's actions, his attitude towards himself was far from pleasant. Alas, what if one day an invincible system appeared, intent on crushing me? Systems, oh systems. They possess no logic whatsoever. Some of them require no growth at all. What am I to do? Opening the simulator, Guzhan gazed at the 13 simulation records before him, reviewing each instance of demise. He found a measure of calm. Brother, we have both traversed from Blue Star. Let us not lose face. Simulator cooldown time, 5 days. On this day, Guzhan was still engaged in cultivating his techniques. Suddenly, his avatar burst in, 0. We are in dire straits. The avatar's tone was urgent, its expression nearly resembling that of the Dragon King. Another variant has emerged. It is highly likely to be a system bearer. We are doomed. Guzhan was taken aback. Grasping the avatar firmly, he swiftly refined it. In no time, all of the opponent's memories were absorbed into him. Indeed, it resembled a system bearer. 3 days prior, in a small village of the Chongqing Kingdom. A boy skilled in storytelling appeared out of nowhere, his identity shrouded in mystery. With his exceptional eloquence, he won the adoration of all the villagers. He recounted many captivating tales and was subsequently invited to the home of the village chief's youngest son to serve as a mentor. The following day, the village chief even constructed a platform for him, gathering 3,000 to 4,000 villagers to listen to his stories. On the third day, the boy departed the small village for a distant town, where it was said he continued to share his narratives. One of Gu Zhan's subordinates was present. Witnessing the boy's cultivation soar from the condensation stage to the pinnacle of the cheese stage. This was outrageous. Consequently, news traveled swiftly, ultimately reaching the avatar. Storytelling enhances cultivation. Absurd, utterly absurd. Gu Zhan lightly tapped his head, then without hesitation unleashed his avatar, taking him to the kingdom of Evergreen. In the city of Shuiqing, within a tavern on the ground floor, a young lad dressed in azure stood animatedly upon a table, passionately recounting tales while wielding a paper fan. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, the fan struck the table, and the boy, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanned the audience before exclaiming, as the tale unfolds, "Behold! The mighty Leo Ultraman roars, invoking the powers of heaven and earth, transforming into a colossal giant of towering stature. Yet, the formidable Lu Zhishan is not to be trifled with. He, too, is a man of formidable presence." With a cold smirk, he brandished his Rui Jingu Bang. "Activate the Lin Daiyu armor." With that, Lu Zhishan morphed from a handsome youth into a super scion. This super scion, it is said, hails from a planet known as Cybertron, where lies a city called Love Apartment. Love Apartment is a premier force within the multiverse, boasting an array of elite warriors, each one a formidable figure in their own right. Among them is a warrior by the name of Elbu. But who is this Elbu? He is, in fact, the nephew of the Monkey King from the Water Curtain Cave on Huagua Mountain in the Eastern Divine Continent. And who is this Monkey King? His status is exceedingly lofty, for he is revered as Erlangshin, the true monarch of manifestation, who once apprenticed under the mother of Ultraman, begot countless Optimus Primes alongside the father of Ultraman on the primordial continent, thus striking fear into the heart of the universe. Together, they fused into one, altering the course of destiny and vanquishing the malevolent Lord Saint, wielding 12 talismans, and crushing the 3 holy mothers of Lu Qinxiang. The boy continued his animated discourse, fervently detailing the connections between these characters, yet neglecting to advance the main narrative, proving to be quite the entertainer. The onlookers, however, listened intently, finding the tale utterly captivating. Despite its seemingly absurd nature, they had never encountered such characters before. Amid the crowd, Gu Zhan suddenly materialized, drawing no attention whatsoever. Innate level 3, innate level 5, innate level 8. As he sensed the lad's escalating power, Gu Zhan was momentarily taken aback. This young man is indeed a talent. A subtle movement of his fingers summoned the city's guards. "What are you all doing? Shouldn't you be returning home to tend to your fields? Stop listening to this newfangled storytelling and disperse." Over a dozen soldiers clad in official attire swiftly cleared the area of all spectators. Gu Zhan concealed his presence, quietly observing the scene unfold. As expected, when the audience dispersed, the boy's cultivation finally ceased to rise. Yet, he had reached the pinnacle of innate level 9. "You dare to tell tales here?" One soldier scoffed, slapping the boy to the ground. "A master," the youth exclaimed, bewildered. Was he not merely narrating a story? What grievance had he caused? "You fool, are you unaware of the rules of the Kingdom of Evergreen? In this realm, storytelling incurs a tax." A soldier chuckled and said, "My lord, I do not collect any fees. Where would the taxes come from? It is entirely a charitable endeavor." "That is where your error lies," the soldier retorted, delivering a sharp kick. "If you do not collect fees, how can taxes be paid? Without tax contributions, how can the national treasury be replenished? If the treasury remains insufficient, how will His Majesty provide relief to the disaster-stricken, expand the territory, or nurture the strong to defend the nation? Our Longqing Kingdom is already lacking in military strength and capable warriors. A careless moment could lead to our annexation. In such a scenario, countless lives would be lost. Your refusal to collect fees impacts the entire Longqing Kingdom and affects everyone." Disgusted, he ordered, "Take him away." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers seized the boy, binding him and dragging him to the prison. The boy struggled in vain, feeling a profound sense of injustice. "This cannot be happening. I have already reached the peak of innate talent. Isn't it said that the strongest in a small city is merely at the condensation level? This is illogical and unreasonable. Guzhan smiled, for these were his elite subordinates, each one at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Tianyuan. Just a step away from breaking through to Zhenwu. Suppressing an innate talent was as easy as lifting a finger. In the dungeon, the boy curled up, trembling with fear. Is this truly a dungeon? Why is there not a single person here? Without anyone, how can I tell my story or enhance my strength? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed as a notification sounded. Warning, host detected to be in a life and death crisis. Would you like to activate the hidden energy reserve? In a moment of panic, he snapped, you should have mentioned the hidden energy reserve sooner, system. You wretched system, you've wasted my feelings. He scoffed, his resolve strengthening. And he straightened his back. Activate. Beep. Hidden energy reserve depleted. Host cultivation level has been elevated to the pinnacle of Zhenwu, the utmost limit of this world. Beep. Unstable factors detected. The system grants the host an extraordinary true weapon, the Taikuan sword. Beep. This true weapon can unleash a power that crushes all Zhenwu. Requiring no energy consumption, a mere normal attack can annihilate warriors of the same realm. Beep. By consuming lifespan, the attack power of the Taikuan sword can be enhanced. Beep. The host currently has a lifespan of 1,000 years. Upon total consumption, it can unleash the full power of a peak Tianwu strike. Gazing at the series of notifications and feeling the immense power coursing through him, the boy, Kai Su, completely lost his composure. I knew it. I am the protagonist. He laughed heartily, extending his right hand, and a sword shimmering with a dark light suddenly appeared. With the Taikuan sword in hand, Kai Su furrowed his brow, transforming into a beam of sword light that soared into the heavens. With the world beneath my feet, spring breezes scatter as the world fades. When the basketball emerges, multiverses collapse. Kai Su's Taikuan sword suppresses all. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his sword, a brilliant beam of light cascading down, cleaving the city beneath his feet in two. Countless innocent lives perished. Even those hidden in the shadows, the true martial artists were no match for him. Before they could even approach the radiant sword light, they disintegrated into wisps of smoke, utterly annihilated. Quickly report to the Lord. We cannot withstand this. A true martial artist screamed in desperation. In the blink of an eye, he found his neck severed by Taikuan's sword. So this is power. Is this the sensation of invincibility? Gazing at the city he had destroyed and listening to the anguished cries of countless souls, Kai Su felt an unprecedented exhilaration. It was intoxicating. He squinted, pondering. At this moment, how different am I from the people of my homeland? One hand rested upon himself. His expression twisted with malevolence. I shall do as I please. With a sweeping gesture, he seized a woman from within the city, Taikuan brazenly appraising her. A beauty, indeed. A paragon of allure. Before my journey across realms, I was powerless. Now, I am unmatched in this world. Who can stand in my way? With a cold smirk, his desires surged within him, soon becoming unbearable. In a brutal act, he crushed the woman, savoring the scent of her blood and flesh, embodying a true monster. No one can obstruct me. I, Taikuan, am absolutely invincible in this realm. With newfound strength, he transformed, shedding his previous caution and adopting the demeanor of a quintessential villain. Ding! The system alerted the host. The immediate priority is to eliminate the threat. Floating in midair, Kai Su obliterated a stretch of forest with a single sword stroke. A smirk gracing his lips. Threat? What threat could possibly remain? Ding! Ultimate mission issued. Ding! Does the host accept? A mission? Bring it on. I accept. Kai Su was utterly unbothered. The notion of a mission was inconsequential to him. Ding! Mission confirmed. Mission: eliminate Guzhan. Mission description: Guzhan is the greatest unstable factor in the current world. Please eradicate him immediately. Mission reward: system update, activation of ascension feature, a minor world. Mission penalty: none. The instant the system panel manifested, a dark line appeared before Kai Su's eyes, pointing directly towards the distant Great Zhou. Guzhan. The name alone suggests he is no protagonist. Since this is a system mission, I shall not hold back. Kai Su chuckled coldly, brandishing the Taikuan sword as he soared into the air. With blinding speed, he accelerated. An hour later, he arrived at the Great Zhou. To his surprise, the mission target was also approaching him with considerable swiftness. At the eastern border of the Great Zhou, on the boundless grasslands, Kai Su snapped a blade of grass, casually placing it between his lips. I must look utterly dashing. In his imagination, he envisioned himself as a handsome young man from a comic, effortlessly captivating countless girls. Before long, two identical figures abruptly materialized. One donned white attire, while the other was clad in black, both strikingly handsome, surpassing even the charm of Gu Tianla. Kaisu furrowed his brow. With such looks, is there any room left for others to exist? Fortunately, your demise is inevitable. The system seeks your death, and I am powerless to intervene. He raised the Taikuan's sword, directing it toward the white-clad Guzhan. Zero, what say you? The avatar's expression darkened. This protagonist lacks shame. Just locked away, he ascended to the pinnacle of Zhenwu, and without hesitation, he unleashed a massacre, showing no semblance of a true hero. Guzhan exhaled, a smirk gracing his lips. What is there to discuss? Just kill. The arrival of a protagonist defies all logic. It is impossible to grant him continuous opportunities to strike within the simulator. A mere day ago, he was but an insignificant ant. Now, he has transformed into a formidable beast. If he were to wait 3 more days, what chaos would ensue? He sensed the malice directed at him from this individual in the Great Zhou. Should he refrain from action, he would surely perish. In a narrow encounter, courage prevails. The avatar spoke earnestly, then approached Kaisu step by step. You seek an opportunity. Allow me to test the waters for you. After all, if he perishes, he can always return. Should his true form fall, he too shall meet his end. That is Zero, the one he cherishes most dearly. No one shall harm him. Amidst the surging emotions, Kaisu also took action. Guzhan, you hail from that realm too? The phrase in a narrow encounter. Courage prevails likely does not apply in this world. With a flourish of the Taikuan's sword, a fierce beam of light surged forth. Yet it failed to even graze the avatar's garments. Nevertheless, neither Guzhan nor the avatar underestimated one another. This was the protagonist, a bearer of the system. And caution was paramount. They both traversed from Blue Star. How intriguing. Their defensive prowess is formidable. Kaisu raised an eyebrow. No wonder they were marked for elimination by the system. It appears time to take this seriously. System, expend lifespan to exchange for an attack at the Tianwu realm. Ding. 100 years of lifespan consumed. Taikuan sword's power elevated to the first level of Tianwu, 1 attack permitted. Kill. Kaisu bellowed, striking once more with his sword. The Taikuan sword radiated brilliantly, yet it bore no effect on the avatar. The disparity in their powers was too vast. Any impact would be exceedingly difficult to achieve. The avatar paused for a moment. Zero, it seems we may have overestimated this fellow. The lifespan expenditure yields only this much. Is this current batch of travelers truly lacking? As he spoke, the avatar unleashed a powerful slap, sending Kaisu crashing to the ground. The Taikuan sword shattered. Kaisu spat blood. His hair disheveled as he lay on the grass, utterly defeated. What is this? With a system in place, I find myself defeated, as I feel my body weaken. Kaisu must concede to this reality. Host, you must remain rational. The system's voice resonates. Kaisu chuckles, you wretched system. All you do is lead me to my demise. With just a single attack from the opponent, I am left on the brink of death. How am I to maintain my composure? Ding. The system is depleting its last reserves. Ding. The system has forcibly enhanced the host's strength, restoring his body and true essence. Ding. The host's current power is at the pinnacle of the golden body. Ding. The host has been fully revived. Ding. The Taimei sword has been upgraded to the Taimei sword. Ding. The host's remaining lifespan is 5,000 years upon complete consumption. The Taimei sword can unleash a full-force strike of divine fire. Kaisu rises to his feet. Wretched system, are you mocking me? You still possess strength? He coughs, emitting a crow's caw, before grasping the Taimei sword. I shall expend my entire lifespan to vanquish him. If I can slay Guzhan, I can reclaim all that I have lost. Kaisu finds himself with no other options. Ding. 5,000 years of lifespan consumed. The Taimei sword's attack power has surged to the pinnacle of divine fire. As he feels his body wither in an instant, Kaisu raises his white hair and laughs maniacally, gripping the Taimei sword with both hands and striking fiercely. Boom. The incarnation gazes at him silently, extending 2 fingers as if a malevolent deity effortlessly grasping the sword. Upon contact with the Taimei sword, all radiance, effects, and power vanish in an instant. In all the martial arts of the world, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. Clang. The Taimei sword shatters into fragments. The incarnation shakes his head. If this is all you have, then perish. With that, he prepares to strike Kaisu down. Wait. Guzhan interjects, his expression grave. Kaisu perceives a glimmer of hope, exclaiming, Fellow villager, I knew you wouldn't kill me. Tears well in their eyes at the sight of a kindred spirit. Guzhan chuckles, don't get the wrong idea. I merely seek a trophy. Although the incarnation is also me, the fortune gained from slaying the protagonist poses a dilemma. It is best I approach this with caution. buzz. An odd sound echoes in Kaisu's ears. In the next moment, he begins to dissolve. The dense primordial force within him erupts, gradually annihilating all that he is. Ding, mission failed. Ding, the system bows solemnly to the host, offering its apologies. Ding, the system has severed its connection with the host. Ding, farewell. In the final chime of the system's announcement, Kaisu's consciousness fades entirely. If this is to be my conclusion, let me embrace madness once more. Even with tears streaming down my face, I shall continue to smile. The protagonist must be slain. Your fortune has increased by 5, currently standing at 6. Li Ming is but a pseudo-protagonist. It is this fellow who is the true protagonist. Not only that, but he has also contributed 5 to his fortune. If this is the case, then the encounter with Chu Tian in the capital of the Great Zhou was not with the protagonist at all. After all, a protagonist would be capable of augmenting one's fortune. 0 is indeed lacking. What a waste of my sentiments. The avatar felt somewhat speechless. Yet his expression brightened. 0 has left something behind. Guzhan lowered his gaze, and indeed, after Kaisu was vanquished by his primordial force, a vague black substance remained. As if scorched. What is this little black thing? The avatar was taken aback, then cautiously opened it with primordial force. To his astonishment, it was a chicken foot. The little black entity revealed a chicken foot. This world has truly become peculiar. Although somewhat speechless, Guzhan still carefully tucked away the chicken foot, instructing the avatar to preserve it diligently. Who knows, this might turn out to be something valuable. It must not be easily overlooked. Simulator cooldown time, 1 second. Great Zhou. Wutan City. Guzhan lay on his bed. Steady, one must remain steady. The simulation begins. On the first day, after much contemplation, you decided not to bring the avatar along, for its primary purpose is to cultivate protagonists for you, especially Xiao Yang, Han Feng, and others. You directly shattered the fabric of space within the Great Zhou and stepped into the realm of Xinjiang. Upon your arrival in the nation of Taicang, you casually sought a place to refine your cultivation methods. In the subsequent year, you transformed the Xian Yuan Emperor's art into the celestial transformation of the 9 layers. Feeling the immense power of the pinnacle of the 9th layer of divine void within you, a sense of exhilaration washed over you, prompting a whimsical thought of indulgence. You have struck yourself across the face. Having departed from Taicang, you wandered through the eastern domain. In the 3rd year, you left the eastern domain and arrived in the central domain, which is the most expansive among the 5 realms of the Xinjiang world, where the quality of the celestial forces is unparalleled. Even in the most humble circumstances, it is exceptionally conducive to your cultivation. By the 5th year, you had settled in a small nation within the eastern domain, establishing a new dragon-slaying city and commanding an expansive territory of millions of miles. You gather resources to aid your cultivation. In the 7th year, you persist in your practice. For 8 years, there was no change. In the 9th year, progress in your cultivation was sluggish. By the 10th year, one could only exclaim in disbelief. However, in the 12th year, you finally comprehended the profound essence of the cave heavens, constructing a chaotic space within yourself and creating a new world. After enduring 12 years, you stepped into the first realm of the cave heavens. The primary process of cultivation in the cave heaven realm involves absorbing external resources, nurturing the sun, moon, and stars, and understanding the intangible rules, all in preparation for the next stage of spiritual transformation. You possess no resources. At this level, mere intuition cannot elevate your cultivation. This year, you have already reached the age of 28. After much deliberation, you commenced a gradual expansion of your dominion, gathering resources. In the 13th year, your subordinates discovered a celestial lake, within which the divine energies were remarkably abundant, capable of manifesting the existence of heaven within your realm. Without hesitation, you decisively took action, resulting in numerous conflicts with various factions. However, empowered by the sacred body, you swept through all obstacles. In the 14th year, you absorbed all celestial energy from the heavenly pool, fully manifesting the celestial realm, and ascended to the pinnacle of the first level of the celestial realm. In the 16th year, you uncovered that a neighboring kingdom possessed a geothermal pool, which was the key to transcending the second level of the celestial realm, prompting you to take action. You obliterated all forces of the neighboring nation and dedicated 31 days to cultivation within the depths of the earth, successfully attaining the second level of the cave heavens. In the 17th year, you refined an immense amount of solar energy, shaping the silhouette of the sun within your inner world, allowing you to break through to the third level of the cave heavens. By the 19th year, the sun was fully formed, and you ascended to the pinnacle of the third level of the cave heavens. In the 23rd year, you refined sufficient lunar energy, constructing the silhouette of the moon within your inner realm, enabling a breakthrough to the fourth level of the cave heavens. By the 30th year, the moon was completed, and you reached the zenith of the fourth level of the cave heavens. In the 31st year, you began your quest for the 5 elemental forces, preparing to establish the principles of the 5 elements within your inner world, thus fundamentally transforming your realm. However, in the 36th year, the once defeated neighboring nation rose from the ashes, seeking vengeance against you with the support of other factions. You have departed from the central domain, relinquishing everything, and sought refuge in the western region. In the 40th year, you refined a substantial amount of golden branch energy, poised on the brink of a breakthrough. In that same year, you heard from your subordinates that a prodigy had emerged in the eastern domain, known as Xiaoyang. At merely 36 years of age, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Yuan spirit, having slain the sole heir of a powerful cave heaven in a small city, and was now being relentlessly pursued. Xiaoyang has finally made his appearance. A wave of relief washes over you. In July of the 40th year, you achieved a breakthrough to the 5th layer of cave heaven. That same year, you received further news. Xiaoyang was suspected of having entered a secret realm, with his fate uncertain. Concurrently, another genius by the name of Yichen emerged, possessing the enigmatic ancient sacred body, a talent unparalleled, and was directly accepted as a personal disciple by the Xian Yuan immortal emperor of the heavenly fire sacred land. You appear to be perplexed. According to previous simulations, Yichen is still alive, and the situation should not pose any significant issues. The Xian Yuan immortal emperor is undoubtedly destined for demise. In the 43rd year, Yichen transcended to the pinnacle of the Yuanshan realm and entered the secret domain, engaging in fierce competition with Xiaoyang. It is rumored that within this secret realm lies the legacy of an immortal emperor. Whoever obtains it will possess even greater opportunities. Is it true that the two protagonists are embroiled in enmity under such circumstances? You sighed, realizing the peril that surrounded the protagonist. Reliance on oneself was imperative. In the 50th year, you ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th level of the cave heaven, embarking on a quest to seek the power of wood origin. By the 60th year, you had absorbed a sufficient amount of wood origin energy, advancing to the 6th level of the cave heaven. In the 70th and 80th years, you reached the zenith of the 6th level. By the 90th year, you had gathered enough water cloud energy to penetrate into the 7th level of the cave heaven. In the same year, as you continued your arduous cultivation, a figure traversed numerous obstacles to stand beside you. Uncle Gu. It was Xiaoyang, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, exuding an impressive aura. You could no longer discern the extent of his power. Initially, I had thought it was a mere coincidence. I never anticipated it would indeed be you. I was astonished to find you in the Xuanzhen realm, having attained such heights. Xiaoyang exclaimed in disbelief. You fell silent. Then heaved a sigh. I apologize. I was powerless regarding Brother Zhao's matter back then. This is not your fault, Uncle Gu. Rest assured, one day, I shall uncover the identity of the poisoner and avenge my father. Xiaoyang clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Were you momentarily dazed by such a presence? Was he already at the realm of the Celestial Emperor? At this very moment, had Xiaoyang truly ascended to the Celestial Emperor stage? Xiaoyang, what is your current cultivation level? It is the 1st level of the Celestial Emperor. Though it is the lowest among them, I am confident I can defeat all adversaries. Xiaoyang radiated immense self-assurance. Uncle Gu, come with me. I shall never forget the assistance you provided during my youth. From this day forth, I will take care of you. Xiaoyang exuded an unparalleled charisma. You have nurtured the protagonist for so many years, was it not for this very day? You smiled and followed Xiaoyang, departing from the western regions and arriving at the northern domain, where the Flame Alliance, established by Xiaoyang, awaited. He bestowed upon you an abundance of cultivation resources, and furthermore, granted you a majestic imperial technique, the Celestial Fire Expansion Record, which could elevate your practice all the way to the level of an immortal emperor. You revel in the exhilaration, soaring alongside the protagonist. In the 101st instance, utilizing the resources bestowed by Xiaoyang, your sacred body ascends to the 4th tier, granting you newfound abilities, the Sacred Seal. As in the previous simulation, in the same year, you absorb a sufficient amount of fire elemental energy, stepping into the 8th level of the cave heaven. That same year, a significant event unfolds in the Xianzhen realm. In the eastern region, the sacred land of heavenly fire erupts into a battle of celestial emperors. It is said that 61 years prior, the direct disciple of the Xian Yuan celestial emperor, Yi Chun, had betrayed him. Xiao Yang's expression turns grave as he leads you to the eastern region, to the sacred land of heavenly fire. Upon your arrival, the battle had already reached its conclusion. A figure, drenched in blood and clad in tattered garments, stood triumphantly upon the body of a young man, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he declared, "You thought to scheme against me? All shall perish." In an instant, countless rays of light descended from the heavens, and Yi Chun ascended to the realm of the celestial emperor. The entire Xianjin realm fell into a state of bewilderment. Yi Chun, wielding the pinnacle power of the ninth peak celestial sovereign, had slain the ninth peak celestial emperor, Xian Yuan. The disparity was staggering. The celestial emperor and the celestial sovereign belonged to utterly different realms, leaving all in utter confusion. Was this the true might of the ancient sacred body? As the radiance dissipated, Yi Chun donned a flowing black robe, surveying the assembly with resolute words. "From this day forth, the heavenly fire sacred land shall be my domain. The eastern region shall be my territory. Any who dare trespass shall face death. Henceforth, I, thousands.The, shall suppress all." With unparalleled arrogance and overwhelming dominance, Yi Chun left the onlookers in shock, prompting a hasty retreat. Xiao Yang, with a cold smirk, remarked, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the little black one. Yi Hei, do you dare to battle me?" Clenching his fists, an uncountable surge of flames erupted forth. Yi Chun, ignoring him, approached you with fervor, exclaiming, "Brother Gu, I sensed your presence in the eastern region earlier, but the urgency of the situation prevented me from seeking you out. Subsequently, I was continually schemed against by that hound, Xian Yuan, leaving me no opportunity. Now, I have become an emperor. No one shall impede my path. Brother Gu. From this moment on, with me, Yi Chun, present, no one shall lay a finger upon you." Yi Chun's expression was filled with fervent excitement, a stark contrast to the earlier display of dominance, leaving Xiao Yang in a state of astonishment. "You laughed as well, in light of my presence. How about mending your differences?" "Humph. Today, I shall grant Uncle Gu this favor." Xiao Yang suppressed his fiery temperament, wearing an expression of pride. Yi Chun shook his head. "Rest assured, Brother Gu, I hold no animosity towards him. How could you forget, back in the secret realm, when you stripped me of my clothes, devoured my potatoes, and snatched my broad beans? I still vividly recall those events." Xiao Yang was left speechless. This fellow was truly adept at feigning innocence. With two protagonists safeguarding you, you soared to great heights. Ultimately, you returned to the Flame Alliance alongside Xiao Yang. Though the Flame Alliance may not be the holy land of the northern region, its collective strength surpasses that of any force in the north, making Xiao Yang the very embodiment of power in that domain. Thus, one protagonist claimed dominion over the eastern region while the other ruled the northern region, rendering you virtually invincible. In the 103rd year, you absorbed a substantial amount of fire and earth elemental energies, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the cave heavens. At this moment, your cave heaven was imbued with the essence of the universe, the sun and moon, and the 5 elemental principles. Everything was in a state of gestation and transformation, awaiting the culmination of these changes, after which you could ascend to the spirit transformation realm with the aid of the heavenly fire spread record. Such a transformation cannot be achieved merely through ample resources. It demands time, considerable time. In the 105th year, you remain patient. By the 106th year, utilizing the resources provided by the 2 celestial emperors, your sacred body ascended to the 5th layer, unlocking a new ability, Sacred Victory. In the 108th year, your avatar transcended dimensions and appeared before you. Zero had successfully rescued Wu's parents, offering them significant assistance. The avatar wore a confident expression, mission accomplished. With a disdainful curl of his lip, you instantaneously refined your avatar, acquiring knowledge of all its arrangements in the mortal realm. You learned of the connections forged with Xiao Xian and Gu Yu Tianjun. 9 years passed before Gu Yu Tianjun departed, and 10 years later, Xiao Xian succumbed to poison, while the avatar took Xiao Yang under its wing. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the avatar not only bestowed upon Xiao Yang the unparalleled 9 transformations of the Supreme Path, but also granted him the profound heavenly transformation's 9-fold technique. Furthermore, all experiences in the mortal realm were meticulously orchestrated, culminating in the apprenticeship of Han Feng at the age of 30, and the subsequent disappearance of Han Feng a decade later. You find yourself somewhat taken aback. Han Feng has yet to make his appearance. Could it be that he has encountered some unforeseen circumstance? What a remarkable transformation. Truly, I am deserving of such praise. Aside from the act of procreation, the transformation has seamlessly replicated your previous simulated existence. In the 13th year, after a decade of arduous endeavor, you achieved a breakthrough, officially entering the realm of spirit transformation. Xiaoyang and Yichen bestowed upon you an abundance of resources, countless rare materials. By the 16th year, you ascended to the 3rd level of spirit transformation. Within your cave abode, you have brought forth a multitude of verdant flora, creating a lush expanse of greenery. In the 20th year, you advanced to the 6th level of spirit transformation. In your cave, you have birthed numerous creatures, resulting in a vibrant scene teeming with life. A true resurrection of all living things. However, in the 30th year, as you are engrossed in your cultivation, a sense of unease begins to wash over you. A furrow formed on your brow, an unsettling premonition washing over you. Thud, thud. A cacophony of disarray invaded your senses, and in an instant, consciousness slipped away. Yichen, Xiaoyang, relinquish your fortunes. Only then shall we release him. Upon regaining awareness, you found yourself ensnared by a congregation of celestial emperors. In front of you, Xiaoyang and Yichen exchanged glances that spoke volumes of their dismay. Release him, and I may consider granting you a glimmer of hope. Yichen's voice was icy, imbued with an unnerving calmness. If even a single hair of my uncle's is harmed, I shall eradicate your entire lineage. Xiaoyang seethed with rage. An inexhaustible blaze of white flames erupting behind him, transforming the air into a realm of fire. To your astonishment, you had unwittingly become a pawn in the hands of those seeking to coerce the protagonists. While this narrative unfolded with a sense of inevitability, it ignited a discontent within you. How had they managed to seize this opportunity? Within the Flame Alliance, countless formidable beings resided. How had they orchestrated this? In the face of adversity, you exhaled a resigned sigh, casting your gaze upon the celestial emperors beside you. Young brethren, your intentions may be noble, yet your intellect is lacking. Are you truly unaware that I possess an avatar? The multitude of celestial emperors paused, momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, you had swapped places with Zero. The figure clad in black smirked. Foolish beings, always relying on me to bear the brunt of your demise. And as the words left the avatar's lips, it detonated, meeting a grim fate. You have traveled from the Northern Territory and landed beside Xiaoyang and his companion. Rise. Eliminate them, and avenge number one. You felt a surge of anger, retreating behind the crowd. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance, gripping your shoulder firmly. Master, this place is perilous. We should withdraw for now. Turning to look, you were surprised to find it was Han Feng. From the aura he exuded, it was evident that he too was an immortal emperor. Very well, you acquiesced, and thus Han Feng ushered you into his celestial realm. A vast world comparable to the mortal realm, where you awaited in a tranquil palace. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air, and as you looked up, the world around you seemed to crumble. In the midst of the chaos, a hand reached out to guide you away from this realm. It was your master, the Emperor of the Netherworld, a venerable figure among the celestial sovereigns, known for his myriad of formidable abilities. Han Feng, with a gaping wound in his chest and barely clinging to life, struggled to speak to you. The Emperor of the Netherworld, you recall him. He ranks among the top 3 sovereigns in the Xianjin realm. Disciple, you. A sense of trepidation envelopes you, but more so, a profound sorrow fills your heart as you witness Han Feng in such a grievous state. Master, I am not yet destined to perish. Han Feng coughs up a mouthful of blood, yet swiftly regains his composure. Master, I cannot abandon Xiaoyang and Yichen. Find a safe place to hide. I must fight alongside them. With a determined stride, Han Feng vanishes from your sight. What a formidable emperor of the underworld he is. The last time the 3 protagonists united against a foe was during a confrontation with his mother. Is this emperor of the underworld truly so powerful? You appear somewhat bewildered. Boom. You beheld a searing brilliance, a manifestation of Xiaoyang's might. Why Yu Ming? Today, your demise is inevitable. To conspire against my elder brother Gu. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Ha ha ha. The 3 protagonists united their strength and ultimately triumphed over the Yum Celestial Emperor. In this fierce battle, the celestial emperors of the Xianjin realm suffered grievous losses, allowing the 3 protagonists to seize the opportunity to unify the 5 domains and seize control of the entire world. Once the conflict subsided, the 3 heroes sought you out to share this momentous news. Your expression is somewhat intricate. Although the Nether Emperor has perished, he executed a formidable technique in his final moments, ensnaring you in his schemes. You three must strive diligently to survive. Your breath grows increasingly feeble. Uncle Gu, how could this happen to you? Xiao Yang was in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Han Feng, quickly, do you not possess numerous healing treasures? Hurry and assist Brother Gu. Yichen urged with urgency. Han Feng knelt before you. I am truly sorry, Master. I find myself powerless to help. You lay upon the ground, enveloped by a blaze from Xiao Yang. Uncle Gu, I have lost Sun Air. I have lost my father. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Xiao Yang wept profusely, struggling to fathom how a celestial emperor could be so profoundly sorrowful. Only now do you realize why you have not encountered Guyu sooner. It turns out she has already passed away. Xiao Yang, Yi Chun, Han Feng. You struggled and uttered your final words. Survive, with every ounce of strength, by any means necessary. You expelled a viscous, dark green liquid, and subsequently, your consciousness faded away. Who has slain the progeny of my bloodline, leaving your mortal form, spirit, and celestial realm in desolation? Upon your demise, Gu Hanshang appeared as promised, his brow furrowed. Uttering not a word, and directly severed the heavens and earth, cutting off all. Su Qingxue effortlessly extinguished 3 protagonists, drawing her sword. Resolved to engage Gu Hanshang in a battle to the death. In the air, a figure descended, sighing incessantly. The malevolent beings from beyond the heavens have already arrived. Why do you persist in this folly? It was Wu, his face ablaze with fury, unable to comprehend. You are unworthy of such power. You do not deserve to live. Wu spoke with a detached demeanor. Who are you? Gu Hanshang inquired, somewhat taken aback, casually annihilating the extraterrestrial fiends still assaulting the Xianjin realm from a distance. I am but a pitiful soul, Wu replied, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Come, let us engage in a duel. Gu Hanshang exclaimed with exhilaration, drawing his sword. A tedious person embroiled in a mundane farce. Wu plucked a strand of hair, gently blowing upon it, unleashing boundless power that effortlessly crushed Gu Hanshang. The one I seek to kill must perish. Wu stated quietly, a surge of power departing the Xianjin realm, ascending to a higher world. You have marred my mood and extinguished my enthusiasm. May you all perish. Wu seized Su Qingxue by the head, twisting it off. Another wave of power surged forth. Ascending in pursuit, charging towards the Xianjin realm. The world fell silent. Wu sat amidst the ruins of the devastated world, sighing repeatedly. Ultimately transforming into a beam of light, vanishing from this universe. He felt a tinge of disappointment, grappling with the meaning of his existence. After Wu's departure, Gu Tianjin arrived, as indifferent as ever. Gu Zhan, what is your secret? At that moment, he had yet to transform. Seizing your soul and refining it in an instant. The system intervened, resetting all information. You may leave. I wish to be alone. On the bed, Gu Zhan sighed. Xiang and the others dismounted and departed. This was the 14th simulation. He had transcended the cave heavens and entered the realm of transformation. Moreover, he had acquired a commendable method for achieving emperorship. Yet, he still perished. Furthermore, the events that transpired after his death left him bewildered. This time, the familiar voice was absent. The protagonists indeed grew rapidly. However, they still paled in comparison to Su Qingxue. As for Wu, he felt distinctly different this time. Gu Zhan scrutinized this simulation's records thoroughly. Wu was indeed somewhat altered, though he could not articulate it. I shall find a solution. Gu Zhan inhaled deeply, gazing at the final reward. Your life has been rather uneventful, yet fortune has not favored you. There exists a peril in being close to the protagonist, as one may be ensnared in schemes. While accompanying the protagonist brings certain advantages, it also harbors drawbacks. I hope you can grasp this insight. You may choose one of the following rewards. First, the pinnacle of the 6th layer of spirit transformation, with the ability to wield the celestial fire-spreading record. Second, martial arts. The 111th, the 4th layer of the sacred body. The 112th, the 5th layer of the sacred body. The 113th, all the memories of your life, which may significantly influence your worldview. Choosing to remain as you are. Gu Zhan waved his hand. The first option. He has now attained the pinnacle of the 6th layer of spirit transformation, and a surge of power flowed into his body. Gu Zhan quickly sensed a remarkable difference. With a thought, he was transported to a unique realm. The heavens were round, and the earth square, vast and boundless. Teeming with various green plants and creatures, cattle, sheep, tigers, leopards, elephants, all existed in abundance. Sitting amidst a patch of grass, Gu Zhan felt exceptionally relaxed, his mood increasingly delightful. The first 3 layers of spirit transformation could only manifest plants. The middle 3 layers could give rise to animals. Upon reaching the latter 3 layers, one could create humans and sentient beings. With his eyes closed, Gu Zhan began to envision, to create worlds, to create humanity. After a moment of reverie, he returned to the external world. At the pinnacle of the 6th layer of spirit transformation, his strength was formidable. Yet he remained unable to penetrate the dense fog of the mortal realm, still unable to locate Yichen. Opening the simulator, he gazed at the final lines of text. A single strand of hair had unleashed lethal intent, resulting in the deaths of Gu Han and Su Qingxue. Just how powerful must he be? What is the purpose of his existence? And what of that familiar voice that had yet to manifest? Lying in bed, Gu Zhan could not help but ponder. Next time, he must maintain composure. However, the strength of the Nether Emperor was overwhelming. He could even shatter Han Li's world. What was he to do? This simulation was entirely unlike any previous ones. If he were to die, Gu Han would emerge to annihilate the world, and Su Qingxue would slay the protagonist. No. Things had become somewhat different. Gu Zhan contemplated deeply but could not discern the truth. Moreover, there was the final point, who had already displayed such immense power, yet still remained under Gu Yu's control. Gu Tianjin was undoubtedly the most formidable. Neither the 3 protagonists, Su Qingxue, Gu Han, nor even the final Wu, could compare to him. The immortal sovereign regrets, yet I do not. Hooks, all of them are hooks. After 14 simulations, Gu Zhan had been in this world for over a year. Back then, he had claimed that in 2.5 years, he would be invincible across the land. Now, that seemed somewhat dubious. In Wutan City, Gu Zhan felt a twinge of unease. After all, those old schemers were exceedingly powerful. His own strength was still lacking and required further development. Brother Gu, you've been quite busy lately. It's been a while since we've shared a drink together. Gu Tianjin filled his cup. Indeed, I've been occupied with saving the world, Gu Zhan retorted with a smirk. Ha ha ha, Brother Gu truly knows how to jest. Gu Tianjin clapped his hands, and 30 enchanting ladies with exquisite figures and unparalleled beauty emerged from outside the courtyard. Look, Brother Gu, I have spent a considerable sum to bring these from the northern way. What do you think? He said with great pride. These 30 maidens cost me a total of 110,000 taels. Each one is a gem among gems, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their talents in singing and playing are truly unparalleled. Gu Zhan nodded, acknowledging the quality. I never expected, Brother Gu Yu, that you possess such interests. Gu Tianjin smiled nonchalantly and pointed to the ladies, saying, Brother Gu, I have heard that you are fond of literature and learning. They will surely cater to your tastes. You truly hold me in high regard. Gu Zhan sighed, casually selecting 10 of them. As the saying goes, one must earn their keep. I will certainly assist you as long as I can resolve the matter. This fellow certainly comes with ulterior motives. He must have something brewing in his mind. Haha, Brother Gu, you are indeed perceptive. I do have a bit of a predicament, Gu Tianjin replied. I know you possess hidden depths and many methods. I have come today seeking your help with a certain individual. Who is it? Lin Xiu. Gu Tianjin replied with a calm tone. Gu Zhan pondered for a moment, unable to recall anyone by that name. What is the specific situation? Half a year ago, my younger sister ventured into the world and became acquainted with him, ultimately surrendering herself to him. However, just a week ago, he suddenly abandoned her to pursue the lord of a county. I cannot bear this indignation and have specifically requested your assistance. Ah, a scoundrel, a heartless man. Gu Zhan nodded. It is but a trivial matter, Brother Gu Yu. Just wait. I will ensure you have a resolution within 3 days. With a thought, he directly communicated with his avatar in the capital of the Great Zhou. The avatar set to work, beginning to investigate all information regarding Lin Xiu. By evening, the avatar arrived in Wutan City. The situation appeared somewhat dire. He skillfully settled beside Gu Zhan, taking a hearty sip from his teacup. Dire? In the mortal realm, only one thing could evoke such a feeling in an avatar. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The avatar grinned mischievously. Spare me the pleasantries, Gu Zhan replied, grasping his shoulder and swiftly refining him. Half a second later, he comprehended the truth. Indeed, he was the protagonist. Through the avatar's investigation, all intelligence regarding Lin Xiu had been unraveled. Lin Xiu, whose real name is Lin Chang'an, is 16 years old this year. Lin Xiu is merely one of his aliases. He is also known by other names such as Lin Xiaobu, Lin Feiyun, Lin Langtian, Lin Zhun, and Lin Feng. This individual is quite the libertine, particularly fond of interacting with women, embodying the essence of falling in love with every woman he meets. However, everything took a drastic turn half a month ago. At that time, Lin Xiao was still traversing the world alongside Gu Yu's innocent younger sister, Gu Yu Xiaoxiao, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of body refinement, making him a notable figure in lesser locales. Suddenly, his temperament shifted dramatically. He forcefully engaged with Gu Yu Xiaoxiao and subsequently abandoned her. Over the course of just 10 days, he encountered and interacted with 13 women of varying ages, though most were ordinary individuals whom he ultimately killed after their exchanges. Through these interactions, his cultivation continued to ascend, and he has now reached the 3rd stage of qi condensation. Recently, Lin Xiao has been pursuing a certain lord of the county, an innate being aged 96. Truly, this Lin Xiao appears invincible. A 96-year-old innate being is a formidable presence, surpassing even Lin Xiao's great-grandmother. His avatar, which he had painstakingly reconstituted, harbored lingering resentment towards his actions. 0. As a null entity, you ought to treat me with greater respect. Be wary lest you find yourself in an irretrievable predicament. Pondering seriously, he questioned how to handle this matter. Gu Zhan, with a swift kick, sent the avatar flying 30 meters, only to fall into contemplation thereafter. From the information at hand, it is evident that Lin Xiao can enhance his power through interactions with women. This rate of growth is significantly slower than that of the previous Kai Su, yet remains within acceptable limits. 0. Shall I attempt it myself? The avatar chuckled. Gu Zhan, kicking his leg in agreement, replied, a splendid idea. You shall be the one to test the waters. In the midst of their conversation, he reformed the avatar. Moments later, a young girl emerged, clad in flowing white garments, her beauty unparalleled. The avatar possesses the ability to alter gender, physique, and facial features at will. Gu Zhan directly replicated a female protagonist from a comic, achieving perfection in both appearance and form. Any man would find himself enchanted. The avatar beckoned with a finger, hee. I told you. 0. You can't possibly be indifferent to me. You transform me into a woman, after all. Those outside are mere illusions. Only I truly understand you and comprehend your essence. I have tolerated you for far too long. Gu Zhan, unable to withstand the teasing, pressed the avatar down with a punch, unleashing a flurry of strikes. 30 seconds later, he concluded the encounter with satisfaction. The avatar, with a bruised visage, resembled a grotesque figure, hideously disfigured, fleeing in disarray. Off you go, Gu Zhan said, flicking his hand. The avatar vanished in an instant, and he followed it to a county town in the northern region of the Great Zhou. In a room illuminated by flickering candlelight, suffused with fragrant aromas, Lin Xiao, dressed in white and with his hair cascading freely, gazed affectionately at the older woman before him. Qizhu, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Do you not yet comprehend my intentions? He grasped the other's bony hand with fervor, declaring, my feelings for you are as eternal as the heavens and the earth, and as undeniable as the sun and the moon. How can you not comprehend this? Opposite him sat an elderly woman clad in a gray long coat, her hair styled in an old-fashioned manner, her face etched with deep wrinkles and small blemishes. Gazing at Lin Xiao's handsome visage and feeling the warmth of his hand, 96-year-old Li Qingzhu could not help but feel her heart race, revealing her true emotions. Lin Lang, we are not suited for one another. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingzhu sighed softly. The disparity between us is insurmountable. This young man was scarcely older than her great-grandson. They belonged to entirely different worlds. How could it be possible? After uttering these words, Li Qingzhu felt a twinge of regret. After all, Lin Xiao was indeed quite handsome. The youth exuded vitality and boundless energy. Looking into his sincere eyes, she felt as though she had returned to the age of 15, the year she had just married. Lin Xiao's spirit lifted. Ding. Affection level increased to 70. Ding. Affection level must reach 75 for the quest to be completed. Though Li Qingzhu had rejected him, the affection level had risen. Qingzhu, do you think I am merely after the Li family's wealth or resources? I, Lin Xiao, am already 16 and possess the strength of the 3rd layer of qi. You can surely imagine my talent and potential. My intentions are solely for you. Lin Xiao held Li Qingzhu's hand tightly, speaking passionately, let us be together. Disregarding the judgment of the world and the opinions of others, solely for our love. Li Qingzhu was moved by his words. Lin Lang, how beautifully you speak. Lin Lang. A tear rolled down Li Qingzhu's cheek. Heavenly mercy. To encounter true love at my age, after menopause and nearing the end of my life. Lin Xiao leaned closer, gently wiping her tears away. Qizhu, trust me. I will strive to provide you with a future. Ding. Affection level increased to 74. Li Qingzhu smiled, emitting a peculiar sound. With such youth and sincerity before her, how could she refuse? Lin Lang, I am willing. Since you do not mind these things, nearing. Lin Xiu covered her mouth gently. Do not utter that word, dear. You shall not face any harm. I will do everything in my power, dedicating my life to ensure you live better and happier. Lin Lang, I cough. Li Qingzhu felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The good news was that she had found true love at 96. The bad news was that she might not have many years left. Ding. Affection level increased to 80. Ding. Congratulations, host. Quest successful. Only the final step remains to receive the reward. Ding. The target possesses innate strength at the first layer. Upon completion, all of the target's cultivation, martial arts, and corresponding experience will be obtained. Do not speak. Come and study with me. Lin Xiu chuckled softly and leaned in, retrieving an ancient tome of wisdom. Li Qingzhu smiled, and the two began to immerse themselves in the text. Their connection deepened, intertwining in an enigmatic dance of genuine emotion. Moments later, Lin Xiu was struck by an odd sensation. Something in his mouth felt unusually rigid. My apologies, Lin Lang. That is my dentures, Li Qingzhu confessed. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xiu laughed. No worries at all. I cherish every part of you, including your dentures. Come, let me assist you in putting them on. How can one read without teeth? He took the dentures and leaned closer, gazing out at the world beyond the window. Gu Zhan and his alter ego exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned away, retching uncontrollably. How can a person's oral essence be so repugnant? They lamented. This fellow is utterly shameless, deceiving even an elderly lady's affections. Moreover, how could he dare to partake in such actions? Assisting someone with their dentures. Does he fancy himself a dentist? Will you extract wisdom teeth? How amusing. 0. I cannot do it. Do not let me come into contact with him. I suddenly feel a wave of nausea. The avatar trembled, the tumult within surging. Gu Zhan wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the avatar, and nodded. Let us observe further to ascertain his unique abilities before taking action. The last encounter was an accident. This time, we must be meticulous. The power within the avatar surged, ready for action at any moment. In the room, the fragrant candles had already been extinguished. A peculiar sound of heavy breathing permeated the air. 5 minutes later, Gu Zhan gave Lin Xiu a thumbs up. 10 minutes passed, and the avatar expressed astonishment. 20 minutes later, Gu Zhan retrieved 2 small stools from the spatial realm. 30 minutes later, he produced a large bag of sunflower seeds, sharing them with the avatar as they munched and observed. An hour later, the avatar remarked in awe, indeed, the vigor of youth is remarkable. His lung capacity is astonishing, and the knowledge he possesses is truly extraordinary. His tastes are bold, and his stamina is formidable. He undoubtedly poses a danger. Gu Zhan spat the seed shells into the spatial realm, nodding. This fellow is ruthless, merciless to others, and even more so to himself. He will stop at nothing to enhance his strength. The avatar grabbed a handful of seeds, agreeing, if he were to exchange his abilities for a different kind of power, he would indeed become terrifying. Something is amiss. Gu Zhan suddenly froze, seeds scattering from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiu's strength had surged to the first level of the innate realm. Yet he did not halt. He continued to strive. This fellow seems to be motivated by more than just the enhancement of his power. Gu Zhan felt a surge of trepidation. The avatar realized he genuinely seeks to study and learn alongside Li Qingzhu to recite the classics. How wrong they were to misjudge Lin Xiu. His sincerity is indeed formidable. This is even more alarming. A madman, I can no longer restrain myself. The avatar charged forward, slamming Lin Xiu to the ground. The overwhelming force left Lin Xiu in a state of utter bewilderment. He hadn't even recovered before he found himself sprawled on the floor, gravely injured. Feeling the heavy toll on his body, he was consumed by frustration. I have yet to complete my final graduation project. Lin Xiu's face was a portrait of regret. The avatar emerged from the shadows. It appears he has no hidden cards. He is weaker than the previous Kaisu. At the first level of the innate realm, I could subdue him with a mere strand of hair. The soul searching began. A second later, the avatar shook his head. Still no information. It has been blocked. With that, he lifted Lin Xiu by one hand. Tell me? Speak quickly. Lin Xiu coldly met his gaze, his expression resolute. Gu Zhan approached from behind. If you remain silent, I shall send you to meet your ancestors. As he spoke, a subtle yet formidable pressure emanated from him, threatening the other party. A powerful force relentlessly crushed Lin Xiu's body, inflicting a pain that was both profound and unforgettable. In that moment, All previous tortures, thorns pricking fingers, slow slicing, water torture, and dismemberment, paled in comparison. Lin Xiao began to comprehend the gravity of his situation. He was being targeted. Had they discerned his peculiarities? Were they seeking the truth behind a sudden enhancement? Cursed be this fate. Had he known, he would have remained in the village, engrossed in study and literacy. Though the village offered little in terms of companionship, it provided a sanctuary. Alas, it seemed that arrogance bore dire consequences. Will you not speak? Guzhan intensified his pressure. Lin Xiao's body jolted, the agony multiplying, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his expression contorting into a ghastly visage, akin to a malevolent spirit. In the next moment, he could no longer suppress a roar. Why don't you just ask already? Guzhan chuckled, stepping back, as the embodiment approached. Dear brother, do share your secret. How did you achieve such a breakthrough to the innate level in such a brief span? You are truly remarkable. I find you quite enchanting. Gazing upon the embodiment's exquisite visage, Lin Xiao felt invigorated. Miss, if you. Suddenly, the embodiment could no longer contain herself. She swiftly snapped one of his hands and wrenched it from his body, blood gushing forth. Lin Xiao let out a primal scream, utterly dazed. Will you speak or not? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xiao struggled. As you can see, my ability is tied to women. Ding. Confidentiality breach detected. Ding. Should the host utter another word? The system will immediately terminate the host. Lin Xiao's words faltered abruptly. The embodiment seized his throat with a vice-like grip. I detest those who speak in half-truths. She sneered. In this grim confrontation with the system and the embodiment, alongside Guzhan's threats, Lin Xiao's demeanor turned increasingly bizarre and frantic. So, this is how you choose to play? Damn system, he cursed, then turned to Guzhan. You scheming bastard, even in death, I will not spare you. His gaze shifted to the embodiment. And you vile wretch, just wait. But before he could finish, Guzhan's right hand struck forth, obliterating him entirely with his primordial force, leaving not a trace behind. Thus, the protagonist was vanquished. Your fortune has increased by 2, now standing at 8. Gazing at the prompt, Guzhan couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. It was too feeble, lacking even half of Kaisu's strength. As for this protagonist, he was excessively ruthless, disturbingly perverse, and utterly repugnant. I am truly at a loss for words. Zero, could you perhaps inform me before you take action? The avatar flicked his right hand, wearing a look of disdain. Very well, let us return. Guzhan reached out and conjured another Lin Xiao. He still needed to provide an explanation to Guyu Tianjin. Subsequently, he altered Li Qingzhu's memories, restoring everything to its original state. Zero, I urge you to revert me to my former male self. I detest this current body. The avatar couldn't help but express. Next time, I promise. With a flash of light, Guzhan made his escape. The following day at noon, he presented Lin Xiao's corpse to Guyu Tianjin. This fellow's mind was somewhat tainted, but I've dealt with it thoroughly. You needn't worry any longer. In the courtyard, Guyu Tianjin nodded at the lifeless body on the ground. I am most grateful, Brother Gu. Next time, I shall present you with a grand gift. The two conversed for a while longer before parting ways. After Guzhan's departure, Guyu Tianjin's gaze shifted as he looked upon the corpse. Brother Gu, benevolent man, it seems there is more to you than mere coincidence. A formidable warrior. He had fallen just like that. In Wu Tin City, an expert of such caliber was an absolute force, a suppressor of all. Yet before Guzhan, he was as insignificant as an ant, hardly worth mentioning. What secrets do you hold, Brother Gu? Subconsciously, Guyu Tianjin began to ponder. Despite the world being unified and the seas at peace, the protagonist remained enigmatic, continually emerging. Guzhan had been on edge, to the point where he hadn't indulged in chicken legs or pig trotters recently. Discussions of economic development had not occurred even once. Aside from the more traditional protagonists, all others harbored lethal intentions towards me. How absurd. With a sigh, Guzhan recalled the final martial ancestor. After numerous simulations, he had yet to encounter the individual. Moreover, the last simulation of the Xianjun realm battle bore no trace of him. Could it be that this fellow was neither in the mortal realm nor in the Xianjun realm? Beneath the Xianjun realm lay 3,000 small worlds. It was not impossible. Adjusting his thoughts, Guzhan furrowed his brow. My lord, would you care for a cup of hot tea? In the midst of his musings, a figure emerged from the study. She placed a steaming cup of red tea on the desk, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Guzhan. It was Ah Xiang, his favorite among the many maidens. Gentle, considerate, and possessing a pleasant temperament, She was easily approachable. Thank you for your hard work, Asyang. Guzhan chuckled softly, casually taking a sip of the red tea. Delightful, yet lacking in flavor. My lord, allow me to massage your shoulders. I have been practicing martial arts recently and my aptitude is quite commendable. I have already attained the condensed essence realm, Asyang declared as she positioned herself behind Guzhan. Her delicate, fair fingers skillfully working on his shoulders. Truly, her expertise surpassed that of a professional. Guzhan felt his entire being relax. Asyang, your technique is truly unparalleled. He remarked with admiration. Ding. Strategy progress. 0,001. Ding. Cultivation level has risen by 1 tier. As the sounds echoed in his ears, Asyang pressed down with even more vigor. Indeed, my lord, such a minor advancement has already yielded such remarkable enhancement. Gazing at the virtual screen before her, Asyang felt a surge of joy. To be by her lord's side while simultaneously enhancing her own abilities, was this not her dream? Previously, her lack of aptitude had deprived her of such opportunities. Now, with this system at her disposal, she would never relinquish it easily. After a while, Guzhan dismissed Asyang and unfurled a sheet of paper, his expression dark and foreboding. Number 1. The avatar materialized instantaneously. Number 0. Should we eliminate her directly? The avatar, having assumed Guzhan's visage, spoke with grave seriousness, placing its right hand on its neck in a gesture of decapitation. The simulation is tomorrow. Let us not rush. Guzhan scribbled on the white paper, ultimately inscribing the character Zhan in large strokes. Number 0. You should be able to sense this. During the past 35 minutes, Asyang lost focus 11 times, each instance coinciding with fluctuations in your emotions. With every lapse, her actions mirrored those displayed on the attribute panel. Moreover, within those 35 minutes, her cultivation rose by 3 tiers, now reaching the 8th level of condensed essence. Clearly, her power is entirely bound to you. The avatar continued. Currently, Asyang remains quite weak. We could easily eliminate her with the slightest effort. Do not succumb to misplaced compassion. In matters of significance, the avatar exhibited far greater rationality than Guzhan. Its approach to problem-solving was straightforward, unencumbered by the constraints of emotion. Asyang treats me well. You must sense that she harbors no negative feelings towards me. I cannot misjudge a person. The avatar smiled. According to our current deductions, anyone with a system must be eliminated. Guzhan shook his head. Lin Xiu does not apply. That one is worthless, a failure. Engaging in dialogue with the avatar felt like conversing with oneself, a clash of reason and emotion. After a brief exchange, the avatar departed, resuming its duties to fortify their influence. Guzhan sat before the table, gradually closing his eyes. Asyang, do not let me down. He is a rather straightforward individual. When he treats me well, he spares no effort in offering his assistance. Conversely, when he harbors ill feelings, he exacts revenge with relentless vigor. He may scheme against others, yet he permits no one to reciprocate in kind. Cooling time for the simulator, 3 seconds. Guzhan lay upon his bed, his expression devoid of emotion. On the first simulated day, you summoned Asyang. Asyang, could you disclose your system? You inquired quietly, already having surmised its nature. All you sought was a confirmation. Asyang was taken aback. She had not anticipated your awareness. She wished to reveal the truth but hesitated. Young master, I too am bound by constraints. You sit before Asyang, gazing at her striking features, while also sensing the profound cultivation she has attained, having ascended to the realm of Qi. A moment of hesitation envelopes you. Number 1. You have softened your heart once more. You summoned Number 1 and commanded him to keep a watchful eye on Asyang for 24 hours. You instructed the first disciple to deliver the 9 transformations of Supreme Tao and the heavenly fire spreading record to the protagonist. Subsequently, you turned and tore through space, journeying to the Xianzhen realm in pursuit of enlightenment and cultivation, knowing that both resources and insights are indispensable for advancement. On the following day, you established a formidable presence in the eastern region, seizing essential resources to solidify your position. On the last day of the first month, while practicing the heavenly fire-spreading record, you found yourself deep in contemplation, sensing that you had grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough. You begin your seclusion. And in the second month, you remain in isolation. The third month passes, and you are still withdrawn. In the 5th month, you continue your retreat. And by the 10th month, you are still enveloped in solitude. The second year unfolds, and you persist in your seclusion. The third year arrives, and you remain steadfast in your practice. In the 8th year, you are still devoted, and by the 10th year, while immersed in your cultivation, an awakening stirs within you. leading to a profound breakthrough as you ascend to the 7th level of spiritual transformation. Upon reaching this 7th tier, you shall be capable of manifesting wisdom and giving rise to sentient beings. In a moment of fervent creativity, you conjured an entirely new race within the celestial realm. The males are strikingly handsome, while the females possess an unappealing countenance. Moreover, they are all adorned with verdant skin, sporting tails behind them, pointed ears, and a diminutive stature. You are rendered speechless. What goblins? What is your piracy? By the conclusion of the 11th year, after navigating through a series of intricate processes, you have successfully birthed a new race. Humans with slender bodies, pointed ears, and azure eyes. The males surpassing the charm of Louis Ku, while the females outshine the beauty of Liu Yifei. Furthermore, each individual possesses the ability to transform into a colossal green goblin. You have grown weary of making alterations, allowing them to continue their propagation and survive within the realms of the cave. The ascension from the 7th to the 9th level is exceedingly intricate, intertwined with the aspects of elemental force, the cave itself, living beings, resources, and enlightenment. In the absence of assistance from an immortal emperor, your cultivation progresses at a pace as sluggish as molasses. On the 15th year, you remain steadfast in your practice, refining your cave. In that same year, you embark on a journey throughout the entire Xianjin realm, seeking to temper your state of mind. You took the stone away, and after a fortnight of investigation, it was revealed to be celestial blue jade, possessing the remarkable ability to enhance one's physical constitution without any adverse effects. In the 19th year of your refinement, you achieved success, breaking through to the 4th tier of the sacred body and unlocking the power of the sacred seal, which remained as it had always been. By the 25th year, you wandered and paused, arriving at a quaint village in the southern region, where the customs were simple and the atmosphere harmonious and friendly. You quickly found yourself enamored with this place. You decided to settle here, honing your skills for the 23rd year. The village chief, recognizing your extraordinary presence, took the liberty of introducing you to several potential wives, which you graciously declined, maintaining your integrity and transparency. In the deep of night, you deftly stepped out of your home, a blade of grass held delicately in your mouth, remarking that the oranges were rather delectable. By the 25th year, you had forged a friendship with a newcomer to the village named Li Lei, whose wife was Han Mei Mei. You frequently visited their home, where Han Mei Mei would always prepare a sumptuous dinner and delightful snacks for you. As the 30th year arrived, Li Lei and Han Mei Mei welcomed a pair of children, whom you held in great affection. In the 35th year, under the cover of night, a formidable master unexpectedly arrived in the village, making his way directly to Li Lei's home, launching a fierce confrontation with him. You rubbed your eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What on earth?" You never imagined that Li Lei was also a master, possessing the formidable prowess of the 3rd tier of spirit transformation, while his wife, Han Mimi, was a formidable practitioner at the 2nd tier. The battle among the three utterly ravaged the entire village. After a moment of hesitation, you extended your hand to assist, confident in your abilities against an opponent merely at the 5th level of spiritual transformation. Empowered by the 9-turn sacred body, you triumphed, delivering a single blow that sent your adversary crashing to the ground, while simultaneously obliterating a distant mountain range. Li Lei and Han Mimi were equally astonished, never having anticipated such prowess from you. "Brother Gu," they explained, "they sought us for a precious artifact. My spouse and I wish to no longer endure this tumultuous existence. Therefore, we bestow this treasure upon you." Through their discourse, you came to the startling realization that Li Lei and Han Mimi were, in fact, a notorious duo of thieves who had pilfered a cross-boundary stone 15 years ago in the central domain. As the name suggests, a cross-boundary stone allows one to traverse freely between different realms, though each stone corresponds to a specific world. In the realm of Xuanjin, only those of the celestial emperor rank possess the prowess to employ secret arts that allow them to traverse into the mortal world below. Beyond this, any desire to enter must rely solely on the precious artifact known as the cross-boundary stone. You took the boundary stone and bid farewell to the Li Lei couple. In the 35th year, you arrived at a quaint village in the eastern domain, where you utilized the boundary stone. You enter the corresponding realm and discover that it is yet another mortal world. However, unlike others, it has never endured the invasion of malevolent forces, allowing the martial arts to flourish to an extraordinary degree. Here, the number of true martial experts exceeds several thousand, and on average, each year witnesses numerous true martial practitioners ascending to the Xianjin realm. You gaze upon the countless cultivation academies, letting out a soft sigh. You have resolved to seize control of this mortal realm. You swiftly took action, harnessing formidable power to subdue this world and to gather thousands of true warriors. In the 36th year, you established a new institution, encompassing elementary school, middle school, high school, and university, offering a comprehensive educational experience. You, self-proclaimed principal, have assumed the role of a martial arts instructor within the university, embarking on your teaching career. In the 36th year, you observed that the 9-year compulsory martial arts education had flourished remarkably in this world, prompting your vigorous support. By the 40th year, schools across the globe had adopted the 9-year compulsory martial arts model to gain entry into university and access richer resources. One could only strive diligently in their practice and partake in the martial arts entrance examination. In the 41st year, you noticed a martial arts teacher named by you exhibiting an unusual demeanor, leading you to approach and inquire. The following year, you encountered a student named Bing, whose entire body trembled as he walked. Upon investigation, you discovered he was merely a middle school student, the weakest among the school, yet already a congenital martial artist. It is truly disheartening to see such a young individual neglecting their studies. After a thorough education of a Bing in the 43rd year, you suddenly realize that Bayun has grown somewhat close to a Bing. In the 45th year, you remain devoid of a sense of breakthrough. By the 50th year, you encounter a prodigious talent in martial arts, a 15-year-old from the junior high division, standing at the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. Moreover, his name is Lin Dong. Can you believe it? Is this truly the future martial ancestor? In astonishment, you resolve to devote yourself entirely to nurturing Lin Dong, who indeed proves to be a prodigy. In the 53rd year, he remarkably ascends to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. By the 60th year, Lin Dong steps into the zenith of true martial prowess. In the 61st year, he ascends to the Xian True realm. The passage of time that follows remains as monotonous as ever, leaving you to reflect incessantly. Though your cultivation has progressed somewhat, it remains insufficient. In the 70th year, you felt a stirring within. By the 80th year, you utilized the cross-boundary stone to arrive in the Xianjun realm. In the 90th year, you found solace in a secluded corner of the southern domain, diligently honing your skills. After enduring 90 years of arduous practice, in the 100th year, you finally achieved a breakthrough, officially stepping into the 8th layer of spirit transformation. You gently massaged your back and remarked on the 101st time, as expected, Xiaoyang found you. Uncle Gu. It was the same old chatter, yet this time, Xiaoyang's gaze towards you was particularly astonished. Uncle Gu, could you possibly enlighten me on how you came to possess the 9 transformations of the Supreme Path? The record of the spreading heavenly fire. For nearly a century of cultivation, this question had persistently troubled him. The 9 transformations of the Supreme Path was something he had witnessed in a hidden realm, where the guardian of that realm had emphatically stated that only he alone knew of its existence across the land. The record of the spreading heavenly fire was similarly remarkable. It was a legacy bestowed upon him by a peak celestial emperor. How did Uncle Gu come into possession of these 2 extraordinary items? You smiled. To be candid, I am a reincarnate. You quietly revealed the secret of your rebirth, disclosing to him that soon Yi Chun would ascend to the throne and vanquish the Xian Yuan immortal emperor. You informed him that 30 years hence, the celestial emperors of the Xianjun realm would unite against you, ultimately leading to your demise at the hands of the netherworld celestial emperor. You revealed to him that in 199 years, malevolent forces from beyond the heavens will breach the realm of Xuanjun, bringing devastation to this world and the 3,000 lesser realms beneath it. Xiaoyang was taken aback. Rebirth? Soon, he found himself convinced of this notion. Although he was acutely aware that you were orchestrating events in advance, calculating his fate, he continued to hold you in the highest regard. Without your guidance, he would have traversed countless detours. Uncle Gu, let us embark on this journey together. I shall not allow the Yomi Emperor to lay a single hair upon you. You gazed into Xiaoyang's resolute eyes and nodded thoughtfully. You require the resources provided by others to be with the protagonist, where risks and benefits coexist. Yet you are willing to take the plunge. In the same year, Yi Chun retaliated against the Xian Yuan immortal emperor, seizing control of the sacred land of heavenly fire, thus ascending as the new generation's holy sovereign. In a fleeting moment, Yi Chun became the most talked-about figure in the Xianjun realm, capturing headlines. You and Xiaoyang arrived at the sacred land of heavenly fire, witnessing all this unfold before your eyes. Yi Chun joyfully approached you, exclaiming, Brother Gu, it truly is you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, you urged them to unite in camaraderie. to watch over and assist one another as they faced the cunning adversaries of the Xianzhen realm. The two of you shook hands in reconciliation, establishing a commendable rapport. In the year 102, you garnered the support of both protagonists, propelling your cultivation to unprecedented heights. By the year 105, leveraging the resources at your disposal, you broke through to the 5th and 6th levels of the sacred body, unlocking the sacred Kai and the sacred weapon. The sacred weapon, the innate armament of the 9 transformation sacred body, could morph into any form, including that of a human. This weapon possessed unparalleled strength within its realm, even enabling you to engage foes beyond your level, significantly enhancing your prowess. By the year 108, the transformation had occurred. I have successfully completed my task and now request my return. You delivered a resounding slap to the avatar, instantaneously refining it. The century-old memories of the avatar had no bearing on you. It adhered perfectly to your commands, executing them with remarkable excellence. Over the span of more than 100 years, Xiang remained unchanged, having simulated her demise at 80, thus concluding her life cycle. A lavish funeral was held in honor of her avatar. Remarkably, Xiang accomplished nothing over the course of a century. Your spirits are somewhat dampened as you reminisce about the numerous moments spent with the foolish maid, Xiang, and a sudden wave of nostalgia washes over you. In the 120th year, you successfully break through, stepping into the pinnacle of the 9th layer of transformation. The next step awaits you, the realm of the Celestial King. This stage is purely a matter of comprehension, primarily centered around the understanding of the laws within the cave heavens. You refrain from overthinking, instead choosing to gradually elevate yourself using the resources provided by the two protagonists. In the 130th year, the Celestial Emperors of the Xianzhen realm take action once more. This time, the situation has changed. Yi Chun and Xiao Yang have long anticipated this moment. They exert their full strength and slay dozens of Celestial Emperors. In the final moments, the underworld Celestial Emperor emerges and engages in a fierce battle with the two protagonists. Despite their preparations, the adversary proves overwhelmingly powerful, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed and on the brink of defeat. Just then, Han Feng appears, joining the fray. The three protagonists unite their efforts, driving the underworld Celestial Emperor into a retreat. Ha ha ha, what does death matter? I shall ensure your suffering continues. In his dying breath, the underworld Celestial Emperor unleashes a final strike, with you as his target. The expressions of the three protagonists shift dramatically. You let out a sigh, saying, I am truly sorry, my dear brother. As your doppelganger appeared, it exchanged places with you, only to be slain by the attack of the Netherworld Immortal Emperor. However, what you did not anticipate was that the assault from your adversary persisted. After vanquishing your doppelganger, it continued to surge towards you. You find yourself at a loss for words, feeling as though despair is your only fate. You continue to flee bang. You were suddenly enveloped by a deafening roar, signaling the conclusion of the ethereal emperor's onslaught. A figure suddenly darts towards you, landing clumsily beside you. It is Xiang. After a century and 30 years, she remains as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, if not even more so. However, she now bears grievous wounds. Xiang has withstood the most formidable blow from the Netherworld Immortal Emperor for your sake. Gazing at your concerned visage, she smiles radiantly, saying, I knew it. My lord still cares for me. To die for you brings me immense joy. Tears stream down your face, and in a moment of anguish, you wonder, what am I doing? You held Xiang tightly, exclaiming, Han Feng, hurry, come to save her. Han Feng approached, shaking his head. Master. Though she possesses the body of an immortal emperor, her injuries are far too grave. I am sorry. The three protagonists stood nearby, their expressions shrouded in despondency. Your emotions fluctuate intensely, my lord. You must strive to live well. Xiang will always be watching over you. You embraced Xiang, drawing her close to your body. Dog system, hurry. I have grown more intimate with Xiang. You must save her. As you spoke, you leaned in to kiss her. Uft. Xiang trembled, and once more, blood gushed from her lips, warm droplets splattering across your face. Young master, farewell. The protagonist met his demise because of you. Your fortune has increased by 5, currently standing at 13, yet, Xiang has still departed. You are enveloped in an unprecedented sorrow. Xiang has treated herself in such a manner, yet you have neglected her for 130 years. I truly am a wretched being. The protagonists endeavored to console you, but you remained silent. Uncle Gu, I empathize with your current feelings. When Sinner passed away, I, Xiao Yang, placed my hand upon your shoulder, tears streaming down my face. Brother Gu, you must find the strength to persevere. I believe Sister Asyong would not wish to see you in this state. Yi Chun strives to soothe your heart, saying, Master, I am confident that once we attain sufficient strength, we will surely be able to rescue those we cherish. Master, Han Feng too offers his comforting words to you. You are utterly unable to endure. You embraced Asyong and, with Xiao Yang's assistance, returned to the mortal realm. You have returned to Kaiyuan City, that original abode. Heaven, too, has felt your anguish, and thus the snow fell in June. You held Asyong in your arms, seated in the quaint courtyard of the Gu family in Kaiyuan City. As snowflakes gently descended upon you, after 7 days and nights, Asyong's body became utterly frigid, and you could no longer feel her warmth. In the possession of Asyong, you discovered numerous sheets of paper inscribed with words that were utterly intolerable to you. The young master no longer cares for me. What meaning does my existence hold? Is there any significance to my life? Currently, I find myself confined by the embodiment of the young master within a quaint courtyard. The surroundings are pleasant, yet devoid of the young master, rendering this place unappealing. Though the embodiment bears an uncanny resemblance to him, my heart yearns solely for the young master. When shall I see you again, dear young master? Asyong misses you dearly. I desire no power or ability. All I long for is to be by your side. Why, oh why, must this system be thrust upon me? I do not wish for it. Last night, I dreamt of you, and in that dream, I encountered you once more, ensnared in a life and death crisis. How I wish to aid you. Young master, I bring forth good tidings. Even in your absence, I have discovered a means to enhance my strength. The system claims this is a manifestation of longing. What is this self-conquest? I do not comprehend. Yet I know that I may continue to grow stronger, thereby creating another opportunity to be with you. The pinnacle of the divine bridge. Alas, still too feeble. The 6th layer of the cave heaven? No, that will not suffice. The 9th pinnacle of spirit transformation? That shall do. I am determined to leave the mortal realm and seek you out. Having ascended to the 3rd layer of the celestial king, where could you possibly be? Why can I not find you? Young master, Asyong truly misses you, with all her heart. After perusing all the letters, your mood has further deteriorated. The unfolding events have exceeded your expectations by a considerable margin. If this is the price of becoming stronger, you ponder whether it is truly necessary to possess such strength. You have accompanied Asyong for many days, ultimately laying her to rest in your own little world, nestled beside a verdant bamboo grove. Asyong, rest assured, certain individuals will treat you far better. You turned your gaze towards the heavens, sinking once again into an extended silence. Time is the finest remedy. Following the conclusion of the Celestial Emperor battle in the Shenzhen realm, the 3 protagonists united their efforts, seizing control over the entire realm and amassing countless resources. In the 150th year, after 2 decades of profound comprehension, you have finally taken this pivotal step, officially achieving the status of an immortal king. The rank of immortal king encompasses 9 levels, with the disparity between each level being at least tenfold. You cannot fathom the extent of power that a more formidable celestial emperor would possess. What levels do Gu Hantang, Su Qingxue, Wu, and Gu Yuetian truly occupy? Your pursuit of power has intensified, and you have skillfully utilized the resources at your disposal to further augment your strength. After 160 years of transcending the sacred body, a sudden and violent fluctuation in space emerged in the southern domain, sending a jolt through your mind. Could it be that the malevolent beings from beyond the heavens have arrived? The timing seems rather ominous. Accompanied by the 3 protagonists, you journey to the southern domain, where amidst a desolate mountain, you encounter a familiar figure. Lindong, a young man clad in black, lies on the ground, his breath faint. Upon seeing you, he relaxes completely before succumbing to unconsciousness. Master, he is gravely injured. Han Feng glances at Lindong, swiftly making a diagnosis. There exists an unusual and potent magical energy within him. Intriguing, indeed. This energy has the capacity to harm even a celestial emperor. A celestial emperor. Lindong has indeed become one himself. Xiao Yang and Yi Chen also expressed their curiosity, examining Lindong with keen interest. In the midst of the chaos, Lindong is compelled to awaken. Principal, I believe I can still be saved. There's no need to regard me as a mere object of study. Cough, cough, cough. First, let us save him. You remind them somewhat awkwardly. A month later, through Han Feng's diligent efforts, Lindong successfully recuperates. From him, you all receive a profoundly serious revelation. 80 years prior, while cultivating in a secret realm, Lin Dong was swept away by a spatial vortex to another world of equal standing to the Xianzhen realm. There, he endured numerous trials and eventually ascended to the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor's ninth realm, earning the title of Martial Ancestor. 3 months ago, that world was suddenly besieged by a multitude of malevolent beings from beyond the heavens, and Lin Dong valiantly led all Celestial Emperors to confront them. 3 months later, they faced defeat. The entire realm, along with the 3,000 smaller worlds beneath it, fell victim to the onslaught of these extraterrestrial fiends. In a moment of desperation, Lin Dong activated his secret treasure, which allowed him to return to the Xianzhen realm. The malevolent beings from beyond the heavens are not limited to a single world. You feel as if you have surged forth with great vigor. This is truly astounding, and yet you dare to engage in multiple fronts of conflict. Do you fancy yourself akin to Hitler? Suddenly, Yuchen recalled something. Brother Gu, this aura seems familiar to me. After a moment of contemplation, he experienced a sudden epiphany. 44 years ago, I encountered it atop the Kanglin Peak in the Central Domain. 44 years ago, as you pondered, it dawned upon you that this was a simulation of 116 years, the year of the eternal absence. Could it be that since that time, the absence has been safeguarding this world? I suspect that within the region of Kanglin Peak, there lies a malevolent force from beyond the heavens. Xiaoyang believed your words, for you are indeed a reincarnate. After much contemplation, the group resolved to venture into the Central Domain. A day later, the 5 of you arrived at Kanglin Peak in the Central Domain. In the skies, you simultaneously beheld a figure, his back turned to all, engaging in a fierce battle against countless shadowy adversaries. The malevolent force from beyond the heavens. Is this truly the malevolent entity? Lin Dong asserted with unwavering certainty. Who is that person? Xiaoyang inquired. Regardless of their identity, they are an ally. We cannot allow them to endure alone. Without hesitation, Yuchen soared into the sky, summoning all the celestial emperors from the heavenly fire sacred land to join the fray. Xiaoyang, Hanfeng, and Lin Dong also took action, ascending into the air. You stand alone atop the peak of the azure mist. You are too weak. Should you ascend, you would merely become a burden. 7 days later, everyone returned. Xiaoyang's countenance was grim. The malevolent beings from beyond the heavens are virtually inexhaustible. We cannot hope to vanquish them. Yuchen glanced at him with a sidelong look. If that individual can endure, so can we. Han Feng shook his head. His power is formidable, seemingly limitless. While our own vitality is ultimately finite, we can only withstand them temporarily. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, even if only for a moment, a fraction of a second. We must persevere. It is astonishing that the malevolent beings from beyond the heavens have inflicted such immense pressure upon the protagonists. You recall Su Qingxue, who effortlessly vanquished the malevolent beings from beyond, and Gu Han's Hang. I shall take my leave now, as I intend to refine 32 supreme imperial weapons. With these words, Yichen swiftly departed. Come, everyone, let us make our preparations. That individual may endure for the time being, yet I can already sense his waning strength. It is likely that in a mere century, his defeat is inevitable. 140 years, which equates to an imitation of 300 years, mirrors the previous simulations precisely. You return to your respective realms, continuing your cultivation with unwavering dedication. In the 200th year, you achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 2nd level of the Celestial King. By the 230th year, you discovered a rare treasure of heaven and earth, which accelerated your progress, allowing you to reach the 3rd level of the Celestial King. In the 300th year, you ascended to the 4th level of the Celestial King. In that same year, an endless darkness enveloped the entire world. The 4 protagonists soared into the heavens, engaging in battle against the malevolent forces from beyond. You too surged forward, and with a resounding crash, before you could approach, a chilling force struck you, sending you plummeting from the sky and crashing violently to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Several figures have fallen around you, namely the protagonists Xiaoyang, Yichen, Hanfeng, and Lin Dong, all of whom have met defeat. Is the celestial malevolence truly insurmountable? Boom. Another figure descends. It is Wu, drenched in blood and bearing countless wounds. The celestial malevolence is inexhaustible. Ultimately, we are no match for it. Wu lies on the ground, a desolate smile gracing his lips. Grandfather Gu, thank you for your assistance back then. I owe you a debt of fate. With that unspoken word, an endless darkness surges towards you, as oppressive as Mount Tai crushing an egg. In the haze, you catch a glimpse of countless dim and malevolent shadows flickering in and out of existence. The celestial malevolence effortlessly annihilates your body and spirit. You have perished. A fragment of your soul lingers still. Who has slain my bloodline's descendant? Gu Hanzang emerged, uttering the familiar lines. Oh, is it merely a diminutive aberration from beyond the heavens? A repugnant pest. With a single stroke, Gu Hanzang severed the Xianjin realm, and with another, he obliterated all the malevolent entities from beyond. Su Qingxue raised her sword, and thus the battle commenced. The world crumbled. Both were gravely wounded and departed from this place. A figure approached, quietly gazing upon your soul. Guzhan, should I consume you? You harbor too many secrets, and I am most eager to uncover them. Gu Yu tightened his grip on your soul, and after a moment of contemplation, he surprisingly revealed a smile. Your secrets, I shall seize. He grasped firmly and swiftly refined it. The system intervened, erasing all information. How effortlessly you were consumed. Men, indeed, are capricious. As he perused the simulation records from the beginning, Gu Zhan's emotions grew increasingly complex. Unexpectedly, Xiang had been patiently awaiting his return. Time flowed on. Yet her steadfast heart remained unchanged. Ultimately, the events unfolded beyond anyone's anticipation, reaching an unimaginable extent. Nevertheless, throughout it all, Xiang harbored no malice or intent to harm him. Instead, in the face of life and death, she unhesitatingly stepped forward, bearing the brunt of the final, cataclysmic assault from the young immortal emperor. Rest assured, I shall treat Xiang with utmost care. Gu Zhan felt a tangle of emotions. After more than a century apart, their reunion was marked by a parting that teetered on the brink of life and death. Furthermore, this time, the familiar voice did not resurface. It had appeared twice before, only to vanish each time, for the same reason. It seemed to manifest only when he met an untimely demise. Should he linger longer or engage with the protagonist, the voice would fade away. The Riddler deserves death. Gu Zhan scoffed coldly, preparing to claim his reward. Evaluation. In this life, you have wandered through many realms, yet have never found what your heart truly desires. You have known regret and exerted great effort. All past experiences have become mere memories. May you find happiness. You may choose one of the following rewards. First, the cultivation of the fourth realm of the Celestial King, which includes the innate fire spread record. Second, martial arts. 1003, the fourth realm of the sacred body. 1004, the fifth realm of the sacred body. 1005, the sixth realm of the sacred body. 1006, 194 letters from Xiang. You are 1007, the entirety of your memories, which hold a significant probability of influencing your worldview. This reward, Gu Zhan scanned through the options, ultimately fixating on the penultimate one, 194 letters from Xiang. First, there was no hesitation. Strength is always the optimal solution. He had attained the cultivation level of the fourth stage of the Immortal King. Gu Zhan gently closed his eyes, and the transformation of his body quickly reached its conclusion. The Immortal King exists on an entirely different plane, and he was a fourth-stage Immortal King at that. A torrent of immense and surging primordial energy continuously converged from all parts of his body, rushing towards Gu Zhan's palm like a tidal wave. It rapidly condensed and compressed within his grasp. In this moment, his power surged significantly, granting him greater capabilities and the ability to effect even more changes. With a mere thought, he opened the cave world and entered his realm. After reaching the fourth stage of the Immortal King, the overall area of his cave world expanded more than 100 times, surpassing the vastness of the entire mortal realm. Inside, it was replete with various extraordinary resources, as well as the race he had created that could transform into goblins. At that time, he had not yet named them. Gu Zhan waved his hand, and a figure materialized from afar. I pay my respects to the Divine Lord. The newcomer knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. He was the most powerful among the cave world's race, at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of divine fire. As a creation of Gu Zhan, they were unwaveringly loyal, never to betray him. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Ancient Clan. Gu Zhan named them with a homophonic title. Thank you, Divine Lord, for the name. Enough. Gu Zhan gestured with his hand. He then carefully employed his unique secret technique, silently probing the entirety of the Ancient Clan. Every corner and detail evaded not his keen perception. Minutes later, he comprehended everything. The memories of all beings within the cave world were less than a minute old, as if they had just been created. The specifications were evidently the work of the simulator. Clearly, their experiences differed vastly from those in the simulation, as their minds bore no traces of those memories or images. Up until now, the cave world had offered me little assistance. Shaking his head, Gu Zhan exited the cave world and returned to his home in Wutan City. Xiang, you called out, and Ah Xiang approached slowly. Come, tell this young master a tale. Gu Zhan reclined on the bed, handing her a storybook. If allowing Ah Xiang to spend more time with him could accelerate her growth, might it eventually aid him? All remained uncertain. Ah, young master, do we truly have to? Upon opening the book, Ah Xiang's face flushed instantly. The words within were so audacious. A mere glance could bring one to shame. Of course we must read it. Otherwise, why did I summon you? Hurry, for I am already weary. Gu Zhan yawned. What is this? This is the real-life version of Amsel. In his previous life, he often fell asleep to such tales at night. It was said that Wu Dalong, tall and handsome, was no match for the formidable Iron Fan princess. Their fierce battles raged on in the M27 nebula of the cultivation realm. Just as the conflict escalated, a figure claiming to be Thanos emerged, coldly smiling. Gu Zhan could no longer endure it. What is this nonsense? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a book penned by that little rascal Kaisu. Who wouldn't be apprehensive? Fearing for his sanity, he hastily retrieved a new book, flipped through it to confirm it contained the 300 nursery rhymes, and then handed it to Ah Xiang. Let us begin. Cocooned in his blankets, Gu Zhan felt a flicker of anticipation, clearing her throat. Ah Xiang opened the book and commenced her reading. You clap once, I clap once, a little child flies a plane. You clap twice, I clap twice. 2 children ride a rocket. You clap thrice, I clap thrice, 3 children ascend the mountain. After a bout of battles, Gu Zhan fell into a profound slumber. Having been in this world for 15 months, he was nearing a year and a half. The goal of becoming invincible in 2.5 years was drawing closer, and he needed to strive harder. In the short term, there was assuredly no danger, yet the whims of this world were unpredictable. During the cooling periods of the simulator, 1 or 2 protagonists would often emerge, intent on his demise. Caution was essential. Half a month later, on the following day, with the sun high in the sky, Gu Zhan dismissed the midday rays and exited his chamber. Young master, the Xiao family has sent word that at noon tomorrow, Xiao Xian shall host a poetry gathering at Fengyan Pavilion. Ah Xiang approached, presenting an invitation. This Xiao Xian, no longer a child, held poetry and dance gatherings daily. How extravagant. Gu Zhan cast a glance and promptly discarded it into the void. Ah Xiang, you appear quite radiant today. At that moment, Ah Xiang had officially reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi. Such rapid progress seemed almost terrifying, surpassing even his simulations. All thanks to the young master's influence. Ah Xiang revealed a sweet smile. This was indeed true. Without Gu Zhan's cooperation, how could she have successfully achieved so much? According to my deductions, Ah Xiang's system resembles that of a conquest, and the target is likely me. Perhaps I am the sole focus. Gu Zhan suddenly felt a twinge of uncertainty. As long as he engaged with me and provided emotional value, Ah Xiang's cultivation would swiftly ascend. He reached out to embrace Ah Xiang, slightly adjusting his approach. In the simulation, his initial attitude towards Ah Xiang was rather unfavorable. It was only in the end that he fully accepted her. However, even then, it did not bring Ah Xiang any significant elevation. She remained at the level of an immortal emperor. There were 2 possibilities. First, during the time spent waiting for me, Ah Xiang's system shifted from conquering others to self-conquest, as evidenced by her letter. Second, her system might have a low ceiling. Most of the systems she encountered were weak. If identified in advance, they posed no threat to him. Lacking the memories from the simulation, he could not genuinely comprehend Ah Xiang's feelings towards him within that realm. Thus, although he cherished Ah Xiang now, his affections remained limited. Without those experiences, his heart was not markedly different from before. Young master, Ah Xiang shot him a glance. In the next moment, her aura underwent a sudden transformation, directly breaking through to the first level of innate power. Gu Zhan's expression showed no change. Ah Xiang, however, seemed somewhat flustered. Gu Zhan remained close to her. Ah Xiang, I believe in you. Whatever you do, I trust you. Ah Xiang pursed her lips. The young master's words were quite pleasing. Yet, the improvement on the conquest panel did not seem substantial. Regardless, as long as she liked the young master, that was enough. After 16 years of companionship and a year of intimacy, she had long since made up her mind about him. The next day, Gu Zhan, accompanied by Ah Xiang and a few others, arrived at the Fengyan building. At first glance, the name exuded a modern ambience resembling a multifunctional club, complete with foot baths and other services. In reality, it was merely a manor, one of the properties belonging to the Xiao family in Wutan City, typically closed to the public and only utilized during various events hosted by the Xiao family. Young Master Gu, my young master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. As they disembarked from the carriage, a steward from the Shao family guided Gu Zhan and his companions into the manor. Passing through several buildings, they arrived at a 7-story small building, adorned with opulence and elegance. "Young master, my young master is on the 7th floor. You may enter directly." Gu Zhan nodded, leading Xiang, Xiao Zue, and the jade-like Jinju inside. At the corner of the 6th-floor staircase, a youthful voice recited poetry. "When the 2nd day of the 2nd month arrives, my flowers shall bloom, and the 100 flowers shall perish. The fragrant aroma ascends to the heavens, and the city is adorned in golden armor." Though the voice was youthful, the verses were imbued with a sense of madness and a chilling intensity. "So wet, so wet." The voice of Shao Xian resonated. "Young Master Lu, you truly deserve the title of the foremost genius in Lanyan City. Your spontaneous composition reveals such innate talent." His admiration was palpable. Gu Zhan furrowed his brows and stepped forward, muttering to himself, "Another time traveler. Is it never-ending?" 7th floor. "Brother Gu, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing Gu Zhan at the door, Shao Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached. "Come, let me introduce you." He waved his hand towards a scholarly youth in the hall. "This is Lu Wushuang, the 3rd son of the Lu family as patriarch in Lanyan City. A prodigious young talent I met a week ago. Though he does not match our martial prowess, his poetic talents are extraordinary. He has already undergone several rounds of examinations and is likely to pass the palace test next year, earning an official title from His Majesty." Gu Zhan clasped his hands and smiled. "Lu Wushuang. He indeed appears promising, a fair-faced scholar, likely to captivate the attention of female spirits. Quite impressive. I heard your poem from downstairs. Brother Lu, truly remarkable." Gu Zhan laughed heartily. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. While they were all second-rate scions with a bit of family wealth, decorum was still expected in such settings. To utter coarse language openly was inappropriate. Most present felt a twinge of displeasure. Lu Wushuang's expression was somewhat peculiar. Shao Xian patted Gu Zhan on the shoulder. "You have a way with words. This young man is indeed exceptional. His future achievements will surely surpass ours. If he can pass the palace examination, he will at least become a governor of a prefecture. With a bit of good fortune, he might even secure a position in the capital." Given that this group could barely reach the 9th level of body refinement, they truly could not compare. It was precisely for this reason that Shao Xian had decided to forge an early alliance with Lu Wushuang, a sentiment shared among the younger generation in Wutan City. They were all keen to place their bets early for a prosperous future. Lu Wushuang withdrew his gaze from Gu Zhan and turned to a young man. "Brother Zhou, I hear you will be departing from Changhe County in 2 days to establish your enterprise in Liyun County?" The young man nodded, expressing his sentiments. "My family has invested considerable effort to open a road there. Wutan City is too small, and opportunities for development will be better elsewhere. The journey is long, and once you leave, who knows when we shall meet again," Zhou Chong lamented, shaking his head. Lu Wushuang smiled gently. "Brother Zhou, do not be so sorrowful. Allow me to compose a poem for you." The atmosphere shifted as the crowd's expressions changed. A dedicated poem for a single individual. The gravity of the moment was immense. Should it endure, it would surely be remembered in the annals of history. Zhou Chan's excitement was evident. "Is it truly possible? Would it be too much trouble for you, Brother Lu?" Lu Wushuang surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head with a smile. "We are brothers. There is no trouble in this. Just listen." He produced a paper fan and dramatically unfurled it. Turning to gaze out the window at the scenery, he intoned solemnly, "To Shou Chong." Gu Zhan rolled his eyes, truly a literary plagiarist. Just as I lifted my cup to drink, I suddenly heard the sound of drinking from within the room. The bright daylight, 3,000 feet high, pales in comparison to the affection Shou Chong bestows upon me. Upon the conclusion of his poem, Lu Wushuang shed a tear. "Damn." Gu Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. "This fellow even polished it. Moreover, he is a master of performance," crying on cue. "Brother Lu, I am overwhelmed with happiness." Zhou Chong was also moved to tears. What a splendid poem, truly magnificent. Brother Zhou's ancestors must be smiling in their graves to have inspired such a piece. Brother Zhou is so fortunate that I am envious to the point of tears. Brother Lu is indeed a genius. This is no mere ancestral blessing. It is as though a grave has sprung forth from the smoke itself. The emotions of those present were intensely stirred. They wished they could transform into Zhou Chong. Everyone, being well educated, understood the value of these 2 lines. It is settled. From this moment on, many people, an increasing number, will come to know Shou Chong and Lu Wushuang. Shao Xian was also filled with envy and jealousy. "Why, oh why, am I not the one? Brother Gu, you must read more. I await you." Looking at Gu Zhan, whose lips twitched continuously. Xiao Xian earnestly spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan smiled. Excellent. Brother Lu is indeed unmatched in talent. I am deeply moved. In that case, I shall compose a poem as well, to gift to Xiao Xian, he softly declared, his voice resonating in everyone's ears. Oh, the crowd became interested, though their anticipation was not strong. Could Brother Gu possess such refined interests? That piqued some curiosity. Someone echoed, ha ha ha, having known Brother Gu for a long time, I had never heard of him composing poetry. The crowd chimed in with their remarks. Although the Gu family was a rising force in Wutan City, their backing was exceedingly formidable. In recent months, anyone who sought trouble with the Gu family had vanished without a trace. Even more alarming was the fact that a certain renowned philanthropist shared the same name as Gu Zhan. This only added to their apprehension. Brother Gu, can you manage it? Luckily, Gu Yu is not here today. If you falter, your reputation will be utterly shattered. Xiao Xian whispered. It doesn't matter. I shall take action. After a cough, Gu Zhan made a circuit of the hall, finally arriving before Lu Wushuang. A true friend is never far apart, even across great distances. Lu Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. He was utterly taken aback. This is outrageous. Gu Zhan then turned to Shou Chong. Do not worry about the future without friends. Who in this world does not know you? Zhou Chong was momentarily stunned. This seems to be about me. Incredible. I send my sorrowful heart to the bright moon, accompanying you until the clouds disperse in the east. Zhou Chong's nose was almost dripping with mucus. Brother Gu, your poetry is truly enchanting. Gu Zhan chuckled softly. Old friend. Once I bid farewell at the grand banquet hall, the fireworks of March cascade down the long river. I urge you to drink another cup, for beyond the eastern horizon, I find no old acquaintances. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Chong collapsed to the ground. Such exquisite verses, so effortlessly bestowed upon me. I, Zhou Chong, am destined to soar. The onlookers were all in a state of astonishment, with Lu Wushuang rendered speechless. Only Xiao Xian's expression darkened. Gu Zhan, what on earth are you doing? Wasn't that meant for me? Why has it all been given to Zhou Chong? It was inevitable, in terms of both ambience and flavor. Zhou Chong was indeed the more fitting recipient. Zhou Chong exclaimed, unleash your artillery upon me. Fire at me. Strike me squarely. Ahem, Brother Xiao, do not fret. I shall now compose a verse for you. Gu Zhan approached him, his face imbued with deep emotion, with brothers scattered far and wide, who inquires of life and death. The beans are boiled upon their stalks, weeping in the pot, born of the same root. Why the haste to harm one another? Very well. Let us conclude here for today. Xiao Xian was left speechless. What do you mean? Am I to consume you? Am I to roast you? The atmosphere in the hall instantly brightened. Lu Wushuang's expression shifted continuously as she raised her glass, forging connections with each individual present. Finally, she stood before Gu Zhan. Brother Gu, can you compose a couplet? It is acceptable. Lu Wushuang downed her drink. The odd changes, while the even remains constant. Gu Zhan sipped his tea. Symbols reflect the quadrants. Lu Wushuang's eyes twitched. In spring slumber, one is unaware of dawn. How many flowers have fallen? Where the orioles and swallows mingle, vibrant and warm, everywhere is harmoniously intertwined. Through rain and wind, flowers and leaves, year after year, dusk and dawn. Your family plants trees by the roadside. Your family's bathhouse is accompanied by miscellaneous fish. The fish grow plump, the fruit ripens to fill my belly. Your mother comes to cook. They exchange verses back and forth, the atmosphere utterly harmonious. Zhou Chong and the others raised their glasses, watching this scene with delighted smiles. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Zhan felt a bit fatigued. Brother Lu must have confirmed it by now. Lu Wushuang bit her lip. I still have one final line. Gu Zhan gestured for her to proceed. In the desolate valley, the cold wind blows. In spring and autumn, cicadas sing as youth returns. After several rounds, Lu Wushuang was completely intoxicated, stumbling to the ground, supported by Gu Zhan. The immortal regrets. Gu Zhan laughed. As for me, I have no regrets. Lu Wushuang was utterly dazed. Gu Zhan turned to Xiao Xian. Today's poetry gathering has been delightful. Brother Xiao, I shall take Brother Lu back to rest. With that, he took Lu Wushuang and departed from the grand banquet hall, while Xiao Xian hesitated, a look of deep sorrow on his face. My poetry. Shou Chong approached with a glass in hand. Brother Xiao, you must understand Brother Gu. He is left with no choice. Xiao Xian scoffed, delivering a punch that sent Shou Chong sprawling to the ground. I, too, am compelled by circumstance. I have entrusted my melancholic heart to the moon. I have made distant shores feel as if they are next door. Is it not true that the ancestral grave smokes? Rise and make him smoke. Zhou Cheng was utterly speechless. Indeed, jealousy is humanity's gravest sin. Jealousy distorts one's very visage. After dismissing those around him, Gu Zhan stepped back, transforming into a figure that swiftly slapped Lu Wushuang awake. This lad possesses no cultivation whatsoever. His physical strength is that of an ordinary person. He is likely just a typical transmigrator, appearing devoid of any system. Gu Zhan nodded in agreement. Better to mistakenly slay than to let slip an opportunity. Please, do not kill me. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Gu, we are both fellow townsmen. Must you resort to such violence? Lu Wushuang gazed at him, exasperated. What on earth is this world about? I merely intended to broaden my horizons and expand my connections. Yet it has devolved into this absurdity. Utterly baffling. Should not the protagonist still be in Kaiyuan City? How has it come to this, with a transmigrator in the mix? This is utterly nonsensical. Moreover, this fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist. Could he be a doppelganger? A puppet? Most troubling, however, is the content of their conversation. What is this talk of systems? Can one deduce that he possesses a system? You, my friend, are far from ordinary. Gu Zhan appeared taken aback. Though Lu Wushuang feigned terror, Gu Zhan could sense that the young man was merely acting. Brother Gu, are you from Kaiyuan City? Lu Wushuang hesitated internally before posing the question. Gu Zhan nodded affirmatively. Brother Gu, your father? Is he not Guan? Gu Zhan nodded once more. How does this fellow know? Intriguing. Can a system truly discern one's identity? The revelation left Lu Wushuang even more perplexed. What on earth is happening? He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Zhan. You, a transmigrator? Then he gestured to himself. Me, a useless wretch? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily inquired, Gu Zhan, are you aware of your true identity? Your real identity? At that moment, Gu Zhan's doppelganger reacted, slapping Lu Wushuang back to the ground. Impudent brat, mind your tone. You are already in our grasp, with your life and death firmly under our control. What do you mean? Gu Zhan gestured for the doppelganger to release him, sensing an ominous premonition. This fellow knows his true identity? What identity could that be? Gu Han's descendant, Su Qingshue's bloodline heir, the possessor of the true blood of the Gu clan and the Su clan? The situation appears to be more complex than it seems. Lu Wushuang scrutinized Gu Zhan and finally sighed softly. Are you aware of the malevolent beings beyond the heavens? Do you understand what lies above the Xinjiang realm? Are you familiar with the azure skies, the vast heavens, and the desolate lands? He posed a multitude of inquiries in one breath. Gu Zhan remained oblivious to all of them. I see now. You truly are an unremarkable traveler from another realm. Lu Wushuang exhaled in relief. He could discern whether the other party was lying. Thus, although the current protagonist is a traveler, he is not one who is aware of his status as the main character of a narrative, merely an ordinary interloper. What are you babbling about? The avatar cast him a sidelong glance, clenching his fist. Speak quickly. Otherwise, do not compel us to take action. Heh. Lu Wushuang scoffed disdainfully. The avatar hesitated, one hand grasping his head. Soul search. Buzz. In the next moment, the avatar was violently repelled. Zero, he is exceedingly peculiar. I cannot perceive anything. Gu Zhan furrowed his brow. This Lu Wushuang is rather troublesome. Who exactly is he? Very few in Wutan City are aware that he hails from Kaiyuan City. And even Xiaoshuan Gu and Gu Yu were oblivious. He had long since sealed all information. Furthermore, with his blocker continuously activated, theoretically, no one should be able to track him. Not even such a being could. Yet this individual seems to know this, and not only that. He comprehends many things that are beyond Gu Zhan's understanding. This is quite perplexing. Terrifying indeed. At merely 16, you have already condensed an avatar and possess the means to soul search. Thus, your cultivation level must be at least that of the Yuan Shun. Lu Wushuang's expression shifted once more. What on earth is happening? Is this protagonist, this traveler, truly so formidable, maturing at such an accelerated pace? Gu Zhan narrowed his eyes. What exactly is your intention? Speak. In theory, he is the only one in the mortal realm who understands the term Yuanshan. This fellow, though weak, instills in Gu Zhan an unprecedented sense of peril. There are far too many unknowns. Gu Zhan, shall we make a deal? Lu Wushuang asked with a smile. Since you possess such formidable power, you must have complete control over the mortal realm. He continued, if you provide me with the complete heavenly demon art, I can alleviate your doubts. He knows of the heavenly demon art. Gu Zhan's mind began to form conjectures. He casually retrieved the heavenly demon art along with all its associated techniques. Here you go. Excellent. Lu Wushuang did not even glance at it, and the techniques vanished instantly. This fellow also possesses a storage space. Moreover, does he have the means to verify the authenticity of techniques? Guzhan, you may not be aware that you are, in fact, the protagonist of a book. Lu Wushuang exclaimed. A protagonist of a book? This book is known on Earth as Eternal Destiny, and you are its primary character. The supporting characters include Guwen, Su Qingxue, Guhan's Hang, and many others. The central narrative revolves around your accidental unlocking of the Su family's true blood through a jade pendant, which subsequently bestows upon you formidable martial arts talent, leading you on a path of growth. Ultimately, you acquire secret techniques within the Gu family, unlock the Gu family's true blood, shatter the void, and step into the Xianjin realm. Following that, it becomes a tedious affair of changing maps and defeating bosses. The book boasts a staggering 20 million words, with the protagonist indulging in over 200 consorts, a remarkable feat that it hasn't been censored. Lu Wushuang laughed heartily. Guzhan leaned against the wall, feeling as though he had been violated by Lu Wushuang's words. The notion that he is the protagonist of a book he had never read. His rationality swiftly returned, leading him to ponder numerous possibilities. The modern information we are aware of seems to align closely. We must belong to the same era. Lu Wushuang speculated that it could also be a parallel world, considering that the author of that book is one of the supreme deities in the web literature realm. Eternal Destiny has even been adapted into anime and films. You must have heard of it. That indicates a parallel world. Guzhan had calmed down. You are on Earth, right? The world I traversed from was Blue Star. Lu Wushuang chuckled. Incredible. Only in novels is Earth referred to as Blue Star. I seriously suspect you are a fictional character. Goodness, after all our interactions, could I also be a figment of imagination? Guzhan smirked. That remains uncertain. Moreover, the information you have provided holds no significance for me. I require more valuable insights. Insights that could expedite my growth. Lu Wushuang nodded. In that case, allow me to share a fortuitous opportunity with you. In the depths of the Wuliang Mountains within the Xianjin realm, there exists a legacy of the immortal emperor. In the novel, you thrive on the resources from this legacy to reach your final stage. Guzhan committed the Wuliang Mountains to memory, having begun to trust Lu Wushuang's words considerably. Are you interested in maintaining a transaction with me? He inquired. Lu Wushuang replied with a smile. Due to the differing flow of time, if I were to return, it would be 300 years hence. Guzhan furrowed his brow. 300 years? By then, this world will have been invaded by malevolent beings from beyond. Lu Wushuang took a step back, astonished. Impossible. This is merely an ordinary mortal realm. There should be no such malevolent beings appearing. In the original plot, they only manifested much later. That would be in 100,000 years. The original plot lacks malevolent beings from beyond? Guzhan chuckled, beginning to understand. Lu Wushuang, do you know Xiaoyang? Do you know Hanfeng, Lindong, Xianzun, and Wu? The emergence of the otherworldly fiends in the mortal realm can be attributed to the betrayal of Go-san. Go-san? Such a name is clearly not one that belongs to this world. I am well aware of these names. They all pertain to the protagonists. Lu Wushuang nodded with a smile, acknowledging that some of them were even his idols. Do you know where they are now? Guzhan inquired further. Lu Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise. So that's how it is. He exclaimed. Why is the protagonist a traveler from another realm? Why did he arrive in Wutan City? Seemingly only to make his presence known, yet encountered the protagonist? Wutan City. He had previously found the name oddly familiar. Isn't it the hometown of anti-inflammatory medicine? This is not the Eternal Destiny world. His pupils dilated with realization. Guzhan added, this is a fanfiction world centered around the Eternal Destiny realm. The author of the fanfiction has infused it with numerous elements, such as those protagonists, like me, the traveler, and you. He pointed directly to the crux of the matter. Lu Wushuang was taken aback. Are you implying that I am also a protagonist? No, he thought. I am merely an ordinary person. It is impossible for me to be a protagonist. His heart sank. How could this be? It cannot be. Yet, according to this logic, he might indeed be the protagonist of a book. Guzhan smiled and looked at Lu Wushuang, enunciating each word. How about we strike a better deal? I shall provide you with a method to cultivate directly to the level of transformation. No, to the rank of a mortal emperor. You simply need to divulge to me all the main plot points of this book. Upon hearing his words, Lu Wushuang vigorously tapped his head. A chaotic fanfiction world. Along with a replaced protagonist traveler, farewell. I shall not see you again. Rubbing his head, he bid farewell. Wait. Guzhan grasped him. This lad was attempting to flee. Are you truly not considering it? I can offer you countless resources and numerous women. Lu Wushuang grimaced in pain. You can enjoy it yourself. I need some time alone to gather my thoughts. This world is far too complex for me. Moreover, Lu Wushuang was merely the vessel I possessed. My true name is Li Xiner. With that, Li Xiner vanished without a trace. Li Xiner? A woman. Number 1. Did you sense the spatial fluctuations? The avatar shook its head. Not a hint. Her means of teleportation are exceptionally strong. What a pity to miss out on so many valuable opportunities. If only we could glean the main plot points from her, we would soar to great heights. Guzhan wore a face full of regret. The avatar looked astonished. 0. Are you not surprised? Are you not in shock, questioning your very existence? How can one remain so calm upon discovering they're a protagonist or side character in a book, merely a backdrop? Guzhan chuckled. What if he is the protagonist? Regardless, I can genuinely perceive my own existence. And besides, my mental state has never been normal. The more chaotic this world becomes, the better. The avatar struggled to comprehend his state of mind. How could a person remain so composed? Shouldn't he be as bewildered as Lu Wushuang, or rather, Li Xiner? For Guzhan, Li Xiner's appearance had a slight impact, but nothing substantial. The priority remained to accelerate his growth. Whether one is a protagonist or a supporting character, whether one possesses a system or not, nothing is more crucial than enhancing one's strength. Strength is always the optimal solution to resolve any issue. If a problem cannot be solved, there is but one possibility. Your strength is insufficiently formidable. Intriguingly, in the novel, I am able to unlock the true blood of the Su family through a jade pendant. In reality, he achieved this through the 9 transformations of Supreme Tao and the 9 transformations of Sacred Body. Although the current situation is somewhat complex, it does not significantly alter Guzhan's course. A few days later, on this particular day, Guzhan was at home studying with Xiang. Over the past 20 days, Xiang's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, on the verge of entering the Purple Mansion. Guzhan was preparing to utilize Xiang in the next simulation, intending for her to rapidly grow and become his ally. A protagonist can rely on others. Women can certainly be of assistance too. With a poor appetite, he found himself suited for a life of ease. Number 0. This is not good. Just as Guzhan was about to enter the cave with Xiang to continue their studies, the avatar suddenly appeared, disrupting everything. What is it? Number 0. Your father has vanished. Guzhan instantly snapped to attention. What on earth was happening? As they spoke, he leaped from his bed and directly absorbed the avatar. Just moments ago, within 31 seconds, Guan, who was diligently cultivating a northern way, had inexplicably disappeared. How could this be? During this time, his father had been equipped with the techniques and resources he provided, and with the true blood of the Gu family. Although his cultivation had risen to the Grand Master level, it was impossible for him to simply vanish. In an instant, he arrived at the training chamber of the Gu family headquarters in Northern Way. Guzhan released the avatar and began a thorough search, but found no unusual signs. He then summoned his grandfather, Gu Changyuan. The elderly man pondered deeply, unable to discern where his son could have gone. Number 0. There's news. The avatar approached suddenly. I just condensed an image recording from before your father disappeared. Guzhan immediately took him away. Gu Changyuan sighed. Busy. Everyone is busy. Better to be busy, came the response. In the training chamber, the avatar summoned a segment of footage for careful observation. Within the scene, Guan was engaged in his cultivation, channeling his inner true essence, and for several minutes, no discernible changes occurred. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist erupted from within him, swiftly enveloping his entire being. In an instant, Guan's expression shifted dramatically. His pristine white robes transformed into black armor, his hair turned white, and peculiar golden streaks appeared between his brows. His aura became extraordinarily bizarre and powerful. With a sudden crash, a portion of the imagery before them shattered. Guan lifted his gaze towards them, saying, "You little rascal. I have matters to attend to. Until we meet again, fate permitting." With that, he tore open a black rift in space and vanished from the training chamber. The projection concluded, leaving Guzhan agape. "This is too chaotic," he muttered, clutching his head, feeling overwhelmed. Having traversed into what he initially believed to be an ordinary martial arts world, he activated the simulator, progressing gradually in his cultivation. After much effort in gaining the ability for self-preservation, he discovered the invasion of otherworldly malevolence 3 centuries hence. And as if that were not enough, protagonist's intent on his demise appeared inexplicably and erratically, bringing forth a plethora of enigmas. Just as he began to acclimate to these characters, another, Li Xiner, emerged to inform him that this was, in fact, a novel. Guzhan endured it, accepting the absurdity. And now, his father had transformed into someone entirely different, effortlessly departing with an air of invincibility. Gulp. The avatar swallowed hard. Number 0. My father's presence is formidable, undoubtedly surpassing Xiao Yang. Even an immortal emperor cannot rival such strength. Guzhan reclined upon the bed, contemplating destruction, exhausted and overwhelmed. You entertain yourself. I shall return to find Asyang. My lord, what transpired? Why the haste? Asyang inquired, puzzled. There is no time. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Guzhan replied. After a flurry of actions, he managed to calm himself. Illusions, mere illusions. As long as my strength continues to ascend, none of this poses a challenge. He embraced Asyang tightly, his emotions surging yet gradually stabilizing. Ding. The target has reached a state of fervent excitement. The progress of the strategy has significantly advanced. Ding. Your cultivation has improved, now at the first level of the Purple Mansion. Ding. You have received a reward. Heavenly Maiden's Flower Scatter, a concealed weapon technique. Asyang glanced at the system panel, but did not immediately engage with the rewards. Instead, she nestled beside Guzhan, extending her right hand to trace circles upon his chest. Asyang, you will always be by my side. One to you? Guzhan buried his head against her, resembling a child seeking solace after being wronged. Asyang will always remain by your side, my lord. Asyang, a forsaken child adopted by the Gu family, grew up alongside them, her birth name being Gu Tanxiang. I hope everything unfolds as I desire. The simulator's cooldown time, 0 seconds. Gu Zhanling assumed the guise of his avatar to oversee the city of Wutan. He ascended to the summit of a snow-capped mountain in the western Chu region. Sitting cross-legged at the peak, the snowflakes drifted down like willow catkins, gracefully settling upon him and his hair, creating a scene of profound beauty. Without regard for the cost, he dedicated himself entirely to self-improvement. Guzhan reclined backward, surrendering his body to the embrace of the snow, allowing it to envelop him completely. The simulation commenced. On the first day, after imparting a few instructions to his avatar, he brought Asyang into the cave world, soaring with her through the shattered void to ascend to the Xuanzhen realm. On the second day, he journeyed through the skies, arriving at the great mountains of the northern region. By the end of the first year, he successfully located the coveted Tianqing jade hidden within the mountains. Having already transcended to the immortal king level, his refining process was remarkably swift, completed in merely 3 days, allowing his sacred body to break through to the 4th stage and master the sacred seal. In the second year, he ventured to the southern region, where through diligent inquiry, he uncovered information regarding the cross-boundary stone. It was said to have been taken away by a powerful spirit transformation cultivator during an auction. After an arduous search, you eventually located the individual in a quaint town 6 months later, striking decisively to take a life and seize the treasure. Upon immediately utilizing the cross-boundary stone, you discover that this place is, contrary to your previous impressions, a realm where martial prowess is profoundly diminished. A desolate world where the strongest are merely those of innate talent. After a moment of hesitation, you searched the mortal realm thoroughly but found no resources of significance or utility to yourself. You departed from the mortal realm. In the 3rd year, with the resources you provided and through constant companionship, Asyang successfully transcended, reaching the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm. Her cultivation pace was remarkably steady, leaving you perplexed. In the 4th year, you arrived in the central domain, at the infinite mountain range, in pursuit of the immortal emperor legacy spoken of by Li Xiner. Hoping to enable your original self to transcend to the status of an immortal emperor, you were filled with an insatiable curiosity. Throughout the entirety of the 4th year, your efforts yield nothing. In the 5th year, despite your relentless search alongside Asyang, you remain empty-handed. It is in the 6th year, as you prepare to surrender your quest, that you unexpectedly sense an extraordinary force emanating from within the mountains. With cautious steps, you approach, ultimately discovering a cave whose entrance is aglow with a mysterious white light. Even with your exalted status as a 4th-tier celestial king, you find yourself unable to perceive any information from within. Without the slightest hesitation, you stepped into the realm, retrieving Asyang and placing her within the celestial domain. As you drew closer, you discovered that this was, in fact, a hidden sanctuary. A sanctuary formed from the celestial caves of fallen celestial emperors, harboring the entire collection of treasures belonging to a once mighty celestial sovereign. Following the whispers of your heart, you advance step by step, ultimately arriving before a bronze chair. A beam of light radiates towards you. You have so easily acquired the legacy of the celestial emperor, whose counterpart is the ancient celestial emperor known as Jiu, who fell 300,000 years ago. You have acquired the transcendent method, the boundless soul refinement of the celestial emperor. By refining souls, one can perpetually enhance their strength without any limits. The more souls you possess, the swifter your ascension and power becomes. With your experience at the celestial king level, you discern no discrepancies, and thus, you embark upon the dedicated practice of the boundless soul refinement without hesitation. In the 7th year, you have refined all beings within the cross-boundary stone, and your cultivation successfully breaks through to the 5th layer of the celestial king. Ultimately, mortals prove to be exceedingly feeble. You require more and stronger sustenance. You commenced your assault on the formidable beings of the mystic realm, operating under the veil of the cloaking device, selectively targeting weaker factions with swift and decisive strikes. By the 8th year, the multitude of souls you had refined had become a blur in your memory, and your strength had ascended to the 6th tier of celestial sovereignty, rendering you more powerful than before. In the 9th year, you amassed boundless soul energy, faintly exhibiting signs of a descent into madness. Yet, you remained indifferent, relentlessly refining souls with fervor. By the 10th year, you had entered the 7th tier of celestial sovereignty, fully embracing the darkness. In the 15th year, you ascended to the 8th tier, the flames of malevolence raging unabated within your heart. By the 20th year, you achieved the 9th tier of celestial sovereignty, embodying the very essence of darkness itself. In that same year, you arrived at a quaint village in the southern region, where, after a brief search, you successfully lay in wait for Han Mimi and Li Lei. You seized the cross-border stone, refining the souls of the two individuals. You have entered the mortal realm, commencing a series of intricate schemes against the martial ancestor Lin Dong. Upon completion, a figure from your past suddenly resurfaces in your thoughts, leading you to the cave of heaven. After 14 years of soul refinement, you have transformed into a formidable fiend, with memories and emotions undergoing profound alterations. Asyang has become inconsequential to you. My lord, how could you have changed so? Asyang gazes at the overwhelming demonic aura swirling around you, her hand clamped over her mouth in disbelief. The person before her is a stark contrast to the one she remembers. She finds it unbearable to accept, let alone comprehend. Why should I concern myself with your sentiments? You, the protagonist with a system, chuckle as you approach Asyang, seizing her with the intent to refine her essence. At that critical moment, Asyang escapes your domain. Though years have passed without you, she has harnessed the rewards of the system, mastering techniques and resources that have propelled her to the realm of the immortal emperor, making her impossible to detain. On the distant horizon, Asyang sheds tears, declaring, "My lord, regardless of the cost, I shall restore you." In the 25th year, you cultivate disciples in the mortal realm while simultaneously refining souls in the northern domain to augment your strength. In the 26th year, within a month, you devour 6 nations, with countless lives extinguished in your wake, sowing deep resentment across the northern domain. The powers of the 5 domains have long been aware of your existence, yet they are unable to locate you, plunging the entire Xianjin realm into a state of trepidation. In the 27th year, during the annexation of a sect, you achieve a breakthrough, formally stepping into the 1st tier of the immortal emperor realm. As an immortal emperor, you harmonize more closely with the forces of heaven and earth, mastering and controlling your power with unprecedented completeness. With the assistance of the fourfold sacred body and the boundless soul-refining techniques of the Supreme, you brim with confidence. By the 30th year, you refine billions of souls in the eastern domain, elevating your cultivation to the 2nd tier of the immortal emperor realm. You successfully concoct the soul-refining banner, amplifying your fearsome reputation to unprecedented heights. You are referred to as the soul-refining immortal emperor by the denizens of the Xuanjin realm. In the 35th year, your fierce nature remains unaltered, leading you to revise the boundless soul-refining record of the Supreme. Ultimately, after expending trillions of souls, you have forged an entirely new technique, the infinite soul-refining record of the heavenly and earthly lament. You have pioneered 18 ancillary cultivation techniques, disseminating them throughout the realm of Xuanjin. Any practitioner who engages with these techniques not only finds themselves inherently restrained by you, but also becomes a repository of your experience, thereby enhancing your power without any adverse effects. The dissemination of the 18 soul refinement records has plunged the Xuanjin realm into chaos, with countless cultivators perishing at every moment due to your influence. Numerous celestial emperors of the Xuanjin realm are incensed, declaring that while misdeeds can be executed discreetly, They must not be brazenly displayed. Consequently, you have drawn the ire of all celestial emperors. The forces of the world unite to impose sanctions upon you, yet they perpetually falter under the veil of the suppressor. Additionally, with the existence of the soul refinement banner, you slip away like an eel, eluding capture. In the 40th year, you ascend to the 3rd level of Celestial Emperor. By the 45th year, you attain the 4th level of Celestial Emperor. During the same year, unlocking the 5th level of the Sacred Body, the Holy Kai. In the 50th year, you commence reaping all practitioners of the ancillary techniques, the malevolent and heretical. In the 51st year, you sweep away all experience repositories and successfully ascend to the 7th level of Celestial Emperor. In the same year, someone, tracing your path, locates you within the boundless mountains of the central domain. As you emerged from your cave dwelling, you beheld an overwhelming assembly of formidable experts scattered throughout the mountain range. All 51 emperors of the Xianjin realm had arrived, leading an array of powerful beings. Encircling you, the soul-refining Celestial Emperor. Surrender your techniques, and we may grant you a path to survival. How absurd. They are not here to vanquish demons or eradicate evil, but rather to claim my techniques? Indeed, this is the nature of the powerful. This is the path of the Celestial Emperors. You wield the soul-refining banner. Let us engage in a grand battle. A monumental clash is imminent as you grapple with 51 Celestial Emperors. From the soul-refining banner, countless soul soldiers surge forth, leading to a relentless massacre. Yet, through the might of your sacred body and the formidable power of the soul-refining banner, you astonishingly evade immediate defeat. You have become increasingly formidable, successfully refining 15 celestial emperors and 1 celestial sovereign after paying a tremendous price. Although this celestial sovereign is merely the weakest at the 1st level, you have indeed succeeded in vanquishing a celestial sovereign. Your cultivation has instantaneously ascended to the 8th layer of the celestial emperor, and you battle with fervor, exuding an aura that instills trepidation. Enough, let it end here. A voice resonated from afar, and upon looking up, you beheld the Xian Yuan celestial emperor of the heavenly fire sacred land. He, alongside several venerable celestial emperors, effortlessly subdued you with a single blow, without any complications. You find yourself woefully inadequate in the presence of a celestial emperor at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. A multitude encircled you, 2 strands of true king bloodlines. A 9-turned sacred body, coupled with the legacy of the 9 nether celestial emperor. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. The netherworld celestial emperor approached, his gaze icy as he surveyed the gathered crowd. This individual is coming with me. Who dares to oppose will meet their demise. A few others, also at the 9th layer's zenith, expressed discontent but remained silent. At their level, your existence indeed held little significance. With a cold snicker, the netherworld celestial emperor took you away. You would naturally not succumb easily. Transform. With a mere thought, your essence exchanged places with another, transporting you to the mortal realm. Shortly thereafter, you employed the cross-boundary stone, retreating to the mortal realm you had once refined to seek refuge. In the 60th year, your injuries were completely healed, and you departed from the mortal realm to resume your hunt. In the 61st year, under your guidance, Lin Dong ascended once more. By the 63rd year, you unleashed a torrent of destruction, devouring countless disciples of the netherworld celestial emperor, including a feeble celestial emperor among them. You have transcended, stepping into the realm of the 9th heavenly emperor. The wrath of the nether emperor is ignited. He summons countless subordinates to capture you. In the 64th year, alongside your avatar, you strike decisively, inflicting severe damage upon the forces of the nether emperor, seizing a wealth of resources from their grasp. In the 65th year, your holy physique ascends to the 6th level, unlocking the sacred weapon. In the 66th year, empowered by the sacred weapon and your avatar, you vanquish 5 celestial emperors under the nether emperor's command, thus ascending to the status of a celestial emperor, proclaiming yourself as the alchemist of heaven. In the 67th year, you solidify your realm, breaking through to the 7th level of your holy physique, unlocking the sacred dragon. The sacred dragon, a unique steed of the 9 transformations holy body, possesses strength equal to your own, capable of transforming into human form, and boasts formidable power, with the ability to resurrect upon death. In the 68th year, mounted upon the colossal black dragon, wielding a dark sword, you and your avatar charge towards the nether holy land in the southern domain. The nether emperor engages you in battle. With the aid of the sacred Kai and the sacred weapon, you become utterly invincible, severely wounding the nether emperor. And after enduring 7 days and nights of fierce combat, You sever the head of the Nether Emperor with a single strike, assimilating his realm of heaven and earth. Your prowess and reputation have experienced a remarkable elevation, and you are hailed as the foremost figure in the realm of sorcery, disregarding all trivialities. After refining a ninefold Celestial Emperor, you have ascended to the third level of Celestial Emperor, your power now greatly enhanced. You continue to strike, hunting down other Celestial Emperors, instilling an overwhelming fear in the Xinjiang realm. No one dares to disregard your existence any longer. In the 70th year, you vanquished 21 Celestial Emperors, both strong and weak, stepping into the 6th tier of Celestial Emperors. By the 75th year, the second-ranked Celestial Emperor, the Great Sun Emperor, is compelled to emerge from his seclusion, wielding the Great Sun Wheel to engage you in battle. The Great Sun Emperor, possessing the sacred body of the Great Sun, is inherently capable of countering your dark powers. However, with the might of the sacred body at your disposal, you swiftly adapt to this confrontation. In the 78th year, the battle rages on. By the 80th year, the conflict persists. In the 90th year, your sacred body ascends to the 8th tier, unlocking the Sacred Realm. The Sacred Realm, a unique world for the 9 transformations sacred body, can generate sacred energy, enabling the recovery of injuries and the restoration of vital essence. With the divine power derived from the Sacred Realm, you have accelerated the tempo of battle. In the 91st year, you triumphed over the Great Sun Immortal Emperor, refining your opponent and successfully transcending to the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor. Your infernal flames surge with might, subduing the realm of Xinjiang. Unmatched and unparalleled in power, you established the sacred lands of refinement, nurturing prodigies and reigning supreme over the entire Xinjiang realm. In the 92nd year, you arrived in the Eastern Domain and, with a single stroke of your sword, vanquished the Xin Yuan Immortal Emperor. Turning to the Holy Sun Yichun, you proclaimed, "You are now free." Yichun gazed at you with a myriad of emotions, yet remained silent. After your departure, he completely erupted, transcending to the realm of the Immortal Emperor. After refining the Xin Yuan Immortal Emperor, you officially ascended to the 9th layer of Immortal Emperor. In the 93rd year, you intervened to suppress other Immortal Emperors, resulting in countless deaths, as you were on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of Immortal Emperor by the 95th year. You have refined countless celestial sovereigns and are poised to transcend to the final threshold when a multitude of figures approaches your side. You gazed at them, all familiar faces. Yi Chun, Xiaoyang, Han Feng, and even Lin Dong had arrived. Each of them had transcended to the realm of Immortal Emperors. At the forefront stood an elderly man with white hair, whom you recognized as the unparalleled Immortal Emperor, the foremost figure of the Xinjiang realm, possessing the supreme sacred body and already a venerable age of 100,000 years. Lien Tian Kai adorned your figure, while the Lien Tian demon dragon spiraled around you. And the Lien Tian avatar stood before you, signaling that battle was imminent. "Uncle Gu, your actions are unjust," Xiaoyang remarked through gritted teeth. "Over the years, you have slain 2/5 of the beings in the Xinjiang realm, causing countless calamities. This is truly wrong." He hesitated momentarily, but soon regained his resolve. "Brother Gu, please relent. We shall strip you of your cultivation, and I assure you a life of happiness in your remaining years," Yichun implored earnestly. Behind Han Feng, a Taiji symbol emerged. "Master, please do not remain entrenched in your delusions. As an Immortal Emperor, your demise is inevitable. However, should you relinquish your powers, you may yet survive." Lin Dong joined in the plea. "Principal, we all have your best interests at heart. Please trust us." You smiled, thinking of me? You grasped the sword of refinement with unwavering resolve, charging towards your adversary without hesitation. The soul-refining banner is summoned, and dozens of celestial imperial soul warriors surge forth. Among them the illustrious Xin Yuan, Yiming, and Duri. The supreme celestial emperor, wielding a whisk, stands in your path. Fellow cultivator, do not persist in your folly. With a swift stroke, you severed his whisk, declaring, "I am merely enhancing my strength. I seek to seize control of my own destiny." The supreme immortal emperor sighed deeply. "If that is the case, then I must, regrettably, take your life." The supreme immortal emperor unleashed his formidable power, and the battle raged on in chaos. Both of you possess sacred bodies, yet your cultivation ultimately fell short, always a step behind. After 100 exchanges, you found yourself at a disadvantage, following 1,000 strikes. The supreme immortal emperor sent you flying with a single punch, shattering the sacred land of refining heaven behind you. You collapsed, blood gushing from your mouth. With a heart full of reluctance, you gaze at the opposing figure amidst the ruins, as the supreme immortal emperor strides forward, effortlessly shattering your soul-refining banner. Infinite celestial veneration. The likes of Yichin and others approach, standing resolutely at your side, yet the esteemed scholars remain inactive. Within him, the malevolent energy runs deep, leaving no option but to kill, unable to seal. Tears glisten in Xiao Yang's eyes as he murmurs, "Uncle Gu, you may depart in peace." Yichin's gaze is unwavering. "I shall wholeheartedly protect your descendants." Han Feng remains silent, while Lin Dong turns away, silently extending his right hand. The supreme immortal emperor retrieves a small cauldron. Xiao Yang places a drop of his blood within, followed by Han Feng, who adds a drop of thick green liquid, with Yichin and Lin Dong contributing their own blood as well. The supreme immortal emperor acts swiftly, the cauldron expands, enveloping you. A wave of lethal danger surges forth, and you feel as though death could claim you at any moment, leaving no trace of your essence behind. Yet, you harbor no regrets. Your expression is one of utter madness, your intent to kill soaring to the heavens. In the face of death, you remain defiantly fervent. Drip, drip, drip. Unbeknownst to you, drops of blood begin to fall from the sky, leaving the onlookers perplexed. But in the next instant, the cauldron explodes, and a force rushes in from afar, whisking you away. The supreme immortal emperor, enraged, exclaims, "Who dares to be so obstinate?" He strikes out with a palm, intercepting the intruder, and a disheveled figure descends. It is Xiang, clad in a red gown, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. She raises her head and, with her last ounce of strength, implores, "Young master, please, come back." The protagonist meets their demise because of you. Your fortune has increased by 5, currently standing at 13. Your frenzied visage undergoes a transformation, ultimately reverting to a state of indifference. The power of Xiang dissipates, and you find yourself unwittingly ensnared in an unknown realm. Seated upon a stone, I ponder, have I erred? I have never been mistaken. You smiled in the 98th year, having regained all your strength. You ventured across the entire world, discovering that it is a realm of equal standing to the Xuanjin realm, known as the Chuanjin realm. With your formidable power, you have plundered countless resources and commenced a period of seclusion for cultivation. After a century, your cultivation has transcended, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Celestial Emperor. In these 100 years, you have finally arrived at the zenith of this world. You burst into hearty laughter, preparing to devour more souls and refine everything in your path. What lies beyond the immortal emperor? Is it the so-called true king? Before you could react further, a soul suddenly manifested, swiftly seizing control of your body and everything that constitutes you. The 8th layer of the 9 transformations sacred body. 2 strands of true king bloodline. How intriguing. Indeed, it is no wonder that this soul fragment of mine has chosen you. You have remarkably ascended to such heights in less than a century. The soul expressed its exhilaration, and your expression shifted. You are the 9 nether immortal emperor. Indeed. My young friend, I appreciate your efforts. Why did the 9 nether immortal emperor still succeed? Throughout the course of over 90 years of cultivation, you have repeatedly compared and revised techniques. How could you have fallen for this? Is it truly so astonishing? Although you alter my methods, the essence remains rooted in my supreme, boundless soul refinement record. However, guiding others in their cultivation and subsequently devouring them is indeed a commendable path. The 9 nether immortal emperor chuckled, gradually probing into your memories. You struggle with all your might, yet the 9 nether immortal emperor continues to suppress you. Buzz. You seized an opportunity, successfully occupying the body, spewing forth blood, and grasping the jade pendant. Amidst the tempest, there is no vessel. Bang. Suddenly, Su Qingshue's figure materialized. Mother, save me. At this critical moment, you shouted with all your might. Su Qingxue cast a sidelong glance at you, then swiftly severed the remnants of the 9 nether immortal emperor's soul with her sword. Although it was a cunning trap, reaching this point was no small feat. What a remarkable young man. At less than 200 years old, you stand at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm, surpassing many others. Su Qingshue's attitude towards you has notably shifted, and she could not help but exclaim in admiration. Such innate talent should not be squandered. She appeared somewhat exhilarated. Yet, having consumed too many souls, she had lost her true nature, and thus her achievements were ultimately limited. Shaking her head, Su Qingxue extended her hand and pointed, prompting you to emerge from the adverse state of the boundless soul refinement in the realm of sorrowful melodies. You have rediscovered your true self. Reflecting upon the bloodshed and madness of over 90 years and cold sweat beads on your brow, This time, it is indeed a ruthless pursuit of power. Moreover, the most significant revelation is that Li Shiner has schemed against you. In any regard, the inheritance of the 9 Nether Immortal Emperor is utterly unacceptable. Have you regained your composure? Su Qingxue gazes at you with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Thank you, Mother, you respectfully bow, realizing that this woman may very well be the key to your next breakthrough. An intriguing young man. Just as Su Qingxue was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared, interposing himself before her. Gu Hanzhang? What brings you here? Su Qingxue furrows her brow. With a smile, she asserts, absolutely impossible. He is a member of my Su family, destined to lead the Qingtian and serve as my Qingtian spirit. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped you as you sat alone, observing the escalating argument between the two. In that moment, you began to channel your inner energy, preparing to thoroughly mitigate the adverse effects of the eternal lament and the infinite soul refinement. After several breaths, Su Qingxue transformed from her avatar into her true self, her formidable power radiating throughout the realm. Without hesitation, Gu Hanzhang engaged in battle alongside her. The grim tidings revealed that they had shattered the entirety of the Chuanjin realm, resulting in countless casualties. Yet, on a brighter note, their focus remained divided as they endeavored to shield you. Due to your presence, they refrained from unleashing their full prowess, merely seeking a resolution to their conflict. The battle raged on, spanning days, months, and even years. With their powers nearly matched, neither could gain the upper hand without resorting to their ultimate techniques. However, should they unleash their true abilities, they would be unable to attend to your safety. You continue to refine your cultivation techniques, overcoming your negative state. In the 110th year, the two of them battled for a decade, unknowingly annihilating countless worlds and dimensions. You have finally eradicated all negative states, transforming your martial arts into the boundless elegy of heaven and earth, the Soul Refinement Chronicle. This new technique still allows for the enhancement of strength through the refinement of souls, yet it no longer inflicts adverse effects on the mind or alters one's character. As for the 9 Nether Immortal Emperor, he is irrevocably deceased. You have transformed the essence of the cultivation technique from the 9 Nether Immortal Emperor into yourself. Henceforth, anyone who practices this technique shall fall under your dominion, and you may seize their souls at will. On the other side, the battle between Su Qingxue and Gu Hanzhang remains in a stalemate. You are powerless, their might surpasses your wildest imagination, and you are incapable of halting such a level of conflict. Just then, a figure stealthily shattered the fabric of space and appeared before you. So you are Gu Zhan? He laughed. After enduring for 110 years, I have finally elevated my cultivation to the zenith of transcendence. You, damned soul, shall perish. It was a youth clad in white. In an instant, he struck, shattering your skull with a single punch. You have departed from this world, yet a fragment of your soul lingers on. You still possess countless consciousnesses. You may attain rebirth by usurping the essence of other beings within the realms of the boundless and the sorrowful lament of existence. Are you pondering whether you possess a chance for renewal? The youth chuckled softly, effortlessly extinguishing all of your consciousness. Only a trace of the soul remains. Yet the young boy remains oblivious to this fact as he carries your lifeless body away. The main quest of the system has finally come to an end. And just in time, for I am ready to embark on a vacation. The mortal realm and the heavens, here I come. Buzz. Gu Hanzhang and Su Qingxue witnessed this scene, and both rushed forward, their swords cleaving the boy into 4 pieces. How infuriating, Su Qingxue. He is your child. Gu Hanzhang. He is your descendant. Each believed the boy belonged to the other, leading to a fierce clash, igniting a more terrifying battle. Both were left gravely wounded, retreating in separate directions. Your soul drifts amidst the cosmic expanse, patiently awaiting my arrival. Did you already foresee my coming? The celestial being approaches, a hint of perplexity in their expression. Are you also a reincarnation? Or do you possess the ability to foresee the future? The celestial being inquires once more. Your fleeting essence lacks any consciousness and therefore cannot respond. The celestial being chuckled, extending a grand hand to swiftly refine the matter. The system intervened, erasing all information amidst the swirling snow. Gu Zhan extricated himself, this time experiencing a vivid existence. Countless acts of violence, devoid of scruples. Yet this was not my true intention. It was merely the allure of the technique. Gu Zhan grasped a handful of snow, forming it into a compact ball. Although I harbor such sentiments, I refuse to be so superficial. After being influenced, his intellect had diminished significantly. He was far from his authentic self. And what of the final protagonist, Red Dust? Celestial canopy? What is this? This marked Gu Zhan's first demise at the hands of a protagonist within the system, leaving even Su Qingxue and Gu Hanshang oblivious to the unfolding events. This individual likely employed some means to disrupt the two. It took him 111 years to survive to the pinnacle of transcendence. Gu Zhan rose to his feet. Thus, he now possesses a system. And what is this pinnacle of transcendence? I have never heard of it. Could it possibly be the path beyond the Celestial Emperor? Gu Zhan found himself bewildered. Regardless, this simulation proved invaluable. Shaking his head, he gazed at the rewards. Evaluation. Throughout your life, you have wrought countless acts of violence, burdened by resentment, haunted by the curses of the departed. To reach this final step is indeed miraculous. Your existence has been one of compulsion, yet even when your mind was swayed, you maintained a heart that continually yearns for strength. You may choose one of the following rewards. First, the pinnacle of the immortal emperor's 9th level cultivation, bestowed with the limitless sad song of the infinite universe and soul-refining record, devoid of any adverse effects. Second, martial arts. Third, the sacred body at the 4th level. Fourth, the sacred body at the 5th level. Fifth, the sacred body at the 6th level. Sixth, the sacred body at the 7th level. Seventh, the sacred body at the 8th level. Eighth, the soul-refining banner. Ninth, all the memories of your lifetime, with a significant probability of influencing your worldview. Is there any hesitation? There is no need for it, indeed. First, the pinnacle of the immortal emperor's 9th level cultivation has been attained, with boundless power surging forth. Gu Zhan instantaneously ascended from the 4th level of the immortal king to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor's 9th level. The sacred body broke through to the 4th level, unlocking the sacred seal. It then advanced to the 5th level, unlocking the sacred kai, further to the 6th level, unlocking the sacred weapon. The breakthrough in cultivation also enabled the sacred body to surge forward by 3 levels. Gu Zhan reveled in this newfound strength, brimming with confidence. I am merely 16 years old, am I not? Ah, a 16-year-old immortal emperor, indeed, I am a prodigy. With a smile, he began to explore the capabilities of the sacred body. The sacred seal, once marked, could inflict 10-fold damage, perfectly complementing the 1st level of the sacred body's attack enhancement, while the 2nd level's attack could be doubled. The sacred kai, a magnificent set of armor, could transform into any shape. Furthermore, its defensive capabilities were astonishing, rendering it immune to any damage from opponents of the same realm. However, in simulations, those who also possessed the sacred body were still capable of inflicting harm upon him. This implies that he was not yet truly invincible. The supreme immortal emperor, ranked 1st, was formidable, and he was not yet a match for such an opponent. Lastly, there was the sacred weapon. It could morph into any form of weaponry, boasting powerful offensive capabilities. With a mere thought, Gu Zhan equipped himself entirely. He transformed from an ancient noble into a spirited young man clad in tight pants, a casual short-sleeved shirt, and donned with fashionable shoes, carrying a sleek black bag. The young man's aura was as fierce as a wolf, a heart ablaze with fervor. Heaven has bestowed upon me brilliance. I shall be more audacious than the heavens themselves. The enchanting world dazzles the eyes. Without strength, one should not flaunt their appearance. Who claims that my words are too chaotic? Every phrase I utter encourages virtue. Gu Zhan shook his head vigorously, pointing skyward. I present you with 4 grand characters. Ha! Pinnacle of the immortal emperor's 9th level. Sacred body at the 6th level. At such a realm, there are only a handful of entities within the entire Xuanzhen realm capable of posing a threat to Gu Zhan. In simulations, I, at the 6th level of the immortal emperor, only triumphed over the great sun immortal emperor with the enhancement of the 8th level sacred body, where the sacred realm of the 8th level played a crucial role. However, now that I have stepped into the pinnacle of the immortal emperor's 9th level, the great sun immortal emperor should pose no challenge. Gu Zhan stood upon the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Brimming with anticipation, the underworld immortal emperor was not his greatest concern. Rather, it was the unparalleled immortal emperor, the one who possessed the supreme sacred body. Ranked 1st in the Xuanzhen realm, he had lived for a full 100,000 years. With the enhancement of the sacred body, his lifespan was immensely prolonged, and no one could ascertain how much longer he could endure. Moreover, Gu Zhan continued, while I have ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the immortal emperor, my combat experience remains woefully insufficient, particularly against those of the same realm. Acting rashly could prove perilous. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zhan resolved to pursue a more prudent path. Without true invincibility, he could not venture into the Xuanzhen realm. The dangers were too great, and he felt ill-equipped to handle them. Upon returning to Wutan City, he summoned his avatar and instructed it to investigate all individuals known as Tian Mu and Hong Chun across the mortal realm, particularly focusing on a certain youth, leaving no stone unturned. The avatar nodded in agreement. 0. When will you be the world's number one? Gujan scoffed. Being the number one in the world is not what is truly impressive. What is remarkable is the ability to maintain that position. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent the avatar away and called for a Xiang. A Xiang had always treated him with unwavering loyalty, sacrificing herself for him in both simulations. What kind of girl could one not adore, who would not be drawn to such devotion? My lord, you seem to have changed considerably, she remarked. Alas, men are inherently fickle, he replied. The following morning, the avatar returned. 0. There is no information to be found. Now that we are both at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the immortal emperor, the mists of the mortal realm have cleared. However, I have scrutinized every soul in the mortal realm, and there is no trace of any relevant existence. Gujan nodded thoughtfully. In that case, it is quite possible that our counterpart does not reside in our world. Yet, having survived for over 100 years, he must have come into being by now. Another possibility is that he is currently unaware of Tian Mu and Hong Chun, as those names may have been adopted later. 1. Continue to monitor the entire mortal realm. With your prowess at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor, constant surveillance is hardly a challenge. 0. As an immortal emperor myself, why cannot you venture into the Xianjin realm to catch a naive target? As a dignified immortal emperor, your avatar merely resembles a surveillance camera. Is that not a tad excessive? The avatar expressed its discontent, feeling its value was not being recognized. Gujan pondered. You make a valid point. His gaze then shifted, and he summoned an individual directly from the world of the cave. The newcomer, clad in black robes and exuding an air of authority, appeared to be a middle-aged man, the strongest among the ancient clan within the cave and its current leader, following his breakthrough to the 9th stage of the immortal emperor. The beings within the cave had also experienced significant enhancement, resulting in several powerful individuals at the immortal king level. Greetings, Divine Lord. The clan leader reverently knelt in homage. There is no need for excessive formality, Gujan replied, casually assisting him to his feet. What is your name? The chieftain of the ancient clan remained unperturbed. Upon my birth, I lay upon the ground, gazing at the heavens. Thus, I am named Gu Yankan. Gu Yankan? I can scarcely see. Let us change that. From this day forth, your name shall be Gu Yankan. As he spoke, Gujan produced a storybook compiled by Kai Su and handed it to him. From now on, the members of the ancient clan shall take names from this book. We cannot allow you to act recklessly. Understood. Gu Yankan solemnly accepted the storybook, a divine gift from the deity, the bestowal of the gods. It must be passed down through the ages. Very well, from this moment on, you shall lead our clan in patrolling the mortal realm, secretly seeking any information related to Hongchun and Tianmu. Gujan waved his hand, releasing hundreds of ancient clan members at the cultivation level of transformation before vanishing from sight. Rest assured, Divine Lord. A gleam of determination sparkled in Gu Yankan's eyes. He was resolute in executing the task assigned by the Divine Lord. Beside him, an avatar sneered. How infuriating. We all possess equal strength and appearance, yet I lack the holy body in the celestial domain. He too yearned to don stylish shoes and fitted trousers, to draw lines akin to shrimp and confront adversaries. He desired to command 3,000 subordinates, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. As long as the youth's charisma remains, his spirit is eternal, and he shall never concede defeat. With a cold chuckle, the avatar remarked, Gu Yankan, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and find someone. Do not bring shame upon my family. Gu Yankan cast him a sidelong glance and smiled. You are but an avatar. We are beings meticulously created by the Divine Lord. Please discern the weight of our existence. With that he beckoned, leading hundreds of transformation cultivators towards the 4 nations, resembling signal towers, continuously observing and investigating the world. Half a month later, on a remarkably tranquil day, in a certain region of Shichu, a casually dressed and disheveled youth wielding a paper fan strode into an establishment, accompanied by a dozen followers. Madam, my master Ouyang has arrived. Quickly summon Miss Ruyan to perform. One of his attendants bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the establishment. Upon seeing him, all patrons hastily retreated. This youth was the foremost tyrant of Qingyun City, a scion among the frivolous elite. To provoke him was to invite misfortune. Before long, the establishment was left solely with members of the Ouyang family. Not bad, the youth Ouyang remarked with satisfaction. Big dog, reward. Saying this, He pulled out a hefty silver ingot and tossed it over. "Master is invincible," Big Dog exclaimed, gleefully licking his lips. He maintained that being a subordinate or a lackey was a respectable profession. After all, a mere word could secure a fortune. With the silver stowed away, a smile returned to Big Dog's face. "Oh Yang, young master." Soon, the alluring matron approached, delicately fanning herself. "Young master, Miss Ruyin has long been prepared for your pleasure. For you, she has sung day and night, and has now mastered the tales you imparted, of Wu's song battling the tiger, of that fateful night on Liangshan, and the fantastical adventures of Romeo and the banana wolf." Oh Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, let Miss Ruyin ready herself. Today, I wish to hear the love story of Wei Zhentian and Lei Zhenzi." The matron turned and called out, "Ladies, prepare swiftly." A cacophony of whimsical sounds erupted, jingling and laughter filled the air. Oh Yang ascended to the third-floor balcony where the various props had been meticulously arranged in the grand hall below. Suddenly, accompanied by a rhythmically pulsating melody, a towering figure, 2 meters tall, strode forth. "Where is this? Wei Zhentian, should not be here. Oh, cursed Optimus Prime. Cursed Red Spider. You must have conspired against me. I shall turn your behinds into kanji." The strangely designed Wei Zhentian exclaimed fiercely, yet her voice was unexpectedly soft, revealing her femininity. "Who are you? Why are you in my chamber? Lecher, scoundrel, rogue." Suddenly, from behind a mirror, a graceful figure emerged, clad in white armor. With 2 pairs of wings extending from her back, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at Wei Zhentian. There is someone here." Wei Zhentian stepped closer, covering the mouth of the winged figure. "Be quiet. You must be a native of this planet. Tell me, where exactly is this place?" "Bah." The winged figure shot her an icy glare and effortlessly freed herself from Wei Zhentian's grasp. "I am Lei Zhenzi, a member of the esteemed Lei family from the continent of the gods." "How dare you lecher?" Lei Zhenzi regarded her coldly before suddenly breaking into a smile. "A vibrant and whimsical display. You are quite impressive. I shall grant you an opportunity. Become my Lei family's son-in-law." "What say you?" Wei Zhentian was taken aback. "You wish for me to be your son-in-law? Decepticon, attack." On the balcony, Yang laughed heartily, nearly in tears, exclaiming, "This is too hilarious. Who would have imagined that the Decepticons would become Lei Zhenzi's son-in-law? Following this will surely be the rise of the Dragon King and even more absurd plot twists." Delightful, utterly delightful. Yang was filled with anticipation. What significance do gender roles hold? Her greatest delight was in female companionship. Engaging in cultural creation within this ancient martial world was truly enchanting. "Indeed, this is rather intriguing. You possess an admirable zest for life." At that moment, a clear voice suddenly resonated, causing Yang to pause. A youth clad in black had appeared before her. "Who are you?" she stammered. "Let me inform you. I am from the Yang family, the foremost clan of Qingping Lo. My father is a master, and both my grandfather and grandmother are masters as well." Yang spoke nervously. Guzhan regarded her with a bemused expression. He had been monitoring this woman for 13 days, either listening to her dramatic performances or watching her write scripts of a rather wild nature. The last time he encountered someone so untamed, with such a peculiar taste, was Lin Xiao. For some inexplicable reason, this woman evoked a remarkably unique feeling within him. "I know of the Yang family," Guzhan casually remarked. Yang was taken aback. What was going on with her subordinates? Why could they not see this man? "Big dog, second dog, third dog, little wolf, little snake, husky," she called out, yet no one responded. Yang swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. This man was a master among masters. "Pretty boy, what do you intend to do?" she inquired, removing her hairpin, her long black hair cascading down, complementing her androgynous features with a distinctive charm. "You insolent fool. Do you realize you are breaking the law?" Guzhan seized her by the neck, wandering in another world as a plagiarist, disturbing its thoughts and culture. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" His expression was one of anger. Yang was bewildered. He knew her identity. Was he also a traveler? What will happen?" she asked cautiously. "There will be no repercussions," Guzhan replied as he released his grip. Yang fell to the ground, her face flushed, 5 distinct finger marks visible on her neck. Plagiarizing is wrong, and forcibly merging the cultures of 2 worlds is also erroneous. I urge you to act with kindness." Casting a glance at Yang, Guzhan turned to leave. Yet, for reasons unknown, with each step he took, her visage lingered in his mind. Something was amiss, intensely amiss. He quickly summoned his avatar and called upon Guyen, Kansas. The two suddenly appeared, scrutinizing Gu Zhan. Number 1. Gu Yin Can, look at me. Have I been ensnared by a spell? Gu Zhan clenched his fists and silently turned away. Prior to this, he had probed Ouyang's soul 36 times, discovering no anomalies. This individual was merely an unremarkable time traveler devoid of extraordinary powers, a martial arts failure incapable of posing any threat to him. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Zhan decided against taking action for the time being. At the very least, he needed to experiment within the simulator before proceeding. However, after engaging in direct conversation with her, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, one that felt distinctly peculiar. "Master, I discern nothing," his subordinate reported, perplexed. The avatar, however, seized Gu Zhan by the collar, exclaiming, "Zero, you are doomed. You have fallen in love." The avatar gazed at him with grave seriousness, based on my deductions. "Your expression unmistakably reflects that of infatuation at first sight. You, unfaithful man, I am number 1, your avatar. And yet you dare to develop feelings for another behind my back." Gu Zhan, in response, flung the avatar from the western Chu to the Great Zhou. He began to comprehend. This feeling indeed resembled love at first sight. Yet, it remained bewildering. He was inexplicably enamored with an ordinary person, one who was evidently a lesbian and less attractive than Xiang. It was perilous, far too perilous. This woman possessed the power to sway his mind. Gu Zhan raised his right hand and seized Ouyang from the confines of the railing, gripping her neck tightly. "Love at first sight? Is it your doing?" he demanded, gradually applying more pressure. Ouyang's face flushed crimson as she gasped. "I didn't mean to. I was merely testing it subconsciously. I didn't anticipate it would succeed." After her transmigration, her sole advantage had been the mark of love at first sight. By designating a target, she could compel them to fall for her. Despite being held so precariously by Gu Zhan, she felt no fear. Through numerous trials, she had confirmed that anyone marked by her, regardless of gender or even species, would be irresistibly drawn to her, unable to extricate themselves. In her view, this man would inevitably become her loyal servant. What did strength matter? Creak. Just as Ouyang indulged in her optimistic visions of the future, Gu Zhan suddenly struck, crushing her neck with a single motion. Ouyang gazed at him in disbelief until the life drained from her eyes. To eradicate a protagonist was a terrifying act indeed. Gu Zhan released his grip, allowing her lifeless body to collapse to the ground. The ability to evade his soul probing and to incite feelings within him unknowingly, such an adversary was utterly repulsive. Yet, fortunately, after eliminating her, all discomfort dissipated. The incessant thoughts of Ouyang vanished completely. "Ouyang, the young master of White Camel Mountain, away with you." Gu Zhan delivered a resounding slap, reducing Ouyang's lifeless form to a wisp of smoke, subsequently shattering her very soul. With such a thorough obliteration, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, he thought, Zero is as ruthless as ever. The embodiment that had traversed from the Great Zhou applauded in approval, while Gu Yin remained silent. "Gu Yin, I leave this to you. Ensure everything is meticulously cleaned up," Gu Zhan commanded, clapping his hands, though a lingering sense of revulsion remained within him. Turning away, he returned to Wutan City, once again enveloping himself in the embrace of Xiang. Among the women outside, they all seemed afflicted, yet Xiang was undoubtedly the best. Days passed, and soon the cooling period of the simulator was over. 3 seconds. This time, Gu Zhan found himself in the Yunyu forest of the Chaqing Kingdom. Seated beneath a grand tree, his face etched with melancholy. This time, he resolved to be invincible and perhaps even seize the opportunity to confront the future extraterrestrial malevolence. The simulation commenced. On the first day, you tore through the fabric of space and arrived in the Xinjiang realm. Upon arriving at the northern mountain range, you swiftly located the Azure Jade Stone, guided by the perception of the Celestial Emperor. However, after its immediate refinement, you found no enhancement to your abilities. You require a greater abundance of rare and exquisite treasures to transcend the sacred body. You established the dragon-slaying city directly in the northern region, showcasing your strength and audaciously plundering resources to expand your influence. On the 5th day, 10 immortal emperors arrive, eager to test your mettle. With a single move, you subdue all, leaving the celestial emperors in utter astonishment. You have neither committed murder nor engaged in refinement, for you lack the subsequent techniques necessary for transcending beyond the realm of the immortal emperor. After a single strike that repelled 10 immortal emperors, you proclaimed yourself as the dragon-slaying immortal emperor, aspiring to dominate the entirety of the northern region. The master of the Luotian sacred land, the Luotian immortal emperor. challenged you to a duel, possessing the formidable Great Luo's sacred body. Yet, through the power of your sacred physique, you emerge victorious. You have successfully conquered the northern domain, ascending to the esteemed title of its sovereign. Your dragon-slaying city has emerged as the new sanctuary. On the 10th day, you absorbed all high-level resources, elevating your sacred body to the 7th tier and unlocking the sacred dragon. By the 20th day, you depleted the accumulated resources of the northern domain over countless millennia, raising your sacred body to the 8th tier and unlocking the sacred realm. On the 21st day, you arrived in the eastern domain, where you valiantly confronted the lord of the sacred land of heavenly fire, the immortal Emperor Xian Yuan. With the prowess of your 9-turned sacred body, you effortlessly triumphed over him. Your influence has expanded into the eastern domain, where in the Xianjun realm, none are unaware of the formidable might of the dragon-slaying immortal emperor, whose power overshadows the world. You have absorbed the entirety of the heavenly fire sacred land and the accumulated essence of the eastern region, yet have not achieved any breakthrough. On the 25th day, you arrived in the southern region to engage in battle with the lord of the netherworld's sacred land, the netherworld immortal emperor. You continue to face challenges with ease, vanquishing the ethereal immortal emperor and commanding the entirety of the southern domain. You have absorbed all the advanced resources from the southern region, and the sacred body has finally made a breakthrough, ascending to the 9th layer. You have unlocked the ultimate ability, sacred power. This sacred power allows the transformation of your internal elemental energy into sacred energy, which is a force far more potent than elemental energy itself. You have achieved the pinnacle of the sacred body, uniting 9 distinct abilities into a singular entity. The sacred realm serves as a reservoir for divine power, enabling you to amass a sufficient quantity, thereby allowing you to attain a state of boundless sacred energy in a brief moment during combat. Within this realm, sacred energy can also naturally proliferate, serving as a space for the preservation of living beings and materials, thus enhancing your strength further. As you reach the consummation of the 9 transformations of the sacred body, you press on with your challenges. In the 2nd month, you venture into the western regions, poised to conquer the Great Sun Sacred Land. The 2nd-ranked Celestial Emperor. The Great Sun Celestial Emperor is compelled to awaken and confront you in battle. You effortlessly maintain your dominance. Once the sacred power is unleashed, it establishes an overwhelming control over all. As long as one's strength is sufficiently formidable, the necessity for battle experience becomes utterly irrelevant. On the 3rd day of the 2nd month of your conquest over the western regions, you arrived in the central domain, prepared to confront the most formidable of the supreme sacred grounds, the Supreme Celestial Emperor. Upon awakening, the Celestial Emperor sighed deeply, ready to engage in battle with you. The Supreme Sacred Body was exceptionally powerful, endowed with various formidable abilities, slightly inferior to the 9-turned Sacred Body. Nevertheless, weakness remains weakness. He was still no match for you. On the 10th day of battle, you emerge victorious. The Supreme Celestial Emperor, recognizing your prowess, conceded defeat. Rather than slaying him, you chose to subdue him, turning him into an ally at your service. By the 3rd month, you had completely unified the mystic true realm, vanquishing the dragon Celestial Emperor to become the supreme sovereign of all. The entire mystic true realm lay subdued beneath your dominion, establishing you as the most powerful entity. You entrust all matters to your subordinates. You conversed with the Supreme Celestial Emperor and the Great Sun Celestial Emperor for an entire night, uncovering a wealth of information. You discovered what lies beyond the Celestial Emperors, the realm of ultimate transcendence. Technically speaking, this profound level of existence also falls under the category of Celestial Emperors. Upon attaining this ultimate transcendence, one may open the heavenly gate and step into a higher echelon of the universe, simultaneously gaining the ability to traverse other realms at will. However, the resources and time required to reach this pinnacle of transcendence are exceedingly stringent. You have not given up. You harnessed the resources of the entire Xianjun realm, gathering diverse information. In the 4th month, you brought those dear to you, Yichen, Xiang, and your disciples, into the Xianjun realm, providing them with a superior environment for cultivation. By the 10th month, you simultaneously experienced the ethereal pinnacle of transcendence while solidifying your power. At the conclusion of the 1st year, you renamed Zhanlong City to the Holy Land of 9 Dragons and relocated to the central region. From that moment on, the Holy Land of 9 Dragons embarked on its own legendary journey. In the 3rd year, you returned to the Xianjun realm, where Xiao Xian and Guyu Tianjun had wed, and your interactions with your alter ego were rather harmonious. You have supplanted the avatars, coexisting with them as they seek the path to your next endeavor. Simultaneously, you fervently search for transcendent stones, claiming dominion over more mortal realms while gathering intelligence about other worlds of comparable stature. In the 6th year, an avatar discovered an ancient tome within a grand mountain in the central domain, which meticulously chronicled each stage of the cultivation process leading to the ultimate transcendental realm. You were filled with exuberant joy, yet soon found yourself engulfed in disappointment, for this method of cultivation was not suited to you. Only beings possessing the celestial spin's sacred body are capable of practicing it. You did not abandon your quest while searching for the so-called celestial body of Tianqian. You delved into the understanding of martial arts. In the 7th year, nothing transpired. In the 8th year, nothing transpired. In the 9th year, Guyu Tianjin left behind a letter and departed. You were astonished to discover that he had departed from the mortal realm without a trace. And even more perplexing was the absence of any news regarding him in the Xianjin realm. As the 10th year unfolded, your gaze remained fixed upon Xiaoxian. By the end of that 10th year, Xiaoxian succumbed to his poisoning. One moment he was reveling in merriment, and the next he collapsed upon the table, leaving you utterly bewildered by the scene. That night, you found solace in inebriation, losing yourself entirely to the intoxication. You personally nurtured Xiao Yang and Guyu Suner, guiding them to the Xianjin realm, where they cultivated alongside Yi Chun and others. You commanded the acceleration of the pursuit for the celestial body of Tianqian, while simultaneously consolidating the ultimate method of transcendence, orchestrating numerous arrangements. In the 12th year, by amalgamating the 9 transformations of heavenly profound, the true art of heavenly demons, and the Boundless Soul Refinement Sutra, among other techniques, you birthed a practice that traverses from the azure depths to the underworld. This art allows for a journey from body tempering to the pinnacle of transcendence. However, only the celestial body of Tianqian can achieve this. Naturally, this practice is an auxiliary one, as you hold dominion over the primary technique, enabling you to flawlessly siphon the cultivation achievements of the celestial body of Tianqian as it progresses. In the 15th year, you continue to refine the technique, while perpetually researching and innovating, striving to develop a method of transcendence tailored to your own cultivation. By the 20th year, you faced continual setbacks, never tasting success. In the same year, your incarnation in the northern region of the Xuanjin realm encountered a celestial body of Tianqian. You were filled with immense joy and delight. You personally located him. He was merely an infant, having just been born a month prior. You smiled, having paid a tremendous price to take the baby away and personally adopt him. At the age of 36, the baby is now 1 year old, and you named him Gu Shihua. You proclaimed to the entire Xianjin realm that he is the sole holy son of the 9 dragons' sacred land. You and Axiang have bestowed upon him countless gifts, aware that such actions serve to compensate for the potential wounds you may inflict upon him in the future. This path, though seemingly devoid of meaning, is one that grants you a sense of fulfillment. The little one flourishes, growing up healthy and joyful, surrounded by many in the sacred land who engage in playful companionship with him. His stature rises, becoming increasingly distinguished. In the 23rd year, Gu Shenghua, at the tender age of 3, is nurtured by you with abundant resources, his cultivation directed toward the pinnacle of true martial prowess. By the 25th year, Gu Shenghua expresses a desire for a pet, prompting you and Axiang to traverse the Xianjin realm, ultimately discovering a newly born little dragon at the edge of a mountain in the eastern domain. The little dragon and Gu Shihua bond effortlessly, their relationship deepening harmoniously. In the 30th year, at the age of 10, Gu Xinghua's cultivation has already ascended to the first level of the divine bridge, with all praising him as a prodigy destined to become a supreme power in the future. In the same year, you encounter Han Feng in the mortal realm, taking him as your disciple and guiding him into the Xianjin realm. You have discerned that Han Feng possesses little potential. After considerable contemplation, you have decided to place him in the mortal realm, allowing him the liberty to develop at his own pace. Although Yi Chun, Xiao Yang, and others benefit from your support, their progress remains sluggish. It appears that each protagonist follows their own path, and imposing interference is ultimately inadvisable. In the 40th year, Gu Shenghua reaches the age of 20, his brows sharp as a sword's edge, his eyes akin to cold stars, and he resembles a newly forged blade radiating brilliance throughout the heavens. By the age of 20, Gu Shenghua has attained the realm of a mortal king. While his progress is commendable, you find yourself somewhat anxious. At this pace, it seems unlikely that he will achieve ultimate transcendence within 300 years. In the 41st year, You resolve to bestow upon Gu Shihua some advanced technology and formidable challenges. You have arranged for him numerous trials, during which Gu Shihua acquired your boundless sorrow of the universe, the sole refinement chronicle of all things. You linger in the shadows, silent and indifferent to the unfolding events. In the 40th year, Gu Shihua, influenced by your profound techniques, descends into madness, obsessively refining souls and wreaking havoc upon the world. In an instant, the Xianjin realm is engulfed in fury, yet due to your esteemed identity and elevated status, none dare to speak against you. You publicly announced a closure for the 45th year, and matters continued into the 50th year, when calamity struck. In the 60th year, the situation remained unchanged. And by the 70th year, the Supreme Son Immortal Emperor sought you out. My friend, your holy son has already slain over 30 immortal emperors, and has ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor himself. I implore you to intervene. Do not aid in such tyranny. In response to the Supreme Immortal Emperor's entreaty, you gazed calmly at the scenery of the 9 Dragon Sacred Land. Contemplating, he is currently at the 8th level of Immortal Emperor. Should he consume both of you, he would soon approach the pinnacle of the 9th level. My friend, you. The Supreme Immortal Emperor seethed with rage. Are you deliberately allowing him to run rampant? Unable to contain his fury, he joined forces with the Supreme Son Immortal Emperor to launch an assault against you. You gazed calmly at them, effortlessly suppressing the two, who had languished for decades. In the realm of the profound truth, few could withstand even a single strike from you. It is both lamentable and detestable. How could such a treacherous villain, a fiend of the world, emerge from the realm of the profound truth? The Supreme Immortal Emperor struggled, weeping bitterly. How I regret not discerning your true nature sooner, failing to eradicate you in your infancy. You smiled, casually inflicting severe injuries upon the 2 celestial emperors, subsequently forcefully altering their minds and sending them near Gu Shihua. Gu Shihua sensed everything and immediately took action, decisively refining the 2 celestial emperors. In the 71st year, Gu Shihua achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the pinnacle of the 9th level of celestial emperor. Seizing the opportunity, you eradicated the adverse effects of the heaven and earth infinite lamentation of all things soul refining record, allowing him to regain his true nature. Father, what have I done? Gu Shihua knelt upon the ground, overwhelmed with remorse, realizing he had taken so many lives. This is not your fault. Your mind was merely seduced by the techniques. You consoled him, then sighed. If you wish to atone for everything, devote yourself to your cultivation. Only by transcending to the utmost refinement can you hope to resurrect them. Resurrect? Gu Shihua, like one on the brink of drowning, clung to the last glimmer of hope. Rest assured, Father, I will undoubtedly succeed in achieving the utmost refinement. With the hopes and aspirations of countless souls resting upon him, Gu Shihua entered a secluded retreat in the holy land of heavenly fire. In the 78th year, a xiang broke through to the realm of celestial emperor. In the 80th year, Yi Chun, under your guidance, ascended to the rank of celestial emperor. In the 91st year, Xiaoyang also achieved the status of celestial emperor. You observe that although they advance rapidly, their strength is exceedingly feeble. Particularly, Yi Chun, who is at the 1st level of the immortal emperor realm, would likely struggle against even those at the 4th level. It seems that the protagonists must be nurtured independently. You shook your head. In the 100th year, Gu Shihua remained in seclusion, harboring no thoughts of any breakthroughs. You remain indifferent to the potential failure of Gu Shihua, for you possess an alternative path. Indeed, Su Qingxue and Gu Hanshang can assist you in achieving unparalleled transcendence. Yet, this is the final recourse, as both individuals are astutely calculating, instilling in you a fear of being deceived. In the 106th year, you intervened to assist Wu's parents, sparing them from peril and allowing their lives to flourish. By the 107th year, your patience wore thin. Only 3 years remained. Should Gu Shihua fail to break through, the protagonist would inevitably emerge. At that juncture, your choices would be confined solely to Su Qingxue and Gu Hanshang. In the 108th year, Gu Shihua ultimately achieved his breakthrough. As you sensed his formidable power, a smile graced your lips. Congratulations, my child, you declared, activating your primary abilities, preparing to seize the fruits of his cultivation. Father, I have broken through. What must I do to resurrect those who have fallen? Gu Shihua gazed at you with hopeful anticipation. You have not provided a response. You extended your right hand, resting it upon his shoulder, and said, Child, you have grown. I am sorry. In the next moment, the cultivation technique reached completion, and the power within Gu Shihua began to surge towards you in an unending stream. Father, why have you done this? Gu Xinghua found himself unable to comprehend. After 88 years of companionship and 88 years of cultivation, he truly could not understand. You embraced Gu Xinghua with fervor, declaring, I require strength, immense strength. Upon uttering that final statement, you successfully seized everything from Gu Xinghua. You have triumphed. At this very moment, you have ascended to an unparalleled state of sublimation, your strength more formidable than ever, vibrant and flourishing. Your ethereal essence can encompass the entirety of the Xianjin realm, where you have uncovered countless mortal realms beneath it. You have discovered over 300 spatial rifts leading to other worlds. You are free to traverse the realms of the mortal world and the mystic true realm at your whim. You may effortlessly enter worlds of equivalent stature, and most importantly, you can ascend to even higher realms. You interred Gu Shenghua's remains within your own celestial realm, sitting silently before his grave for a full 7 days. In silence, you departed, opening a rift to a more exalted world. Do you believe that as long as one can become the true king, they can vanquish all the malevolent beings from beyond the heavens and shatter everything in their path? With boundless hope, you step forth into a new world. Time transforms and the years slip away. You perceive the grandeur of time as you traverse the rift in space. Visions of every scene and realm you have encountered since your journey began unfold before you. Radiant glimmers dance around you, and in the blink of an eye, you find yourself in an entirely new domain. It is a snowy expanse, where large flakes of snow gently descend from the sky. You squint, meticulously surveying the surroundings. You perpetually activate the shield, casually selecting a direction, traversing through light. In the 109th year, you remain ensnared within this snowy expanse, lost in your bearings. The heavy snowfall has persisted for an entire year, yet the surrounding landscape remains utterly unchanged. For 110 years, you remain lost in the snowy expanse. The following day, a sudden flash of light appears, a youth, gazing at you with a cheerful smile. After 110 years, I have finally transcended the limits of survival. Gu Zhan, meet your demise. He has returned once more. You took a step back, the divine energy coursing through your entire being, engaging in battle alongside him. It is intriguing. You have unexpectedly achieved the pinnacle of transcendence. The young man appeared slightly astonished. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he focused his strength and launched a new assault against you. His power grew increasingly formidable, ultimately surpassing your holy energy by a considerable margin. You were incredulous. What exactly is the nature of this fellow's system? It seems overwhelmingly powerful, does it not? You were struck back by a young boy's punch, sustaining minor injuries, with droplets of crimson blood trailing from the corner of your mouth. You have summoned the holy dragon and the sacred soldiers, wielding the power of the divine realm, yet you remain no match for him. Ha ha ha, Gu Zhan. The sacred body. One cannot triumph over the divine body. The youth let out a cold chuckle before delivering a punch that sent you hurtling away, crashing down into the snow, gravely injured and on the brink of death. The divine body, is this fellow truly a divine being? Just as the sacred body can overpower an ordinary individual, the divine essence can likewise surpass the sacred form. Each entity is subject to its superior, and the cycle of existence continues unceasingly. You clasped the jade pendant before your chest and remarked with a chuckle, in truth, I have never had any other choice. You spat a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the jade pendant. No boat in the tempest. The youth gazed at you quietly. If you possess any ultimate technique, do not hesitate to unleash it. Creak. A beam of sword light descended from the horizon, slicing the youth into countless fragments. Little did one anticipate that you would reach this juncture. Su Qingxue approached your side, observing you in serene contemplation. You gazed upon her enchanting visage, struggling to rise as you cupped your hands in a respectful salute, uttering, Mother, in pursuit of enhancing your strength. Such minor grievances are but trifles. Despite the fervent desire to end her life, you maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Very well, Su Qingxue softly articulated. Come, let us return to the azure sky. Your fortune is rather unfortunate, for most realms connected to the lower worlds are the azure sky, the celestial sky, the yellow sky, the unyielding sky, and the eternal sky. Yet you find yourself in this peril-laden realm of death. Su Qingxue extended her hand to mend your wounds, guiding you step by step out of this land of demise. Mother, what do the azure sky, the yellow sky, and the realm of death signify? With a visage full of confusion, Su Qingxue cast a glance in your direction and, as she led you across countless light years, spoke, The azure sky and the yellow heavens are but one among the myriad realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You may perceive each as a distinct world, each vastly more potent than the one you inhabit. In the context of your own realm, they represent the upper echelons of the 9 heavens, namely the azure sky, the tsang sky, the yellow sky, the unyielding sky, the eternal sky, the immortal sky, the weeping sky, the taibai sky, and the black cloud sky. The 10 earths encompass the great wasteland, the cloud-chasing land, the great starland, the grating land, the fallen land, the land of death, the land of vitality, the land of destruction, the great song land, and the return to ruins land. Within each heaven and earth reside myriad beings from countless realms, with the predominant races being the demon, human, and devil clans. Among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the earth is deemed to be one tier above the heavens, akin to the mortal realm and the lower realms. You take a deep breath. The complexities of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are indeed bewildering. Does my mother know of the divine body? Su Qingshue's expression turned grave. Of course, she is aware. The divine body is a unique constitution possessed by the most outstanding talents across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, far surpassing the sacred body in strength. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the divine body, one is inherently favored by the will of heaven, destined to become the supreme monarch of Taiyu. Although the sacred body is somewhat weaker, once fully realized, it too is destined to achieve the status of the true king of Tianche. True king. At last. You have encountered this term. Tianche. Could it possibly refer to a realm beyond that of the immortal emperor? It does not sound particularly prestigious. And then there is the supreme monarch of Taiyu. Why does that title seem somewhat unsettling? Mother, might I inquire as to what realm lies beyond the immortal emperor? With a sense of anticipation, you inquired, to which Su Qingxue candidly replied, following the celestial emperor, there are a total of 8 grand realms, namely, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, desolation, flood, universe, and cosmos. More specifically, these are the yellow extreme realm, Xian Ming realm, earth clarity realm, heaven clarity realm, annihilation of desolation realm, cracking of flood realm, inquiry into the universe realm, and the supreme cosmos realm. You have broadened your horizons, and your heart is filled with infinite aspirations. The azure sky is the domain of the Su family. Undoubtedly, you shall become the illustrious true king of Tianche. As you return to the fundamental path, I shall assist you in your cultivation. You express your gratitude to Su Qingxue. After a few breaths, you traverse a distance of thousands of light years. Poised to depart from the land of death, the snow continues to cascade from the heavens, and an unsettling sensation washes over you. Mother, there may be danger, you caution. In the next instant, an indistinct figure emerges from the horizon, causing your heart to race and your blood to surge. Bang! Before you even discern what exists. You are crushed by this overwhelming pressure, both your physical form and your soul. You hastily summoned an avatar to divert the impending damage. Although the avatar perished, formidable powers soon enveloped you once more. Su Qingxue attempted to rescue you, only to be obstructed by a radiant barrier, rendering her trapped and incapable of aiding you in the immediate term. Confronted by an entity far beyond your comprehension, you found yourself devoid of any resistance, unable even to access the sacred realm or the celestial paradise. You have departed, leaving behind only a faint trace of your lingering soul. Upon your demise, Su Qingxue emerged from her confinement, her countenance marred by extreme distress. Huangming Beast. Do you truly believe that the illustrious Su family of Qitian has fallen into oblivion after years of inactivity from the Taishan sect? Another figure materialized, Guhan Shang. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the colossal creature overhead. Su Qingxue, what is happening? Raising her sword, Su Qingxue summoned the essence of her homeland, Snow Nation, and launched a direct assault on the gigantic beast. Guhan Shang, with a disdainful smirk, followed suit. What a splendid heir of bloodline! Had it not been for your demise, I would have remained oblivious. Su Qingxue, how deeply you've concealed your true self. Filled with regret, Guhan Shang wielded his sword, cleaving off one of the Huangming beast's arms. Su Qingxue unleashed her full power, the oppressive force of her true king realm sweeping across the battlefield. In mere moments, the once mighty beast was reduced to mere fragments, its golden blood saturating the vast expanse of millions of miles. Guhan Shang, your progeny has been slain, and yet you refrain from intervening? Do not think I am unaware. That individual from the past was but a shard of your soul. The debt you owe me shall never be repaid. Su Qingxue boldly unveiled the truth. Instead of offering an explanation, Gu Hanshang nonchalantly gathered your remains and placed them within his own celestial realm. 3 days hence, I shall personally lead the Zhan Tian sword sect to strike, rallying 300 billion Huangji realm warriors to assault the Taishan sect. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. The Su family shall do the same. After reaching a consensus, the two departed from the realm of death. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the immortal sovereign approached. Having ascended from the Xianjin realm, though this revelation elicited no surprise from you, you have traversed such a distance? What was once confined to influencing the mortal realm now extends to the lower realms, across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What precisely are you? This time, the immortal sovereign's curiosity regarding your existence reached its zenith. Gu Zhan, can you enlighten me? The immortal sovereign gazed at the essence of your soul, your dark hair billowing in the ethereal winds. You are unable to respond, merely a silent observer. What constraints bind you, rendering your voice mute? The celestial sovereign grasped your essence, persistently probing and sensing. In an instant, he erupted into laughter. Is it the incomprehensible, uncontrollable fate that eludes understanding? I shall not relent. Ha ha ha, the so-called completion of the sacred body destined to become the true king of celestial clarity. The divine body destined to become the holy monarch of the great universe. What folly it is to believe in such predetermined fates. If destiny indeed exists, I shall relentlessly strive to sever and obliterate all ties to it. I was born free. Why should I be bound by fate? With a resounding crash, the celestial sovereign shattered your soul. You have perished in the forest of cloud and rain. Gu Zhan lies on the ground, intimately connected with nature. It is truly outrageous, beyond comprehension. This time, the simulation not only failed to uncover that elusive rogue hiding in ambush, but also did not ascend to a stronger realm. The pinnacle of achievement remains merely the realm of ultimate sublimation, along with the information gleaned from Su Qingxue. Beyond the celestial emperor, there are 8 additional realms: heaven and earth, the mysterious and the yellow, the cosmic and the primal, the human, demon, and monster tribes. Such a cliché setting. After a moment of exasperation, Gu Zhan suddenly recalled something. I remember Yi Chen once mentioned the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Opening the simulator, indeed. He found the phrase during the 9th simulation, chapter 27. Back then, due to the simulator, his soul had become incomplete, leading Yi Chen to utter those words in a fit of rage. 9 heavens and 10 earths, ancient, primordial, and eternal. It seems that the protagonist's fortune is even more formidable than I had anticipated. Although the growth cycle is protracted, it is undeniably powerful. Gu Zhan suddenly entertained the thought of seizing the protagonist's fortune. If he could acquire Yi Chen's ancient sacred body, or any of his other advantageous traits, his pace of growth would undoubtedly accelerate. Perhaps it would hasten his demise as well. Gu Zhan shook his head and then turned his attention to the rewards. Evaluation. Throughout your life, you have resorted to any means necessary for breakthroughs, and you have succeeded. Though not particularly honorable, the world is in constant flux. One may evade the initial trials, but cannot escape the latter. You met your end through an accident, possibly due to your ill fortune. Fortune? Could it be that I must slay the protagonist repeatedly to significantly enhance my own luck? You may choose one of the following rewards. First, the ultimate sublimation of cultivation without side effects. Second, martial arts. The first 1001, the 7th layer of the holy body. The first 1002, the 8th layer of the holy body. The first 1003, the 9th layer of the holy body. The first 1004, the cross-boundary stone, true element realm. The first 1005, the cross-boundary stone, reunion realm. The first 1006, the 1100th, all the memories of your life, with a high probability of affecting your worldview. First, the ultimate sublimation of cultivation has been acquired. A new power has emerged, successfully grasped by Gu Zhan. The holy body has broken through to the 7th layer, unlocking the holy dragon. The holy body has broken through to the 8th layer, unlocking the holy realm. The holy body has broken through to the 9th layer, unlocking the holy power. The ultimate sublimation inherently carries abundant energy, enabling him to fully realize his holy body. After exploring the holy realm and holy power, he stepped forward once more, standing atop the head of the white holy dragon, which soared tens of thousands of meters high. Though the holy body is formidable, it pales in comparison to the divine body. If the opportunity arises, he must acquire a divine body to enhance his innate quality and fortune. According to Su Qingxue, possessing a divine body guarantees the achievement of the true monarch of the great universe. Though he does not believe in fate, if good fortune were to befall him, he would have to accept it. Suffering a loss is out of the question. Moreover, there is a more significant point. Could it be that his father is a fragment of Gu Hanzhang's soul? The relationship between these two individuals is rather intricate. It seems not merely one of mutual destruction. The circles you traverse are indeed chaotic. Gu Zhan felt truly speechless. After reviewing all the details of the simulation, he understood and became more confident in himself. Summoning his avatar, he glanced casually. As one of the abilities of the holy body, even without the holy body, the avatar's comprehensive strength surpasses that of any immortal emperor, for he is at this moment in the ultimate sublimation realm. Number 1. You shall venture into the Xianjun realm. With the strength of the avatar, it is sufficient to conquer all immortal emperors. No problem, he chuckled. This time I shall unify the world, establish an infinite holy land, and suppress this era. The avatar, brimming with confidence, then inquired, shall I have a name? You are Gu Zhan, and I shall be Gu Sha. When we strike, it shall be the slaughter of all. Gu Zhan casually opened a rift to the Xianjun realm, shaking his head. You are me, and I am you. It holds no meaning. The avatar was displeased. If you say that, I shall seek out Sister Axiang, Sister Xiaozue, and Sister Jade Pearl. Get lost. Gu Zhan slapped him into the Xianjun realm, then opened the cave heavens, summoning a multitude of ancient clan members. Divine Lord. Salutations to the Divine Lord. Hundreds of thousands of ancient clan members knelt in reverence. As their strength reached an unprecedented pinnacle, these ancient beings experienced an extraordinary enhancement. Among them, the mightiest, known as Guyan, even ascended to the realm of immortal emperors, elevating his power significantly. Before them, the weakest among the hundreds of thousands belonged to the divine bridge stage, while the strongest had attained the status of immortal emperor. Gu Zhan opened his hands, revealing countless rifts. These portals led to various mortal realms beneath the Xianjun realm. I command you to enter these realms and seek out anyone connected to the mundane world or the celestial canopy. The protagonist possessed a divine body, although not fully developed. It was still formidable. Regardless of his current disposition, he could not be allowed to remain. Understood. The members of the ancient clan nodded and, without hesitation, ventured into the mortal realms. With their formidable strength, they could easily subdue all within those realms, making the search for individuals a trivial matter. Once everyone had departed, Gu Zhan took a step forward into the Xianjun realm. There were many worlds of similar rank. After a cursory exploration, he discerned that, as in his simulations, there were over 300 worlds of equivalent status. Upon closer inspection, he found the number to be approximately 361. It was highly probable that he existed within these worlds. Searching all the realms alone in a short span was unfeasible. He would require assistance. Just then, a tremendous wave of battle erupted in the distance. It was his avatar, engaged in combat with the young immortal emperor, overpowering him with overwhelming, transcendent strength. The young immortal emperor could scarcely lift his head in defeat. Who are you? I have never seen you before. The young immortal emperor gazed at him in disbelief. The avatar was enveloped in a radiant aura, obscuring all of the young immortal emperor's vision. Merely a passerby, the avatar replied nonchalantly, before delivering a single punch that sent the young immortal emperor flying, disintegrating his physical form layer by layer along the way, obliterating him entirely. How does it feel? My true self? Satisfied? The avatar inquired from across the vast distance. Continue your assault. Gu Zhan did not cast another glance at him, but made his way directly to the central domain. He had no intention of sparing the likes of the Nether and Xian Yuan, for he was a man of meticulous disposition. As for the two true emperors, the Great Sun and the Supreme, they were indeed formidable figures, engrossed in their secluded cultivation, emerging only occasionally to mentor their disciples. Should the Xianjun realm face peril, they would not hesitate to obliterate any threats. Recognizing their considerable prowess, Gu Zhan resolved to subdue them, much like he had done with the simulator, compelling them to serve his purpose. Upon entering the central domain, he was immediately enveloped by an extraordinary aura. It was the Supreme Emperor, who had transformed into a white-clad elder, gazing at him with astonishment. Gu Zhan waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a matter of ultimate transcendence, my friend. I now intend to unify the Xianjun and expand towards other realms, gathering more resources. Are you interested in joining me? As he spoke, the sacred energy surrounding him surged continuously. Indeed, the Supreme Holy Land instantly sensed a lethal threat and unhesitatingly agreed. Excellent, Gu Zhan remarked, his expression one of commendation. Next came the Great Sun Emperor, whose strength was comparatively feeble and thus offered no resistance. In less than 5 minutes, the entirety of the Xianjin realm had become Gu Zhan's private garden, with all the holy grounds nominally yielding to him. A pace far swifter than that of the mortal realm. Suspended in the air, he transformed into a colossal figure, towering millions of feet high, with a radiant halo shimmering behind him, casting light over the entire Xianjin realm. I am the Dawn Emperor. From this day forth, I shall establish the Dawn Holy Land. The Xianjin shall be unified under my command, and I will organize an army to conquer more realms of equal stature. I, the Dawn, shall suppress all, and my Dawn Legion shall crush everything in its path. After delivering this grandiloquent declaration, Gu Zhan retracted the imagery behind him. He was uncertain why his simulated self was named Zhanlong or Jiolong, yet he found great fondness in the term Dawn, as it symbolized new hope and encapsulated many of his aspirations. Feeling the terrifying power radiating from Gu Zhan, the 5 domains of the Xianjin realm bowed in submission. All the powerful beings brimmed with anticipation. After all, this formidable figure had declared his intent to conquer more worlds. Resources would surely follow. On that very day, Gu Zhan assumed his transformed identity and established the Dawn Holy Land in the Wuliang Mountains of the Central Domain, effortlessly shattering the legacy of the 9 Nether Emperor, erasing his final traces of existence. He subsequently summoned all the celestial emperors of the Xianjin realm. Now, mobilize all your subordinates to scour the mortal realms for anyone associated with the red dust and the celestial veil. He directly opened a multitude of entrances to the mortal realms. Then, he divided them into 10 groups, under the expectant gazes of all. He opened new rifts to other worlds, which were of similar caliber to the Xianjin realm. I require you to unify there and suppress all powerful beings. Additionally, it is imperative to clandestinely gather any information pertaining to the realms of mortal existence and celestial canopies. Should anyone uncover such knowledge, I shall impart the path to ultimate transcendence. Gu Zhan captivated this assembly of celestial emperors with words of great allure. Instantly, the Sun Emperor and the Supreme Emperor were invigorated. Ultimate transcendence. That is the quintessential aspiration of every celestial emperor. We shall not disappoint His Majesty's expectations. The celestial emperors bowed in reverence, and thereafter, they departed in groups towards 10 distinct worlds, each assuming a singular form in their chosen destination. Gu Zhan also casually selected a world for himself. Those beneath the celestial emperors ventured into the realms of mortals, for Gu Zhan's promises were far too enticing to dismiss. No one could easily forsake such alluring benefits. In the Qiyuan realm, upon a desolate mountain, Gu Zhan's figure materialized abruptly as he shamelessly unleashed his primordial spirit, enveloping the entirety of the world. Buzz! In the next moment, a figure wielding a curved blade lunged fiercely towards him. Boundless primordial energy erupted around, annihilating all mountains, lakes, and settlements within a radius of countless miles. Gu Zhan extended his hand to intercept. The curved blade struck his palm with a resounding, eerie clang. A peak of the 9th layer of Celestial Emperor? Gu Zhan extended his other hand, concentrating sacred energy throughout his being, reaching out to seize the assailant. Achieving such formidable might is commendable. Humph. The intruder scoffed coldly. Attempting to retreat, she found herself ensnared by Gu Zhan's sacred power, which shattered her multiple layers of defense. Ultimately, he grasped her neck with a singular hand. A woman? If you intend to kill, then do so. What purpose does this dialogue serve? The Qingzhou Empress spoke icily. Gu Zhan cast a glance at her. Clad in a flowing emerald gown, she appeared serene and obedient, were it not for the gleaming curved blade in her grasp. A probe of the primordial spirit yielded no useful information. Although he could envelop the entire world, he was unable to meticulously search the souls of countless individuals simultaneously. Thus, he could only send others or search one by one, inevitably slowing the pace of his endeavors. This is proving to be troublesome, Gu Zhan remarked, his expression darkening. In this world, he discovered hundreds of worlds of comparable caliber, each distinct from the Xuanjin realm. The number of similar worlds seemed infinite. How could he possibly find him? It was akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. He only knew 2 names. That divine body might still be within his later possession. Have you captured enough? What meaning does this humiliation hold? The Qingzhou Empress gazed at him with evident ire. Gu Zhan regarded her with a discerning look. You must be the strongest in this world, correct? Do you wish to live? I am in dire need of assistance. As long as you agree, absolutely not. The Empress of Clear Bamboo resolutely declared, I shall never submit to anyone. Gu Zhan nodded in agreement, just like me. Hence I shall grant you a swift end. With a surge of holy power, he instantly shattered her celestial body. Gu Zhan effortlessly crushed her primordial spirit, causing her soul to dissipate into oblivion. Bring forth one who can converse, he proclaimed, suspended in the air. In the Qi Yuan realm, dozens of celestial emperors listened intently. Moments later, a youthful celestial emperor emerged from the shadows, respectfully bowing to Gu Zhan. I am Bloodsword. How may I serve you, esteemed elder? Assist me in locating an individual within this realm, and throughout all mortal domains beneath it. Rewards shall be granted upon any news. Gu Zhan opened numerous portals to the mortal realms, providing him with a portion of the information. Rest assured, esteemed elder, Bloodsword shall exert every effort. Bloodsword was about to continue speaking, but found Gu Zhan had already vanished. You lot, why do you not commence your search? He turned, flaring his robe, casting a cold gaze at the other celestial emperors. In the Qi Yuan realm, he had battled alongside Clear Bamboo, both possessing holy bodies, for no less than 100,000 years. Now that the woman had finally perished, how could he not feel exhilarated and liberated? Moreover, there was the promised reward from Gu Zhan. The method of ultimate transcendence was indeed something to anticipate. Bloodsword licked his lips, his yearning intensifying. 10 days later, Gu Zhan departed from the world he had obliterated and returned to the Xianzhen realm. How could there be such irrational beings? In that world, everyone was a fanatic, utterly refusing to heed any explanations. No sooner had he entered than he was besieged by a throng of celestial emperors, who insisted he was an otherworldly demon and sought to slay him. What choice did he have but to eliminate them all? In the dawn-sacred land, Gu Zhan had barely settled when he began receiving a barrage of messages, 35 in total. 15 were from the mortal realm, while the rest hailed from other worlds, all pertaining to matters of the mundane and celestial. Gu Zhan set forth to investigate each one. 5 days later, he returned, discovering them to be mere fabrications, devoid of significance. Why do I feel ensnared in some sort of misconception? He pondered. The celestial realm and the mundane may not refer to a person. Perhaps they signify a world, or even a game that allows for relaxation. After all, he possessed a system. Anything was possible. Gu Zhan tapped his forehead. In truth, there was no pressing need to locate him. Eventually, he could slay him with Su Qingxue. However, the divine body was of great importance. If he could acquire it from him, it would be a rare opportunity not to be forsaken. Gu Zhan, resolute in his determination, felt compelled to continue the search for this individual before acquiring the divine body. As time progressed, he seized more and more worlds, establishing a multitude of permanent portals between them, crafted by the renowned array masters, talismanic artisans, and blacksmiths in response to the rifts he had opened. With daily infusions of primal energy, these portals remained operational. Gu Zhan found himself engrossed in his endeavors, leaving no opportunity to spend time with Xiang. Even his beloved abalone was left untouched for several consecutive days. Days passed. Simulator cooldown time, 3 days. Gu Zhan dismissed all pertinent information for the day and strolled through the landscapes of the mortal realm with Xiang. On an island, Xiang noticed his fatigue and inquired, "Young master, what troubles you? You appear so weary." She gently rubbed her eyes, a hint of concern in her voice. "Those dark circles under your eyes. What must you endure to make an immortal emperor look so worn?" "It's nothing, merely a fade of exhaustion," Gu Zhan replied with a nonchalant smile. Xiang sighed in relief, though inwardly she felt equally burdened. Gu Zhan silently lamented his own thoughts. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed. Gunfire? Gu Zhan slowly turned to gaze toward the distant forest of the island. Expanding his perception, he soon glimpsed the source. It was a spirited young man clad in tight pants and loafers, adorned with a black hat and a red bag. He held his head high, a striking line of shrimp-like features gracing his chin, his physique slender like a bolt of lightning. With a gun in hand, he coldly suppressed a fallen black bear in the distance. "I wager your gun is devoid of bullets." Waving his hand as the heat from the gun dissipated, the young man declared, "As long as I possess this aura, I am a force to be reckoned with, no matter where I go. In any realm, I'm number one." And thus, he assumed his bravado. Gu Zhan, bemused, pondered when spirited young men had come to traverse dimensions, lamenting the absence of spirited young women. "This is unfair. Even my Walmart plastic bag deserves to traverse." "Xiang, you may return. I have matters to attend to," Gu Zhan said, escorting Xiang back to the sacred land of Xuanzhen. Transforming into a dashing young man clad in black with short hair and an imposing demeanor, he confronted the young man. "Brother, you have ventured into the wrong territory. This is the domain of General Gu. It's hot, and my temper is frayed. I won't smile, so do not provoke." The spirited young man paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. "If I join in your antics, you must smile." I grant you face, and you must accept it. With that, he pointed his gun at Gu Zhan. This is my prairie, my horse. I dictate the play. Now that I have a gun, everyone should keep a low profile. Gu Zhan laughed, impressed by the young man's audacity. Truly, he possessed a certain flair. From that day forth, they spoke not of eternal matters, but rather embraced a life of audacious encounters, living as charismatic rogues. The surge of divine power enveloped the young man completely, who was utterly feeble. In truth, he was remarkably weak. Even an ordinary practitioner at the body refinement stage could easily subdue him. The firearm he wielded was incapable of inflicting harm even on a warrior wielding true chi. Gu Zhan effortlessly held dominion over his life and death, casually probing his soul. Much like the previous protagonist, he uncovered no meaningful information, as it had been thoroughly concealed. What do you have to say? Gu Zhan inquired, his gaze piercing. Your true identity? Your hidden advantages? You may hint at it. Should you remain silent, I shall be compelled to take severe measures. The young man, taken aback, was no fool. He sensed the overwhelming power of his opponent. Yet, with an unparalleled charisma, how could he easily surrender? General Gu, I concede defeat. He finally admitted after much contemplation, relinquishing his firearm and black bag. With a slight tilt of his fashionable shoes, he suggested, I can accomplish the task and gain many rewards in return. So far, I have completed but one task, which has granted me this firearm. This system bears some resemblance to Li Ming's, yet it is far superior, for it indeed delivers rewards, unlike Li Ming, who merely painted grand visions before rushing in with experience. And then, Gu Zhan returned to his original demeanor, producing a chair to sit upon, crossing his legs and allowing his right leg to quiver slightly. And then, the young man began to speak, but in the next moment, he abruptly raised his right hand, declaring, Light armor, unite. As he spoke, a layer of shimmering dark armor enveloped him, exquisite yet oddly fashioned, reminiscent of a flamboyant aristocrat. He drew forth a long sword radiating black light, exclaiming, I didn't expect you to be the greatest enemy in this world. Hiki, an enemy indeed, which conveniently grants me this task. Gu Zhan, perish beneath my blade. Though you may die, you shall retain your honor. With the blade glinting, he charged forward. Gu Zhan, seated in his chair, remained unperturbed, his body only revealing the tremor of his leg, utterly speechless at the audacity of this mere peak true martial practitioner. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow materialized, transforming into a young man clad in white. He reached out and seized the young man, firmly ensnaring him. Master, shall we strike now? The youth was indeed one of the powers of the sacred body, the holy dragon. Gu Zhan rose, exhaling softly. Leave the task of dispatching him to me. With a single breath, he surged forth, suppressing and obliterating the young man, thus vanquishing the false protagonist. Your fortune has elevated to 11. Are you yet another pseudo-protagonist? What is the connection between a pseudo-protagonist and a true protagonist? Is it a matter of strength? Gu Zhan remains oblivious. If my fortune were sufficiently robust, might I evade all risks? Currently, with only 11, the tangible effects remain elusive. Such a delightful holiday has been disrupted, and it is indeed disheartening. Stretching languidly, Gu Zhan turned back to the Xinjiang realm. After comforting a Xiong for 3 minutes, he resumed attending to messages from various worlds. Regrettably, there was nothing. Gu Zhan harbored grave doubts as to whether Tianmu and Hongqian had yet made their appearance. Time continued to advance, swiftly arriving at the day of the simulation. In Wutan City, within his study, the simulator's cooldown period was but 1 second. Gu Zhan reclined beneath a tree and turned over. He had no other demands than to gain a deeper understanding of the myriad realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Su Qingxue and Gu Hanzhang both regarded me with great importance, yet their intentions were exceedingly evident. However, one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. I am eager to see how they will handle me. The simulation commenced. On the first day, you arrived in a remote corner of the northern domain of the Xinjiang realm, spitting blood upon a jade pendant. Wind and rain without a vessel. Su Qingxue appeared, astonished by your cultivation. You are only 16 this year? Her mouth gaped in disbelief. In the lower realm, it is exceedingly rare for someone to reach such unparalleled heights at the age of 16. It is truly a rarity, one that even the former Gu Hanzhang could not achieve. In her astonishment, Su Qingxue reached out to tap your body, swiftly confirming all your information. The 9-turned sacred body had reached its zenith, and you possess 2 strands of true king bloodline. Upon mentioning the 2 strands of true king bloodline, Su Qingxue's expression markedly shifted. You remained speechless, yet comprehended much. If my father is indeed a fragment of Gu Hanshan's soul, then everything falls into place. Otherwise, It is inexplicable why so many disciples of the Gu family possess such diluted true king bloodlines, while you alone embody the authentic offspring of two true kings. Come, follow me to the azure sky. You did not inquire further, merely nodding in silence as Su Qingxue opened the portal to the realm, guiding you through the fabric of space. Along the journey, she tirelessly elucidated various pieces of information regarding the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Among the 9 heavens, the most formidable being is the true King Tianche, while the mightiest among the 10 earths is the holy sovereign Taiyu. You chuckled at the notion that the heavens surpass the earth. The Su family stands as the most dominant force within the azure heavens, wielding control over all resources. Su Qingxue, as the head of the current generation of the Su family, also reigns as the sovereign of the entire azure realm. After what felt like an eternity, the two of you finally arrived at the azure heavens. The vastness of this world eluded your comprehension. You could only sense its boundless grandeur and mystique. Su Qingxue escorted you to the headquarters of the Su family, summoning all the direct descendants. He is my son, Su Qingxue, she proclaimed. A completed holy body destined to ascend to the Tianche realm. From this day forth, he shall be the young patriarch of the Su family. His words shall carry my weight. The Su family members dared not defy her, their gazes towards you filled with curiosity. Having established your unique status, Su Qingxue led you into a grand palace. You shall cultivate here henceforth. This is the forbidden ground of the Su family, guarded by numerous powerful beings in the earthly clarity realm, along with 2 initial stage true kings of Tianche, ensuring your safety. Su Qingxue remained as forthright and swift as ever, pointing her finger to bestow upon you a unique cultivation technique. This is the 1,000 Mountains bird flight technique, a discipline that can only be mastered by those of the Su bloodline, capable of guiding you to the realm of the true sovereign. Upon careful contemplation, you are enveloped in an infinite profundity that eludes comprehension. Su Qingxue personally guides you in your cultivation, assisting you in transcending to the Huangji realm, where the utmost sublimation occurs. This transformation signifies a qualitative change, as your constitution naturally evolves into the Huangji divine body. Below the Huangji level, your defenses are impenetrable. Furthermore, your energy transforms from primal force into the Huangji power, inherently superior to primal energy, capable of inflicting harm only by those of the same realm. By the end of the 4th year, you successfully transmute your strength, stepping into the early stages of the Huangji realm. You possess the unparalleled 9 transformations sacred body, and you have discovered that your sacred power surpasses that of the ordinary Huangji strength. Thus, as long as you do not confront a divine body, you remain invincible within your realm. Upon completing your transformation, you embark on a new journey of cultivation. In the 5th year, aided by the celestial materials provided by the Su family, you commence the practice of energy transformation. The enhancement of your physique is merely the initial step. The cultivation within the Huangji realm necessitates the comprehension of your unique rule. Following this, you must continuously refine your essence. Without the corresponding divine body, it is impossible to cultivate the power of the rules. Subsequently, with each breakthrough into a higher realm, you must grasp a new rule, aligning with the profound principles of heaven and earth, the universe, and the primordial chaos. In the Huangji realm, one masters a singular rule, while in the Taiyu realm, one comprehends 8 distinct rules. Within the vastness of heaven, earth, and primordial chaos, each individual's understanding of the rules varies, yet ultimately converges in the universe, encompassing the dimensions of time and space. Utilizing the resources of the Su family, you began to engage with the laws of the universe, immersing yourself in various historical texts and seeking to uncover your own principles. In the 8th year, your interest in the laws of fire ignited, leading you to embark on a relentless exploration. By the 10th year, you successfully discovered and refined your first essence of the fire's rhythm. Each realm is categorized into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfected, corresponding to the ranges of 0 to 1,199, 1,999 to 3,399, 3,999 to 6,699, and 6,999 to 9,999 in the power of the laws. By the 20th year, your mastery of the fire laws deepened as you refined 300 laws of fire. In the 50th year, you achieved the refinement of 700 laws of fire, enhancing your strength and elevating your comprehension of fire to a higher plane. In the 80th year, you refined 1,000 laws of fire. By the 100th year, you refined 1,199 laws of fire, reaching the peak of the initial stage of the yellow extreme realm. The subsequent time was dedicated to continual familiarization and mastery, a process that proved to be considerably more prolonged. In the 110th year, the youth did not appear this time, perhaps feeling inadequate in strength. In the 180th year, your progress was minimal, as over the past 70 years, you had only refined 1,500 laws of fire. By the 200th year, you concluded this prolonged period of seclusion. You informed Su Qingxue and departed from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, utilizing the precious artifact bestowed upon you by Su Qingxue for traversing realms. Under the protection of a true king of Tianqi, you entered the profound realm of Xianzhen. Upon your very first step inside, you are enveloped by a wave of familiar essence. You gaze towards the horizon, where he continues to battle valiantly, vanquishing the malevolent forces from beyond the heavens time and time again. You stepped forward, arriving beside the void. This time, allow me to resolve it. You extend a hand, and an infinite blaze erupts, incinerating all the malevolent entities from beyond the heavens. These otherworldly fiends, each possessing a unique visage, manifest their powers in utmost transcendence, as does the strength of the desolate. However, the sheer multitude of these infernal beings renders it impossible for him to single-handedly thwart their advance. With the power of the early Huang extreme realm, you effortlessly resolved everything, causing all extraterrestrial malevolence to vanish. No Shao remarked, I never anticipated your return. You too smiled. After all, this is my home, the world that nurtured me, filled with many individuals whom I hold dear. I could never relinquish it, could I? As you survey the entire world, this time your incarnation accompanies you. Aside from Yichen, you have not interacted with any other protagonists, all of whom have now ascended to the status of immortal emperors, possessing formidable strength. A few among them have sensed your gaze, yet none have taken any action. You did not engage with Yichen. You have clandestinely bestowed upon them all the profound methods of transcendence you have gathered, hoping they may prove beneficial. Well, my friend, the malevolent entities from beyond this realm have been vanquished, and it is now time for me to depart. I gently patted your shoulder. Where are you going? You were somewhat perplexed. I am but a lingering thought. Beyond this realm, countless worlds await my presence. To protect and to fight is my very essence. There is no need for further explanation. I merely extend a finger. Throughout the myriad of worlds, you are the first individual of such exceptional nature that I have encountered. My friend, accept this humble gift from me. The intangible figure vanishes in an instant. You have acquired the supreme divine bone, which possesses the ability to absorb the resources of heaven and earth, evolving into the supreme divine body. Once the divine body reaches its pinnacle, it can stand invincible in the realm. Divine bone, divine body? You clenched your fists, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to the sacred land, you encountered Xiang and many familiar faces. 2 centuries have passed. You had not taken Xiang with you when you departed, and her longing for you has deepened over the years. Yet, without your presence, her progress in cultivation has been sluggish, and she now stands only at the realm of the immortal king. Xiang, let us leave this world together. With a smile, you extended your hand, and Xiang, brimming with excitement, approached your side. You embraced Xiang tightly, leading him away from the Xianzhen realm. A familiar sound resonated, and indeed, you encountered that young lad. After languishing for 2 centuries, he had finally transcended to the Huang Ji realm. Guzhan, receive my blade. The youth laughed heartily, charging toward you. You remained silent, concealed in the shadows, as the enigmatic Tianqi Zhen Wang made his move, seizing him with a firm grip. Search his soul, he commanded. I wish to uncover all his secrets. You coldly stated, as you command, young clan leader, with a wave of his hand. The true King Tianqi instantly grasped numerous details regarding the youth, whose name was Li Changxing. You continued to inquire, thereby uncovering the origins of Li Changxing, a realm known as the Qi Yuan realm. You seem somewhat familiar. It suddenly dawned on me that I have traversed this world before and even vanquished an empress. You seized the young man's body, swiftly refining it to vanquish the protagonist. Your fortune has increased by 5, currently standing at 16. You have absorbed the formidable body of the young conqueror, and the supreme divine bone has begun to flourish, now encompassing your entire being. Yet you remain 1 step away from completion. You have paused. Senior, there are still some personal matters I must attend to in the Xuanzhen realm. You have returned to the Xianzhen realm, seizing the supreme immortal emperor and the great sun immortal emperor, subjecting their sacred bodies to a profound refinement. Your supreme divine bone has begun to grow, yet it still requires 1 final step. With a furrowed brow, you persist in your efforts, refining several sacred bodies. Yet it remains insufficient. You did not take action against the protagonist. but instead ventured into other worlds of equal standing. You have successively consumed more than 30 sacred bodies. Your supreme divine bone has reached perfection. You have attained the supreme divine body, merging the 9 transformation holy body with the supreme divine body. You have attained the 9 transformation supreme body, currently at the first level of the supreme body. You have unlocked the ability to annihilate any existence weaker than yourself with effortless ease. This annihilation requires no expenditure of energy and can be executed on both individual and multiple targets simultaneously. Having attained a state of unparalleled ecstasy, you possess the 9-fold supreme body, rendering you invincible. Upon returning to the celestial realms, you persist in your cultivation. Under the enhancement of the supreme divine body, your progress accelerates significantly. By the 300th year, you have absorbed a vast array of resources, elevating your divine physique, yet a breakthrough remains elusive. You have refined 6,699 laws of fire, reaching the pinnacle of the late yellow extreme realm, your power significantly enhanced. Su Qingxue regards you with newfound admiration and harbors great expectations for you. In the 350th year, Su Qingxue bestowed upon you a treasure from a primal beast, prompting you to engage in relentless refinement day and night. By the 400th year, you successfully refined the primal beast's treasure, achieving 9,999 laws of fire, and smoothly transcending to the perfected state of the yellow extreme realm. It is understood that for an ordinary individual to reach such a level, it would require no less than several 100,000 years. Even the sacred body necessitates a millennium of cultivation and 4 centuries to ascend to the pinnacle of the yellow extreme. Only a divine body can achieve this feat consequently. It is likely that Su Qingxue has long been aware of your transformation, yet she refrains from mentioning it. Why is this so? For 4 centuries, you have never truly placed your trust in Su Qingxue. You vividly recall the moment you first encountered her, when she unhesitatingly took your life. Her meticulous nurturing of you must be underpinned by some ulterior motive. You recall the scheming Zhang Qing, the Xianyuan immortal emperor, as well as those whom you have once plotted against. You are convinced that Su Qingxue will indeed take such actions. In this case, is your cultivation technique truly secure? Prior to this, you had amassed dozens of ordinary techniques, all of which could be cultivated to the celestial clarity realm, and you remained ever prepared. That same year, your guardian, the celestial true king, arrived to inform you that an acquaintance had come to visit. An acquaintance? You are perplexed as you encounter a visitor clad in a stunning red dress, exuding beauty and charm. You do not recognize her, having never laid eyes upon her before. I am Gu Zhan, and this is Li Shiner. You recall that 4 centuries ago, the literary copyist, who was also the one who imparted to himself the eternal destiny contained within this tome, certainly had matters pertaining to the 9 nether immortal emperor in mind as well. You gazed at her coldly, gripping her neck tightly. After 4 centuries apart, how have you become so feeble? Are you not a celestial sovereign? Although you may not perceive the depth of Li Xiner, you can undoubtedly affirm that this woman remains unchanged compared to 4 centuries ago. Li Xiner gazes at you in confusion and says, Ahem, Gu Zhan, is there really a need for this? I have not wronged you in any way. Do you still remember the matters concerning the 9 nether immortal emperor? Li Shiner inquired, clearly taken aback. She remained silent for several seconds, and once she grasped the situation, her astonishment deepened. That was originally your opportunity. Your former self ascended through the cultivation techniques of the 9 nether immortal emperor. Ultimately, you refined half of the souls in the eastern region, achieving the status of immortal emperor. Li Shiner spoke with an air of nonchalance. Are you not aware of the side effects of the techniques? She continued, her expression bewildered. What side effects could there possibly be? The soul refinement record merely involves refining souls to enhance one's strength, akin to leveling up by defeating monsters. It doesn't impose any adverse effects upon you. You have remained silent. With your extensive experience spanning over 4 centuries, it is evident that this woman has not uttered a falsehood. This implies that she is unaware of the profound influence the soul refinement record has on character, as well as the intricate designs of the 9 nether immortal emperor behind her. You have not resolved the other party's concerns, nor do you wish to entrust them to Su Qingxue. Releasing your grip, you inquired. You are late. You initially promised 300 years. Now, 400 years have elapsed. And this woman is a full century overdue. Was it not all for the sake of locating that fanfiction? I have squandered a complete 4 days, accomplishing nothing but the pursuit of that novel. Did you find it? Li Shiner shook her head. The fanfiction of Destiny Eternal, along with comics and short videos, emerges by the hundreds of thousands each day. How could I possibly locate it? You are at a loss for words. Cannot you utilize your own abilities to gain dominion over the earth? Do not tell me that you are incapable of such a feat. Li Shiner suddenly enlightened. This is a splendid idea. Once I transcend to the true martial realm, I shall pursue it. Yet, upon reflection, controlling the earth is an endeavor reserved for malevolent villains. I must refrain from such actions. Good heavens! This woman is not even in the true martial realm, and yet she harbors such thoughts. One cannot fathom the workings of her mind. Truly perplexing. What do you wish to trade this time? You inquire, for if you could glean some knowledge from this woman, it would expedite your rise in power and enhance your ninefold supreme body. Li Shiner beams brightly. I desire 10 longevity elixirs. The more potent, the better. In return, I shall divulge the worldview of this realm to you. You tentatively inquired, could you not engage in more transactions? Must it always be just one? Li Shiner nodded. Even a single transaction is exhausting. Overindulgence is detrimental to one's health. Such words are perplexing, and you find yourself unable to comprehend her reasoning. Her thought process eluding you entirely. Do you face limitations in this regard? You may interpret it as such. Li Shiner sighed. Although I can enter this realm, my capabilities are exceedingly limited. Currently, my permissions are too low, allowing only one transaction at a time. Our next meeting will not occur for at least 300 years. If you are contemplative, is this also a cooling period? The cooldown of the portal? Or perhaps the cooldown of the interdimensional trading system? Here, take these 10 longevity elixirs. Each one has the power to extend your life by 50,000 years, and you may use them as you wish. You bestowed the longevity elixir upon Li Shiner, a resource provided to you by the Su family. Being still in the bloom of youth, you have little need for such an elixir. Excellent, Li Shiner exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted it. Her grandmother and great-grandmother would no longer need to depart, allowing them to spend more time together. Pray tell, what is this world truly like? Li Shiner, with a serious demeanor, tucked away the longevity elixir and replied, I was unable to locate that particular fanfiction, so I can only share with you the worldview of the original work. In the world of eternal destiny, the hierarchy of strength progresses from the mortal realm to the lower realm, culminating in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the author merely hinted at another realm, and over the years, no additional chapters have been released, leaving us in ignorance of the specifics. Now that you have arrived at the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you are surely aware of the cultivation levels therein, as well as the conflicts among the human race, the demon race, and the devil race. In addition to these 3 principal races, there exist the extraterrestrial fiends, formidable monstrosities birthed from the world's dark forces. Their emergence spells destruction for the corresponding realms. For instance, in the mortal realm, the appearance of these extraterrestrial fiends leads to an infinite onslaught of true martial beings, while the lower realm faces countless ultimate ascensions. In the later chapters of the novel, the extraterrestrial fiends invade the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with innumerable Taiyu-level fiends launching assaults on these 19 colossal worlds. Ultimately, the protagonist, who is none other than you, employs the 9 nether divine body to vanquish all adversaries, reigning supreme over the extraterrestrial fiends, culminating in a harmonious conclusion. Throughout this journey, the human race, the demon race, and the devil race, along with various princesses, sect maidens, and sorceresses, all become part of your harem. Ah, how fortunate indeed! Upon hearing Li Shiner's words, you felt no stirrings within your heart, merely uttering quietly. Do you perceive this as an equitable exchange? A piece of information devoid of significance to me, yet it has bartered away 500,000 years of lifespan? You queried. Li Shiner smirked. Then allow me to impart another opportunity. In the city of Wanweiching, located in the eastern sky, there exists a statue, within which lies a gem capable of enhancing your 9 nether divine body. Once again, the 9 nether divine body? I do not possess such a thing. This transaction is null and void. Impossible. In the narrative, you inherited the legacy of the 9 nether immortal emperor, which naturally bestowed upon you his 9 nether divine body. Li Shiner's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Very well, I had forgotten. This is no longer the tale I once knew. Do you currently possess a divine body? No. You are deceiving me. As long as it is a divine body, the statue's gem would be beneficial. I shall take my leave now, you great fraud. Without warning, Li Shiner vanished, leaving no trace of her departure. More peculiarly, your hidden avatar informed you that after Li Shiner appeared, she took you to a peculiar space, where the avatar perceived nothing at all. This woman, under your scrutiny, seemed strangely perplexed, her mind in disarray. Given that exchanges could only occur every 300 years, Why not trade for something of genuine utility? No sooner had Li Xianer departed than Su Qingxue approached you, inquiring with a smile, "Who was that person just now?" "A friend from the mortal realm," you replied candidly. "What did she say to you? Might I know?" Su Qingxue stepped closer, gently toying with her hair, as if offering a soothing massage to a small creature. "You have sensed a perilous crisis, mother-I." Before you could finish your words, Su Qingxue seized your neck and said, "Guzhan, why must you be so oblivious to the situation? I have bestowed upon you all my resources for your cultivation, yet you cannot grant me a modicum of reassurance? Concealing your divine physique and failing to report it, not even communicating with outsiders, I am utterly disappointed." A twisted smile appeared on Su Qingxue's face as she gripped tighter. Swiftly absorbing your cultivation and everything that constituted your being. Faced with the formidable power of the celestial true king, you were rendered utterly defenseless. As a wave of agonizing dissolution washed over you, you found yourself completely consumed by Su Qingxue. In the presence of such overwhelming strength, you were deprived of even the chance to summon your avatar. At a critical moment, your cave of wonders was forcibly opened, and a figure emerged. "No, do not harm my master." It was Ashiang. Over the past 2 centuries of companionship, her strength had significantly increased, yet she had merely reached the pinnacle of her potential. This appeared to be the limit of her abilities. Su Qingxue cast a surprised glance at her. Another lovesick fool? Utterly meaningless. With that, she effortlessly refined Ashiang's essence, merging it with yours. "Good son, consider this a union of lovers. Even in death, you shall be together. No need to thank me, for it is my nature to be benevolent. You have departed from this world, leaving behind but a faint remnant of your soul." In an instant, Guhan's Hang, clad in dark attire and bearing a frigid countenance, materialized in the sacred grounds of the Su family. "Su Qingxue, what have you done?" In that fleeting moment, Guhan's Hang comprehended the entirety of the situation. "That was my bloodline descendant. How could you dare?" Su Qingxue had refined everything of yours, gaining a slight enhancement in her power. Yet, even this modest increase was sufficient for her to genuinely contend with all the true kings, including Guhan's Hang himself. "My son, what I choose to do is of no concern to you." Guhan's Hang replied with a chilling smile. "Very well, if that is the case, then we shall have no further ties. We owe each other nothing. Henceforth, should we meet again, I shall surely end your life." With those parting words, Guhan's Hang vanished once more. Your soul lingers in this world. In the 5th century, nothing transpired. In the 6th century, nothing transpired. In the 7th century, it remained unchanged. In the 999th year, 4 figures arrived in the realm of Qing Tian: Yi Chen, Xiaoyang, Han Feng, and Lin Dong of the Su family. Yi Chen stepped forward, his formidable power overshadowing the entirety of Qing Tian. "Su Qingxue, here lies a matter of karma. Let us settle it." With a single punch, the countless members of the Su family were annihilated in an instant, including 2 true kings of Tian Che. Su Qingxue emerged in a white robe, solitary and resolute. "What karma?" she inquired, raising her sword. 500 years ago, you took the life of an individual." Xiaoyang stepped forward, conjuring a realm of flames that once blazed furiously. Han Feng manifested eerie halos behind him, resembling a deity, and coldly stated, "You killed one who bestowed kindness upon us." Lin Dong laughed. "Friends, let us not dawdle. Charge forth and slay her. This is for the revenge of our esteemed elder. Years ago, you vanquished the malevolent forces from beyond, sparing the protagonists from calamity and imparting profound insights that hastened their growth significantly. In but a millennium, each protagonist ascended to the realm of true kings, each embodying divine physiques or harboring extraordinary destinies. Together, the 4 of them formed an indomitable force. Su Qingxue could hardly fathom it. How intriguing to be entangled with the 4 of you simultaneously. "Guhan's Hang, you truly are your father's son." With a cold smirk, she summoned the ethereal shadow of her snow kingdom and charged forth unrelentingly. "Those who kill my uncle Gu shall perish." Although Xiaoyang had never encountered her, he often heard his father speak of her in his memories. The Xiao family had enjoyed countless privileges in the mortal realm due to her existence. An endless expanse of flames surged forth, engulfing Su Qingxue's snow kingdom, leaving not a trace behind. As blood spilled from her lips, she was gravely wounded. Half kneeling on the ground, propping herself up with a shattered divine weapon, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she chuckled coldly. "If 4 Dao seeds can fall to your hands, then I too have no regrets." With a maniacal laugh, she gathered all her remaining strength, declaring, "I, Su Qingxue, never regret." She raised her short sword, prepared to expend all her might for one final strike. Stop! A figure appeared to block her path. You go first. It was Gu Hanshang, still clad in dark attire, his expression devoid of emotion. He drew his sword and cast aside its sheath before Su Qingxue. Take this and survive. In the distance, Lin Dong appeared moved. Friends, this makes us seem like the villains. She was the one who killed our elder. We only came to avenge him. Yifan nodded. His strength is likely at the early stage of the annihilation realm. To reach this point without relying on a divine body is the pinnacle of genius. Early stage of the annihilation realm? Kill. Xiaoyang was even more exhilarated. Throughout his life, he relished the thrill of battling those beyond his level. Why do you want to help me? Su Qingxue questioned, perplexed. Perhaps if you take him, you will advance further, even refining his divine body. Gu Hanshang shook his head. All things in heaven and earth have their destinies. All beings are bound by fate. Qingxue, some matters cannot be achieved merely by our efforts. I do not believe in destiny. Su Qingxue wished to say more, but Gu Hanshang casually cast her out of the Qingtian, sending her randomly to another world. Yi Fan, disregarding everything, pursued her relentlessly. He has entrusted you with this. I shall slay this woman to avenge Brother Gu. Among the group, his bond with you was the deepest, and his desire for vengeance was the most fervent. Lin Dong, Xiaoyang, and Han Li nodded, then concentrated all their strength to charge at Gu Hanshang. In this lifetime, to battle alongside 3 Dao seeds was an extraordinary fortune. Gu Hanshang laughed heartily as countless broken swords materialized behind him, transforming into a world that descended upon the 3 protagonists, intending to suppress them. The overwhelming force obliterated the entire Su family, leaving no survivors among them. The broken swords expanded, slaughtering the beings of Qi Tian with every passing moment. He was accumulating the rules of killing. Do not grant him an opportunity. Xiaoyang disowned everything, gathering a massive amount of flames to envelop Gu Hanshang. Each flame was renowned in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, capable of easily incinerating the entire lower realm and countless mortal worlds. Han Li's halo radiated a green light, aiming all his might at Gu Hanshang. Lin Dong transformed into a towering figure, relentlessly attacking and applying pressure. Bang! Ultimately, Gu Hanshang was no match for them. He was sent flying by Lin Dong's punch, shattering the realm of broken swords behind him. Han Li's green light struck him, visibly aging him in an instant. Hiss! Gu Hanshang drove his long sword into the ground, stabilizing his retreating body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression fierce. Come again! His spirit soared as he laughed uncontrollably, sweeping his sword with the intention of cutting down all feudal resistance. Xiaoyang descended with 108 types of divine fire, enveloping Gu Hanshang in an endless domain of flames. The inferno raged wildly, annihilating all of Gu Hanshang's offensives. Thud! Gu Hanshang collapsed to the ground. Faced with 3 Dao seeds, 2 of whom had achieved divine bodies, and another with unparalleled fortune, his defeat was inevitable. I have lost, but it is not my fault. Gu Hanshang raised his head, his gaze piercing through the heavens, looking towards the boundless earth above. It is fate. The fault lies not with me. Boom. He self-destructed. A final act of dignity as a powerful being of the desolation realm. The 3 protagonists approached Gu Hanshang's corpse, remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan returned with a lifeless body. Su Qingxue was dead, and the group had avenged their grievances. Ultimately, it was the wish of the predecessors to leave a complete corpse. Xiaoyang, unable to bear the weight of sorrow, subsequently buried the 2 individuals beneath the earth. With the quest for vengeance concluded, the 4 protagonists departed from the azure skies, setting their sights on the 10 lands above. There, a new journey awaited them. A tale yet to unfold. Once all had left, a familiar figure re-emerged, having awaited for 5 centuries without succumbing to death. Was it in anticipation of avenging you? Or was it for my sake? The celestial sovereign grasped a strand of their own dark hair, inquiring with an impassive demeanor, if you are indeed waiting for me. Grant me a hint, dear old friend. You are but a fleeting essence, unable to respond or give guidance. The celestial being chuckled softly. In that case, allow me to escort you on your final journey. He extended his hand, poised to shatter your soul. A peculiar sound echoed, and someone intervened, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a flowing purple robe, radiating an air of nonchalance. You shall not harm him. The youth stretched languidly, positioning himself before the celestial being. If you wish to take his life, you must first contend with me. The celestial being regarded him with icy disdain. He is already deceased, a mere remnant of a soul that cannot respond. The act of killing him or sparing him holds no significance. The youth unfolded his right hand, wearing an expression that conveyed defiance. Regardless, I refuse to allow you to strike. What can you do about it? The celestial being cast one last glance at you, then at the youth, before turning away. The youth approached your side. What a pity, what a pity. It seems I have arrived somewhat late. Young one, why must your fate be so tragic? He sighed deeply, his gaze growing increasingly intricate. If there is a next life, strive to survive. Ideally, live for a millennium. The youth grasped the remnants of your soul, a rich aura enveloping you. Your fortune has elevated by tenfold. Your fortune has increased by 30. Your fortune has increased by 50. Your fortune has increased by 20, and your current fortune stands at 126. The system has initiated action, resetting all information. You are utterly finished. Gujan sat in his study, incessantly rubbing his temples. It was intricate, far too intricate. This simulation had spanned an extensive duration, with 400 years of activity and 500 years of inactivity. As he reflected on all the information from the simulation, he sighed repeatedly. First, the protagonists, having survived the malevolent hands of the otherworldly fiends, experienced another wave of growth, astonishingly surpassing even my own pace, reaching the realm of Tianche true king in just under 1,000 years. This was to be expected, as during a previous simulation, Su Qingxue had remarked that these individuals, given a millennium, could indeed flourish. The ultimate resources I provided them likely expedited their development as well. Gujan took out pen and paper, scribbling incessantly. After a lengthy period, he had ultimately drawn a series of question marks. He still could not comprehend who that young man was, capable of contending with the immortal sovereign. This was the 18th simulation, and it was the first time he had witnessed the immortal sovereign falter. Could it be my father? Gujan pondered, recalling Guan. Although, in reality, his father was merely a fragment of Gu Hanshang's soul, he did not acknowledge this paternal figure or his mother. After all, both had treated him as a mere tool. Only Guan had been genuine towards him. Even now, he remained bewildered by his father's sudden disappearance. The possibility that it was indeed his father loomed large. Of course, there was another possibility. If this were truly a fan fiction, there would undoubtedly be protagonists and supporting characters. That young man might just be the true protagonist of this narrative. But why would he choose to assist me? And why address me as youngster? Such familiarity. Gujan found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend. Never mind. Let us first claim the rewards. Evaluation. Throughout your life, you have been schemed against once more. TSK, knowing full well the mountain harbors tigers, yet still choosing to venture into its depths. However, it is fortunate that the protagonist has grown, avenging you in the process. You may choose one from the following rewards. First, the pinnacle of Huangji realm, which includes the 1,000 mountain bird flight technique. Second, the path of 10,000 tracks, which can be cultivated to the level of Tianche. Third, the jade plate of exquisite delicacies, which can also be cultivated to Tianche. Fourth, the Taxing snow-covered technique, which can reach Tianche as well. 1,000, the supreme divine bone. 1,001, the 9 transformations of the supreme body. 1,002, 110 luck. 1,003. All the memories of your life, with a significant probability of influencing your worldview. This time, there are countless options. The first to be eliminated is undoubtedly the supreme divine bone. If one were to truly choose, it would be far more advantageous to secure the 9 transformations of the supreme body. Memories hold little value, potentially bearing adverse effects. This time, the presence of formidable beings has increased. Even the immortal sovereigns can confront head-on what remains impossible. The power of the pinnacle of Huangji realm. The 9 transformations of the supreme body and 110 luck are the 3 that Gujan is deliberating over. As for luck, thus far, its effects have been elusive, with scant information available, leaving one utterly unaware of its usefulness post-selection. The power of the pinnacle of Huangji realm would have been a clear choice in the past. Yet the cultivation technique is provided by Su Qingxue. With the presence of a shielding device, the likelihood of her finding me is minimal, based on previous experiences. Unless I utilize the jade pendant, summoning Su Qingxue is improbable. The same applies to Gu Han, who predominantly appears only after my demise. Possessing the power of the pinnacle of Huangji realm would enable him to accomplish much more, yet the risks remain excessively high. The moment he reveals his strength, the possibility of being discovered arises. Reflecting upon the techniques I have created, the principles are remarkably similar, as long as those who practice the auxiliary techniques wield their power. I can perceive their every action with clarity. He could certainly employ the shielding device to alter his techniques. But the other cultivation methods were all discovered within the Su family, given Su Qingxue's capabilities. It is likely that most of the techniques he collected are intricately calculated by her. I cannot choose. Thus, only luck and the 9 transformations of the Supreme Body remain. Luck is ethereal and elusive, especially beyond the threshold of 100. Perhaps the ultimate limit of such fortune is 1,000, or even higher. The 9 transformations of the Supreme Body marks the first occasion that Wu has granted me a gift, and it appears among the rewards. Perhaps next time there will be no gift at all. However, the causality tied to Wu is profound. Guzhan exited the study and called upon a Xiang, allowing himself a moment of tranquility. Choosing a reward is a significant matter, requiring utmost focus. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself alone on the snowy mountain. And at this moment, the answer had crystallized within him. The 9 transformations of the Supreme Body. I choose the 9 transformations of the Supreme Body. After a moment of reflection, Guzhan gained clarity on numerous matters. If he chose to reveal his strength, it would inevitably attract Su Qingshua's attention, leading her to seek him out, which would ultimately result in his downfall. Although the significance of luck was not immediately apparent, the youth had declared his intention to live for a millennium, indicating that this path was indeed replicable. Furthermore, as long as he persevered, he might uncover additional advantages. However, from the simulation, it appeared that the individual was aware of his participation in it. Opting for luck would entail greater risks. The 9-turned Supreme Body, on the other hand, was distinct. All parties harbored goodwill towards him, and he could utilize a cloaking device to obscure others' perceptions, effectively concealing the 9-turned Supreme Body. This option minimized risk. According to the logic of the simulation, once the cloaking device was activated, no one would be able to detect him. Yet, the moment a powerful figure touched his form, everything would be revealed. Ding, you have acquired the 9-turned Supreme Body. Ding. You are currently at the first level of the 9-turned Supreme Body. Rewards have been bestowed. Guzhan instantly felt as though the entire world had transformed. Is this the true power of the Supreme Body? His strength had increased at least 100-fold, with significant enhancements across various aspects. Additionally, he possessed the first-level ability, Annihilation. Upon entering a mortal realm, Guzhan found himself amidst a forest, walking forward while surveying his surroundings. Frogs, black snakes, tadpoles, and small birds. Anything he laid eyes upon, anything he sensed, could be instantly annihilated with a mere thought. Once obliterated, the target would collapse to the ground, exhibiting no visible signs of injury, which could be deemed extraordinarily formidable. Next, he would explore other possibilities. Guzhan returned to the Xuanjin realm. Number 1. Provide me with the list of all sacred body owners across the worlds. The 9-turned Supreme Body was capable of devouring all resources to augment its power, allowing him to assimilate even more sacred bodies. His avatar cast a brief glance at him and directly invaded his mind. You may view it for yourself. Moments later, the avatar emerged from Guzhan's ear. What an exhilarating battle that was. With that, it swiftly departed from the Xuanjin realm. Currently, within the cataloged worlds, there existed a total of 351 sacred body owners. The Qi Yuan realm conveniently has one. It is time to deal with that wretch. Li Changxing. ISNT it. After tormenting me so many times, your time has come to an end. With a determined step, Guzhan approached the entrance to the Qi Yuan realm, taking a deep breath before confidently crossing the threshold. Within the Qi Yuan realm, the Wangwu mountain range housed a small sect known as Lia, which had been a prominent 4 centuries ago, producing a powerful immortal king. However, following the immortal king's misguided pursuit of enlightenment, his tragic demise led to the sect's decline. In the present day, the Falling Leaf sect has dwindled to fewer than 10 disciples, with the strongest among them merely a senior brother at the Golden Body realm. Within the training grounds of Falling Leaf sect, 5 youths diligently practice, striving to transform the energies of heaven and earth into their own essence, their efforts commendably earnest. In the distance, however, one individual lies sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, seemingly oblivious to the industriousness surrounding him. The 5 have grown accustomed to this sight, paying him no mind. After a considerable time, the sound of footsteps echoes, and soon a female disciple clad in a black, corseted gown approaches. Senior brother Li Changxing, someone is looking for you outside. Her movement is graceful and commanding, drawing attention effortlessly. Upon hearing her voice, Li Changxing glances over and realizes it is his junior sister Hanchen. Who is seeking me? He inquires, scratching his head, momentarily perplexed as he cannot recall having any acquaintances. 3 months have passed since he traversed to this world, and he has been living a lethargic existence, fearful of exerting himself lest he inadvertently trigger the system's departure. After all, his system is dubbed the Supreme Lazy Fish System. Senior Brother Changxing. You should really go take a look, Hongqian remarks with a shake of her head, her movements enticing as she turns to leave. Li Changxing steals another glance. System. Am I truly forbidden from revealing my cultivation? I so wish to play the fool and build my harem. The temptation is nearly unbearable. Ding. Should the host expose their strength, the system will retrieve the sovereign body. Very well, Li Changxing replies with a resigned expression, then saunters lazily towards the main hall at the entrance of Falling Leaf Sect. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberates through the air. Growing impatient, Li Changxing calls out, "Stop knocking. I'm coming." Upon opening the door, he is greeted by an unfamiliar youth. "Who are you?" Li Changxing asks, confusion evident on his face. "It's me, here to bring warmth from the community," the boy replies with a broad grin. You, Li Changxing stammers, suddenly at a loss for words. After 3 months in this world, this is the first time he has encountered contemporary terminology. A sensation akin to the shock experienced by others when Captain America proclaimed "Hail Hydra" in the elevator. "Brace yourself to receive my warmth," Gu Zhan says cheerfully as he turns away. Erasure. With a mere thought, he locks onto the target for annihilation. Li Changxing's scalp prickles, and a cold sweat breaks forth. In that instant, an overwhelming desire to return home and tend to the field surges within him. This journey through worlds proves to be challenging, and having a system brings its own set of troubles. Had he foreseen such a predicament, he might have preferred to toil away in the company. Ding. Fatal attack detected. The system has granted immunity once. Just as Li Changxing feels on the verge of demise, the melodious voice of the system resonates. A sound so exquisite it is beyond compare.